Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7 Chapter 255 The Rescue Plan. After 500 Blue Star days, Luo Bing, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the snow-capped mountain, let out a breath of cold air, and the gas from his roar turned into a cloud of white mist in the extremely cold place. Kai is an amazing thing. I can feel its amazing potential. Luo Bing opened his eyes, and circles of light blue ripples appeared in his eye sockets. 12 strange guyu were arranged in an orderly manner in his pupils, 6 on each side, 12 in total. Without the immortal body, it will take a long time for these eyes to evolve to the next level 1. No need to wait any longer. Luo Bing took a deep breath, stood up from the spot, and looked into the distance, looking at the sacred tree in the distance. After more than a year, the corruption god tree has undergone earth-shaking changes, its tree body has become even larger, and its branches are all over the entire planet. Looking around, the giant zombie recyclers that can be seen everywhere are slowly crawling in the direction of the trunk of the god tree. The zombie recyclers covering the sky, with Luo Bing's eyesight, are enough to see a large number of zombies that have not been digested in its mouth. In their abdomens, there are special crystals of blood and flesh. That is the energy block that has been integrated through their digestion. These energy crystals will be transported by the zombie recycler carrier like the branches of the god tree. These branches are now all over the world, and some are destroyed by the concerted efforts of mankind, but for its terrifying number and regeneration ability, everything is useless. More than a year has passed, and the human world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Some people break their genetic locks before dying, while others unintentionally devour the energy crystals in the body of the zombie recycler, thus giving birth to some super abilities, which are called evolvers. Zero, however, these changes are all opportunities for the corrupted god tree to spread out intentionally or unintentionally. The reason is that the food source can be more delicious when it is recycled. Luo Bing stood on the top of the snowy mountain, looking at the corrupted divine tree beside him. When we first met, this thing had not yet given birth to its own intellect, but only relied on the form of instinct. At that time, Luo Bing obviously did not have the ability to kill it. Now it's different. After cultivating Qi to a certain level, especially after his eyes have evolved into 6-hooked jade reincarnation eyes, Luo Bing's strength has been greatly improved. Advertisement: with more energy in the body, Luo Bing can display more things naturally. It's a pity that I didn't bring the devouring ability on the main body, otherwise, it would be much easier to deal with this thing. Luo Bing secretly looked at the corrupt god tree in front of him. Maybe it's the reason that Luo Bing has the eyes of the Otsutsuki clan. In the past year or so, the corrupted god tree that gave birth to spiritual wisdom did not mind that Luo Bing lived around him, and even deliberately divided an area. Don't let any living creature come to disturb. Apparently, it took Luo Bing as its guardian. However, Luo Bing has no interest in cultivating it to grow up. The nearly infinite energy in the divine tree is what he wants. Step by step, Luo Bing came under the divine tree. Without the ability to swallow, it can only copy Kaguya's method, that is, the whole person and the divine tree are integrated into one, and it is sealed in the body as a 14-tailed human pillar. However, it is clear that this approach will inevitably lead to the resistance of the corrupted divine tree. No wise creature wants to be imprisoned in one place forever. Without too many words, Luo Bing didn't have to reason with the tree. He directly turned on the flame of the 6 hooks and jade wheel, and the power of the 6 paths surged up, trying to siphon the corruption tree. Roar. The corrupt divine tree in the light sleep state woke up instantly. It still looked at its guardian in a puzzled look, and then instinctively prompted. The whole tree became angry and violent. Ka 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 ka. Tentacle tendons burrowed out of the ground. The divine tree could not forgive Luo Bing's behavior of stealing his divine power, and Luo Bing, a tidal river with branches that covered the sky, blocked it away. At the same time, the giant zombie recyclers who were more than 100 kilometers around instantly boiled, and they rushed towards the edge of the battlefield one by one. The earth trembled, and the cracks were listed. The giant zombie collectors were more than 100 meters tall, and they took a few miles in one step. They rushed to the scene in an instant, opened their blood basins, and devoured them towards Luo Bing. For flowers 0, ding. Luo Bing's hands were like swords. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the scarlet energy condensed at his fingertips. Then, a sweep. Advertisement: the red laser beam cut off all passing obstacles like cutting wheat, and even the tentacles of the corrupted god tree were cut off by the advanced level. Roar. After all, the corrupted divine tree has not yet grown to its peak. Facing the extremely powerful Luo Bing, although it rose up to resist, it was of no avail. Huge amounts of tailed beast jade condensed in its mouth, and the terrifying heat directly evaporated the nearby glacial mountains. In an instant, the entire ice and snow world turned into a turbulent Wangyang Sea, and the seawater instantly became hot and boiling. Luo Bing pressed one hand on the tree of the divine tree. The power of yin and yang of the 6 paths constantly siphoned the energy from the corrupted divine tree, and at the same time, his other hand was condensed around his waist, and the extremely dazzling energy was in the condensed in his palm. Turtle School Qigong Wave. Boom. Smoke gradually filled the entire battlefield. And the entire blue star, at the moment, also set off huge amounts of earthquakes, and all the survivors stared at the distant sky in astonishment. That side, 2 suns appeared. No, it wasn't actually the sun, it was just an explosion of light. Chi chi chi. The wind, rain and thunder flashed. Luo Bing lay calmly on top of the boiling water that evaporated and descended, exhaling a long breath. On his chest, a complex textured seal was burning. Done. Next plan. Rescue the main body. Luo Bing closed his eyes quietly and patiently waited for the perfect integration of his body. And this wait is nearly half a year. Outside, Blue Star, because there is no control of the corrupted god tree, the zombies seem to have become headless flies. The giant zombie recyclers around the world have been conquered by humans one by one, and the entire human civilization seems to have entered a new level. Magic. After thousands of hard work, Luo Bing finally opened the channel to his own divine power world. Chapter 256. The main body returns. The luck of permanent opening. White World Prison. You can be considered to have escaped successfully. By the way, what's going on in the outside world now? Thinking, Dachao asked curiously. He is very concerned about the current situation in the outside world, and is worried about the huge ambitions of the master behind the White World Prison. He is very likely to capture all the high-level combat power of the universe, and then launch other evil experiments on the original universe. Everything looks normal at the moment, but what the hell is this hand? No matter what universe I'm in, he can stretch out from the black hole and grab me back. By the way, how did you guys get caught? Luo Bing looked at Tony and Dachao suspiciously. Tony and Dachao were taken aback for a moment. My situation is similar to yours. I was also near the black hole. It was a battle, and the final winner was me. But the time-space distortion caused by the battle formed a small black hole of 887, and then I was caught, said Tony of the all-new Infinite Gems armor. I'm a little different. I successfully rewrote the history of my universe's destruction, and then when I returned, I was dragged in by it, thinking, Dachao said. Wait a minute, you said, did we change the timeline, and the destruction or new life that was going to happen, so we were caught in this white world space? Tony asked suddenly. Thinking Chao shook his head, not sure what Tony said. Impossible. The owner of the big hand has captured the incarnations of some cosmic rules such as eternal and infinity. I don't think he is a judge. His goal is only the highest level of combat power. The conversation lasted about 2 minutes. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth raised a charming degree. What's wrong with you? What did you think? Dachao kept looking at Luo Bing and asked curiously. No, I don't know the identity of the big hand for the time being, but guys, maybe I'm going to escape again? Tony. 35 All the great gods imprisoned here. What do you mean? Why did you only come in for 2 minutes? Are you trying to escape again? Save it. Do you really think you are here to travel? All the evil spirits looked in this direction with disdain. Luo Bing and Dachao Tony's Chad did not add any cover-up, they could hear it clearly. Not only did they hear it clearly, but in the dim space outside, the two intelligent humanoid creatures also sneered with disdain. They stared at the monitoring panel and listlessly watched Luo Bing's actions. Advertisement. Is it really possible for him to escape? One of the supervisors asked curiously. Impossible. The master has repaired the space-time code of the White World Prison, let alone this person named Luo Bing. Now even the master, if he does not use the power beyond the class, cannot open the entrance of the space from the inside, another the superintendent replied. However, just as their voices fell, Luo Bing's golden pupils flashed a strange light. In another time and space, blood tears flowed from Luo Bing's eyes, and a pitch-black Shenwei space channel opened in front of him. Huh. Just when everyone was still watching the joke, Luo Bing in the White World space instantly disappeared in place. 2-minute tour of White World Prison, end. Boom rumble. The giant hand followed, and an angry roar came from the endless white space. At the same time, above the blue star, the two Luo Bings merged into one, taking a breath. Roar. As expected of me, I saved myself in 2 years. Looking at the turbulent water around him, Luo Bing pulled out the 14-tailed tree from a certain part of his stomach. Ontology returns to integrate, which is not necessary at all. So, it was completely sealed by Luo Bing and thrown into the Shenwei space. Careful, cautious. Being arrested this time shows that I am not careful enough, no. I have to be in retreat for tens of thousands of years. But this place can't stay longer. After paying attention, Luo Bing took a look at the coordinates of Madara Uchiha and others, and the whole person instantly turned into a light, and disappeared in a flash. In the next instant, Luo Bing directly activated triple luck without a trace of hesitation. Luck is really important to him now, and the various consequences caused by luck are no longer within his scope of consideration. Life is the most important thing, as for other issues, don't care. From now on, I want to be surrounded by luck every moment. Advertisement lucky aura is off, permanently on. I can't believe it, I can still be arrested? Shutting through the planetary groups, Luo Bing quickly flew out of the solar system here, and flew all the way to the vague coordinates. Although he didn't dare to traverse the black hole at will, there was no problem with the short-distance space-time jump. Compared with the long time of the black hole journey, the space-time jump is only a moment, which is within the controllable range of Luo Bing. His space ability and original energy reserves allow him to make such a willful move. At the same time, Luo Bing himself was not idle during the flight. The background retreat mode was permanently turned on, and the cultivation of Qi in the past 2 years has not been completely abandoned. He integrated Qi and Wugo immortal body's original energy, and slowly cultivated a higher order energy that was full of endless miracles. And it's not a long trip, because the triple lucky aura is permanently turned on. A miraculous phenomenon has happened in the universe. A lot of wealth planets, a lot of mineral planets converge in all directions towards a moving point 5.0. In an instant, a wealth route appeared inexplicably in the treasure map of the universe. And Luo Bing is like a magnet with a huge magnetic force. He is always attracting the wealth of the universe around him. Those riches couldn't catch up with him, so they stayed where they were, probably because the relationship exceeded the magnetic range. However, there are occasions where the speed is fast, or the mineral planet that appears in front of Luo Bing is taken into the Shenwei space by Luo Bing. Sailing all the way. Finally, 2 years later, a miraculous light passed through the atmosphere of a planet and landed on the sea. Boom. What happened? Luffy, look ahead, 99. Nami-chan, turn the rudder, there are huge waves ahead, 55. Chapter 257 The Man Who Fell from the Sky, like a whale like the sea. Huge amounts of waves set off a frenzy of more than 10 meters, and the thin hull of the Mary appeared very weak and shaky in front of this ferocious beast. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Swish, Luffy's hand spread dozens of meters away, like a long rope, directly wrapped around the main pole of the Mary that was about to break. Go hard, Luffy, 9, come on, a-hole, 6, Sauron. Give it to me. Swish, a man appeared out of nowhere at the bow of the boat. He has short green hair, a dark green head scarf tied to his left arm, 3 golden drop-shaped earrings in his left ear, a white t-shirt on his upper body, a green belly roll around his waist, dark green trousers, and black boots, with 3 sabers hanging from his waist. At the moment, the 3 swords had all been unsheathed, and the left and right hands were lying on each side, and the teeth were clenching the 3rd sword. 9 mountains and 8 seas, those who are not selfless, 3,000 worlds. 3 swords profound truth 3,000 worlds. The blade in the green-haired man's hand spun like a big windmill, and the strong wind roared out, and mixed in the hurricane was the invisible spurt of sword air. Shish. A few cold lights flashed past 14, and the huge wave in front of him was instantly cut into dozens of pieces, and then gradually recovered and calmed down. Zoro let out a rough breath, put down the sword in his hand, and looked at the distant shore with his eyes like falcon. In that place, the deep invisible vortex, that is the reason for this sudden tsunami. Thanks, Zoro. Luffy jumped down from the mast, supported the straw hat on his head, followed Zoro's line of sight, and looked into the distance curiously. Luffy, there seems to be an Aquaman blocking the way ahead. We're going to change the course. Nami glanced at the nautical chart, and a haze flashed in her eyes. If we were to completely bypass this vortex, we would have to delay at least half a day's flight. 1. Sanji vomited a melancholy smoke ring, and his face was also very ugly. Due to Madara Uchiha's sudden arrival 4 years ago, the world of pirates at the moment has undergone huge amounts of deviation from history. But one thing that the butterfly effect can't change has happened. That is, advertisement: the second head of the Whitebeard Pirates, the son of Roger, the eldest brother of Luffy, Ace, was arrested. And tomorrow, it's Ace's public execution day. The Straw Hat Gang passed all the obstacles and marched towards Molinfando, but they were not as good as the sky, and the sudden formation of the maelstrom completely blocked their way. Hateful. Ace, 35. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, bloodshot from his gums. He looked at the maelstrom in front of him, and the natural deterrent effect of seawater on fruit ability users surrounded him in his mind. The sea is mysterious and unpredictable, and the Aquaman class is an invisible killer lurking in the sea, and everyone dares not touch their brows. Go ahead. Full speed ahead, Luffy shouted, his eyes filled with determination. He couldn't take care of that anymore. His brother Ace's execution day was imminent, and they broke out from the advanced city all the way, and they encountered an accident on the way and the people were scattered. But it's a promise with his friends, and his determination to save Ace. Luffy is absolutely, I won't succumb to the maelstrom. The good partners glanced at each other and didn't need to say much. The tacit understanding they had cultivated over the years made them unconditionally believe in Luffy. It's not the whirlpool sound, isn't it the Aquaman class? Fight. Although Chopper's legs were shaking, he still cheered himself up. The Mary was running at full speed, and the horsepower was at its peak. Looking at the maelstrom that was about to enter in front of her, Nami turned to look at Luffy and her friends. Luffy understood immediately and put his thumb in his mouth. The others also nodded. The crisis in the maelstrom is unpredictable, since there is no certainty of sailing safely, then. Just fly over. 3 blocks, rubber giant bazooka. 180 troublesome phoenix. Luffy and Zoro made a reasonable noise, and huge amounts of reverse thrust pushed the Mary high into the sky. Sanji. Please. Nami steered the mainsail, keeping it in the plane airflow. Understood. Sanji dropped the cigarette in his mouth and jumped straight down. Advertisement. 6 forms. Moon walk. Clang clang. The Sanji promoter Mary was getting higher and farther, and soon passed the sky above the maelstrom. Awesome. We made it. By roared Chopper. Great. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. His huge fist like a mountain was rapidly withering. Don't be too happy, bastards, Sanji scolded secretly. A few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Carrying the Mary in the sky with a moonstep, this is not an easy thing. Zoro kept releasing the simplified version of the trouble wind towards his back. Huge amounts of wind-driven Mary keep it constantly going. Whether it can fly is one thing, and it's another thing when it hits the ground later. Everyone pay attention, don't be careless. Sauron spit out a few words indifferently, his brows were frowning all the time. The dark maelstrom below that always gave him a bad premonition. It seems that there is some kind of horror hidden in there. At this time, everyone invariably looked towards the center of the vortex, where it was pitch black as ink. A golden light appeared vaguely, and then, a golden light penetrated the sky and the earth, rushing up directly from the bottom of the sea, with a reverse current like a waterfall. Fei straight up 3,000 feet, and instantly drowned the Mary. With this amazing upside-down waterfall, the Mary in the sky was overturned directly, and it fell towards the lower 887 side in a hurry. Careful! The Straw Hat pirate ship suddenly became nervous. When the Mary sank into the sea, a group of fruit ability land ducks put on will lose all their physical strength. It will be a very dangerous thing, not to mention, the golden light in the turbulent sea. I don't know what it is, kind of monster. In the chaos, Chopper hugged the mast of the ship tightly, and Nami, who was on the side, flew into the air without any weight, and was grabbed by the rubberized Luffy's arm by one leg. Sauron pulled his sharp blade out of the sheath and looked at the incomparable abyss beneath him, his eyes flashing with cold light. However, at this moment, everything calmed down instantly. The terrifying eye of the vortex on the sea instantly reverted to calm, and the Mary stopped on the sea safely and stably. What is it? Sanji climbed onto the boat in embarrassment and looked around in confusion. The abrupt, clear and warm voice like the sun was transmitted to the ears of everyone, making them refreshed, as if the cells in the whole body became warm. Ah, I'm sorry guys, I fell asleep during the landing. I'm so sorry for the trouble I caused you guys. A man in splendid brocade clothes scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, and the hem of his clothes fluttered in the wind. And on his thigh, there are water plants with strange shapes, and on the water plants are condensed one after another. Devil Fruit. Chapter 258. Straw Hat Pirates. Luo Bing glanced at the strange water plants and strange fruits hanging on his legs with disgust. While looking at the stunned straw hats in front of him, he ripped off the water plants from his body and threw them into the sea together with the fruits. Crash. A sudden wave came over, and all the fruits that had just been thrown into the sea were lifted up by the wave and fell onto the cabin. Luo Bing. Got it. This should be a good thing. And because of the lucky halo, even if he throws away these treasures, all kinds of accidents will happen and they will be recovered. He kicked the devil fruit, which Luo Bing regarded as trash. Luo Bing rubbed his stomach and made a gurgling sound. Introduce myself. My name is Luo Bing. I'm from the outside world. I don't belong to this world. Oh. By the way, do you have anything to eat? As soon as the sentence was finished, an Aquaman slammed onto the deck. This was an octopus-like creature. At this moment, it was dying, almost burping. Under the trick of fate, it competed for territory with the large Aquaman beast in another sea area a few hours ago. Then he was seriously injured and fled. He fled all the way for tens of thousands of nautical miles, and was finally lifted by the tide and dropped on the deck of the Mary. The Mary wobbled and almost didn't sink to the bottom of the sea. Because the size of this octopus is really too big. Maybe. It still has a breath, just to keep it fresh. Fantastic. The food came. Hey, I've never eaten such a big octopus before, ha. Luo Bing stretched his waist and looked cheerfully at the group of straw hats who continued to stand still in front of him, as if they were petrified, and said with a smile, let's eat together, 99? Weirdo. In a strange way, strangely falling from the sky. Strange feet with 3 devil fruits strapped to them. And strangely threw the devil fruit into the sea. At last, strangely enough, there is an octopus Aquaman who has thrown himself into the net. This is so weird too, FK. Fortunately, this guy Luffy has always been a cute and simple-minded boy. He quickly accepted all this, and took Luo Bing to visit the construction and layout of the various cabins of the Mary. Advertisement aside, Chef Sanji is staring at the giant Aquaman in front of him, constantly muttering what boutique, treasure, extraordinary ingredients are in the mouth. The flame of the god of food was slowly burning above his head, and about 108 recipes had appeared in his mind. And Nami. Not to mention, she seems to be stunned at the moment, with a nympho face. She almost praised. Good, handsome, and so on. Words hang in the mouth. Silly Deer Chopper stared wide-eyed and circled around the devil fruit that no one cared about on the deck. The symbol of money flashed in its eyes. An ordinary devil fruit is worth at least 100 million Bailey. And those powerful rare fruits are even more valuable. OMG, picking up 3 devil fruits for nothing. The only one who is still normal and sensible is Sauron. In fact, the Straw Hat Pirate ship group, Zoro is a few normal people, although he sometimes can be lunatic. The man from outside the sky. Is it related to the god clan that appeared out of thin air 4 years ago? Zoro frowned tightly. He remembered a legend that spread over the sea. 4 years ago, a group of gods descended from the sky appeared in Marin Vando. Then, a man named Madara stirred up the battle called Shame of the Navy. Do you want to dance too? The man folded his arms and said. Subsequently, he overturned Marin Vando alone, and his other partners swept away a lot of documents and materials, and finally disappeared over the sea. And in that war, the admiral was in front of Madara and couldn't even cry a baby. A means of destroying. If it wasn't for one of Madara's partners to stop him, I am afraid that in that war, Marin Vando would simply cease to exist. Actually, as for the contradiction between the two sides, it is unknown now that people are saying what they say. Inferred from inside information. In fact, A few adjutants of the Navy uttered wild words, perhaps a little arrogant, angering the great god named Madara. In fact, it can be understood as pretending to be unreasonable and being **ed. There are 4 emperors in the sea, advertisement. And the 5 people from the sky who overturned the naval headquarters were dubbed the 5 gods outside the sky. They are exaggerated like gods, with energy and moves that no one can understand. They are not fruit capable, and they are not afraid of seawater at all. And they seem to be full of curiosity about this world. While swept away a lot of documents, the devil fruits of the Navy headquarters also disappeared completely. After that, the 5 gods of heaven and earth completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Some people speculate that they may have gone to the New World route. There are also speculations that they may have already left this planet. However, all the above information about the 5 gods outside the sky was blocked by Marin Vando. Shame on the Navy. Bring it up and die. Zoro watched Luo Bing, who was very happy to communicate with Luffy in the distance, regardless of his image. A streak of cold sweat was left on his forehead. He is not one of the 5 gods outside the sky, but definitely has something to do with the 5 gods outside the sky. Thinking of this, Zoro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the whole person became a lot nervous and restrained. The aliens are too cruel. Just say that Spot. People just Qianjiao provoked him. He asked others if they wanted to dance, and then destroyed the entire Marin Fando, killing all the generals. After 3 years of maintenance, Malin Fando has been basically repaired until now. That's just too reckless. On the other hand, Luo Bing watched the Straw Hat guy in front of him getting more and more pleasing to the eye. For some reason, he saw the shadow of Naruto on this guy. So similar. Especially the phrase, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King, has the same effect as Naruto's phrase, I am the man who wants to become Hokage. It looks like a tiger printed out of a mold, whether it is character or the kind of silly carefree. So similar. The most like is their determination and courage. This made Luo Bing understand instantly, very likely. This Straw Hat guy is the protagonist of this world. Chapter 259 Luffy's magical way of thinking. Foodie Sanji on the Merry finally completed his solo show. The Octopus Aquaman class draws a gorgeous reversal under his kitchen knife. The sun shines on the Merry and the deck glows with steaming glowing delicacies. Yes, from a visual point of view, this is simply the pinnacle of culinary skills, and the food is shining brightly, and it seems to make people feel happy. Luo Bing was born with a bright personality and never felt restrained. The sea breeze blew Zoro's bangs, and he frowned, looking at Luo Bing, who was completely disregarding his image and feasting with Luffy, leaving 3 black lines on his forehead. Such a person can really be equated with the alien? Then, under the constant call of Luffy's roar, Zoro couldn't even think about it so much, and immediately joined the feasting team. An hour later, apart from Luo Bing and Nami, a group of pregnant women lay on the deck and touched their round belly, gasping for breath. It's amazing. You didn't see your belly get bigger after eating so much. It's amazing. You are definitely the most amazing guy I've ever seen. Hee. Luffy smirked and praised, while Zoro and Sanji on the side instantly shed 2 drops of cold sweat on their foreheads. You be ************* D. Are you following something weird? Sanji and Zoro looked at each other and sighed at the same time. 887. Hey, green-haired boy, do you have any questions to ask me? See your eyes dodging. Say anything if you have anything to say. Luo Bing lay on his back on the sun lounger, playing with circles in his hands. The strange round fruit said casually. Zoro was shocked. He thought he had covered it up well, but is it still seen? Luffy was confused, looked at Luo Bing in astonishment, then turned to look at Zoro. What happened? Luffy asked with a simple and honest smile. Sanji looked at Zoro, although he also doubted the identity of this man of unknown origin, but he didn't know as much as Zoro after all. Think about that story. After all, that legend is too ethereal and illusory. Zoro narrowed his eyes and said, on the sea, there is a legend. Luffy immediately raised his hand excitedly. I know, it is said that Rough Tail, as the end of the Great Route, the hiding place of One Piece, is the dream place of countless pirates. Beffa. Shameful One Piece. Ha. I will be the first to get there. 99. Zoro. 39 ADVERTISEMENT. Idiot. That's not what I'm talking about. Zoro rolled his eyes wildly. Luffy scratched the back of his head with a puzzled look on his face. I see, it's that one. Sanji suddenly thought of something, first glanced at Zoro, then turned to look at Luo Bing. Zoro nodded. At this time, Nami and Chopper seemed to have understood something from their communication, and their expressions became more cautious. Could it be that legend is true? Nami couldn't believe it. I always feel that there is a big problem. In recent years, the Navy has been concealing this legend from the outside world, but if Mr. Luo Bing is really an outsider, then Chopper said halfway, and looked at it. To Luo Bing, no need to say the following words, everyone understands. Oh, not right. There's one exception. Luffy scratched his ears and scratched his cheeks, almost going crazy. Wait, what are you talking about? The crew members' attention was instantly attracted by Luffy's side. They looked at each other and said in unison, 5 gods outside the sky. Nani? Luffy's eyes widened. It is said that there are not only 4 emperors at sea, but also a mysterious 5 gods outside the sky. Being able to be called roar as a god is naturally extraordinary in strength. However, for many pirates, it was just an ethereal legend, because no pirates had ever had contact with them at all, and the only Navy government that directly confronted them also ordered to block this topic. Do not discuss, do not admit. After all, it's not something worth showing off. Right. Luffy suddenly jumped up and looked at Luo Bing in shock. His belly bounced twice on the board like a rubber ball. Brother Luo Bing. You seem to have said that you are from the outside world, right? Outer space. To which island does it belong? Sauron. Sanji. Advertisement Nami. Chopper. Sometimes the thinking ability of the captain of the spaceship. It's really puzzling. 5 gods outside the sky. Oh, that's right, the green-haired guy. Is there a guy in the 5 gods you mentioned who asks others if they want to dance at every turn? And 2 guys have horns on their heads, and there is a carefree guy planting trees everywhere to gamble, and a guy like a snake? What kind of novel description is this? Zoro's face darkened at first. He really didn't like the name, green hair, roar. The hair color is in the womb, what can he do? However, facing the powerful and awe-inspiring outsider, Luo Bing, he still nodded his head truthfully. I don't know the specific information, but there is a powerful figure in the 5 gods. Do you also want to dance? Is what he once said, and his companions seemed to call him Spot. Luo Bing nodded, responded to the coordinates of the 5 people remotely, and explained, it's Madara Uchiha. We are from other planets, but the spacecraft had some accidents during the spaceship, and then we dispersed, and I am also a flower. It took 4 years to find this planet. Zoro nodded. It seems that you are their companion. Companion. Well, although the relationship is not very close, but in general, I am their captain. Damn, I was worried about their safety, but I didn't expect these guys to be arrogant. In this world it's not bad. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, materialized a cigarette out of thin air, and threw another one to Sanji as a reward for his delicious food. Yoshi, I understand. Luffy shouted. It turns out that you are also the captain. Me too. Haha, here's our partner Mary, Captain Luo Bing, you are welcome. Sauron. Sanji. Nami. Chopper. Luffy is still so big. You can recognize it by the name. The spaceship and our ship are not the same concept. Advertisement Chapter 260 Boss, why are you so arrogant? By the way, a spaceship. Is it a flying ship? The flying ship must be very fast, right? Luffy suddenly became envious, if only he could have a flying ship. Then he will rush to Marin Fando very quickly to rescue his brother. It's so fast, it's like the speed of a tortoise, it takes decades for a small flight to fly. Luo Bing looked disgusted, and the speed of the spaceship was many times slower in front of him. But that's for Luo Bing personally. But disgust is disgust, the stability of the spacecraft is still unmatched by individuals. And the spaceship imagined by Luffy is obviously not the same concept as the big guy described by Luo Bing. He had just experienced the short-lived spaceship, and now he still has an illusion about the spaceship. It's amazing. Decades of voyage. Luffy didn't know what he was in shock and admiration. In short, his brain circuit was very different from other people's. However, at this moment, the Mary, which was driving on the sea, suddenly hit a rock. The whole Mary stopped instantly, and the ship shook violently. But fortunately, the sailing speed at the moment was not too fast, and the hull of the Mary was not very damaged. However, there was still a hole in the bow, and a large amount of seawater was poured into the interior. Oops, the Mary is going to sink. It's strange, how could it hit something? Nami was taken aback, and quickly prepared an early warning plan. Sanji's expression instantly became serious. Luffy, Zoro, lift off the Mary, there are no islands nearby, we must complete the repair work in the air, please. Don't worry, I just had a full meal, and I have all the strength in my body. Luffy roared, glanced at Zoro, and the two nodded, and they were about to replicate the act of launching the Mary. However, at this moment, a crisp snap of fingers echoed in everyone's ears. In the absence of external interference, the Mary took off inexplicably. This is an amazing ability. Chopper glanced at Luo Bing, and it was obvious that Luo Bing, an outsider, had snapped his fingers for the Mary's ability to lift off on his own. Unbelievable. How did he do it? Sanji was stunned, looking at the Mary, who was getting taller and taller, and glanced at Luo Bing, who didn't move. Snapped. Another crisp finger snap came out, and the sea beneath him suddenly cracked open. The seawater flowed, completely contrary to the power of nature, and a large number of fish fell straight into the cracked abyss below because of the loss of water. And the culprit who hit the Mary also appeared in everyone's field of vision. That's it. Nami suddenly widened her eyes, and the little friends beside her were not much better. A dilapidated ship covered in gold came into view. This is a pirate ship full of golden treasure chests, but for some reason, the pirate ship was forced to sink here. Advertisement: the interior of the cabin is badly damaged, with a large number of hollow holes, and various fish live in the cabin. There are countless gold that shimmers with golden light. One of the boxes felt weird. Luo Bing beckoned gently, and the maverick box flew up and opened. Another two strange devil fruits appeared in front of Luo Bing. Shipwreck. Treasure. This. Not to mention the wealthy Chopper, even Luffy, who has always been big, widened his eyes at the moment. Anyone who was driving the boat well and suddenly hit the rocks thought it was a disaster, but it turned out that the treasure was delivered to the door by himself. Come on, are you surprised? Are you excited? Are you impressed? When did they have such luck? And the devil fruit thing has become so cheap now? In an hour before and after, I saw 5 of them. This. Luo Bing. 35. This is Luo Bing careless. In fact, he has been focusing on outer space. Whenever there are small planets that are actively approaching him, they are all taken into the Shenwei space by him, and his Shenwei space is large enough to completely wrap this planet now. But I didn't expect. I was patronizing the treasures that came from the sky, and 1 or 2 would pop up from the bottom of the sea from time to time. Luo Bing looked helpless. Fortunately, he's getting used to it now. And it is bound to be tough to keep the lucky halo on. Although it is a bit troublesome to keep picking up treasures, it is better than an accident. Behold. Look at Luo Bing's open-minded thinking now. If anyone knew what he thought of at the moment, they would definitely spit him to death. Are you still tired of picking up the baby? For flowers, 0? Why are you so arrogant? Cough. Sorry, the treasure should be brought here by me. My physique has been very different from others since I was a child. I often attract various treasures inexplicably. Please don't mind. As for the Mary, I will help repair it. Advertisement. Luo Bing pretended to cough and explained embarrassedly. Just as he opened his mouth, a giant eagle passed by in the sky, staggered, and a plant in his mouth fell directly and hung on Luo Bing on the body. Take a closer look. Have to. What a devil fruit. Sauron. Sanji. Nami. Chopper. Luffy. Master, ask for teaching. I want to be as good as you too. Chopper's eyes flashed with money symbols, and he almost threw himself on Luo Bing's thigh. Is there such a person in the world? And such a thing? I can't even think about killing me. Big guy, you still lack a deck washer on your spaceship. I sign up. What should I say? I finally know the 5 gods outside the sky. Why are they called gods? This is God's luck. Zoro was stunned in place and did not speak for a long time. 4 High 1. Luffy, Nami, and Sanji basically won't say anything other than amazing, and their essence seems to have become a repeater. Alas. It's this kind of gold garbage again. Luo Bing sighed. Although his divine power was very large, he really didn't want to hold these garbage anymore. He waved his hand and moved these things directly to the Mary, on the deck. Boom. The entire Mary roared and shook twice in the air, because there were too many golden treasure chests. Please dispose of these things. Leaving them in the sea is very damaging to the environment, Luo Bing said in a troubled manner. Luffy and his party didn't know what to say, and immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Boss. You can rest assured. We will definitely take care of this rubbish. Just leave this little thing to us. Please. Be sure to leave it to us. End. Chapter 261. The Industrial Revolution of Orochimaru. If even gold is considered garbage, then I'd rather pick up garbage for the rest of my life. The Mary was suspended in the air in a suitable position, and Chopper successfully transformed into a little giant in an instant, carrying a box full of gold with star eyes. Others are no exception and work hard. And Luo Bing, in order to block the small hole in front of the Mary's hull, he has hesitation at the moment. Chapter 1080. The design drawings were spinning around in his head, and all the bells and whistles were eliminated by him. He just repaired the hull with fantasy, and then added 2 rocket thrusters at the stern. That's all. When the wrecked treasure was removed, the sea closed automatically and the Mary fell back to the sea. However, judging from the magnitude of the sinking of the hull of the 887, the ship obviously felt heavier. But it doesn't matter, the sense of accomplishment attached to this weight cannot be described in words. What makes people speechless is Chopper. At the moment, he is guarding the door of the treasure house in the cabin. His legs are weak, his whole body is lying on the hill made of gold coins and gold nuggets, and he refuses to come out after being beaten to death. Okay, I don't have anything to do here. See you next time. I'm going to find my partner. Luo Bing made a move, roar, and disappeared instantly along the sensed space node. Bye. Without saying goodbye, Luffy waved his hand toward the empty sky, and his expression changed from happy to lonely and serious. Hey, Nami, sail at full speed, rescue Ace. Under the cry of Luffy, the entire Mary set sail again. Ah, what is the whole red button for? Luffy poked with his hand curiously. Oh, by the way, just now Mr. Luo Bing told me that it was used for acceleration, Nami returned aloud. Accelerate? Advertisement? Great, all I want now is speed, 35? Luffy suddenly pressed the red button. Then, a 12-level strong wind blew in the calm sea, and a meteor flashed past, leaving behind a fiery red tail flame and a huge wave of several meters. Ollie! There was a scream from above the Mary. Luffy and the others were holding the mast tightly, and the whole face was shape-shifted by the wind. What makes people incomprehensible is that with such a powerful speed, the Mary did not collapse directly, but was exceptionally strong. This must be the credit of Luo Bing. A beautiful island. The island looks no different from other islands, but this is only in terms of appearance. In fact, the entire island is covered with layers of mist formations, and there is an earth-shaking difference between the outside and the inside. This is a city of steel. All kinds of machines that surpass the knowledge and civilization of this world are running tirelessly, large-scale nuclear reactor generators, steel plants, microelectronics, in vitro controllable divisions, etc. With a pair of gentle eyes, the scholar Orochimaru diligently studied the nuclear knowledge theory in his hand for the 26th time. Fission is only possible with very massive nuclei such as uranium, thorium, and plutonium. The nuclei of these atoms, after absorbing a neutron, split into two or more nuclei of lower mass, releasing two nuclei at the same time. When three neutrons and a large amount of energy are reached, other nuclei can then undergo nuclear fission, making the process continue. This process is called a chain reaction. When the nucleus undergoes nuclear fission, huge amounts are released of energy is called nuclear energy, commonly known as atomic energy. Closing the book, Orochimaru silently praised twice. He had some heart palpitations, but fortunately his former teammate Deidara was illiterate. Otherwise, at this time, he would definitely have said the words, "Art is an explosion," again. But, sometimes, the explosion is not a kind of art. For example, the ninja nuclear fission missile made by the Orochimaru branchline time. Advertisement. If you put it in the former Naruto world, it would be no problem to destroy a country in 1 second. Puppets come and go on the streets. They're puppets created by Kagaya that can think independently and simply. This stuff greatly fills the shortage of manpower needed by the factory. Now Orochimaru's goal is to rebuild a spaceship. Pity. All materials need to be produced by himself. Even a small screw can't be careless. The crisis in the universe is no joke. Any rivet needs to go through strict inspection. So, Orochimaru had to start its own industrial revolution. In this practice, his theoretical knowledge has been confirmed one after another, and the whole person's thoughts and brain holes have expanded one step further. Orochimaru has surpassed himself and indulged in the Scientific Research and Development Center for the past 4 years. However, the rest of the restless guys don't have that much patience. Kagaya Otsutsuki and Yui Otsutsuki are okay. No matter how the two of them are locked in the moon and lonely for thousands of years, the other has been wandering in the dead world for thousands of years, and they have long since developed their patience. But Madara Uchiha and Shisho Hashirama were obviously a little panicked. At the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, 2 people were able to fight, but later, they were completely incapable of doing anything, and a puppet was more beautiful than them in 5.0, so they simply ignored this aspect. The two started a race on the premise of collecting devil fruits, without interfering with the normal functioning of the world. Don't snatch and steal other people's devil fruits, only allow yourself to find those lost and unowned devil fruits. In 4 years, Madara Uchiha found 3, and Shisho Hakuma found 5. However, because Hashima lost 3 in a casino, Madara has a comparative advantage in the current situation. Luo Bing appeared beside Orochimaru out of thin air. Pat. Scientist Snake Mumu's excited eyes fell directly to the ground. Chapter 262 Reunion. After 4 years. If words can describe the inner feelings of Orochimaru at the moment, then maybe only a few exclamation marks can be summed up. Originally, a group of people ate hot pot and sang songs, happily wanting to go to Datongmu Zuxing to harvest a wave, but they were cut off halfway. After that, they separated from Luo Bing and lived in this world for 4 years. But fortunately, this is a less dangerous world. With their strength, they can adapt perfectly, but Orochimaru was obviously not reconciled. He didn't spend all his time waiting for Luo Bing's return. On the contrary, he built an uninhabited island and used the theoretical knowledge he learned from books to become practical step by step, setting off an industrial revolution that only belongs to him. He did it, and without the interference of other external forces, Orochimaru is confident that he can build all the materials needed for a spaceship within 20 years. But now, obviously, there is no need, because the man is back. I knew you would come back 14, Mr. Luo Bing. Orochimaru bowed slightly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were very respectful. Well done. If I have the opportunity, I will introduce someone to you. That guy is called Tony, and he is also an uncompromising genius. Luo Bing looked around the modern city full of industrialized atmosphere, and looked at the puppets representing men and women on the street. People. Kaguya's craftsmanship is still real enough, and those puppets look like real life. If it weren't for their uniform sluggish expressions and the slightly uncharacteristically indistinguishable public faces, absolutely no one would realize that they were not human. Shish. 2 more figures flew over from the woods in the distance. Both of them are dressed in white royal robes, with the exclusive logo of Otsutsuki engraved on the back of the robes, and their heads have sharp horns. Lord Luo Bing. Lord Luo Bing. Kagaya and Yui were equally overjoyed, except for Madara and Hashima who were not here. The other 3 of the 5 gods in the sky had indeed not moved their places for 4 years. What made Luo Bing more puzzled was that the 3 of them didn't even have the slightest impression of the big hand of nothingness that emerged from the black hole. They even said that in their subjective thoughts, they could not see that thing at all. Advertisement. At that time, the scene was very chaotic. The surrounding time and space collapsed and disintegrated. Otsutsuki Momoya and Jinshi died directly in that void tear. The reason is that their hands and feet are tied, and they have no ability to act, so they can't resist at all. Luo Bing couldn't help frowning after hearing this. Could it be that the big hand not only has no interest in weak people, but weak people can't even see it? I don't think about it anymore, I don't understand it anyway. After a little inquiries, Luo Bing realized that these 2 days were the execution days of the Navy. One Piece Roger's son, Ace's execution day. Therefore, this sensational news spread instantly on the sea. For a time, the whole Marin Vatican was very lively. The forces in the shadows were surging, and the Navy was equipped with a large number of people and forces in Marin Vando to prevent the pirates from making troubles. At such a wonderful moment, Madara and Asuma, the 2 restless fellows, naturally went to join in the fun. Is that the case? It sounds very lively. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I'm afraid the little friends he just met will also appear in this excitement. In that case, let's go join in the fun. Luo Bing quickly made a decision and said. Orochimaru was a little puzzled, he didn't know what to do with it. If Mr. Luo Bing wants to know the hidden location of One Piece, I might as well ask Luo Ji a dire reincarnation to ask. Orochimaru said with a little thought. Luo Bing gave him a roll of eyes, and the Orochimaru was a little hairy and sweaty, and then he went shopping in this miniature industrial capital. Lord Luo Bing, what does this mean? Do I want to be reincarnated in the dirt? Orochimaru looked at Kagaya and Otsutsuki Yui with a puzzled expression. Definitely no. What do you think the treasures on this planet would be attractive to? If you want me to say, the strange, devil fruits, on this planet are still a little bit different. Although they are not as exaggerated as chakra fruits, the key is that there are a lot of them, and each has a unique ability. Kagaya shrugged and said. Advertisement. Yui Otsutsuki on the side nodded in agreement. He is also very interested in the devil fruits in this world, but he has not deliberately searched for them. Orochimaru's face darkened instantly. Anything that can increase his strength, or something novel, he will study carefully and patiently. In the past 2 years, Orochimaru purchased an evil 887 magic fruit on the black market, and took it back to the laboratory to conduct a series of inspections and sampling. Result. The whole laboratory was filled with the smell of septic tank. Orochimaru feels conflicted when he recalls it now. This fruit is strange, but the taste. It's really not something that ordinary people can bear. It takes a lot of courage to take this thing. Luo Bing walks alone on the street full of puppets, all kinds of breaths on his body are integrating one by one. Since he left the White World prison again, there seems to be some new situation in his daily ability system, or maybe the demand for Luo Bing's daily triple ability to fully activate is too great. Seems like the system is a little overwhelmed. I don't understand. In short, it is in a state of crash, or it is in an upgrade state. And Luo Bing, at the moment, even he can't figure out what he knows, because there are so many things. Even in the past, there were 200 or 300 exercises in Luo Bing's head. And, all of them are God-level exercises. Now Luo Bing's hesitation is that he doesn't know which one he wants to learn. Chapter 263. I destroyed the universe twice today. There are too many God-level exercises, each of which is the best of the best. Luo Bing felt that it was hard to give up just by looking at the description of the exercises. After thinking about it, he still hasn't made a final decision. I can't tell the difference between good and bad just by looking at the literal description. If I make the wrong choice, I won't even be able to cry. Luo Bing has a headache. This is definitely not a happy headache. This is the trouble with too many choices. In this way, the time quickly passed in Luo Bing's hesitation. As night fell, the clock rang at midnight in this nascent industrial city. Ding. Sign in successfully. The infinity ability, I want it all, has been delivered. Please enjoy it. Ability description. Only children make choices. As an adult, I definitely choose safety. Special abnormal ability. Can be actively triggered when faced with a choice, ignoring any principal rule. Luo Bing. 6635. After being stunned for about 3 minutes, Luo Bing's head was still in a state of panic and did not respond. What's the meaning? I cracked. I want it all. What? What the hell is this ignoring any principal rule? Confused and puzzled, Luo Bing blinked his eyes, gulped his saliva, a crazy and daring attention quietly bred in his heart. Then, he snapped his fingers. Luo Bing too appeared beside him. It is a simple duplication technique, and the consciousness of the two people is connected. Then, a simple and rough staged attempt was staged in an instant. Luo Bing 2. Ontology. You now have more than 200 God-level exercises. Which one do you want to practice? Luo Bing opened his mouth tremblingly and activated his skill. I want it all. Boom. A dazzling white light flashed, and because of the violent fluctuation of energy, the newly formed Luo Bing 2 directly turned into smoke and dissipated in the air. And Luo Bing himself was immersed in a rather wonderful atmosphere because of the momentary dizziness. The key moment of his body's various parts turned into a string of human-shaped mysterious words connected together. Then, some key parts of the cryptic text were completely replaced and modified. Immediately after, Luo Bing's eyes darkened, the strange white light he saw completely disappeared, and the whole person woke up like a dream, stiff in place. Ding. God-level cultivation technique 9 ways divine dragon art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding. God-level exercises. Keishin good fortune art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding. God-level cultivation technique, 9 flames and different fire art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding. God-level cultivation technique Shinshin transformation is in the background to hang up and practice. Advertisement open black lens bracket at. The current practice progress of all exercises is 0.001%, and the transmission speed is 10,000 per second. Note. Your current physical aptitude, every second of cultivation is equivalent to 10,000 years of an ordinary human being. I cracked. Doesn't it mean that everyone can only choose one major in the practice in their lifetime? Too much will explode. What happened to me just now? What's going on with the words that you can't read on your body? Did I change my character settings myself? 35 Luo Bing's whole person is stupid. It is also possible that he has hung up too many God-level exercises in the background at the same time, and his brain CPU can't take it anymore. Chi. A white eye floated over Luo Bing's forehead. His head is burning, and this hot feeling is getting more and more obvious. Depend on fire. It's not the heat, it's the effect of cultivating God-level exercises related to flames. Depend on, so cold, did I trigger the special effects attached to Ice's God-level exercises? Damn it. Stop it for me, stop, Luo Bing was stunned. For some unknown reason, the superficial changes on his body suddenly disappeared in his subjective consciousness. Not all are gone. It can only be said that the influence has become much smaller, and 99.999% of the mutation effect has been contained by his body. It's strange. After practicing so many exercises all at once, my body didn't collapse? Luo Bing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and smashed his tongue. Is this the power of changing character settings? Infinity level ability. These two circles mean infinity, that is to say, the level of this ability is above the SSS level, meaning infinity. Luo Bing covered his face. He didn't know what to say anymore. His mood right now is complicated. Advertisement super complicated. But even at this juncture, Luo Bing's Death God Sutra was unexpectedly active. He thought about the upgrade button and clicked on the infinity level ability. Ding. Upgrade failed. This unexpected move finally came to an end as expected. Invalid operation. Obviously, this ability that cannot even be upgraded at the SSS level is even more impossible to use on the ability of the infinity level. Luo Bing took a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The beads of sweat that were thrown out fell on the ground. The world is nuclear flat. The universe is nuclear flat. Lifeforms in this universe will never realize. They were destroyed by a single drop of sweat. Standing in the ruins of the universe, Luo Bing gasped. His eyes looked like he had seen a ghost. No, Qian Zhao. What the hell, who can understand his current mood? Return, buzzing. Time and space were turbulent. Luo Bing cautiously returned to 5 minutes ago. Seal. Restraint. 5. The energy cannot be lost in the slightest. I have to keep calm. I don't want to destroy the universe anymore. Boom. Following Luo Bing's painful cry, a sonic attack shrouded the entire universe tiger. Like a broken mirror, the entire universe collapsed when it cooperated very well. Luo Bing standing in the endless void. I understand. I destroyed the universe again. I destroyed twice today. Ha. Chapter 264. You wait, I'll go catch an empress. Universe. Who am I to provoke me? Don't destroy me if you don't move. Luo Bing couldn't hear the voice of the universe. If he heard it, he would really say sorry. Sorry, I'm actually a superhero. It's really not my intention to destroy the universe so many times. Things were getting bigger and bigger. Luo Bing took a deep breath, and the whole person turned into a paralyzed expression. Then, he chose to go back one time, and the time returned to the far point. Calm down, handsome Luo Bing. You can't destroy the universe 3 times a day in a row. You can't do it again and again. It's a man. You have to hold back. Constantly adding psychological cues and energy defenses to himself, Luo Bing carefully took a deep breath of fresh air. Fortunately, this time, due to his restraint, he did not suck up all the oxygen in the entire universe at one time, and thus did not cause another collapse of the universe. Void Hand, have you seen it? 35, I'm coming to FK you soon? I didn't expect it. Was it a surprise? Ha. I can't do it again and again. I was rushed by you twice. Do you think there will be a third time? Luo Bing took a deep breath of Roar's 887 air again. Originally, in his plan, he was going to retreat for tens of thousands of years and then fight to the death with the master behind the big hand of the void. He didn't expect the plan to keep up with the changes. No longer. I don't even know how strong I am now, and I am even scared of myself when I start a rage. And now the progress of all exercises is only 0.001%. I'm just too strong, but I still have to be careful. Don't get carried away. 5. Careful, be careful. Advertisement, I want to be a prudent man. There is too much energy boost in a short period of time. Luo Bing must feel this change carefully and adapt to it. Otherwise, it will destroy the world at every turn. Shish. A black shadow flashed, and Orochimaru instantly appeared in place. He had no idea that he had even died twice, with a flattering smile. Lord Luo Bing, regarding your return, I have already informed Madara and Hasuma. They have prepared the final room for you, and you are welcome at any time. Then what are you waiting for? Just go ahead. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows without any hesitation. And many more. I don't know what came to mind. Luo Bing was slightly startled, and then began to say, I can't use my energy for a short time, you take me there. Huh? Orochimaru looked confused, not understanding Luo Bing's words very well. What? Are you trying to rebel? Luo Bing asked squintingly. No, definitely not. It seems that Mr. Luo Bing must have been injured in the void crack, leaving some hidden dangers, but please rest assured, I am absolutely loyal to you and have absolutely no thoughts. Orochimaru said in a very serious tone. Just kidding, he is no longer interested in fighting and killing. Science is what he most pursues now. As for Luo Bing, who gave him a lot of scientific books, Orochimaru is definitely grateful and will not have the slightest idea. But, Kagaya and Madara, Mr. Luo Bing, do you want to hide your injury? This is not the ninja world. If these two rebel at the same time, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. Orochimaru said thoughtfully. Luo Bing was speechless and waved his hand. It's not what you think, alas. Forget it, whatever you think, it doesn't matter. Orochimaru nodded ignorantly, and then made a decision in his heart, Beffa. Although he has basically understood the personalities of Madara and Kagaya in the past few years, he is not afraid of 10,000, but if something happens, he will definitely plan for the worst. Soon, Kagaya and Yui flashed over by means of space shifting. The attitude of the two has not changed in any way from before. Perhaps they already knew the fact of Luo Bing's injury, and they became much more cautious when speaking, looking around from time to take precautions. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Luo Bing was angry and funny. He didn't explain either. There really isn't much to explain. What do you want him to say? I try to avoid using energy now, because I'm afraid that if I use it too much, I will destroy the universe all at once. Stop talking. Wash and sleep. It seems that Luo Bing's acquiescent attitude has strengthened the thoughts in the hearts of the three people, and they have become more cautious. In the distance, Madara Uchiha and Shisho Hisuma also got the news of the first time, and their brows were furrowed. A look of concern. Madara has no intention of betrayal, and naturally Hashima will not. To be honest, Luo Bing not only resurrected them, but also their relatives, and Ban took the initiative to join in this operation. They all know that Luo Bing is a school. To be honest, they and Luo Bing are not in a relationship between superiors and subordinates, but in a delicate relationship similar to friends. After managing the black hole incident, they have regarded each other as recognized partners. No matter what nonsense they were thinking about, Luo Bing didn't care. He just followed Kaguya's space gate, and in a blink of an eye, he came from the industrial island to a wealthy island near Marinfondo. There, Madara Uchiha and Asuma have been waiting for a long time. It's really nice to see you again. Welcome back, Mr. Luo Bing. Madara Uchiha folded his arms across his chest, never forgetting the traditional virtues of the Uchiha clan, playing cool. On the other hand, Zujian still looked like that sloppy man, who kept laughing. I've arranged accommodation for you. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce you. This is the palace of the Tianlong people. You may not be familiar with the Tianlong people, but there's really nothing to introduce. By the way, Mr. Luo Bing, do you need me to arrange for Empress Hancock to wash your feet and massage your feet? Madara Uchiha asked with a smile. Who? Luo Bing frowned. Empress, I don't know too well. I heard that she is very famous. I'll just go and catch it, Madara said. Chapter 265. The Empress's foot treatment. Poya Hancock, the only woman who is one of the 7 Wuhei under the king, is standing respectfully in front of Luo Bing with a steaming footbath at the moment. Sitting on the throne, Luo Bing frowned slightly at the beauty in front of him. Obviously, judging from the flashing wheel eye logo in her pupils, this girl was 100% controlled by Madara's magic trick. This guy, Madara, when will he be doing all these bells and whistles? Luo Bing was a little speechless, but he wasn't too disgusted. Just wash your feet, give a massage, your nerves are tense enough for the day, and it's good to relax appropriately. Crash. The Empress gently rubbed Luo Bing's feet over and over again with her weak and boneless hands. Old girl, if you have more strength, you won't be strong. Luo Bing half squinted his eyes, reminding him from time to time. Perhaps it was because the illusion technique limited the strength of the Empress, or because the old girl was originally weak. Luo Bing always felt that it was not sour enough. It's still not as comfortable as Kagaya-sama's old sister. Luo Bing muttered to himself, and fell into a deep sleep. The sound of water clattered, Hancock's eyes suddenly regained clarity, and a drop of cold sweat left on his forehead. What happened? Hancock was stunned for a long time, then hesitantly looked at the man's feet in his hands, and the whole person was stunned. In her impression, Banyan, one of the 5 gods, suddenly broke into the naval headquarters, and then simply glared at her, and she instantly fainted, as if trapped in another world. After several hours of struggle, she finally broke through the shackles of that world with her domineering arrogance and regained consciousness. But this is also because the illusion that Uchiha Madara unleashed on her was not very deep, and Madara did not expect that the domineering of this world would have unexpected effects when resisting the illusion. Who is this man? Am I washing his feet? Advertisement. The always domineering female emperor instantly felt horrified. She first glanced around vigilantly, and after finding out that this was a private bedroom, she put down a lot of heart. There was no shackles of Hailu stone iron chains on his body. Hancock clenched his fists and found that all the strength in at the moment was still there, and his clothes were normal, without a trace of mess. That guy named Madara caught me here, so, who is this guy? I have never heard of such an existence among the 5 gods. Hancock's head was running fast. She really wanted to escape from this place, but from the current facts, she was not an opponent of the 5 gods at all, and she was subdued by a look before she even fought. And if Madara arrests herself for the man in front of her, then the identity of this guy must be very honorable. You can even make that spot work for him directly. What should I do? Hancock was very entangled in his heart. If she wanted to escape, now is undoubtedly the best time to act, but outside this house, she can't guarantee it. However, at this moment, a crisp explosion resounded in Hancock's ears, instantly scaring her to death. Her body instinctively made a defensive posture, and the foot she held in her hands was also the sound of bang, landed in the water basin, rippling violently. Are you awake, girl? Luo Bing sat up from the reclining chair and asked with a smile. You're the one who woke up, right? Hancock was sweating nervously in an instant. She didn't expect that the man who fell asleep on the chair would wake up at this juncture. And he's also surprisingly good-looking. Pooh. What am I thinking? I am his captive now, an enemy. It seems that recalling the tragic past when she was a slave of the Tianlong people when she was a child, Hancock's face had a haze on her face, but soon, another idea grew up in her heart. It seems nice to be a slave to a man like him. She shook her head and threw the strange thoughts in her head to the side. The Empress looked solemn and looked at the man in front of her with a look of dread. This man is too strange. Getting closer. Advertisement. The thought of making Hancock feel as if he was the ray of light he had worked so hard to follow made Hancock even more horrified. You. Who are you? The Empress asked softly, her hands already in a fighting posture. When something goes wrong, she will definitely take the first shot sharply. Catch the thief first, catch the king. The name doesn't matter, the problem is, you keep pressing, don't stop. Oh, by the way, when you were just given the hypnotic ability, the kneading force was too small, now you can press it as hard as you like. It's okay, don't worry, I'm very stressed. Saying that, Luo Bing lifted his feet up on his own, and his eyes signaled the other party to pick it up obediently. In what life has the Empress suffered this kind of anger? She was furious in an instant. She has a bad personality. How could she have suffered such grievances? Just now she was given the hypnotic ability by the enemy, and now? I still want her sober to do this kind of thing? Who is she? She is a queen, can you bear it? Under the premise of not knowing the true strength of the opponent and the great threat of the 5 gods outside the sky, the female Emperor Hancock decided to endure first. Anyway, he has already washed his feet just now, and it's not too bad now. Most importantly, her sweet fruit ability is charm. If she can charm this man above the 5 gods in the sky, the whole blue sky and sea will not be her final say in the future? Thinking of this, the pressure in the Empress's hand became more attentive. Afterwards, while Luo Bing relaxed her vigilance, she constantly used her sweetheart fruit ability to wink at him. Sister, do you have eye problems? Luo Bing asked with a frown. Chapter 266. The Empress who was played bad. Happy New Year. Gotcha. The Empress' heart was split into 7 or 8 pieces, and the flattering smile on her face instantly stiffened. Do you have eye problems? Luo Bing's question from the Soul version directly made Hancock feel like a cold winter, and he didn't even know how to answer for a moment. Enough. As expected of an Empress with a bad character, at this time, even if she could bear it, she couldn't bear it anymore. She immediately threw the stinky feet in her hand into the footbath, and then waved her fist directly at Luo Bing, smashed the door. Melee may not be Hancock's strong point, but now she doesn't know why, but she feels that only when her fist hits the man's face is enough to relieve her anger. Chi. The fist is covered with a black-red coating, which is the fist that has been strengthened by the arm color, and it is very hard. For ordinary people, the destructive power must be added with 9,887, 99 plus. Pity. Luo Bing specifies that he is not an ordinary person. Ling Lai's fist smashed into the man's face without any hindrance, but, surprisingly, not even a trace was smashed, let alone the scene of blood splattering. The only thing that deeply impressed Hancock was the burning pain in his right hand, and the maddening natural question in his ear. Is this a massage instead? Alright, I just feel that the soaking time is a bit long, but I really want to say something to you, girl. Look at how thin you are, you have no strength at all, this massage is really uncomfortable at all. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly, looked at Hancock who was petrified on the spot, turned around and sighed. The throne below him was suddenly replaced by a soft bed, and he lay down comfortably. You better step on my back, so maybe I can use all your strength. Luo Bing said in disgust, snapped his fingers, carefully embodied a mobile phone, and clicked on it idly. Empress, Hancock. The expression of this woman with a bad personality became terrifying, and the expression on her whole face was like blackened. She is usually kicked when she sees small animals on the roadside. At the moment it looks like she is so pathetic and helpless. Hee. Boyan Cook let out a sharp laugh. Her facial expression became more and more broken, and the whole person seemed to be broken. It's a pity that Luo Bing, who had his back to her, didn't have that idea of appreciation. Step on the back, right. Advertisement, okay, satisfy you. Hancock took a deep breath, and suddenly leapt into the sky with a cruel face, rising dozens of meters high, and the area of the palace was much larger than expected, otherwise, she designated the forehead as stuck to the ceiling. Aromatic feet. After exhausting all her strength, Hancock finally roared out those 3 words. At the same time, her whole body turned into a beam of meteors, and 1 foot on high heels slashed violently, with the 9 days hanging on the moon. The momentum instantly stomped towards Luo Bing's back. Aromatic feet. The proud skill of Empress Hancock, which can petrify and smash the opponent's body at the moment of kicking the opponent, whether the opponent has a heart of love or not, it can be petrified. No matter if the opponent is living or non-living, no one is spared. Crack. Another crisp sound came out, Hancock's high heels were broken into pieces, and his crystal clear feet directly stepped on Luo Bing's back. Ah, comfort. Okay, old girl, I finally feel a little bit, come again, continue. Luo Bing gave a thumbs up to his back, then squinted his eyes and continued to slide his phone. Boyan Cook. Pin 35. How is it possible, 35? Rubbing her red feet, the Empress's eyes flashed with crystal tears. She couldn't believe it, it was impossible. All kinds of emotions appeared on her face, but before she was in a daze for too long, Luo Bing's impatient urging voice started again. Due to the pressure of this incomprehensible man, and perhaps the reason of his unwillingness to admit defeat, the female Emperor Hancock did not care to sort out her panicked emotions, and then launched her own stunt again and again, fragrant feet. Death to me. Why are you still not dead? Petrification. B********************. D. 35. You are made of iron. Roaring inwardly, the Empress gasped for breath, her whole body was covered in sweat, and during this period, she also constantly mixed some other attacks while using fragrant feet. For example, captive arrow, kiss gun, sweet wind and so on. Even the domineering face that was forced to be used was used, but unfortunately it still had no effect at all. Advertisement do not, it can't be said that it has no effect at all. At least let Luo Bing feel comfortable for a while. At least the Empress was so tired that she lost a little bit of strength, and her legs and feet were shaking, a little lame, probably crutches. Hey, it's a girl after all, I just can't do it in terms of strength. Luo Bing sighed helplessly, threw his tired phone aside, and waved his hand impatiently. Let's go back and forth, the service is not good, and the service attitude is even worse. If I didn't know that you were kidnapped, I might have to complain about you. Empress. Woo. Unacceptable, so sad. A-hole. Goddamn B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** dragging her immobile legs and staggering out of the gate of the palace step by step. Madara Uchiha is looking at the moon outside. To be honest, he really misses the moon in his hometown. This is not hypocritical, but there is an inexplicable connection between him and the moon. Once upon a time, it was his dream to put infinite moon reading on the moon, so I don't know if it was because of habit. Madara always looked up at the moon when everything was fine. Hey, if I have a chance, I'll just use the Earth Blast Star to get a 5.0 moon. The moon here is really deserted and outrageous. While complaining, Madara Uchiha paid attention to the situation over the palace. Senior Luo is likely to be seriously injured, and he must beware of foreign enemies. Suddenly, Madara was stunned for a moment, and then she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Senior Luo, I really don't know how to pity Shangshi-yu. Looking at the Empress who was limping while crying, her clothes were messy and her feet were bare, Madara was stunned and wiped the sweat from her forehead. I didn't expect Senior Luo to be good at this one. It seems that I will have more snacks in the future. Just take it as an answer. In the night, Madara Uchiha's figure gradually disappeared into the void. Chapter 267 I may be sick. Ding. God-level cultivation technique 9 ways divine dragon art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding. God-level exercises. Keishin good fortune art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding. God-level cultivation technique 9 flames and different fire art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding. God-level cultivation technique Shinshin transformation is in the background to hang up and practice. Open black lens bracket at. The current practice progress of all exercises is 0.002% and the transmission speed is 10,000 per second. After getting used to the reminder to hang up in the background every day, Luo Bing was not woken up because of this. On the contrary, early in the morning, he was frowned by the brisk knock on the door. Who? After finally getting a good night's sleep, he was woken up. Luo Bing rubbed his eyes dejectedly. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Looking around, there are a lot of sparkling treasures or all kinds of weird things all over the room. Damn. Oops, now I'm not even consciously triggering my fantasy manifesting in my dreams. 14 How can this be done? Luo Bing frowned, because he had practiced too many god-level exercises in the background in a short period of time. His brain is currently in a state of overload, and his self-control is somewhat abnormal. Therefore, it will lead to a series of oolongs such as destroying the world at every turn. Now it seems that this situation has not only not eased down, but it has become more and more headaches. Fortunately, I was vigilant and arranged more than 1,000 seals before. Otherwise, I would not dare to sleep even after a sleep, and I am afraid that I could destroy the universe hundreds of times in my dreams. While thinking about it, Luo Bing sighed, constantly reminding himself of the fact that he is a superhero, and then said impatiently. Enter. After receiving the order, Madara Uchiha hurriedly opened the door and walked in. And behind him, a cage made up of wooden dungeons is not too small and contains 17 beauties from all over the world. Madara Uchiha. ******. What are you doing? Are you addicted to kidnapping? Luo Bing reprimanded with a frown. Uchiha Madara, I'm not talking about you. I never imagined that you were such a person, and you're actually good at this. 9. I'm so disappointed, Madara. If I hadn't wanted to have a fight with your friend, I would have killed you on the spot. Advertisement. Get back from the precipice, Madara, it's too late to change. Luo Bing roared with anger and righteous words. Madara Uchiha. Oh, isn't this what you like? I tried my best to find it all night, isn't it just for you? What's going on with this situation now? Did I make a mistake? Madara's heart was infinitely wronged, but due to the relationship between each other and his inner hesitation, he squinted his eyes and asked in surprise and doubt. Wait, you misunderstood, this is for you. FK. Luo Bing scolded immediately. I refuse to be in the company of people like you. I didn't expect you to become so bad after not seeing you for a few years. Humph, Madara, you have disappointed me so much, experience the greatness of maternal love. As he spoke, Luo Bing's eyes radiated golden light, and then a ray of light entered Madara's body with lightning speed. Then, the salted fish spot, who has been holding the tears in the corners of his stomach, constantly rolled over on the ground. Ah. Listen to me. Explain. Madara Uchiha's eyes turned black, and he lost the ability to think, leaving only various painful adjectives in his entire world. I hope you have a good memory, and I'm doing it for your own good too. Luo Bing sighed and shook his head. He glanced at the huge amounts of cages behind the ice spots, waved his hand, and a hurricane blew past. Don't worry, ladies, now you. Before the words were finished, the hurricane blew through the wooden escape cage, and then the entire wooden escape cage including the red face inside instantly turned into dry powder and fell to the ground. Luo Bing. Jing, Madara Uchiha who rolls in place, 6 inches. Damn, you were so vicious, it turned out to be heavier than I expected. To be honest, I also refused to be with you. It took more than a minute for Luo Bing to understand the cause and effect of the matter. After a retrospective time, everything became normal. Advertisement definitely. He was also very embarrassed to delete a small part of Madara's memory line. Anyway, this guy won't find out. It turned out to be an oolong. Luo Bing, who had been busy for a long time sending everyone back, silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After he found that his head was in line, his behavior was completely irrelevant to the keywords of reason and thinking. The CPU is too stuck and the operation has become slow. How can this be done? Luo Bing sighed and tested the temperature of his forehead with his hand, and found that it was surprisingly hot. At last, 887 he came to a conclusion, that is. He is sick. Yes, he is sick. And this disease is not an ordinary disease, but a brain sluggish disease in which the CPU cannot keep up with the processing speed after it suddenly becomes stronger. Or, can be understood as, Alzheimer's disease. Peeved. When realizing this conclusion, Luo Bing almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Alzheimer's is not so bad, it's actually not that exaggerated, but compared to usual, his brain's ability to run is really a bit feverish. Looking at the progress bar on the hanger in the background, Luo Bing sighed again. 0.002% progress. It seems that he will be in this abnormal behavior for a long time. Sinful. The speed at which I'm getting stronger can't be slowed down a little. While depressed, definitely, Luo Bing did not forget today's major events. That was the day of execution for the son of Roger One Piece. Although this matters compared to the destruction of the universe 3 times in a day and a half, it really doesn't matter. But, they've come, Luo Bing decided to take a look. Chapter 268 The Prelude to the War on the Top Marin Vando, Naval Headquarters Base. This is also the Hall of Glory for all the navies. The king is under Kyuhai, the 4 generals, and all the main forces of the navy are here. Today, this place has become a battlefield of the Third World. Report. Whitebeard's battleship found 100 nautical miles ahead. One after another heralds constantly resounded in every direction of the sea. Everyone's eyes were stern and ready to go. Just because a major event that has attracted worldwide attention is happening, and there are less than 3 hours left before the looming execution time. Everyone, don't let your guard down, a Navy winner shouted to the Navy soldiers below while patrolling. There are still 3 hours, and then everything will be over. There was a tense and solemn atmosphere everywhere in the air. All the naval soldiers held their guns tightly, with the appearance of an imminent enemy. All the famous naval officers obeyed the order and gathered here from all over the world. The half-moon-shaped harbor is surrounded by more than 50 warships, and the eye-catching heavy artillery on the shore is ready to go. And the officially world-famous pirates standing in front of the row of soldiers, going down the Shichibukai, are arranged in order from left to right. Hawkeye, Jolikel Myforger Joker, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear Empress, Boya Hancock. Moonlight, Mariah. Due to the arrest of the crocodile and the defection of Jinbei, only 5 people are present in Shichibukai, but the strength of these 5 people alone cannot be underestimated. The coming enemies are not so terrifying anymore, but what makes them feel more at ease is that under the execution stand that stands tall at the end of the square, there are 3 people who symbolize the highest combat power of the Navy. Young, Kuzan Akainu, Sakaski Yellow Ape, Paluzolino. The 3 generals who let the world pirates hear the news. And within the tight circle of a group of people is the protagonist of this incident, Podcast Ace. In order to prevent Ace from being rescued, all the naval forces imaginable at this moment are on guard, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement, Whitebeard pirates, nothing to worry about. Everyone on the coastline listens to orders. Do not intercept, let go all the way. The Navy headquarters issued a supreme order, and the 3 generals knocked Erlang and sat on the throne with their legs high. Their legs were in a posture that ordinary people could not do, and their uniform attitude was somewhat like a star group. Today's sea breeze is surprisingly calm, as if the sea has prepared a bit of tolerance for the upcoming war. I don't understand. I know that the Whitebeard pirates are coming. Why can't we execute the execution earlier? An ignorant Navy asked other people around him in confusion, shivering. Stupid, what is Ace? The Whitebeard is our goal, can't you understand that? A major shouted angrily. That's right, basically any guy with a brain can see today's plan. This is a conspiracy, and its purpose is to give Whitebeard a big package and remove a thorn in the Navy's heart. Whitebeard must die. Compared with the other 3 emperors, his status is quite special. The naval headquarters will never allow such a leader to exist. And Ace's arrest is the biggest bargaining chip in the Navy's secret plan. Whitebeard must die, and Ace, the son of the previous One Piece Roger, must also die. This is the decision of the Navy ZF. Today's Lady Empress is still so beautiful. It's just that his face looks a little abnormal. Who the hell provoked Lady Empress? Damn it. My goddess showed an unhappy expression today. A group of navies whispered. The Empress under the sun had a frosty face, and her eyes were full of displeasure. Fortunately, her little feet have been secretly swollen, otherwise, the waves will be even more turbulent. Report. Another pirate ship appeared at a distance of 100 kilometers. It's very fast. It seems to be a ghost, and it can't be recognized by the naked eye. Chuan Zunbing hung up the phone bug at the guard post in front, and quickly reported in rough clothes. Advertisement? Oh. A particularly fast pirate ship? Can it be as fast as light? Hee hee. Kizaru shaved his nails, revealing his signature smile. Akainu frowned at the side, his body exuding hot smoke. Today is bound to be a lively day. The appeal of Whitebeard is unimaginable, and Ace, the son of destiny, has also made many close friends, and there are countless partners who have the same goal and move forward together. Today is his execution day, and the pirates who can hardly stand it will come along with this torrent. Report. That pirate ship is approaching within 50 kilometers of the sea. According to the sign above, it is the Straw Hat Gang. The liaison staff spread the latest news with a bit of surprise on their faces. Oh. The Straw Hats? Admiral Sengoku touched his mustache, and subconsciously looked at Monkey D. Carp in the distance, with a playful smile on his face. And Carp's laughing face at the moment seemed to be strange in an instant. After being silent for 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly burst into laughter, laughing backwards and forwards, and it was very uncomfortable to bear. Ha 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 ha, that B asterisk 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 D is too self-sufficient. However, there is a kind, as expected of my grandson. Vice Admiral Garp smiled recklessly, and the subordinates on the side were sweating and bowing their heads. Qianjiao. To be able to make such a move in this atmosphere, Mr. Carp is really unpredictable. And Marshal Sengoku, who was Garp's friend, shook his head, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and then gradually spread out. Obviously, in his eyes, the Straw Hats are just a group of children who can't jump very high, and he won't take it to heart at all. The only thing that worries him is the recent kidnapping of the Draconians. It seems. That unpredictable group of 5 gods has recently begun to haunt. There are 3 generals in the navy, there are 4 emperors in the sea, and in the vast sea, there are still legends of the 5 gods outside the sky. Warring States supported the small braid on his chin that he had cut off, and he could still clearly see the battle 4 years ago. That man named Spot. Unparalleled domineering stance. All this makes the current Warring States recall very frightening. Chapter 269 Luffy's magical appearance. Time passed by little. Within 100 miles of the sea area close to Marin Vandu, the white-bearded pirate ship suddenly accelerated. Everyone on the deck looked solemn, and the leader was a strong man who was nearly 3 meters tall. The word burly was not even enough to describe him. Body. He stood there whole, with his white beard fluttering in the wind, staring straight ahead without saying a word. His open chest was covered with large file-sized scars, which were his medals of honor. He is Edward Newgate, also known by the world as Whitebeard. One of the 4 emperors of Whitebeard's new world. He is very powerful and is recognized as the strongest man in the world. Ability is the quake fruit, known as the strongest Superman, known as the power to destroy the world. The weapon is Kong Yunchi, one of the 12 supreme swordsmen. Whitebeard is not interested in being the pirate king. He just wants to form a family at sea, and the crew calls him Daddy. Aside from all unknown factors, the past few years can be called the era of Whitebeard, and even Garp calls it the king of the sea. Dad, on Kaido's side, can the red hair handle it? The Phoenix Marco frowned slightly and looked behind. Just received the latest news. Not long after they set off, Kaido led his pirate 887 regiment to set up an ambush, but was blocked by the unexpected red-haired pirate regiment, and now the 2 pirate regiments are 3 miles away from here, fighting over 1,000 nautical miles. Don't worry, Marco, the bearded man said, his eyes closed tightly, no one could see what he was thinking. At the moment, the king of the sea seemed a little too old. Yes, no one stays young forever, and Whitebeard, the king of the sea, is no exception. Go all out. Save Ace. The voice of the Phoenix Marco sounded on the deck, and the crew responded neatly, and their blood boiled. Definitely, there are also extra people who laughed with some hypocrisy, some were excited, and some were disappointed. Boom boom. 43 pirate groups from the New World leapt forward, clinging to the huge white-bearded pirate ship in front of them, and immediately opened up a new path. Rush on! A white shadow flashed past. It was a pirate ship that was almost invisible. The only thing that impressed me was the 2 lines of flame tails and the neatly written befa lines on the sea. That's the Mary. Bala la 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 la. Luffy's mouth bulged out huge amounts of bags due to the hurricane irrigation. One hand was tightly wrapped around the mast, and the other hand hurriedly pressed the overhead straw hat. The whole person is very excited, and at the same time, his eyes are getting hotter. Advertisement. Unlike Luffy, the rest of the crew's expressions were not so calm. Ah. Who can tell me how to stop this thing? Damn it. Nami's roar came from the cabin. The huge amounts of tail flame of the Mary still showed no sign of weakening at all. The key point was that the two rocket jet thrusters that Luo Bing realized at will, because it was inconvenient to replace fuel, oil and other materials. So, the sweet Luo Bing replaces the conventional fuel with an aerodynamic unit. In other words, as long as there is air in the world, this thing can keep going. However, such advanced technology is obviously incomprehensible in this era. Luo Bing only gave them how to start, but forgot to tell them how to stop. In this way, the Mary is like a ghost, approaching the Navy headquarters at high speed. 50 nautical miles, 40 nautical miles, 30 nautical miles. 5 nautical miles. Getting closer. Ace, I'm here to save you. A black shadow swept across the sky, and all the Navy looked up, showing their surprised eyes. Not only the king under Kyuhai, but even the 3 generals of the Navy all looked up. Too fast. Those 2 dazzling flame shadows are too fast, so fast that it is unbelievable. A ship with such a speed. How did it do it? Sengoku narrowed his eyes, recalling the fleeting shadow of the ship in his head, and was constantly admiring in his heart. No, Luffy, don't come here. Hurry up. After hearing the familiar voice, Ace was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and screamed desperately. He is very clear in his heart that he who was used for execution is actually a bait. There are too many naval forces in ambush here. If you come here at will, it will only be a death sentence. Ah! Luffy's cry came from the sky again. The figure of the Mary flashed by. The distance between Luffy and Ace has changed slightly again. Advertisement 5 nautical miles, 10 nautical miles, 20 nautical miles. Damn, how can I stop? 35 Ace, wait for me. Nami-chan, turn the rudder, all Navy, freedom. What's going on here? Why did the rescuer run away? Did you get scared when you saw the number of people here? However, something unexpected happened to everyone. The Mary, which had disappeared, reappeared from a distance, streaked across the execution field like a light, and then galloped straight into the distance again. A cry was left in the sky again. Ace, I'm here again. Ace himself. Although he was a little confused, he still shouted in response to Luffy. Leave me alone. Let's go, 35. However, at the moment Luffy's group has traveled more than 10 nautical miles, and it is impossible to hear his shouting. So, in the next hour or so, everyone was blinded by Luffy's magical operation. Ace, I'm here to save you. Ace, I'm here again. Ace, wait for me. Damn, stop me. What exactly is this tactic? Buddha's warring states was dumbfounded, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Does he really show off how much fuel he has? Akainu clenched his fists angrily, clenching his teeth as he watched the pop flashing in the sky, and cursed angrily. He also wanted to catch up, but the speed was too fast, and there was no way. Don't look at me. Huang Yuan shook his head with a helpless look on his face, wondering if it was to release water or if there was really no way out. Chapter 270 Kill this shameless straw hat. Damn, why can't you stop? We've been close to Ace 7 times. I don't care, I'm going to jump straight off later. Luffy's expression collapsed, and now the Mary is driving in the sky. He approached Ace again and again, but passed by again and again. Originally, he was excited about having a brand new Mary that could fly, but now, he doesn't think so. Waiting for Luffy. Don't be stupid. The sea is too big. There is only one result of jumping. Either you will be lucky enough to fall on a naval battleship and be surrounded, or you will fall into the sea and die. No way, you are a fruit-capable person. You will lose your strength when you encounter seawater, let alone rescue Ace. Your own situation will be very dangerous. Nami steered the rudder sails one by one. The worst thing is, after Luo Bing's little reinforcement, the sail still stands, and I don't know how he managed to keep it safe and sound even under such huge amounts of air currents. Ah, can you fly lower? I'll reach out and drag Ace away. The collapsed Luffy rubbed his head frantically, his hair was messed up. Well, actually messed up by the wind. Fortunately, his legs were tightly wrapped around the mast, otherwise under the huge amounts of force, his entire body would be blown away directly. Chopper and the others hid in the cabin far away, studying the simple red button, which was the start button of the flamethrower, but other than that, they could no longer find the second button. The whole of the Mary seems to have also been quietly reinforced by Luo Bing. Otherwise, at this speed, I am afraid that it will be disintegrated in the air when flying together, and thus fragmented. Okay. Luffy, when you increase your attention, Zoro and I will try to use reverse thrust to slow down the Mary, and then follow your method and make sure to pull Ayla on board. Sanji helplessly looking at the burning cigarette in his hand, he threw it out angrily. He smokes 1/10 of a cigarette, and the wind takes away 9/10 of it. If you think about it, the wind also has troubles. But no matter what, he bought this cigarette, and thinking about it makes me feel blood loss. No problem, we'll do our best. Come on, Captain. Zoro tucked into the turban on his forehead, the only way to keep his hairstyle from looking so messy. Okay. Leave it to me. Roar roar roar. Come on, Baba Papa. Luffy, who was filled with wind as soon as he opened his mouth, continued to mess up the mast. Nami. Sanji. Advertisement Sauron. Forget it. You better talk less, or you'll turn into a balloon for a while. Attention, big guy, we are about to approach the execution ground again. Nami put down the sailing telescope in her hand, her nervous palms full of sweat. On the other side. Navy headquarters. Report. The Straw Hats are back, and the Major Scout wiped the hot sweat on his forehead. In the past hour, He had run back and forth 7 or 8 times, and he was really tired. Enough. Under the king Kiwahai, the 3 admirals of the navy. What a group of persevering children, oh he or he. Kizaru made his signature low voice again. Akainu's forehead is cloudy, and the blue veins are soaring. So special. Where is this place? Come and go as you want, and I've gone back and forth 7 times. 7 times. Now it's the 8th time, unbearable. Boom. With a loud bang, Akainu stood up from the throne with a fiery red smoke. Now he doesn't seem to be in the mood to continue to pose and pretend. He is angry, and he wants to show the Straw Hats some color. All muzzles. Aim for the sky. Don't save me ammo. Boom it. Bomb this shameless Straw Hat pirates. Akainu was really angry. Thick smoke came out of his nostrils, and even his fists turned into magma. Akainu is the owner of the natural rock berry fruit. Advertisement: he can turn his body parts into scalding lava, and his physical attacks are ineffective against him. He is very powerful. His fire-breathing moves can instantly evaporate ice cubes that are dozens of times larger than those of the giants, and can easily melt the ground, even if a strong general is hit with internal organs, and the body will produce severe burns. It can also create volcanic bombs to attack enemies. Because the magma can swallow the flame and absorb its heat energy, it can also isolate the combustion accelerant so that the flame cannot burn, and the density is greater than that of the fire, so the flame can be extinguished and burned out. S. Nemesis has the highest attack power among the 3 types of devil fruits. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. 0. And the fruit that Ace devoured was the burnt fruit. In other words, in terms of fruit ability, Ace is a younger brother compared to Akainu, and is completely suppressed. However, things like awakening in the later stage of the fruit are not easy to judge. Still depends on the individual. Aokiji on the side let out a cold sweat, and a layer of mist spewed from the tip of his nose, but this mist was completely different from Akainu's. Akainu symbolized hotness, while Aokiji represented severe cold. Aokiji dislikes red dogs very much, which can be seen from the sitting position. 2 people with opposite attributes, one is on the left and the other is on the right, with a wretched yellow-clothed uncle, the yellow monkey, in the middle. As he spoke, the magma on Akainu's arm became thicker and thicker, and the air around him was distorted by this hot evaporation. Soon, a small black dot flashed away from a distance and flew towards the sky. That's the Mary. 2 long tails of flame streak across the sky, resembling the ghost fighter jets of the technological age, but much faster than that. Appeared. Fire. Akainu gave an order, and the gun muzzle that was ready to launch fired a salvo, hitting the air in an instant. Because the speed is too fast, the gunner can only pre-lock an area to strike, but this is enough. Because the Mary can't turn flexibly in the air, it must not be able to avoid this dense area to strike. Boom boom boom. Deafening gunshots sounded one after another. Akainu snorted coldly, and the big fire condensed in his fists was instantly released into the air, and the shells on the side were like fluorescent brilliance in front of his big fire. Damn. Luffy. Get out of the way. Nami screamed anxiously, but before she could finish her words, the Mary sailed directly into the dense, sky-bombing zone. Chapter 271. The battle begins, and the 5 gods from outside the sky come. In an instant, the bombing area formed by the cannonballs and the big fire lit up the entire sky. At this time, the sun on the side was overshadowed by this scene. There are heat waves and scorching heat in the air, and the originally clear sky has become cloudy due to the collision of positive and negative ions, as if there is a trend of wind and rain. Luffy. Ace, whose hands and feet were bound by chains, looked at the sky in despair. The sea stone shackles on his body trembled constantly, but no matter how desperately he resisted, the sea symbolizing the nemesis of the fruit ability Lu Shi still did not change at all, just shaking constantly. Everyone looked nervously at the sky. In that fiery red cumulonimbus cloud, absolutely no creature could survive. Absolutely not, unless he is a god. Ka. 887. There was an inexplicable abnormal sound in the sky. It seemed to be the sound of a broken mirror, so crisp, so overbearing. Then, the navy below were shocked to find that the entire sky was fragmented like a mirror. What's the matter? The sky has been blown up. A navy murmured like a dream, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No, it was not caused by the explosion. It was. At the headquarters of the navy, the 3 generals stood up at the same time, and at the same time, the rest of the kings and the 7 martial seas also had their eyes dignified and looked towards the sky together. That man is finally here. Akainu snorted coldly, and stared into the sky with unruly eyes. Through the layers of shattered lenses, he finally saw the giant man who stretched his arms and smashed the void with his fists, guarding in front of the Straw Hat pirates. Whitebeard. Waiting for you for a long time, Akainu roared. The whole person rushed towards the sky. His legs also turned into magma in an instant, and continuously accelerated towards the ground. That's right, the big man standing in front of the Straw Hat pirate ship with his own power to block the cannon fire from the sky is the nightmare in the hearts of all navies. The strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate Whitebeard. Buzz. 43 pirates from the New World finally arrived at the most critical moment. One by one, they were ready to go, standing on the deck, looking at the navy with fiery eyes. The earthquake caused by the earthquake fruit lifted the 43 pirate ships hundreds of meters high. This moment, advertisement: 43 pirates from the New World are like gods, and they will cover the entire navy headquarters with the seawater under them. Ace. We're here to save you. Screams constantly resounded from the pirate ship. At the moment, Ace on the execution platform already had hot eyes, and hot tears ran down the corners of his eyes. Daddy. Everyone. Hundreds of meters of waves crashed towards the Navy headquarters like a city. In the face of this magnificent power of nature, some Navy who are physically and mentally fragile have already lost their sense of proportion, staring blankly at the waves pressing over their heads, and their guns and weapons inadvertently fell to the ground. It's going to die. It's going to die. It's going to die. The entire Marin Fando boiled up at once, and the Navy seemed to have foreseen the scene of the headquarters being submerged by the sea. Yet at the moment, a gloomy and biting cold wind blew in an instant. Aokiji was still so calm, holding a thin sword made of ice in his hand. Half of his body was covered with frost, but the sword was directly inserted into the sea. Ice Age. Kakaka. As his voice fell, Aokiji's feet instantly condensed into a thick layer of ice, and then the ice layer began to expand at a rapid pace, as if in the blink of an eye. The entire Marin Vanduo and even the surrounding sea area were all frozen, living. The huge wave that was several hundred meters high also turned into a dazzling ice sculpture at this moment. It's Kuzan-sama. Kuzan-sama saved us. The Navy immediately boiled, picking up the guns that had fallen on the ground at some point, and lifting their weapons. They received great encouragement in their hearts. They looked at the pirates above, and the justice in their hearts was constantly burning. At the moment, Akainu and Whitebeard collided head-on in the sky, and the shock wave set off between them spread instantly, directly shattering the ocean wave ice sculptures in the distance. If they can't make a single blow, the two have a tendency to be evenly matched, but it seems that neither side has used their best. A cry came from far and near, and Marco, who turned into a phoenix, flew towards Ace on the execution platform with all his strength. Advertisement, but before he could fly long, a golden flash appeared in an instant, blocking his path. It's Admiral Kizaru. Ace. Like a cannonball being fired, Luffy rushed out of the Mary. The whole person fell from the sky, and rushed towards Ace desperately. Behind him, thousands of pirates also jumped off the ship. It landed along the natural landslide formed by the ice sculptures of the waves. Go. Luffy. Bring Ace back. Zoro rushed out of his three swords and looked at Hawkeye and the Sea of Kiwu under the king in the distance with burning eyes. That was the goal of his life, and the opponent he was destined to surpass. The man with the most outstanding swordsmanship in this world, Hawkeye, the great swordsman. The war seemed to be about to break out. Everyone's blood began to boil. However, at the moment, almost subconsciously, everyone was stunned for a moment, then stopped in place, and looked up at the sky suspiciously. Over the Marinfondo Square, an oval golden space with an incomparably dark radius of 1 kilometer opened. The singularity produced by the space distortion swallowed everything, and many buildings and navies of Marin Vidode were drawn to 5.0 by adsorbent due to the abruptly open space gravity. Boom! The sound of spring water beep came, and the golden space gate closed instantly without any sign. At the same time, 5 godlike beings appeared in everyone's field of vision, and they exuded various colors of light, each of which was unique. The 5 gods outside the sky. In front of the 5 gods outside the sky, a handsome-looking man couldn't help shaking his hand with a helpless expression. I only have 1/1,000,000th of the energy, but I didn't expect it to cause such a big movement. Damn, I just want to watch a play in peace. His voice was low, but it still spread strangely in every corner of the world. That's right. That seems to be the power of law. Chapter 272. If you have something to say, it won't destroy the world. There are 3 generals in the navy and 4 emperors at sea. And above the 4 emperors, there seems to be a legend circulating. That legend came from outside the sky. 4 years ago, a group of existences claiming to be from outside the sky descended. And this group of people, later known as the 5 gods outside the sky. For a long time, the Navy has strictly forbidden to block this news, but until today, everyone present clearly understands one thing. The 5 gods outside the sky, not a legend, even. They are not 5 people at all. In the most C position among the 5 people, there is a face that is unfamiliar to the whole world. The 6th person of the 5 gods, definitely. Maybe for a small group of people, Luo Bing's face isn't that raw. For example, Luffy and his gang, and for example, the Empress. After all, his handsome style of painting is obviously not on the same level as everyone else. Among all living beings, he is the most unique and distinctive one. Even just because of his appearance, he is enough to be regarded as a god. 14. He is the only one who can imagine the limit in people's hearts. Can he be worthy of the flawless title of God? The 5 gods outside the sky haven't left this world yet. Admiral Sengoku's eyelids were constantly beating. The scene from 4 years ago seemed to reverberate in his mind. However, this time, in addition to the 5 gods outside the sky, there seems to be a decision-maker who is above the 5 gods. This made Sengoku's heartbeat drums constantly, secretly guessing the real intentions of this group of them. TNY. 5 gods. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Interesting, interesting. Whitebeard fell to the ground, looked up at the dazzling light in the air. There was no fear, and no one could let him be afraid, no matter how powerful the opponent is. The entire Marin Fando seemed to be suffocated for a moment. The Navy, who was fortunate enough to have participated in the sudden outer war 4 years ago, held Roar's breath at the moment, not even daring to take a breath. Advertisement, not to mention the 5 gods outside the sky, it was just a spot that made the Navy headquarters uneasy. If his companions had not stopped him in time, I am afraid that the naval government would simply cease to exist now. Madara Uchiha, the man who exists in the shadows of all the young Navy souls who have seen him with their own eyes. That is a man who can crush the 3 generals at will and treat Marin Fando like an ant. The air was so quiet that it was depressing, and everyone could smell a suffocating question on the tip of their nose. The 5 great gods standing above everyone's heads seemed to be pressing on their shoulders as if there were no giant mountains. As for the one among the 5 gods' men, despite their outstanding looks, are unforgettable, but strangely. He doesn't give a great feeling, but that's exactly how scary he is. He has obviously reached a level that no one can understand. The power level is obviously not one-dimensional. If not, how could the 5 gods outside the sky take his lead? Just when everyone was in a complicated mood and was so overwhelmed that they didn't dare to breathe, a special surprise voice suddenly shouted out. Brother Luo Bing. Great, looks like you found your crew. It's amazing. Luffy excitedly waved his hand in the direction of Luo Bing. His stubborn personality obviously did not understand the current situation very well. There is only one thing Luffy wants to understand now. That is, how on earth should the Mary's accelerator stop, Big Brother Luo Bing? Luffy asked frantically, clutching his head. Nami. Sanji. Chopper. Sauron. All. Stupid Luffy. This kind of thing. I'll ask later. What time is it now? Rescue Ace. Chopper-chan shouted with a flushed face. Advertisement. Although he is a reindeer, he is not stupid at all at critical moments. God Luo Bing is also a friend who has eaten together, sailed across the sea, a friend. That is a helper. With the power of the 5 gods outside the sky, Rescue Ace is still not easy. Yeah, why didn't I remember? Luffy slapped his forehead and woke up like a dream. Then, he looked at Luo Bing in the sky with hope. Brother Luo Bing, I need your help. As soon as the word came out, all the people on the scene, whether it was the Navy or the pirates, were all excited. For the pirates, if the 5 gods outside the sky are their own group, ha 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 ha, then it's a fart. You will win directly. And for the Navy, that would probably be a nightmare. Who is this kid? I'm really embarrassed at all, Uchiha Madara murmured, and gave Luffy a lot of interest, then looked at Luo Bing suspiciously, waiting for his instructions. Luffy's character is like this. The more you know about him, the more you will realize that he is very similar to another guy. Ha 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 ha. Luo Bing waved his hand, and immediately, everyone slowly landed from the sky. I see. It's Naruto. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and smiled. 887 is really, it seems to be another child of destiny. Otsutsuki Yui nodded in praise, looking at Luffy's eyes with admiration. Don't worry, Luffy, as a friend, I will help you. Luo Bing landed completely on the ground and waved at Luffy. Really, that's great. Luffy jumped up in excitement and then ran in the direction of Ace excitedly. The Admiral, the 3 generals, and the King's Kiwahai, including all the Navy, changed their expressions, and instantly became cramped and gloomy. Your Excellency. Are you openly fighting against the naval government? Akainu looked indignantly at the so-called 5 gods. He was proud of himself and would not be afraid of others. Oh, it seems. You want to dance? Madara Uchiha snorted coldly, folded his arms around his chest, and a complete purple giant with a height of more than 300 meters suddenly appeared and enveloped him. Susanoo, the ultimate body. Then, there was a faint sound in the sky, and 9 meteorites that destroyed the sky and the earth appeared one after another. The yellow monkey's eyelids jumped, and his face changed wildly. Wait, there is something to say, no way. Chapter 273 Give me face. Meteorite. Aside from the 300-meter high purple giant who looked fierce and powerful, the 9 supernova-like meteorites above his head were really scary. Each one is as big as a Marin Vando. If it falls, let alone the Navy headquarters, I am afraid the whole world will be smashed through. Definitely, smashing through is just an adjective. The meteorite summoned by Madara does not have that great penetrating power. However, the consequences of some series of air shocks, sea shocks, earthquakes, and other crustal changes caused by the landing of the meteorite are difficult to calculate. Not to mention other things, as long as the meteorite hits the ground, it is guaranteed that the world of pirates will enter the era of destruction. All kinds of disasters can be caused all over the world. Moreover, there are still 9 meteorites attacked in this number. I want my life, at this moment, let alone the 3 admirals of the Navy could not sit still, even the pirates such as Whitebeard were dumbfounded. Brother, you are not trying to target the Navy, you are trying to destroy the world. If these 9 meteorites really fell, no matter what the world would be like, first of all, the tens of thousands of Navy and pirates at the scene of Marin Vando would definitely not be able to survive. Wait, this friend, you have something to say? Stop the meteorite, it's too dangerous. Rao is a man with a big heart like a white beard. He snorted and stopped immediately. Uchiha Madara. In fact, not only all the pirates and navies at the scene were scared to pee. Madara was also a little scared by her own operation. Am I so strong now? 35. How come the meteorite summoned is so big? 35. How come some are still glowing? Did my strength break through again recently? Madara Uchiha pondered in his heart, panicking in his heart. He definitely didn't know that all this was the fault of Luo Bing's lucky halo. Triple luck is open all day long, and there are already countless meteorites outside the pirate world. He pulled the gravitational force a little, and those meteorite treasures couldn't wait to fall down. feeling flustered, but Madara didn't show it at all. Isn't there Mr. Luo here? Panicked. I'm really sorry, everyone. In fact, there is something wrong with the guy in the red shirt just now. I'm not openly fighting against any organization or government. Although it sounds frustrating and helpless, but there's really no way. Advertisement, I'm here, it is against the whole world. 5. Hee Akainu. Yellow ape, green pheasant, white beard. Warring states. As soon as Madara Uchiha's unique remarks came out of his mouth, almost everyone was silent in their hearts. Even Luo Bing on the side looked at him with admiration. Okay, Madara, in the 4 years I've been away, you've become more and more pretentious. Luo Bing admired in his heart, but he didn't reveal it on the surface. He definitely knew about the 9 stars in the sky. What's with the meteorite? Those are all treasures drawn by his lucky halo. It doesn't really have much to do with smut, but as a friend, it doesn't matter if you occasionally cooperate with him and pretend to be coercive. Madara Uchiha was very happy in his heart, and he was even more happy when he saw the unbelievable look of the old man Hashima on the side, but at the same time he was happy, he was also very afraid in his heart. He turned his head and glanced at Luo Bing's expression. After getting Luo Bing's proper, don't panic, look, he finally let go of his heart and became more arrogant and domineering. This world is so small that there are so few places to expand and expand, it is barely enough for me to toss alone. Hashira, Kagaya, Yui, Orochimaru, what do you think of my masterpiece? Madara Uchiha turned around and asked the other 4 around him. It was also at the moment that the human beings on this planet really knew the names of the other 4 people of the 5 gods. It's normal, I'm currently researching a star destroyer that can destroy a planet with a single blow. Orochimaru was no longer interested in strength, and commented casually. You call this kind of stinky fish and shrimp a masterpiece? Hey, Madara, you are really getting worse and worse. As the enemy of his life, Hakuma definitely said a few words to the good-mouthed cannon. Blow hit the old man's arrogance. You can say yes. Kagaya mother and son said perfunctorily. Both of them are sensible people. Tianji Zhengxing's technique of using external force to scare people who don't understand the nickname is fine. For the Otsutsuki family, its principle is almost the same as the mirror. Depressed Madara Uchiha. The Julenju meteorite is still landing constantly, and the navy and pirates on the ground want to cry without tears. Guys, why are you still chatting? Help, advertisement. Stop talking. Please be yourself. Co-authoring this mighty terror that can destroy the world is not a fart in your eyes. I'm so. Kneel down. The hurricane has already swept across the sea, the meteorite has not yet landed, and the surface has begun to exert the same oppressive force as a level 12 tornado. Many weak navies and pirates have been carried and blown into the sky. The 3 generals of the navy looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and shot together, blasting towards the first meteorite that was getting closer and closer to the sky. As a result, the fart was about to pop out, and the number 1 meteorite didn't even show any signs of slowing down, and it was constantly expanding. Whitebeard and other number 1 people couldn't help but take action, trying to block the number 1 meteorite that fell from the sky. But in the end it was useless. Luffy ran to Ace, picked up the long knife and cut off the shackles of the sea tower on Ace's body. No one cared at all, and the guard looked up at the sky and was stunned. This scene is not only staged in Marin Vando, as the meteorite is getting closer and closer, its impact on the world is getting bigger and bigger, and slowly, almost everyone can see the wonder of this century in the sky. This is the disaster of the century. Is our world going to be destroyed? Everyone looked at the top of their heads helplessly, and there was no thought in their hearts. Escape? Escape to where? There is no way to escape. This is a worldwide map cannon. 3,000 nautical miles from here, the red-haired pirate group also looked at their heads in confusion, and in the distance was Kaido's group. They also used the same posture and the same expression pack. Boss. The world is coming to an end. Lackey Lu nibbled at the big drumstick in his hand, and before he died, he wanted to eat one more bite. The red-haired Sanji also stared blankly at the sky. He didn't understand what happened in front of him. There is Marin Vando, but the redhead knew that this time, the whole world would not be spared. Looking at the approaching, fiery red huge meteorite, the redhead sighed. Show me face, stop, meteorite. Without warning, the 9 destructive meteorites instantly disappeared in the air. Chapter 274. Come on, Empress, I'll pay this time. Show me face, stop, meteorite. The red-haired voice stopped, and the meteorite in the sky disappeared instantly. Everything was like a dream. The Julenju destroying heaven and earth meteorite disappeared completely. Except for the noisy sea level, everything seemed to have never happened. Pata. The big chicken leg in Lackey Rhodes' hand fell to the ground, staring at the red hair beside him like a god. It's not just him. All the crew members of the red-haired pirates looked like dementia, in disbelief, looking at the red-haired Sanji. Old boss? You saved the world? Usopp's father, Jesus be you, stared in shock and asked in disbelief. Red hair. Kaido. Everyone looked surprised. This kind of thing can't be explained by coincidence. The only explanation is, the redhead organized it all. Meteorite gave him a face. Depend on, what a face this is. Jesus be you was silent. He recalled that when he was recruited before, his boss seemed to have said this. Since then, he abandoned his wife and children to keep up with the red-haired pirates. Could it be that the red-haired Sanji actually has the ability of face fruit? The redhead's heart was also very uneasy. Although he didn't understand why the meteorite disappeared, in the end, it was a good thing. At least the world would not be destroyed because of it. In fact, there is no such thing as face fruit in this world. Give me face. And it's just a redhead mantra. Turning around, the redhead looked at Kaido. Kaido, give me a face, don't interfere in this matter. Kaido. 35 FK it. You're going to die. I didn't see the meteorites coming out on the battlefield in front of me. The ghost knows what happened there. Don't you go back to your hometown at this time and wait to die? Humph. Kaido snorted coldly and turned to leave. At this moment, all the crew members of the red-haired pirates looked at their boss and were instantly obsessed. Advertisement: the boss is really a face fruit ability. Actually, not that at all. A few seconds ago. Boss Luo. I can't hold back. Hurry up and take action, otherwise, the world will really be destroyed because of this. Ban Domineering turned around and turned his back to the people, ignoring it. In fact, he was secretly sending a message to Luo Bing. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers helplessly. The situation changed in an instant, and no holes appeared, but the 9 meteorites in the sky were directly moved into the Shenwei space. The Shenwei space is now several times larger than the previous day, and it is more than enough to accommodate these things. Meteorite. Disappeared? The white-bearded 3 generals rubbed their eyes and looked at the sky in confusion. Everyone, although we come from outside the sky, our purpose is not to destroy or invade this planet. The meteorite just now was just a farce. Okay, now everyone can do their part and start your performances. Luo Bing said. A chair automatically appeared under him. With popcorn in his hand, he casually put on a pair of sunglasses and turned on the movie viewing mode. Akainu. Yellow ape, green pheasant, white beard. Warring states. Under the king Kiwahai, Luffy, ace. So, what's the situation now? What are we going to do now? At this moment, both the Navy and the pirates were confused. The two sides suppressed their tempers and slowly retreated into 2 camps. They watched each other with mixed feelings in their hearts, and no longer had the urge to fight. Fight a furry fight. You really don't know what's going on right now. That day, the 6 outer gods sat there quietly eating popcorn, and no one knew their thoughts and intentions, which was too weird. Hurry up and fight, I'm almost finished with popcorn, Luo Bing said vaguely with his cheeks bulging. For flowers. Zero advertisement. The 2 sides remained motionless, and even retreated 2 or 3 meters away from each other. Luo Bing. What do you mean? I came to watch the show, you guys don't play, let me watch a ball. Luo Bing was a little depressed, sighed, and glanced around at the Navy group. All the navies are facing the enemy, except the 3 generals Shichibukai and Sengoku Garp. All the navies lowered their noble heads. The Empress in the QUC. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, you can't see me. The Empress constantly muttered in her heart. She never imagined that the man she met yesterday was not only so hard and speechless, who knew that his strength was also so perverted. The 9 meteorites that destroyed the world were knocked out by him with a single snap of his fingers, and there was no sign at all. This is so weird too. This is too perverted. Oh, miss, so you're also here. I'm sorry. I kidnapped you last time. You left before I said sorry to you, but you're doing well. Give you a thumbs up. Oh, by the way, I just feel a little uncomfortable now. Come on, I'll pay this time. Is 10 devil fruit enough? Is it enough? 100? I heard that this thing is very popular in your world? Empress. 3 all Navy pirates. What a bad language. What happened to the goddess we longed for? Damn it. I hate it, but to prevent the destruction of the world. To prevent the destruction of the world. Goddess. Just go at ease. Woo woo. Don't worry, you will always be the goddess in our hearts. Woo woo. A large number of Navy and even pirates shed tears in their hearts. Only the Empress herself had a black line on her head. Damn it. Speak well, others will misunderstand. But, in the end, she still walked to Luo Bing's side, reluctantly and daring to resist, pressed his shoulders, rubbed his calf, and knocked on his back. Chapter 275 Is 100 devil fruit enough? Second. Are 10 devil fruits enough? 100 if not? At first, no one believed this ridiculous nonsense. Until, that man pulled a tree out of the void. A devil fruit tree of unknown origin. The fruit tree is covered with large file size and small shapes of different fruits. From that moment on, all the Navy pirates were dumbfounded until they were sluggish. It's fake. It must be fake. Is it true that devil fruits grow from trees? 35. Impossible. How can there be such a tree? It's a lie. Is this the culmination of One Piece, the treasure that was born from the final island? What's wrong with me? I've been a pirate all my life, and I've been doing nothing all day. Oh, what am I doing in the Navy all my life? Seeing this, 887, tree full of devil fruits. I suddenly feel that my life has no meaning, no color. Let me be so depressed, I don't deserve to be called a treasure hunter at sea. When I see a book full of devil fruits, I can still be so motionless, I don't deserve to call it a treasure Asgardian. I suddenly found that my life was boring and meaningless. It's better to go home and farm the fields. Yeah, Navy brother, I want to understand, fighting and killing is really meaningless. Go home, marry a wife and have children. That's right, pirate brothers, no matter how hard we try, we can't reach the weight of other people's bosses. We're cannon fodder when we live. 35. That's right, brothers Navy. It's not always our charge, but in the face of those powerhouses, we're just small cannon fodder, and there's no point in dying. I want to go home. I'm going home too, I miss my mom. I don't want to be a pirate anymore. I don't want to be in the Navy anymore. Resigned. There is a lot of uproar in the Navy and pirates, and the former opponents have now become the closest confidants. Once upon a time, the blood was full of blood, and now there is not even a fart left. Advertisement. The three generals of the Navy were also speechless, and the Whitebeards and the others on the side were not much better. Their gazes stagnated on the tempting devil fruit tree, and the whole person seemed to have a sublimated state of mind. Once upon a time. One Piece. Roger's words set off a sailing frenzy in the whole world. People dreamed to be the only one in that world, to be the luckiest, bravest, and most courageous pirate, and some people were persecuted to protect the pirates. Resolutely became a navy. However, when reality came, they realized that even if there is a treasure, even if there is a chance, but those things are just reserved for the strong, they don't deserve it. There are stronger ones on top of the strong, there are bosses on top of the stronger, and there are lords on top of the bosses. And now, another celestial level, it also takes time to develop monsters. This is also developing hammer development. Do you have the confidence to surpass those outer gods? Do you have the confidence to surpass some powerhouses such as Whitebeard? Wash up and sleep. The world is big. Peace must always be there. Since this weather, many Navy pirates have returned to their hometowns and started their ordinary and warm lives. At least, they are no longer cannon fodder dancing on the tip of a knife. This I can't want. Empress Boya Hancock hurriedly turned her head into a wavy drum. A person can only eat one devil fruit in his life. If she had this one today, the tree is dying. This is to start a fire. She is already a devil fruit ability, and there is absolutely no need to look for new ones, and she knows that with her ability, it is absolutely impossible to keep his wealth. Why are you still humble, like this kind of tree? I collect dozens of trees a day, you're welcome. Luo Bing patted the Empress on the head, signaling her to be so restrained. I really can't. The Empress was about to cry, her big eyes filled with tears of grievance. The gift was rejected. Luo Bing sighed. This is the first time he has been rejected for a gift. In this case, Luffy. Do you want devil fruit? I'll give it to you if you want. Luo Bing asked again towards Luffy's Fang Shi. Hearing this, Chopper was instantly excited, the symbol of money flashed in his eyes, and the whole deer was so excited that he transformed himself. Then the activity in his heart was almost written on his face. I want. Advertisement. However, Luffy-chan is embarrassed and shy and shook his head. Although he is carefree, he also knows the meaning of hundreds of devil fruits. He is not so cheeky to get this treasure for no reason. You know, Mr. Luo Bing only had one meal on his own boat. Because of the kindness of this meal, Mr. Luo Bing has really given them too many benefits. Moreover, on his own boat, there are still a few useless devil fruits. They were also salvaged by Mr. Luo Bing before. So, Luffy gratefully declined. In the crowd, all the careerists were instantly disappointed. If hundreds of devil fruits fell into the hands of either Luffy or the Empress, they could still try to snatch them, but if the person who owns it's the words of this celestial being. Then wash and sleep. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach's face was twisted, his saliva was constantly flowing, but he still tried to suppress his own greed. Dark fruits can absorb the power of other fruits. If he got these hundreds of devil fruits, then I can't imagine that picture, and even Blackbeard didn't dare to look up at those fruits. He was afraid that he couldn't help but die. And then he would really die. Oh, well, then I have to keep it as a landscape tree. Luo Bing sighed, thinking that he had to clean up the useless treasures in the Shenwei space again. Otherwise, according to this absorption rate, the daily growth of Shenwei space still seems to be insufficient. Luo Bing's current Shenwei space as passive and autonomous adsorbent is close to his treasure. From the current point of view, this is really difficult. It really doesn't make any sense if you don't fight, so let's go back to your own home. Luo Bing sighed. 5.0 At this moment, a red shadow came quickly from afar, stepping on the air all the way. It's Redhead. Big guy, give me face, stop the war. The words came out. All the Navy and pirates rolled their eyes and glanced at him, then each boarded their own pirate ship or battleship and left without stopping. The Red Hair Pirates. FK. The face fruit is awesome. P.S. In the future, normal updates will be resumed, 2 updates a day. The new book, Marvel Supervillains, asks for support. This is the second update today. Chapter 276, Farewell to the Pirates, finally arrived, Otsutsuki Jupiter. From today, a new legend has spread on the endless sea. Not about the Luo Bing gang, but the Redhead. Legend has it that the Red Hair is a man with the fruit of face, and his fruit of face can prevent the meteorite from falling. One sentence makes Kaido retreat, and he has calmed down the war on the top with his own power. Even the sea gave him a face, so that his devil fruit ability would not turn into a landlubber in the water. Give me face began to spread widely, and many versions of the legend appeared after that. For example, if you give the Redhead face, you will get good luck, no matter in various aspects, there will always be a reward. On the contrary, if you don't give the Redhead face, then you will get face doom looms over the fruit, and it owes a debt that will be repaid one day anyway. But there are fewer and fewer strange legends about the 5 gods outside the sky. Even most of the pirates who were not at the scene didn't even know whether the 5 gods outside the sky were real or fake, or even the fact that there was a 6th person. After all, this kind of thing is really disgraceful. The Navy and the pirates coincidentally concealed this matter. And since that day, Luo Bing's group has completely left this sea of miracles full of infinite possibilities. 3 months later. Look, there's Otsutsuki Zuxing in front. We are finally there. Orochimaru corresponded to the nautical chart in the cosmic radar, with a very surprised expression. After traveling at the speed of light for 3 months in the universe, they finally reached the target point. Although, this time came a lot later than expected. But, finally arrived. It's really a thrilling and exciting journey. It's a pity. Passing through the cyber planet, the stored wine has been drank, alas. Hashimama Wangshu sighed, holding the wine gourd in one hand and his cheek in the other. Among the 5 people who came out of the ninja world, he was the only one who was the saltiest. Like Madara, it seems like he can't run out of energy every day. He doesn't waste a minute and a second, shutting himself up in the gravity training room in the spaceship, and constantly pushing himself. Even Orochimaru will occasionally go to warm up, and at the same time develop and improve this gadget that he created. But, advertisement besides drinking and playing cards, Hashima has no intention of cultivating at all. Shenyu Benyu is referring to him. Go wake up Mr. Luo Bing. Yi. Kaguya's eyes were blurred, looking at the magnificent planet in front of her, her whole body was fascinated. Once, this was her hometown, it is also her sad place. This woman bears a lot of stories that others don't know about. She used to be the young lady of a nobleman, Zuxing Otsutsuki, and her father was a god of war representing justice. Hatred, since the decline of the family and the disappearance of his father, the enemies of his father have appeared one by one. In order to prevent her from being retaliated against, and to preserve her only seedling, Kaguya's uncle specially requested to send her to a small blue planet far away. It is precisely because it is far enough that Kaguya's safety can be guaranteed. In the past few years, no one has ever looked for that place except for the Otsutsuki Doshi and Jin who were in the past. Otsutsuki Zuxing. I'm back. Kaguya clenched her fists with anger in her eyes. The skinny little girl who used to have nothing, has now become a hero by virtue of her excellent bloodline with extraordinary abilities. And today is the day she takes everything back. Ding. God-level cultivation technique 9 ways divine dragon art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding. God-level exercises. Keishin good fortune art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding. God-level cultivation technique 9 flames and different fire art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding. God-level cultivation technique Shinshin transformation is in the background to hang up and practice. Open black lens bracket at. The current practice progress of all exercises is 0.156% and the transmission speed is 10,000 seconds. Listening to the latest broadcast in his mind, Luo Bing slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Mr. Luo Bing, you have slept for 3 months, Yui Otsutsuki said respectfully from the side. Time flies so fast, I feel like I just squinted. Luo Bing stretched and sighed weakly. Boom. The entire universe is once again caught in the torment of rebirth and destruction. Luo Bing. Am I so loud? Advertisement, is it because you haven't brushed your teeth for a long time? Reluctantly, he snapped his fingers, the golden pointer appeared skillfully, and the world once again returned to its original state. Still not cautious enough. Luo Bing calmed down the runaway divine power and smiled awkwardly. Just because he had just woken up, he was a little careless about his power control. It may be because the progress bar of hundreds of god-level exercises has changed, and he has to reduce his energy output again. 3 months ago, the same proportion of energy that could live a normal life has now reached the point of destroying 887 and destroying the universe. It's scary. Live as a cosmic reset button, I'm also gone. Rolling his eyes, Luo Bing walked out of his room, and Yu Yi, who was beside him, was no longer surprised by this. Although he didn't know how many times he died today. But, unquestionably, he just absolutely died again. Sweat, this is also the main reason for the salted fish in Qianshuzhuma. But any normal person can't stand such a blow. Banana came out of the gravity room immediately after hearing the news of Luo Bing's awakening. His body was covered in sweat, but the whole person was even more radiant. This effort, this determination, who is he who is not a strong man? Not everyone is like Luo Bing. Salted fish, salted fish. Suddenly one day, the salt can't hold it anymore. Alert! Alert! Quantum defenses detected in the area ahead, breakthrough? Her wonderful voice sounded again on Friday. FK it. Luo Bing rubbed his sleepy eyes, raised his fingers lazily, and pointed forward. Chapter 277. This is Otsutsuki Zuxing. Today is still an unremarkable day in the chronicle of the universe, on the planet Otsutsuki. Wood, the young and hard-working leader of the Divine Tree research team, was seriously looking at a report on the desktop with a solemn expression. The statistical results of the new species of sacred trees are out. Ha ha ha. The 32 divine tree seeds that were sent to the destination point were successfully expanded and completely destroyed the life planet where it was located. In just over a few years, this is simply too fast, there are still more in the research room. The other white-haired Otsutsuju Jupiters were full of joy in their brows. It's a perfect seed. Not only does it take a long time to grow and grow, but it also destroys the ecological environment of the planet where it is located. At the same time, the transformed combat power is much more formidable than the previous Baiju army. And this amazing conversion rate, it's unimaginable, and the zombie powerhouses selected from the group of losers are also particularly satisfying. This is the biggest surprise of Jupiter Otsutsuki in this century. Another researcher looking at the report in his hand, he couldn't help but smile. This batch of cloned divine tree seeds has 33 seeds. Why did only 22 successfully develop and destroy the local planet, and what happened to the other one? While the divine tree scientists were excited, they did not forget to consider gains and losses, curiously asked the leadership group above. Some small accidents, maybe the seeds of the divine tree were discovered just after they were planted, and the attendant sent. What is it called? An old man with golden eyes seems to have a poor memory, or... He didn't pay attention to those lowly Asgardians at all, and asked curiously. He is Takashi Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Wood's face was stiff, looking at the report in his hand worried about gain and loss. Listening to the discussion room full of laughter in the research room, Otsutsuki Wood only felt that the coldness in his heart was even worse. The more laughter in the research room, the colder Otsutsuki Wood's heart became. Gradually, his teeth bit his lip, and a trace of blood was swallowed in his stomach. The cold data in his hands, the disappearance of life, all reminded Otsutsuki Wood that he lived on a not-so-cruel and cold planet, and what an evil and cold-blooded race he was born in. It's a piece of life. We destroyed their homes at will, still smirking here. Still showing off his warring states. What a twisted world this is. Otsutsuki Wood's eyes shed 2 tears of blood, and when he opened it again, there were circles of light blue ripples in his eyes. At this moment, because of despair and powerlessness in his heart, Otsutsuki Wood, who is not very talented in martial arts, forcibly evolved the most basic eye of reincarnation. It's just, no one can appreciate the price and significance of his evolution. This feeling? An old man in the research room frowned slightly. Wood, have you evolved the eye of reincarnation? The old man's eyes flashed a little bit of busyness, and then he shouted out in surprise. Ha ha ha, Wood, you must be too excited, your strength will naturally break through. Our family is like this, as long as we are idealistic, the spirit and the body are highly bonded, and a resonance reaction occurs, our divine pupils will be advanced. Advertisement. Wood, I didn't expect that your ability to practice is so poor, and you can actually give birth to the eye of reincarnation. This is really a rare case. I left my serum sample in the research room. I have nothing to do to study it. Maybe I can let our lowest level cannon fodder slaves also evolve a pair of reincarnation eyes, ha ha ha. The old man said happily. The good things are really one after another, so let me report the latest research to the elders, and then let's find a place to celebrate together, how about it? The old man with the golden glasses spoke, and the others cheered Roar's response. Not everyone can stand the dullness of the lab, they also have to relax occasionally. Otsutsuki Wood did not speak, although he was the youngest and most talented Otsutsuki genetic bioscientist in this century, but the words of others were mild, and there was no force of his own behind him. He is nothing but the title of genius. As long as he walks out of the laboratory, his status is like some of the lowest slaves. Seniors, I'm tired. I went back to rest, and I won't be gathering with everyone, Otsutsuki Wood said, and walked out of the research room lonely. No one was going to keep him. A group of so-called seniors were filled with sneer and ridicule. Pretentious. Oh, have his good fruit to taste? Wood's heart is still too kind. As a pure-blood Otsutsukimoto clan, I am really ashamed of him. Forget it, bro, let's go for a drink. By the way, I heard that a new group of young slaves have come to Hongmanlu recently, and many of them are still little babies, or 9. Ha ha ha, let's go. After walking out of the door of the research room, Otsutsuki Wood still looked like he couldn't let go. Deficient in talent, his white eyes evolved into reincarnation eyes. Delightful. If it was in the past, Otsutsuki Wood would have been excited to run 5 or 6 laps on the playground, and he would not be able to sleep at night after the surprise. But now, in his heart there is only anger, only pity, only pain. No joy. The cursed eye, the cursed race, go to hell. Puff. A string of bright red blood was left behind, and Otsutsumu Wood's right index finger and middle finger were deeply immersed in the eye sockets. Hot tears and blood flowed down his cheeks, and his whole person gradually turned into a bloody man. Pedestrians on the street gave him a suppressed look, then left with a sneer. Who doesn't know that Otsutsuki Wood is a cultivator? Although he is a genius in research, he cannot hide his title of rubbish. Advertisement is this frustrating. Oh, what a good show. No one paid attention, and even some people didn't even look at him, hurriedly skipped him, and continued to do their duty. In the sky, a flight of aircraft swept across, and Wood's heart gradually fell into a dead silence. Here, it's hell. Step by step, step by step, step by step. I don't know when, Wood walked into his home, a small house mixed between the poor and the rich. Brother Wood, what's the matter with you? It's okay, Brother Wood, your eyes. A group of dirty children immediately stopped playing and running over anxiously. These are the Qian Jiao, children of the ghetto, and also, or orphans. Most of their parents are some big tube woodbottom, commonly known as cannon fodder. Seeing their favorite Brother Wood, who was the best to them, had blood and tears in his eyes, the children burst into tears, and some even couldn't help crying. But their blood vessels were low and didn't cause any eye-related changes. Stop crying. Haha. I'm fine. In the future, this institute, I'm quitting. The most talented Otsutsuki biologist of this century has died. Then, another rebel was born. A beam of sunlight shone through the layers of barrier defenses of Otsutsuki Zuxing and fell on Otsutsuki Wood. He laughed. His smile was gentle. Facing this group of suffering children, he couldn't bear to bring his dark side to them. It will be fine. Most definitely. I will always believe that that day will come. Chapter 288. Who is killing this? Second. Where there is light, there is darkness. The twins of darkness and light alternate with the sun and the moon, endlessly. Perhaps 89/10 of the people on the Otsutsugizu star are pure evil, but there are still 1/10 of the people who have their hearts toward the bright ones. This race without love, in fact, in some corners, love still exists, and it is more implemented and more profound. Death in the secret realm of Roar Howling Canyon, a young man covered in blood gasped for breath and lay on the cold ground weakly. Around him, there is a constant backlog of tens of thousands of ancient dragon corpses. Among them, there are some monsters that have never been heard of and the Tree of God originally. It's really hard to deal with. The latest model of the 12-tailed corrupt god tree. My pupil power intercepted 200% of the power of the source, and I managed to kill 132 of them. Otsutsuki Genji muttered with a solemn expression. It's already very good, Genji. After all, the abilities of those corrupted dragons and alien beasts have been greatly increased in all aspects. A figure appeared out of thin air in the Roar Howling Canyon. Completely different from other clansmen, this young man who spoke gave a warm feeling of sunshine, and 903. What is particularly striking is this young man with blonde hair. Brother Jinmu, you're here. Genji struggled to get up from the ground, looked at the blonde young man beside him, and grinned. I've come a long time ago. Seeing that you were training too seriously, I didn't bother you, Jinmu smiled and waved his hand. All the scenery around him, including the corpse of the dragon and the corpse of the corrupted god tree, completely disappeared. The two also stood again in a vast and barren underground training ground. Roar. The training secret realm formed by infinite monthly reading is getting more and more real, thanks to the latest data provided by Senior Wood, Otsutsuki Genji smiled, stretched his waist lazily, and made a crackling sound. Speaking of wood, Otsutsuki Kaneki's eyes dimmed. He must be very sad today. Today is the day the research report is retrieved. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Genji was stunned, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Brother Jinmu, how long do we have to wait? I'm already very strong. Let's start acting. Overthrow the elders and overthrow this sinful world. Otsutsuki Genji excitedly held the blade in his hand. A pair of tensai and perseverance were written in the glazed tenseiken. You are very strong. But, from the overall situation, your strength alone is not enough to see. The elders have hundreds of millions of white-eyed soldiers, as well as those inspection missions, the ruling legion, and several others. Billionaires summoning army and divine tree legion. Our strength is still very weak. Without the absolute ability to confront the organization, if it is exposed, then the results that generations of rebels have planned for tens of thousands of years will be lost. Otsutsuki Kaneki said. This blonde man is the leader of this rebellion, a thorn in the eyes of the elders, a thorn in the flesh. It is he who, in this world full of despair, has opened up a little hope for those Otsutsuki people who still have a conscience. Although he looks young, for the Otsutsuki people with a long lifespan, this year he is more than 1,000 years old. And Otsutsuki Genji, a young man who seems to be full of enthusiasm, has already crossed the threshold of 500 years old. However, from the overall age group of the Otsutsuki clan, at the moment, they're young adults. I see, Brother Jinmu. But I'm just not reconciled. When I think that many of our clansmen are still under oppression and slavery, I can't sleep, and I feel uncomfortable. The sword was stuck on the icy ground, and the whole person frowned and sat on the icy ground, sulking. Genji. Well managed. 99 feet. Otsutsuki Kaneki was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of guilt and intolerance flashed across his face. What's wrong? Brother Jinmu? Genji looked up at Jinmu in confusion, confused. The latest information, Wood. He destroyed his eyes, Jinmu said in a lost voice. Senior Wood? Why is this happening? Senior Wood is too impulsive. Did those old guys from the research group do something? 35. Genji suddenly stood up from the ground, raised the sword in his hand, and was about to kill him. Trend. But Kaneki held him down and shook his head at him. I understand Wood. He's the kind of person who can't hold more sand in his eyes. But he is a little impulsive. This is not good for the overall situation, and it is very likely that Wood's existence will be noticed by people with ulterior motives, Jinmu said, frowning. Advertisement, the big picture, the big picture. What time is it, brother? You are still thinking about the big picture. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I want to act independently. Genji, calm down. Don't be stupid. The young and vigorous Genji held his head in his hands, his anger overflowing from his body. But at this moment, open black lens bracket alert. Alert. Attacked by unknown person. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket alert. Alert. Attacked by unknown person. Close black lens bracket. Genji and Kaneki, who were arguing, were stunned at the same time, and in the gap between the poor and the rich, Otsutsuki Wood, who had empty eyes, was also stunned. Not only these three people, but almost all the humans and other beings living on planet Otsutsuki were stunned at the same time, looking up at the sky in disbelief. This is Zushing's defense system? Who is so desperate? Crazy? Genji stared at Otsutsuki Kaneki in a stunned manner. The two exchanged glances, and instantly disappeared in place. What's the matter? Otsutsuki Wood stared blankly at the sky, although he lost his eyes, but through his mental power, he still saw the outside world. Oh. Orochimaru, your Star Destroyer cannon is not very powerful, and you didn't blast off the three-dimensional defense. Luo Bing looked at Orochimaru, who couldn't hide his face, and laughed and teased. HMPH, I was careless. Hasuma, raise the energy level to the highest, 35. I'm going to use a sun-level destruction beam. Orochimaru snorted angrily. Is it a little risky? We are too close. If it is a sun-level beam of destruction. Shenyu Juma glanced hesitantly at Luo Bing beside him. That's right, we have a marketplace. Ha ha ha, I forgot. Luo Bing. 6 Chapter 289 The background of Otsutsuki. A little light suddenly appeared in the dim universe. Then, this light quickly expanded, illuminating the entire nearby star field. Open black lens bracket energy charge 20%. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket energy charge 40%. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket energy charge 60%. Close black lens bracket. The violent heat energy flooded the entire starfield, and the sun-level destruction beam is the masterpiece of Orochimaru. Before again, only its true power has been tested virtually. That means, this is the first time it has been put into actual combat. Buzzing. Gamma rays and plasma are intertwined, and the uncatchable light seems to have a life form at this moment. At the same time, above the star Otsutsuki, all life forms seem to see two suns in the sky. Although this is not a special and ordinary case, many people are aware of the alarm issued by the air defense system before. What? That's the enemy's attack, they're still charging. Damn, what level of attack is this? Can Zushing's defense hold on? Don't worry, the ancestral star barrier is absolutely safe. There's the blessing of the hungry ghost on it. Any attack from the enemy will be absorbed. Yes, it must be fine. In the cosmic starry sky, the pillars on the spacecraft were stabbed by the intense beams and could not open their eyes. What the hell are you doing, Orochimaru? Do you want me to become blind? Hasuma muttered dissatisfiedly. The light was too bright, and although it did not spread the temperature in, the intense brightness made the existence of the column unbearable. Orochimaru smiled slightly, and said softly indifferently, Don't worry, I'm ready. Then, he unhurriedly took out 6 pairs of sunglasses from a drawer, and after he brought 1 pair, he distributed the remaining 5 pairs to everyone. There was silence inside the ship. Is this what you mean by preparation? Is it a little too simple? Mobin with sunglasses turned black. Even so, he could still feel the strong light, although it was a little dim, he still felt a little tingling in his eyes. Advertisement. The others weren't much better, except Luo Bing. He looked at the 5 people wearing sunglasses with great interest, and turned a camera into his hands, and snapped a few photos as souvenirs. Only, everything seems to be exposed. Don't worry, I'm still ready. Orochimaru calmly helped his sunglasses, and then pressed a button again. ZZ. After a sound of electronic equipment turning, a robotic arm suddenly appeared outside the cockpit of the spaceship where the 6 people were. The robotic arm took out a pitch-black, giant sunglasses, from the spaceship's upper warehouse storage space and then, Darling, bring it. Spot. Between the columns. Kagaya, Yui. When Luo Bing saw this operation, he instantly laughed, leaned back and forth, patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, and said, You are such a genius. You even put sunglasses on the spacecraft. Tell me, how did you do? Want? Orochimaru's face did not change. Temporary decision, but very effective. It was quite effective. I can't see anything clearly now. How about we eat stewed snake soup tonight? Ban's face has black lines and blue veins burst out on his head. His most powerful source is his own eyes. If he is blinded by Orochimaru, he swears that he will be at odds with this guy. Don't eat wild game. You are not blind. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, signaling everyone to be at ease. Yes, it's just that the sunglasses outside the spaceship are too strong. This is within my expectation. The black paint was obtained from the planet Cyborg, and it is very effective. Orochimaru also explained it, and then took it off. Sunglasses on the eye sockets. Madara took off his sunglasses in confusion, and his vision recovered a little. Although it was still dull, he could see things anyway, which meant that his eyes had no problems at all. 1. In that case, why did you let us wear our own sunglasses? Isn't it unnecessary? Madara Uchiha roared and asked. Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot 0 Orochimaru frowned. I'm sorry, I bought too much, don't waste it. Advertisement. Madara Uchiha. In the atmosphere in the spaceship began to become active again. But at the moment, a group of Otsutsuki people outside the spaceship are not so optimistic. Damn. This brightness is getting stronger and stronger. Once this kind of strong energy explodes, the external barrier will definitely not be able to stop it. In a dome-shaped safe house, a group of elders and top executives stared at the big screen in front of them, watching the data jumping on it, anxious in their hearts. Who is the enemy? No spaceship can be spared from an attack of such energy. Point 0. Is this a suicide attack? In front of the big screen, several old men with gorgeous white beards looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. No matter what, open the different dimensional space channel and pull out all the combat power. Yes. Yes. Soon. the owner of the purple nine-hooked jade wheel, the fire-eyed Datongmu tribe, took the lead, and then instantly got into his own small world. Swish! This is a world made up of ice, and there are tens of thousands of soldiers in the world, who are completing their daily training tasks according to the rules. Lord! 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 When the young man in white with horns walked into this world, all the creatures knelt down without exception and looked at the man in the sky with admiration. Ancestral Star 368 guards, follow me. Yes, 35. The horned man in white waved his hand gently, and the gravitational force released. His cuff instantly swallowed hundreds of thousands of people on the ground, and disappeared in this ice space in an instant. At the same time, things like this are happening in every corner of the world passage. The originally sparse and wide Otsutsuki Zuxing suddenly burst out with a large number of troops. In the sky, the different dimensions opened by hundreds of holes have not been fully closed, and then a new channel of different dimensions has been opened again, and Chapter 290 there are only 6 invaders, pupil space. This is something that is familiar to the Otsutsuki clan. Among the Otsutsuki clan, 1 out of every 10,000 offspring can give birth to extraordinary space ability, and this kind of space ability, whether it is used for combat or for storing loot, is very portable and beneficial. And the ambitious Otsutsuki clan uses these pupil space more to raise soldiers. It is another pupil space, which is different from most other pupil spaces. It is deserted and uninhabited. Looking around, you can only see the tall trees of Songli. This emerald majestic tree will give you the illusion of a moment of comfort and tranquility. But, this is the most dangerous place for the Otsutsuki clan. Wake up! Divine trees! The stage that belongs to your 903 has arrived. A horned humanoid with red eyes and a white scarf who could not tell the difference between men and women abruptly came to this space and waved his own hands. Roar! 35! Ho ho ho! 35 The earth trembled, and the peaceful heaven turned into hell in an instant. One after another cracks appeared on the horizon. Tentacles were pulled from the ground, and the originally quiet body of the divine tree instantly turned into a demon waving 10 arms one by one. 10-tailed god tree, Otsutsuki has the lowest level and the most war gun truck. It's just an alien invasion, there's no need to be so nervous, but I'm curious, which race is this? 99 feet. In the most heavily guarded and luxuriously decorated place of the Otsutsuki clan, a young man with red hair asked with a flat face. He has no horns on his head, which is the same as a normal human being, except for his enviable flowing red hair, which doesn't seem to be anything special. If there's something special about it, that is. Under his body knelt a row of elder members of Otsutsuki. And the identity of this person, it is self-evident, he is the Emperor Otsutsuki of this generation, Otsutsuki Yan. But, more people call him, the Red Devil, because of his hair color and more because of his nature. The elves don't have the guts, and the phantom beasts don't have the strength. From the current point of view, the race that can condense such energy. The only possibility is the machine race, the elder said tremblingly. His eyes did not dare to stare the figure of the man on the throne, only dared to look up at the soles of his shoes. Advertisement, mechanics? The red-haired man frowned. I've never heard of it. Indeed, because of the special physiological structure of the mechanical race, they have not planted any level of divine trees in their territory, and they will pay us a large amount of materials and equipment every year. It stands to reason that it can't be them, but, other than that, I can't think of any other race in the universe, the elder said truthfully with his head down. The red-haired man nodded and smiled lightly. Anyway, it will be gone after the event. What he described was an understatement, as if destroying a race was a very common thing for him. Follow your orders, my king. Open black lens bracket energy condensation 1000%. Open black lens bracket up to the solar level standard, start launching, close black lens bracket. Boom. After an earth-shaking shock, the entire Otsutsuki planet deviates hundreds of millions of kilometers toward the rear, and the entire ball is constantly drifting toward the universe. At this time, the defensive force field on planet Otsutsuki Muzu was also completely reimbursed and fragmented because of this sun-level destruction beam. The spaceship that Luo Bing and others were riding in also emitted thick smoke. Wonderful performance. I didn't expect that one day I would be beaten up here, ha 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 ha. The red-haired man laughed mockingly at himself, then picked up the offering fruit on the side and ate a few bites. His offering table is full of magical tree fruits of various colors and shapes. It was only after destroying a living planet that a divine tree energy fruit could be condensed, but the red-haired man at the moment ate these things as snacks before meals. After completely swallowing a divine tree fruit, the full, red-haired man's black pupils soared all the way, and a faint golden light shone on the stage. Golden Samsara Eye. Several great elders looked at the king in front of him with admiration, and their eyes were radiant with the legendary Golden Samsara Eye. Let me see. Who is the other party? The red-haired man said, squinting his eyes. His realization instantly penetrated the void, penetrated the fog of the atmosphere, and directly saw the essence. Then, he froze in place. 6 people, he said in disbelief, and then looked towards the farther line of defense. No. Advertisement. No. Still none. He has been looking at the void, has been looking at the black hole, has been looking at the end of the black hole. He found nothing. Only those 6. That weird, 6 people. One of the guys. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but he's actually beckoning roared to him. How could there be only 6 people? The elder asked in disbelief. Only 6 people dare to invade Otsutsuki's star? Are you crazy? What kind of lunatic really is there? The red-haired man sighed, and slowly closed his eyes. The golden color in his eyes gradually disappeared. Forget it. I'll leave it to you. Oh, by the way, don't kill them directly, I'm still a little interested in them. 5.0 The red-haired man said, and then gradually fell asleep, and even started snoring. The 9 elders retreated in cold sweat, anger welling up in their hearts. How dare you? How dare it be only 6 people, 39. This is a humiliation to Otsutsuki. 35 The elders just walked out. Outside, the neatly arranged army turned their heads in an instant, waiting for the elders' instructions. Humph. The first elder looked at the 6 figures in the sky getting closer and closer, and his heart was about to explode. Just because of these 6 people, he almost used the entire clan's forces. It's really outrageous. Don't kill them first, let them come down, I want to see if they're crazy or not, the elder said angrily. Chapter 291 Is he a waste? Thousands of dimension holes in the sky opened, and they were the pupils of the Otsutsuki elite. The space gate is constantly transporting batches of formations. Thousands of cave openings are transported at the same time. Constantly there are white robes and horns of the Otsutsuki clansmen flashing at the gate. They waved their sleeves, and a large number of Otsutsuki elite soldiers appeared. In just a moment, the city space below was filled with all kinds of Otsutsuki soldiers, of which the white-eyed soldiers accounted for 80% of the ninjutsu, and the rest were all reincarnation-eyed soldiers and sacred tree monsters and so on. The space-shifting operation of flipping the sleeves is very similar to the universe in the sleeves of myths and legends. Madara Uchiha once imagined the prosperity of Otsutsuki Zuxing, where there may be the existence of the 10-tailed god tree, and there may be a small group of samsara warriors. However, when he saw with his own eyes the dense army of samsara eyes and the army of the divine tree, he suddenly realized something. The Otsutsuki Zuxing he fantasized about was still too rudimentary after all. To put it simply, the group of Otsutsuki soldiers under him, no matter who they are, can turn the world upside down when placed in the ninja world. At this moment, Otsutsuki Yui seemed to understand her mother's idea that she would rather kill her relatives righteously than be cruel and insist on cultivating Baiju soldiers. It's unbelievable, what a scale this is. Is it really a level that a racial power can achieve? At the moment, Kaguya's heart was also very uneasy. She landed slowly with the 5 people. Her beautiful eyes looked at the unfamiliar and familiar environment in front of her, and her whole heart was like an ice cellar. She knew that her Zuxing was very strong, but she didn't realize that with her experience and qualifications at that time, the Otsutsuki Zuxing she knew and contacted was only the tip of the iceberg. Or, not even the tip of the iceberg. Such a race, can it really be defeated? At this moment, Kaguya seemed to understand why her uncle would rather kneel down to the great elder and ask her to be sent to a remote planet to be a small divine tree guardian rather than raise an army to resist. Because, that's downright delusional. Advertisement. Looking at the 6 people in the sky getting closer and closer, on the platform of the ground castle, the great elder frowned hesitation, looking at the group, reading thousands of years of memories back and forth, and finally seemed to have thought of something, a look on his face. Weird. Who am I? Isn't this Otsutsuki Ningai's daughter? Interesting. She should be his descendants, but, the degeneration of her bloodline is so serious, and that's right. She should be combined with the local aborigines. 39. It's a shame for the Otsutsuki clan. The great elder showed contempt, and in this moment, they had already investigated the source of the attack they had just obtained. It's not a light of energy released by an individual, but a powerful spaceship. And now, the spaceship was also basically in a scrapped state. Kaguya. In the elite soldier regiment, a middle-aged man with white hair and horns with outstanding temperament sighed. He watched in surprise and horror at the 6 people who landed in the sky, tears inadvertently flashed from the corners of his eyes, and clenched the sharp spear in his hand. Kaguya's uncle, the commander of the 5,000 samsara warriors, the Baron of Darkness, Otsutsuki Ningri. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ningri's heart was ashes. He didn't expect to see his little niece again in this life, and he didn't expect the 2 of them would meet here. How stupid. Kaguya. Why did you come back? 35 Otsutsuki Ningri's eyes were full of tears, and red blood was left in his pupils. Uncle. Kaguya also saw the majestic man. He is so much older than before. Interesting. The elder giggled, grabbed a special technological fantasy unilateral eye from the void on the side, and put it on the side ear. The combat power is 120,000. The combat power is 150,000. The combat power is 30,000. The combat power. 90,000. The combat power. 300,000? The great elder looked at Madara Uchiha in the crowd with surprise. Unexpectedly, this young man is a hybrid with black hair. Unexpectedly, he has 300,000 combat power, even surpassing his grandmother Kaguya, and even comparable to Otsutsuki, elite fighters. How did he do that? Advertisement being a hybrid. If he enters the baptism of the ancestral star true blood pool, how much combat power can he increase? Can you become a commander, or a grand commander? If he is given thousands of years of growth, will he also be able to become a lord of the small world? The first elder shook his head and smiled. The older he got, the more bored he became, and he went back to think about these non-existent things. While thinking about it, the first elder focused his attention on the center of the 6 people. It was a handsome young man. 903 to be frank. His appearance made the elders very jealous. But it's really strange, he doesn't seem to have any Otsutsuki's blood flowing through him. So, he's a different race. Maybe Kaguya's husband? No wonder Kaguya would like this kind of character, after all, she is really outstanding. The first elder thought to himself, suddenly surprised, and looked at the data in the combat effectiveness tester in disbelief. 0? How is that possible? Is he a piece of shit? The very abrupt 0K on the LCD screen startled the Great Elder, and he turned around and glanced at the Great Lords beside him. Open black lens bracket 10 million. 103 million. 11 million. Close black lens bracket. That's right. The combat effectiveness tester is still running normally, but why? This young man's combat strength is 0. The Great Elder is puzzled. He has seen many races, and encountered many strange creatures. Even the worst only has a combat strength of 5, but this handsome young man in front of him has a combat strength of 0. This is really surprising. It's just ridiculous. Chapter 292. I'm here for revenge. The surprise of the first elder aroused the attention of the other elders. They turned their heads one after another, and looked at the elder with a cautious look. What the hell is going on? Is the opponent's combat effectiveness amazing? Is it a very strong enemy? The first elder smiled strangely and explained. This is the first time in my life that I have seen a living body with 0 combat power, and I just lost my temper. With his explanation, the faces of the 8 great elders around him became even more bizarre. Strange goods with 0 combat power? Does this universe really exist? Ghosts. It's really amazing how big the universe is. It seems that there will be a lot of jokes that can be added to the dull life when we chat and meet in the future. In another hidden dimensional space, Kaneki and Otsutsuki Genji hid in the cracks of the dimension. Behind them, millions of Otsutsuki rebels and various orc companions gathered, curiously watching the scene in front of them, watching the landing from the sky. The 6. Jinmu's dimensional attribute is very special. His lethality is not even that of Genji, but his spatial attribute is indeed concealed. This point, even if the Red Devil of Otsutsuki Yan personally shot, he would definitely not be able to discover their existence. Not only Jinmu, his father, grandfather, his generation's spatial attributes have all been inherited. After generations of efforts, the hidden space therein is more solid. This is also the resistance army can be an Otsutsuki Zuxing key to surviving. 6 people. 6 people dared to provoke Zuxing Otsutsuki. What are they trying to do? 39 Genji turned to look at Kaneki beside him with a strange expression on his face. Jinmu shook his head. They didn't understand. That's Kaguya. It's Kaguya who disappeared from Zuxing more than 1,000 years ago. 35 Jinmu recognized it. When they were young, they had contact. At that time, the other party was still very gentle and pitiful. Girl. And her father, Jin Mu, is more familiar. Otsutsuki Ningye, a heroic member of the resistance army, and was also the right-hand man of Kaneki's father at that time. However, in the 1,000-year mission, Kaneki's father was trapped due to the tricks of the elders and others. In order to organize, Kaguya's father had to reveal his identity in that battle, and he chose to self-destruct to rescue Kaneki without hesitation. S father. Advertisement. But facing the layout carefully planned by the elders, Jinmu's father still failed to get out of the predicament. Afterwards, in order to make the elders and the others truly believe that the rebel army has completely disappeared, Jinmu's mother chose to avoid the world and no longer intervene in any external events. And that decision directly led to the arrest and execution of all the rebels who remained in Zuxing Otsutsuki. Kaguya's fate begins from that moment. It has also become confusing. I'm sorry for their family. Jinmu frowned as he looked at Kaguya, who had returned from a distance. Brother Jinmu, are you trying to save them? You have to figure it out. Now the Great Elder and the others are all outside, the Legion, the Divine Tree. Once the war starts, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, Genji calmed down and discouraged Jinmu on the side. It's not time to start the war. Our strength is not enough. Otsutsuki Jinshi's usual roar breathed out, his eyes piercing. If I shoot, and the old monster Otsutsuki at the moment doesn't see this, I have 0.1 seconds to act. There is only one chance of this kind, and I can only save one. If there are more, even I can't stand it, Otsutsuki Kaneki said. But in doing so, our entire rebel organization will be exposed, and any action we want to carry out will become extremely difficult from today on. But in this case, I have to take action again. Kaguya and her family are kind to the organization. We have hurt her once, and we chose to sit back and ignore it when she needed us most. This time, I can't watch it anymore. Kaneki gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Listen to you, big brother Jinmu. I will listen to you. If we choose to look from afar, what are the rebels? FK the whole situation. Fight. Genji's blood surged up, and a strong blood permeated. Fight. Millions of troops waved their arms behind them, and the eyes of this group of young people were full of courage and hope. Jin Mu slowly closed his eyes, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his head. Advertisement. He only has one chance to shoot, and he must not make mistakes. Must not be wrong. He's so stressed that he's having trouble breathing right now. Outside world. Although I don't know where you got the spaceship from, but I think you're lucky. Unfortunately, you have made an unfortunate choice. Rebel Kaguya-heim, where is your inspector? Where are Otsutsuki Jinshi and Taoya? Are you here to die this time? The old man instantly turned into a beast that chose people and devoured him, and a pair of demonic blood-red samsara eyes stared at the group of 6 in front of him. On his forehead, a tightly closed demon pupil is also slowly opening. Elder. Kagaya smiled, glanced at Mr. Luo Bing beside him, heaved a sigh of relief, and felt a lot more at ease. She opened her mouth and said word by word, "I'm here this time, for revenge, 99. The air fell silent again. After a long time. I don't know who's, Pucci, interrupted this tranquil scripture. I'm sorry, ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, I really can't help it. The sixth elder laughed like no one else was around. Kui Yeji, do you know what you're talking about? A loud shout came, but it was Kaguya's uncle, Otsutsuki Ningri. With a pale face, he flew under the castle, and fell to his knees in horror. Elders, please ask for atonement. This child has been in the universe for more than 1,000 years. 80% of the time, he was blinded by demons. Please ask the elders to hand her over to me. Ningri will definitely not live up to the expectations of the elders. Otsutsuki Ningri knelt on both knees and said tremblingly. Although he knew that his request was so absurd and uninhibited, at this time, he couldn't control that much. He would rather win that hope among the 10 million impossibles than watch his niece send to death. Uncle, stand up straight, he's not worthy, Kagaya hurriedly shouted. Shut up. How did Ning Yi give birth to such a rebel girl? Can't you tell the situation in front of you? Hurry up and kneel down to atone for the elders. 35 Otsutsuki Ningri shouted with tears in her eyes. Chapter 293. The situation is urgent, Luo Bing takes action. Ningri Otsutsuki's words hurt Kaguya's heart. Kagaya knew that her uncle gave up her dignity so completely to protect her. More than 1,000 years have passed, but Kaguya's impression of family affection will never be erased. She clearly remembered that her uncle was a person who loved face and was very dignified. But it was such a person who knelt down twice in front of the great elder, not to mention this time in front of his clansmen, and even in front of his subordinates. Uncle. Kagaya burst into tears. Yu Yi, who was beside him, looked at this uncle and grandfather he had never seen before, and the string in his heart was also touched. At the moment, let alone Yui, even Madara was furious. From the original point of view, Otsutsuki Ningri is also regarded as Madara Uchiha's grandfather. Seeing his own family being so humiliated, Madara Uchiha couldn't swallow this breath at all. Enough, what are you laughing at, you little bastards? It's just that you are a little older than me and have more resources than me. What's so good about it? Give me a few more decades, and I, Madara Uchiha, will beat your fathers even if they don't know each other. Uchiha Madara said, cursing for the first time. It's a pity. You don't have decades, and you don't even have time for today. The sixth elder was not angry at all, and smiled and stroked his white beard. Yes. Uchiha nodded and said in a low voice, I also give this sentence to you, this immortal. The sixth elder's brows jumped, and the corners of his mouth raised a dangerous arc. The mouth is arrogant and stubborn. It seems that there is no need to talk nonsense with you. Come on. Take them all to me. With the order of the sixth elder, the situation changed in an instant. Thunder and lightning surged, and a Datongmu clansman covered with thunder and lightning flashed away from the crowd, flew out, and immediately rushed to the area where the six Luo Bing were located. I can't beat it, it's up to you, Boss Luo. Ban's mouth glanced at the corners of his mouth and looked at Luo Bing, who was beside him. This big boss is their confidence. Don't worry, little meaning. Luo Bing nodded and twisted his neck. At this time, Otsutsuki Kanaki's eyes lit up. I can't handle that much anymore. Swish. Swish. A golden shadow suddenly flashed out of the void. Jinmu's eyes locked on Kagaya, and he stretched out his hands to grab it in her direction. Advertisement. Who? The elder's expression changed, and he discovered the strange qualitative change in the space. Immediately afterwards, a red light burst out from the palace's recuperation room, and the red devil disappeared in a flash, his face ferocious, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. Traitor. Still alive. Otsutsuki Yan teleported towards Jinmu at a speed invisible to the naked eye. His speed was too fast. Even before his voice came out, the whole person had already reached Jinmu's side. It's too late, brother Kaneki. Otsutsuki Genji watched nervously in the inner world. Just in that moment. Tear. The sound of clothes being torn to pieces came out. Success. Jinmu's face showed cold sweat, and at the most critical time, he returned to the inner world with a figure wrapped in it. Damn it. The Otsutsuki flame space domain was completely released, grabbed a node in an instant, and then the whole person turned into a red glow and swooped away. Huh. The entire space node was closed, and the red devil slammed into the void, directly ripping apart all the nearby space, but he still lost the shadow of Jinmu in the end. The space attribute of Jinmu is really special. He does not exist in the interlayer with space, and his space range is completely within the inner space of the entire world. Great. It worked. Genji shook his fist in surprise, and then he looked at Kaneki excitedly. Ah? Otsutsuki Genji was completely stunned in place. Jinmu, who was on the side, saw his expression, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Then, he looked at the person who was rescued beside him in disbelief. Seeing this, he almost didn't react on the spot. Men. That handsome guy. How can this happen? Jinmu looked at the man beside him in confusion. Although the situation was urgent just now, he still clearly remembered that he did not catch the wrong target. This is how the same thing. Hey, I admire a man like you who praises me as handsome as soon as we meet. Luo Bing waved at Jinmu in front of him. Jinmu. Advertisement Genji. Outside world. The dazed band looked at Luo Bing's disappearing shadow, and his whole body instantly crashed. Wait. Big brother Luo slipped away, what the hell? No way. With Madara's eyesight, although he had just discovered a strange spatial fluctuation, he had no idea what happened at that moment. Madara's eyes rolled, and his heart began to beat drums in an instant. If Boss Luo just ran away, then are they dead? Damn traitor. The planet is blocked in martial law. I want to dig them out inch by inch. Otsutsuki Yan's anger spurted, condensed the real form, and the people present saw a side composed of blood and energy, of the sea. The overwhelming pressure swept through the sky, and in that instant, many low-level soldiers couldn't bear it and vomited blood and died. Domineering. Open. Madara Uchiha waved his arms, and as soon as he reached the invisible aura formed around him, it turned into an aura wall, which could resist the leaped blood sea phantom. This is the skill he learned in the pirate world. No one is more suitable for using domineering than Madara, but he has never used it before. This was the first time it was used in actual combat, but the situation was quite reluctant. Drops of sweat quickly appeared on Madara's forehead. Under the monstrous blood, he couldn't hold on for long. It's over. It's all over. I actually saved the wrong person. Jinmu's eyes were dull, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. Then what should we do? Brother Jinmu, Genji was also anxiously beside him. There's no other way. In order to prevent the Red Devil from breaking into this place, I have already opened a rule for the next life. Now we won't be able to get out for at least 100 years, not even me. Jinmu gasped heavily, there was a flash of unbearableness in the eyes. Huh. Just as Genji and Jinmu were chatting eagerly, Luo Bing narrowed his eyes, stepped out of the inner space, and instantly came to the Red Devil's side. Reach out. It grabbed his neck in an instant. Hey, put away your disgusting body odor, you scared my friend. Luo Bing's eyes were cold, looking at Otsutsuki Muyan in front of him as if he were looking at a dead thing. Chapter 294. At this moment, the hustle and bustle of the world faded away. There seems to be only one figure left in the bright sky, and that person seems to be the only one between heaven and earth. And that supreme existence on Otsutsuki Sushing was being erected in the air by the man with one hand around his neck. Everything seems to be like a dream, generally unreal. Illusion. Solution. Illusion. Solution. The first elder and the others clenched their handprints in horror, and the whole person was so flustered that they were at a loss. How can that be? This is impossible, Lord Yan, Lord Yan. The third elder shouted in disbelief. He constantly rubbed his eyes, blood and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes without knowing it. The sea of blood shrank instantly, as if encountering some great terror, and disappeared directly. Ha 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 ha. I'll just say it, Mr. Luo won't leave us alone, so don't worry now ha ha. Madara Uchiha at the moment was very proud. He can be regarded as a bad breath, unscrupulously provoking the group of elders. But at the moment, no one paid attention to his sarcasm. Everyone was staring at the scene in the sky in disbelief. The Red Devil was defeated. Kaguya's uncle Otsutsuki Ningri stared at the sky dully, his mind went blank, and he murmured this sentence repeatedly, as if he was already demented. Definitely, there are many more serious people than him. For all the Otsutsuki people, the Red Devil is the belief in their hearts. And now, belief has collapsed, and it collapsed so easily. Just like the top of Mount Tai, everything is so destructive, even. The Red Devil can't even resist, his whole face is flushed, and it seems that he can't breathe. But at his level, where does Roar need to suck? Obviously frightened. You. Who the hell are you? The Red Devil was dripping with cold sweat. He wanted to resist and struggle, but his whole body seemed to be caught in an unfathomable mud, and it was so difficult for him to even speak. Not to mention the stubborn resistance. Advertisement. I'm your father, child. Luo Bing still had that bohemian expression, like a child who would never grow up. Uchiha's face darkened. Boss Luo. I always feel that you are taking advantage of me. If Boss Luo is the father of this old B***************** D who has lived for tens of thousands of years, then according to the blood relationship, what is he? Darling grandson? FK off, my descendants are not as ugly as you. Luo Bing gave Madara Uchiha a contemptuous look. Spot. Damn. Don't think about it so easily. Otsutsuki Yan said word by word, his eyes gradually flashing golden light. It's the golden samsara eye, it's the golden samsara eye, the eye of supremacy. Master Yan won't be so easily. As the elder said, he suddenly lost his voice as if his throat was choked. Because at the moment, Luo Bing was looking at him with a dull look, with golden light shining in his eyes. Is this what you're talking about, old man? I've updated this version 800 years ago. Oh, by the way, do you want to see what's on this? As he spoke, Luo Bing smiled wickedly, his golden pupils slowly revolved, replaced by a glass-colored kaleidoscope of light. See? Huh? One to the left and one to the right, two glazed pupils grab people's attention? The great elder just glanced at it, as if the soul had been absorbed by the entire adsorbent. It's not like. That's it. Boom. An old figure fell to the ground. It was the great elder. At the moment his body penetrated, all the skeleton, no upgrades. After 2 or 3 seconds, it was directly replaced by a blue smoke, subsequently evaporated. Damn it. What kind of trick is this? Who will die? Madara Uchiha was startled, then scratched his head. Why is he okay? You should probably understand why I'm such a salted fish. Otsutsuki Yuya glanced blankly, then flew in the direction of his uncle, bent down and stretched out his hand to support him. Grandpa, don't worry, since my mother and I dared to come back, we have absolute confidence. Yuyi smiled gently, looking at Ningri Otsutsuki in front of him. Katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot 0. Uncle. What's your name? Child. Otsutsuki Ningri felt the touch of family love connected by blood, looked up at Yui, and Kagaya on the side, tears in his eyes flow. The death of the great elder stimulated all the surviving elders, who instantly understood something and looked up into the sky. Advertisement. This is an irresistible powerhouse. Even if they have hundreds of millions of troops, how many backers? Can't resist him. Number 7. Their line is over, in the inner world. Otsutsuki Genji and Kaneki stared at the scenery outside with dull eyes. In less than 10 seconds. 0. The things that happened in the outside world were one after another, and the two of them were already numb. Behind him, millions of troops are also watching stupidly, their brains are no longer enough. What happened? Am I not awake? Brother Jinmu, am I still reading Infinite Monthly? Otsutsuki Genji stared blankly at Kaneki beside him. Kaneki looked at him with the same eyes, and the two looked at each other, speechless. Outside world, you are considered a very strong existence in this universe. It would be a pity to kill you, Luo Bing said lightly, looking at Otsutsuki Yan in front of him. Otsutsuki Yan's eyes like dead ashes gradually revealed a glimmer of hope. But, Luo Bing's words continued to ring in his ears. But, it's a pity, boom. As his voice fell, Otsutsuki Yan turned into a cloud of smoke, and he didn't even make a sound, and the whole thing disappeared in the sky. Even Luo Bing didn't bother to absorb the energy and pupil power in him. Too little. For Luo Bing now, the energy he gets in 1 second is more than the sum of his whole body. Boss Luo, I, Madara Uchiha, would like to call you the strongest in the world. Ha 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 ha. Madara Uchiha roared loudly. Luo Bing rolled his eyes at him, a little helpless. Do you want to tell me? And? Chapter 295 Reckoning Time. Since the Red Devil was annihilated in this world, the whole world seems to be different. Roar. A large number of sacred tree monsters roared and roared. Immediately afterwards, the pale golden streamers of their pupils flashed away, and they looked around in confusion. Their expressions lost the dullness they had before, and they looked around anxiously. Definitely, not only these monster-tailed beasts, but the top group of Lord-level characters in the Otsutsuki instance all hugged their heads in pain. A golden light flashed in their pupils, and their consciousness and reason gradually recovered. This kind of situation happened one after another, and even the remaining 8 elders screamed out with their heads held. Controlled by pupil power, it turns out that their lives are all controlled by copying. It's really scary. Madara Uchiha looked around at the chaotic 903, and couldn't help but feel a little sigh. That's right, this is the biggest conspiracy at the top. A trace of fear flashed in Jin Mu's eyes. Since the death of the Red Devil, the pupil power that bound most geniuses and high-level leaders has gradually dissipated, and many people have also understood something in an instant, and looked at their hands in disbelief. After the memory regained consciousness, the elders felt a little rejoicing while resentful. It was too terrifying. Before, they had been living in the shadow of the Red Devil, and they didn't even realize it. Now that the Red Devil died, the rearguards he arranged came to the surface one by one. So, a surprise flashed in the eyes of the 6th elder. He thought that he was going to die before. What a joke. The existence of such a powerful Red Devil is in the hands of that man without any resistance. How can he still survive as a mere elder? But now, there is a glimmer of hope in his heart. He is under control, which is undoubtedly a good reason to shirk responsibility. Next, as long as he complains and sells miserably, there is a high possibility of avoiding punishment. Thinking of this, the 6th elder knelt on his knees and looked up in Luo Bing's direction. My lord, I did a lot of evil things before, but at that time I was under control. You, Lord, don't care about the villains, just take my life away, I will definitely. Crack. The 6th elder who was crying was like a mirror with cracks all over his body. Before he could finish speaking, his whole body shattered into pieces, then turned into smoke and completely disappeared between the world. Remaining elders. Advertisement. How to do this. Is it impossible to die today? Everything is the Red Devil's fault. It's not fair for you to do this, an elder bravely shouted. Fair. Luo Bing sneered and continued to wave his hand. The remaining 7 elders all turned into flying smoke and evaporated without warning. I'll give you a fair chance, go down and find that red hair to sell accounts. After saying a sentence, Luo Bing turned his head to look at the army of nearly hundreds of millions and countless small worlds in the cave. A glaze flashed in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand again, and there were thousands of people from the Otsutsuki tribe. Die. Without warning, they didn't even send their last words and turned into ashes at the same time. At the moment of data, no fish slipped through the net. Still want to hide? Still want to pretend to be innocent? All in vain. Today is the day of reckoning. Many Otsutsuki people looked at the godlike man in the sky with horror on their faces, constantly beating drums in their hearts. They didn't understand what happened. Their close friends or superiors disappeared silently one by one. There are even some with beautiful faces, who have been hiding the deepest, great kindness, and have not been able to escape such consequences. Is it your turn next? The people of the Otsutsuki tribe were worried, tormented, and anxiously awaiting the coming of the judgment. It was so tortuous. If he was going to die in the end, it would be better to turn into flying smoke early and completely wiped out. Looking at it like this now, it is really tortuous. Unexpectedly, Luo Bing in the air turned his head and showed a smile. The reckoning is over, the rest of you, although not all of them are good guys, but in general, sins don't end in death. I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. From today, Madara Uchiha is the new chief of Otsutsuki. Advertisement. Did you hear clearly? The air instantly became silent, and everyone present was stunned at the same time, and then their faces showed joy, and then they shouted the name of Uchiha Madara loudly. This sudden scene made Madara Uchiha a little dazed. It's over? I've become a patriarch? Madara was under a lot of pressure, and looking at the hundreds of millions of clansmen and tailed beasts who survived, his heart was beating in an instant. However, Madara is Madara, and although she is very flustered, she cannot help but have a hint of pride. He's seen a lot of big scenes, what's the big deal? What if his patriarch's strength is low? His boss is awesome. In the inner space, tear. The door to the inner space was completely opened, and Kaneki and Genji looked at Luo Bing, who suddenly broke in, excited and nervous in their hearts. The knot. It's over? Jinmu asked excitedly. Genji, the hot-blooded young man on the side of 5.0, didn't dare to take a breath, and looked at Luo Bing in front of him with longing. It's over, in the future you two will help Ban, do you have any opinions? Luo Bing asked softly. Opinion? Even if there is an opinion, it is no opinion. What's more, Kaneki and Genji didn't have any strange thoughts in their hearts. They were fighting for Otsutsuki, fighting for peace. Although everything was caught off guard, it was far more perfect than what they had imagined. This is simply a picture that one would not dare to dream of. Yes, Your Excellency. Kaneki and Genji both knelt down and took orders. Follow your instructions. The millions of troops behind him also knelt down at the same time, each with warm eyes, believing Luo Bing as a god. Chapter 296 The Ninja World 10 years later. A month later, Luo Bing and Orochimaru stood in front of the gate of the future full of sci-fi atmosphere and exchanged something. It's done. This time, thanks to Mr. Luo's help, Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his forehead, happy like a child. Crossing the interstellar space gate with your current strength, even without my help, you can complete it within a year or two. Luo Bing patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and said with a smile. The advanced technology of the mechanic is really great. If I have the opportunity, I really want to meet the leader of the other party and discuss related technologies with each other. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses and wrote pride on his face. Yeah, I'm complimenting you, you're still stinking. Where's Madara, still in the blood pool? Luo Bing rolled his eyes helplessly, and casually tested the stability of the portal in front of him, and asked inadvertently. Yeah, Madara is very arrogant. Ever since I heard about the blood pool that can make his bloodline evolve and grow rapidly, he has been unable to bear it. He is a cultivating lunatic, and he is also very proud. He can't stand being the patriarch, but he is weaker than the clan. Orochimaru shook his head and said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Luo Bing seemed to think about what happened, and laughed out loud regardless of his image. No wonder that guy Inazuma has been clamoring to go back to the ninja world recently. It seems that he can't stand being Madara's sparring partner. Yes. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. It's almost time, connect the ninja world and Otsutsuki Zuxing. Luo Bing put away his smile and immediately ordered. Follow your orders, Lord Luo Bing, chi. The oval sci-fi gate began to turn, and the whole sky changed for a while. Boom. 35, boom. Boom. Dozens of crystal-clear horses were sent from the distant sky. That was the energy support provided by dozens of supergiant Tenseigens. In order to connect Zhu Xing with the ninja world, Orochimaru has made a lot of effort in this regard. Advertisement, look. Tenseigen is activated. Mr. Orochimaru's plan should be successful. Otsutsuki Wood regained his eyes, and in front of him sat neatly row upon row of smiling students. Now the project of Shenshu research has been stopped. However, the subject of biological research is still unfolding normally. But Wood, the most talented biologist of this century, chose to leave the laboratory and enter the classroom. He believes that it is not enough to achieve results in research, it is more important to educate and cultivate the values and hearts of the new generation of Otsutsumu people. Let's go and see, everyone has to learn scientific knowledge, and they will be as great as Uncle Orochimaru in the future. Ha ha ha, Otsutsuki Wood laughed and walked out of the classroom with a group of students. This group of students, about every 5 or 6 years old, but the scary thing is, every one of them has reincarnation eyes. This is the background of the Otsutsuki clan, Santani's energy chain. It seems that Orochimaru Senpai's project has been successful, Genji said in surprise. I've long wanted to see where the patriarch lives, let's go and see. There were various voices on the streets of Zhu Xing, and they all admired the new senior Orochimaru. In this place of Changwu, Orochimaru's technology is also unique. In this month, he not only developed the gate of time and space, but also did a lot of small technology distracted, which is very popular among the local Otsutsumu people, sought after. Orochimaru has a tendency to become a star scientist recently. Huh? It seems that Orochimaru's research has been successful. Hashimoto, let's go back to the ninja world. Madara, who was in control of Zhu Xing's situation, suddenly opened his eyes, the viscous blood flowed away from him, and patted him. On the shoulders of the pillars beside him, he said with a smile, You don't practice anymore? Hisuma rolled his eyes at him and asked speechlessly. Haha, I'll be fine for a while, it's not a waste of time, Banana smiled, and now he has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to a month ago. Ninja world is not too comfortable, 7 generations. This is the latest information. Nara Shikamaru appears in Naruto's office. Today's Konoha village is dozens of times larger than before, not to mention the high-level combat power. There is Sasuke, there is Naruto, there is Obito, there is Kakashi, Tsunade and Jiraiya, Minato, Itachi, etc. Even the resurrected Yahiko and Nagato, Konan have joined Konoha village. Advertisement. But Naruto has been worried about one thing recently. The enemy from the moon, Totoro Otsutsuki Kid. At the beginning, Luo Bing's follower of the Supreme Magic Book came all the way to the moon, met a friend of Shuren by chance, and then asked him for directions, and finally absorbed the giant Tensagen, and got into the secret space where Kagaya was sealed. And then, the world was nuclear flat. The children who gave up their loved ones were completely forgotten by Luo Bing. And Shuren children also became cautious because of that incident. Now, he has been secretly developing for such a long time, and he has become a new generation of big bosses, and he is a more difficult opponent for Naruto. Luo Bing and his party of 903 traveled in the universe for 6 years and stayed in the pirate world for 4 years. In the past 10 years, the world of ninja has also undergone earth-shaking changes. It stands to reason that a mere Otsutsuki Totoro should not pose any threat to the current Konoha and even the ninja world. But unfortunately, Todo Otsutsuki seems to have a right-hand man by his side. Moreover, he is also from the Otsutsuki clan. He was one of the characters sent to Earth along with Kagaya and Momoya Kim. It's just that his existence is hidden, no one knows about it, and the only known elders have been turned into flying smoke by Luo Bing. Big brother Luo has been gone for 10 years. Naruto sighed. After he became the 7th Hokage, he realized how heavy the burden was on him. Fortunately, with the help of Daddy Minato, otherwise, Naruto is guaranteed to be locked in the office all day long to deal with documents. Otsutsuki Todoran. It's not easy to handle, the mysterious man beside him is not easy to deal with. Naruto was worried, glanced at the photo frame on the desk, and smiled. There are not only photos of the 7th edition collective, but also photos of his family. Nagato, Kushina, Naruto, Hinata, and Bo and Sunflower. Chapter 297. Bo and Zorana Bo Fung born, a new generation of supernova in Konoha village. The 7th Hokage is his father, the 4th Hokage is his grandfather, he is the disciple of the 6th Hokage, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage. It can be said that it is a veritable 2nd and 3rd generation of fire, and it is a collection of thousands of pets. But the blogger doesn't want to be a Hokage like Dad and Grandpa. It may be that their family has produced too many Hokage, making this baby feel that there is no challenge. It is also possible that the appearance of Dad and Grandpa sitting in the office all day processing documents stimulated young bloggers. So, Bofang Boren was determined to be a free ninja like Mr. Luo Bing since he was a child. Obviously, he's thinking about farting, but who can't have a little dream? On the majestic Hokage rock, Bo-Ren read the book in his hand with a straw in his mouth, and his face became more and more blush, definitely. This is not the one that Uncle Kakashi gave him, that it was confiscated by my mother long ago, and since then my mother's face has changed when she looks at the former Hokage. Almost put him on the no-entry list, definitely. All this is still a sin. Grandma Kushina also smashed the door of his courtyard. And the book that Bo-Ren is reading now is called Luo Bing Biography. Simple and rude, the man who single-handedly pacified the ninja world and changed the pattern of the world. Since his legend spread, the most indispensable thing in the entire ninja world is his autobiography. Although many are suspected of exaggerating ginseng water, there are 9 out of 10 biographies that are true. They didn't dare to write nonsense or make up rumors, but they just retouched the writing and so on, which directly brought the mysterious existence of Luo Bing to the sky. But that's it. When the author named Kishimoto released this book, a large number of ninjas from all over the world complained that he was not enough. Far from enough. What are you doing? Didn't portray Luo Tianshin's demeanor at all? Advertisement. Go to hell, stop insulting my idol. Kishimoto was very helpless, he wanted to cry without tears. He swears that he has racked his brains to tout, portray, and elevate the role of Luo Bing, but he still can't satisfy the big guy. Who's to blame? I can only blame the person who invented the text for not inventing a better one. Adjective. Hey, Boren, you're reading that book again. You've read it dozens of times. A girl with red spectacles jumped over from a distance, with black hair and wearing a Uchiha clan serve. Uchiha Sasuke's daughter, Uchiha Sasuke. Maybe the father used his eyes too much. Daughter Sarana was born with myopia. As a Uchiha family, I was born with short-sightedness, and no one has this gene. Perhaps this scene is very common on Otsutsuki Muzu, but in Konoha village, it is indeed a very rare thing. Yo, Shauna, good morning. Boren licked his fingers, flipped the pages of the paper, turned his head and said roar with a smile at Zoriana. Blonde hair comes from the powerful genes of the Wave family. Unlike Naruto, Bo-Ren has been cute since he was a child, at least he is much more handsome than his own father. He never wears shabby clothes, but prefers to dress up. Go to Uncle Kakashi's goal. This is a ninja. The hair has to be suede. Look at Uncle Sasuke, how handsome. Although the current Uncle Sasuke doesn't care much about his hair, His temperament is developing more and more in the direction of Uncle Madara. Zorana, who was affectionately called Roar Xiao Na by bloggers, blushed slightly, and she couldn't help thinking of the jokes she made at her parents' gathering when she was young. Said to order a doll to kiss or something. Zorana's memory is very good. Although she didn't understand what a baby girl meant at that time, she now knows what she should know. Morning. It's noon now. Zoriana silently supported her forehead, and 3 black lines appeared on her head. Quack quack. The 3 crows flew across the sky, seeming to be muttering the old lines again. Stupid stupid stupid. Don't worry about so many details. By the way, Xiao Na, has the teacher returned from the mission? I just have a problem in ninjutsu and want to ask him for advice. The blogger sorted out the books, put a bookmark on it, and put it on his own ninja inside the bag. He looked at Zorana with a look of hope. Advertisement. Since there is no such man in the ninja world, Boren chose to study with Sasuke, who is similar in style to that man, and became his disciple. It is said that the styles are similar. In fact, it is because Sasuke has been aiming at that man and chasing after him. I have to admit that Sakura likes this type. 66. Dad and Uncle Itachi have not heard from them for half a month. Oh, by the way, Uncle Obito seems to have gone to the Hokage office a few days ago, and he should have brought the latest news. Speaking of Boren, you ask me about this kind of thing. Why don't you ask the 7th Hokage-sama, my dad, huh? He doesn't care about his family at all. Zoriana said, her face full of resentment. Don't mention it, my dad doesn't tell me anything. In his eyes, I'm just a little kid who will never grow up. Shay, it's boring. Well, but I'm getting used to it. After all, a man who can endure loneliness is the best ninja. Bo-Ren extended his thumb and read the lines with pride. The name of the famous phrase in the second paragraph of chapter 35 of Luo Bing biography, right? Zoriana was speechless. Have you seen it too? The blogger looked surprised. My mother reads it every night. Nuo's good, there's a legend of Sasuke on the market, but I have never seen her buy it. Zoriana raised her forehead again. Sometimes I wonder, whose daughter-in-law am I even? The blogger laughed awkwardly, but the movement of scratching his head was surprisingly consistent with Naruto's childhood. Saranapist smiled and took out the bento box from behind. Didn't have lunch, I made too much to finish, so. Thank you so much, Xiao Na, my stomach has been growling. The blogger unceremoniously ended up with the bento box, and then ate it in big gulps. At the moment, the wind was very quiet and sweet, and Zoriana looked at the blogger who was gulps in front of her, and a trace of joy flashed in her heart. 18. The sweet moment didn't last long at all. The sky, gradually, darkened. At first it was dim, then, it was pitch black. Chapter 298. Luo Bing is going back to the village. What happened? Solar eclipse changes. The Konoha Shimbun didn't report last night. 35. Woo. On Konoha's light rail, travelers and tourists from far away looked at the sky above their heads strangely, frowning slightly. Times are developing, and Konoha is also progressing. Just a few decades have passed, and the Dado technology group formed by the pharmacist has suddenly become a behemoth. As the name suggests, it is taken from the big snake pill, and there is also doo-doo, maybe because there is only one word for dough. It sounds a bit strange. In the past 10 years, Kaoru also completed the metamorphosis of his life, relying on the technical manual left by Mr. Orochimaru, and the records of his insights. He became the richest person in the ninja world. None of them. Different from other small technology groups, Dado Group not only has a technology business, but also a variety of strange businesses. For example, Dirty Earth Reincarnation One Day Rental, a horror amusement park famous for all kinds of snakes. I heard there is a Snake Road roller coaster on it. Another example. Dado Group has also expanded its film and television business, real estate business, and countless varieties. No way. Technology development really needs $903. Do was forced to become the richest man in the ninja world. In today's ninja world, the daimyo no longer has such great power. Although the country still retains, the throne has lived up to its name, and the daimyo is at best a mascot in today's society. Due to the emergence of the group and the birth of various new occupations, the status of the ninja is not as prominent as before. Because there is no war and no sacrifice, the level of ninjas is getting lower and lower, and many people have given up the ninja profession and changed their careers to do other things. Chaos fist big. Prosperity. Money is expensive. The dim sky instantly attracted the attention of many people. Swish. 2 golden flashes flew out from the Hokage building and the residential building. Advertisement one is Naruto and the other is Namikaze Minato. The golden double glitter of Konoha. What happened, Naruto? Minato frowned slightly as he looked at the eerie sky. Naruto on the side didn't seem to have recovered from the complicated file business, looked up at the sky, and shook his head slightly. Beffa. In the distance, Sasuke and his party, who were rushing to Konoha, observed a strange change in the sky at the same time. Swish, swish, a few more figures flashed out. They are all old acquaintances: Vortex Nagato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Konan, Yahiko, Do, Uchiha Shisui, as well as the Nara family, the Hinata family, the Uchiha family, and so on. Is it that guy Otsutsuki Sharon, too? The founder of the Dado Group, asked with a bad expression. If anyone in this ninja world, apart from the Hokage lineage, detests Torin Otsutsuki, it is definitely this guy. Every time Every time a satellite built with expensive funds is launched, it will be destroyed by the random rotation brought by the little b asterisk 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 d of Shuren. It's so disgusting. If it weren't for the fact that the Earth was far away from the moon, Do would have driven his pseudo-spaceship to kill him long ago. That's right. It's fake. Although the technology of the ninja world is developing rapidly, if you want to use the existing materials and craftsmanship to make a spaceship that can be used for spaceflight exploration, it is still far from enough. Sharon. No. Maybe it's not him. I didn't feel his chakra breath. I'm too familiar with his breath. Naruto shook his head and bit his lip. Namikaze Minato frowned, staring at the pitch-black sky. The space element of his body suddenly became active. Shoo. A figure flashed. Sasuke and Obito Uchiha Itachi slowly arrived late and landed beside Naruto. Do you feel it too, Minato-senpai? Sasuke asked humbly. Yeah. Very rich space element. Minato nodded and looked at everyone. Dad, Grandpa, advertisement, father, uncle, 35. Bo-Feng and Uchiha Sarana jumped over from Hokage Rock not far away and shouted at the same time. Blogger, Corona. Naruto and Sasuke shouted at the same time, and a trace of tenderness flashed in their eyes. What the hell happened? Dad, it won't be the end of the world, right? Bo-Ren frowned and looked at the pitch-black sky. The thick darkness gave him a kind of uneasy psychological feeling, and his eyes were opened subconsciously, but still did not find any abnormal situation. But this is the most unusual place. It's okay, don't worry, Naruto comforted softly, turning his head to look at Shikamaru beside him. At this time, Shikamaru took out a flip phone from the ninja bag, frowned and pressed it 2 or 3 times, then connected and handed it to Naruto. Hey, Naruto, what happened to you, Konoha? I saw that the sky over your side was getting dark in Sand Ninja Village. It doesn't matter, Naruto. I can send support here at any time. Gaara asked worriedly. Road. We're here? Don't you have it? Naruto grabbed the information in Gaara's words and asked back. Everything is normal on my side, but the wind and sand are a bit loud and the signal is not very good. Hey Naruto, can you hear me? Zzz. The call signal was cut off by the power of location. At the same time, the light rail that Konoha slowly started also stopped. A power surge is happening all over Konoha. All the electronic devices related to technology fail at the same time, lose the signal, and the screen turns into a piece of snow. Fortunately, there were no casualties. This is a scientific and technological means of advanced civilization. I clearly remember that when the teacher's spaceship started, there were power surges in several surrounding power plants, Tu said excitedly. Could it be that the teacher and the others are back? Tu looked at the sky in disbelief. His heart was fiery. Big brother Luo is back. Naruto and Sasuke glanced at each other with disbelief in their hearts. Chapter 299. The dumbfounded Konoha. Everyone. But if the spaceship came back, it shouldn't have created the current scene. Do frowned. Although there were many guesses in his heart, the tablet he carried with him gave him some relatively objective data. Look at these layers. The darkness now covers the mid-atmosphere, covering the surrounding 500 kilometers including Konoha. My ground radar data tells me that there is no shadow of any spacecraft in the atmosphere at all. It all seems to be formed overnight. You look at these positrons and negatives. We know that when the positive and negative electrons collide, cumulonimbus clouds will form, and the negative electrons in this have a small probability of generating sunspot changes, but there are sunspot grains all over the cloud now, this active. Talking to himself. Not only Naruto and Sasuke, but everyone who listened to his narration turned dark at the same time. Note, it's not that they realize the seriousness of the gaffe, but they don't understand it at all. What are you talking about? Naruto looked at Kao in a depressing look. Although he was more excited to see the other party talking, he still had the heart to interrupt. Can you say something we can understand? Sasuke said angrily. Pocket. Positive 2 is speechless. The whole ninja world, let alone a confidant, doesn't even have anyone who can understand him. This is really sad. Master Orochimaru, come back soon. Alas. In general, this is more like a strange weather change, probably with the sun. Forget it, I won't explain it. You understand that the current situation is very abnormal. Dosai sighed and said helplessly. Why do you need to say that? Everyone can understand that the sky is abnormal now. It's a shame that you're still a science expert, and you've been talking about it for a long time, and you've come to this conclusion? Ji Lai also looked at Dou with contempt, thinking that this guy is joking? Hesitant to say anything. What did I say? You didn't understand it. Why are you still relying on me? Irritated. You people with low IQ. This snake is going to be mad at you. Okay, everyone calm down. Dou, is there any solution? Yi Naiyu, the head of the resurrected orphanage, looked at Dou gently, stretched out his hand, and touched Dou's head like a child. Dou blushed instantly. He was an orphan since he was a child and was adopted by the Konoha orphanage. Yi Naiyu's position in her heart was like that of a mother. Since Yi Naiyu was resurrected, he regarded himself as Yi Naiyu's own son, although, judging from the current situation, the two are about the same age. Mom, I'm sorry, I don't know either. Dou raised his eyes, feeling a little lost. Advertisement, but I'm very sure that this storm will not cause too much harm to Konoha, Dou said with a serious face. So, this weird sky was formed naturally. When will it disappear? Could it be that we will always live in darkness in the future? Naruto said worriedly. The weather like this must have formed naturally, and I can guarantee that it won't last for a long time. Don't worry, 7th generation, the pharmacist said confidently. Is that so? Naruto fell into deep confusion. In a way, this might be a good thing. Naruto, Minato suddenly stood up and said with a smile. 3 question marks flashed above Naruto's head, looking at his father in surprise. Yes, Naruto, this mutation has caused our entire Konoha space element to skyrocket. It will be easier to cultivate and understand the perception of space in this environment. Sasuke Uchiha also stood up and said. That's right, the space attribute is too rare. Since the 2nd generation developed the Flying Thor, only a few of us in Konoha have mastered this technique. Ability and space integration are very important reasons, Obito also said on the side. It's like this, because I once had an eye with Obito and felt the speciality of Kamui space, so it was so easy for me to learn to fly Thor later. Casey also said at this time. After so many people's suggestions and unanimous approval, Naruto probably understood, and then he also had a happy expression on his face. If I can learn space ninjutsu, won't it be more convenient to work and go home in the future? Naruto suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted. Wave wind water gate Sasuke. Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 0 the Senju Tobirama who just arrived. Kakashi. Jingjing belt soil. Jingjing stupid, space ninjutsu is not for you to do this. You can give it a try, Minato boy's spatial ability is higher than mine, Naruto, as his son, maybe you shouldn't be bad, Chianshu Tobirama said in a timely manner. Furthermore, with some of us present to teach, Naruto, maybe you can learn faster. Obito also nodded and smiled. Yoshi. Then what are you waiting for, advertisement? Here I am, 35 while speaking, Naruto made a seal with one hand and the smoke of bang 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 blew from all around. In an instant, thousands of Naruto appeared in all directions of Konoha. Point 0. I finally saw it again. Naruto's unique way of practicing ninjutsu. Kakashi wanted to cry without tears. On the side, Bo-Ren's mouth grew so big that his eyes were about to pop out. He never imagined that his father's strength would be so strong, entering can summon so many shadow duplication. OMG. I can only summon 4, come on. Naruto shouted, and thousands of shadow duplications jumped towards the clouds. Don't be so impulsive Naruto. There's no need to get so close, Minato shouted as a black line flashed across his brows. Then, just as his voice just came out, a strong and powerful surge of electricity rushed out. In an instant, thousands of Naruto duplications all turned into smoke. This guy is still so reckless. Sakura and Hinata who rushed over looked helpless. Pain. I seem to understand the feeling of space. Really, I feel that the space is getting clearer and clearer. Naruto looked over his head in surprise. Beside, a group of people looked at the top of their heads with solemn expressions, and they all held Roar's breath. Since the smoke of Naruto's duplication dissipated, a behemoth like a big mouth appeared in front of them. No, it's not that you feel clear, it really became clear. What the hell is this? And, chapter 300 it's all about reincarnation. There were a few drops of cold sweat on Zorana's forehead. She obediently hid behind her father and looked up at the changing scene in the sky. Even Roar's breathing began to rush. What is happening? Not only Zorana, but everyone who saw this scene had the same unbelievable face. In the sky, after the smoke gradually dissipated, an arch like the mouth of the abyss suddenly appeared without any sign, as if it existed before. A mirage. No, this is not an illusion, this is real. Do widened his eyes, supported the frame of his glasses that was about to fall off, and swallowed hard. That side of the void. It's really not easy to complete this thing, but the Thor's Bifrost principle you gave me is very useful. By the way, what brand of 903 is Thor's 99-1 asked curiously. Hammer, Luo Bing glanced at Orochimaru without further explanation. Although he was confused, he nodded vaguely, and then recruited Roar to enter the tunnel one by one with the Otsutsuki tour group behind him. Why didn't you go in first? This is a success after a few months of hard work. You are not the first to set foot, so you can bear it? Luo Bing looked at the Orochimaru in front of him in surprise. Orochimaru smiled to himself, and explained in a low voice. I'm afraid of being unstable. If something goes wrong in the middle, I have to save it and find a way to improve it. Luo Bing has a black line on his face. Are you afraid of death when you co-author? The sightseeing group formed by Otsutsuki Wood excitedly walked into the time-space tunnel, apparently without the self-knowledge of a guinea pig. However, that being said, Orochimaru was really confident in his design, and all the data have been repeated and refined thousands of times, and it is impossible for any accident to happen. Buzz. Konoha village. Naruto and the others were dumbfounded one by one. At first, they were amazed by the bizarre secondary changes in the sky. And then, they were completely speechless, because children with reincarnation eyes emerged from the hole, holding hands, like a spring outing. The key is reincarnation eye. Sasuke touched his single reincarnation eye, and then looked at the group of children in front of him who looked like little dolls. This is so special, advertisement brother still messed up. Why did children have reincarnation eyes? It's fake, it's a lie. Shikamaru's brows stretched open, as if thinking of something, but he was a little uncertain. He bit his thumb cover and continued to watch the development of the situation. More and more Otsutsuki people came out of the hole, and they all looked at the world curiously. This ninja world is where Patriarch Madara was born. So small. Otsutsuki Wood landed in Konoha with the first batch of students, and he also looked around curiously. In Otsutsuki Zuxing, the clansmen are very monotonous. Generally speaking, they are all white clan clothes, then white hair, and double horns on their heads. And this ninja world is indeed different. There are people with all kinds of hair and skin colors. Unlike the monotonous ancestors, the world here seems to be more colorful. In fact, at the time of the Konoha New Year festival, many businesses have not closed their stalls on the ground. If it weren't for the previous power surge, Konoha at the moment would have been the busiest time of the year. It's time. It seems that they belong to the Otsutsuki clan. But, teacher, didn't they go to rob Otsutsuki's nest? Did it fail? 39. And then the other party came to the house. Do frowned and guessed. They don't seem to be malicious. Naruto shook his head. At this time, as a shadow, although the size of the people who came was huge, he had no intention of retreating. Kyuwei, if necessary, please. Naruto looked at the old man in his heart, and Juwei also stood up from the prone position, with a solemn expression on the fox's face. Hundreds of Otsutsuki people, and most of them are just children. The background of this big tube wood is really unusual. However, I haven't waited for Naruto and others to make any moves. At the open door, several familiar figures slowly walked out. Brother Luo, asterisk asterisk. Naruto and Sasuke shouted excitedly. Sakura and the others on the side covered their mouths in disbelief. Came back. That man is back. Advertisement beside them. Bo and Zoriana watched curiously, and they were a little stunned by the scene in front of them. The legendary man is back? Really come back? Hey, Naruto, Sasuke, big guy, long time no see. Luo Bing made a move with a smile, roar, and slowly landed from the air. Ha ha ha, ninja world, Madara Uchiha, I'm back. A domineering cry came out, and the shadows of many people drilled out of the open void door. The most notable of them are Madara Uchiha and Shisho Hasuma. Behind Madara stood a dense group of people from the Otsutsuki tribe. Teacher. Seeing hot tears in his eyes, he ran towards Orochimaru. And Naruto and Sasuke, like a child, he ran towards Luo Bing. It's amazing, Sasuke, Naruto, you've all become fathers? I thought it was a day of disaster, but I didn't expect. It suddenly turned into such a warm scene of 5.0. It was a bit of a surprise. On the moon, it's today, 35. My Tensagen is full. Let's act, Ichi-kun. The mature Otsutsuki Tototo shouted towards the man with two horns beside him. Okay, let's get started. Our plan. So, on that critical black and white day, Totsuki Otsutsuki and Otsutsuki descended on Konoha in one go. Then, they saw countless Otsutsuki people with reincarnation eyes. Yo, little devil, you're getting bigger too. Luo Bing made a move roar in the direction of Totsuki Otsutsuki. For a while, Sharon's handsome face instantly distorted and solidified. Chapter 301 Superior Otsutsuki 1 Style. How did I meet him? That devil. Todo Otsutsuki, who was named by Luo Bing, had dull eyes and despair written on his face. Beside him, Otsutsuki's expression became a little weird. These are from the Otsutsuki clan. Great, Shuren. Our comrades are here. This is the Otsutsuki Zuxing I told you about. Great. They're here to pick me up. Yi Shi with enthusiasm and excitement in his eyes. At the beginning, he and Kagaya, Jin, Taoya and others all came in the same way, and it was destined to be a group of people who were in charge of the route, and Otsutsuki. He came to this planet with the tasks ordered by the elders layer by layer. In his heart, he was very unwilling, but he did not dare to disobey the order. He had no choice, and now, just when he thought that he would die of old age on this backward planet all his life, his clansmen came to him one by one across the gate of time and space. Move. So impressed. At the moment, the pride and sense of honor in the heart of Otsutsuki is almost breaking through the sky. He looked at the crowd behind Uchiha Madara, and the sharp-eyed Otsutsuki recognized many commanding-level heroes in an instant, and immediately rushed up with tears in his eyes. Commander Ming. Commander Feng, Commander Wu. It's me, Otsutsuki Yishi. It's great, I didn't expect to see all the leaders in my lifetime, I'm so happy. Lord Commander. Where is the Great Elder? Where is the Great Elder? Is my mission completed? Can I go back to the Ancestral Star? For thousands of years, I have been thinking about Zuxing. Go home, I want to go home. 35. Otsutsuki started to cry as he spoke, no doubt showing his longing. Several leaders. With embarrassed expressions on their faces, several leaders looked at Patriarch Uchiha Madara beside him. Uchiha Madara. Your kid is back in the family now, right? Not bad, the old man has been following you. I can see that you are a talented person. You can rest assured, now that the clan is back, we are unified in this ninja world. I will give advice to the elders, and let the ninja world be yours. What do you think? Otsutsuki happily patted Madara Uchiha on the shoulder, and in front of many clansmen, at the moment, he seemed extremely of superiority and relaxation. Advertisement Uchiha Madara. Then I have to thank you for your promotion. With a dark face, Madara looked at Otsutsuki Ichishi indifferently, and the column next to him was holding back his laughter, almost not holding back. That's definitely, Madara, you are now aware of the prosperity of our family. I know your heart must be hit hard, but don't worry, everyone came here like this. One day, you will surpass me. First inspectors and inspectors have worked hard for thousands of years, and after accumulating experience and family contribution to a certain level, you can be promoted. While speaking, Otsutsuki turned around and looked at Toto Otsutsuki. Kid Shuren, you are the same. Your Tenseian is a rare ability in our race, and you also have great potential for development. Otsutsuki said excitedly, and the Totsuki Otsutsuki on the side had already trembled with fright. Xie Ren pointed to Luo Bing, who was watching the play in the distance, and asked, what's his condition? Otsutsuki won style. In fact, the night that the formula came out, he missed a lot of things in the ninja world. He definitely couldn't stay on the earth and just watch it like this. Since Kagaya was sealed, he has also moved towards the surrounding solar system from time to time. Jogging. After all, he needs to practice hard on his own. After he came back, the ninja world was already settled, and Luo Bing's group at that time was no longer on this planet. And the blood-connected clan that Otsutsuki finally found was also Otsutsuki Il. However, he knew everything from the reliable records of the ninja world. Understand the events, the beginning and the end, of the years he left. As a result, Otsutsuki turned his head and glanced at Luo Bing disdainfully. A foreign race, it seems that it has become our worship now, but your kid is also considered a glorious ancestor, and being able to become the worship of the Otsutsuki clan is a blessing that you have cultivated in your life. Treasure it well, boy, as long as you concentrate on doing things for Otsutsuki, we will not treat you badly. In the future, when your contribution reaches a certain level, I will ask the elders. I think about it, I am here the planet has learned one thing, that is, intermarriage with an alien, the children born are not necessarily worse than the pure-blooded Otsutsuki people. When the time comes, I will ask the great elder to give you a marriage, and I will give you the girl of Datongmu. You were also a part of the Datongmu family at that time, haha. Otsutsuki said in a single manner, and Yuzai flew to Luo Bing's side, and then patted him on the shoulder. Don't thank the old man too much, boy, don't get carried away just because of my promise. Everything in the future depends on your own efforts and your contribution to the ethnic group. Advertisement, that's all I can do for you, old man. Otsutsuki said in a style, and Yuzai stroked his chin. Below, the ninja world group of people were dumbfounded and looked at all this for unknown reasons. It seems that a conclusion can be drawn from the words of the nemesis Otsutsuki Ichishi. That is, the current situation seems to be very unfavorable for the ninja world. This group of people seems to be like destroying the entire ninja world with such ease. 903 and Mr. Luo Bing, and Madara, it seems that they also belong to the Otsutsuki clan. How can this be done? How can this be good, Luo Bing? Uchiha Madara. Thousands of hands. Orochimaru. You can sing this one-man show well. The idiots on the side seem to have believed it. Shiren's impression of Luo Bing was too deep when he was young. It was like a dream demon in his heart, but now, after going through Otsutsuki in the mud, his pressure gradually eased, and the corners of his mouth came naturally. A superior smile appeared. Shut up. Don't be disrespectful to Mr. Luo Bing and Patriarch Ban. Otsutsuki Wood couldn't help it, and immediately shouted angrily. Several leaders on the side saw that Wood seemed to want to strengthen his power. He couldn't help it anymore. He immediately stood up, waved his hand, and imprisoned Otsutsuki in place, scolding angrily. The great elder is already dead. Now Madame Madara is our patriarch, 35, and Mr. Luo Bing. He is the god of our tribe. You. 35 feet in one sentence. The entire ninja world is fried. Chapter 302 Farewell to the Ninja World, Luo Bing's Return. When several leaders shouted angrily one after another, Otsutsuki's smile instantly solidified, and then his head went down. He froze in place, completely unaware of what was going on. Every word spoken by several commanders circled in his mind like a super echo cannon. The elder is dead? The new patriarch is Madara Uchiha? What about the old patriarch, Lord Yan? What about the invincible Lord Yan? This alien, Mr. Luo Bing, is the god of Uchiha? Otsutsuki's head went down, and Otsutsuki Shuren, who had just started to smile, was also dumbfounded. He turned his head to look at Otsutsuki, who was in a daze, then turned to look at Otsutsuki's group and took a look. In the direction of position C, a small heart couldn't bear the excitement of this roller coaster in an instant, and it also went down. No. One of a kind bro, don't make fun of me. What's going on here? Aren't our Otsutsuki clan invincible? You and I are playing so well, how can it be like this? Buzz. Several more figures walked out through the space door. It was Kagaya Ji and Yu Yi's group, and behind them, there were also quite a few commanders. Yuya looked at Shuren with a kind smile in her eyes. Haha, this is the descendant of Yumura, and he is the only clan left by his younger brother. He looks quite handsome, but why does he look a little awkward? Yu Yi's group looked at Madara and the others. Since they had just arrived, he still didn't understand what happened. Six Path Immortals. The people in the ninja world suddenly recognized the man who had the most influence on the ninja world. After all, the entire ninja world was a little bit of evolution from his ninja sect. Ahaha, a trivial thing happened, it's not a big deal. Senju Hashirama, a good old man, rounded up the situation. He turned his head and gestured to spot next to him. Madara had a black line on his face. Although he was very unhappy, he also knew that Shuren was the only descendant of Hanamura, and because he was young, he would not care about him. Come on, pull this one out and chop it. Madara ordered, but after thinking about it, it seemed that his methods were too brutal. He shook his head and continued. Forget it, doesn't he want to go home? Put him in Zuxing prison and let him stay there for thousands of years. The pattern is different, and now many things are trivial in Madara Uchiha's eyes. Advertisement. To be honest, it would be a pity to kill a living treasure like Shang Otsutsuki, who was full of pride in the ethnic group. Yes. Patriarch. A commander took command in an instant, waved his sleeves, and Otsutsuki disappeared. Then, he turned around and stepped back into the gate of time and space. The people who eat melons in the ninja world. 5. The plot seems to be developing too fast, and the heads of this group of melon eaters haven't turned around yet. Banana slowly landed on the ground, looking at the faces of this group of people eating melons, not to mention more relaxed and happy in his heart. You didn't let me be a Hokage back then, but now I don't care about it. I'm the patriarch of the Otsutsuki clan. Are you frightened? Are you dumbfounded? You have nothing to say? Sometimes, you have to admit, Madara has a bit of a childish temper. Luo Bing silently raised his forehead, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand, and a few lights and shadows scattered in the world, and then condensed into a human form. Otsutsuki Hamura, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. People who have long disappeared in history have come back to life. They frowned and looked around, as if their memory was still in the distant past. Father, mother, 6th Hokage Kakashi looked at Hitaki Shigeru and the female relatives beside her. Brother, Senju Hasuma looked at Senju Tobirama beside him. Brother, haha, you are back. Madara was equally ecstatic. Yui looked at Hamura in the distance, and her children Asura and Indra. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Reunion, it must be like a reunion, harmful. Luo Bing stretched and waved to the crowd, his back disappeared into the air with a slightly lonely back. It seems that the day when he should be reunited too. Supreme Space Magic Book, I will find you this time. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, the sightseeing group formed by the ninja world also visited Otsutsuki Zuxing in a friendly and novel way. Advertisement. Naruto. FK, millions of divine trees. Borin. Dad, be sensible, what the hell, a lot. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at the Wanli Palace under construction in front of them in astonishment, and asked speechlessly, what place is this building? The hardworking Otsutsuki carpenter wiped the sweat from his forehead and closed the samsara eye who was measuring the data of the horizontal wood. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, this is the blockade that Asama-sama ordered to build. Oh, by the way, the name was named by Lord Luoshan, I heard it's called Las Vegas. Tsunade was instantly excited after hearing this, his face flushed red. After listening to it, Jiraiya was instantly excited. He secretly asked, can we expand such a big bathing place? The kind where men and women bathe together. Before he could finish a sentence, Tsunade sent a violent punch that knocked Jiraiya into the sky. This is the world of my dreams. Yahiko Nagato Konan and the 3 of them wandered around the new world, exclaiming in admiration. Teacher's skill is really my life's goal, it's amazing. Looking at the latest technology on the market, Dudu's eyes shone with light. In the pond of true blood, Madara Uchiha and Sasuke endured the pain and soaked in pain, but they didn't give themselves any time to relax. Obito walked on the vast field holding Yuan Yelan's hand, watching the butterflies flying all over the sky, and smiling sweetly to each other. Kakashi on the side was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food, and took off his mask silently, roar sucking in the fresh air. Hitaki Tsukumo and Shikahisa were playing chess and fighting for a long time because of one-word hesitation. At the moment, too many people are doing different things. But, the same thing is, they don't have anguish in their hearts, at least now. Their hearts are all wrapped in love. At the same time, no one said goodbye, no one knew. A goodbye is happening in this universe. Goodbye, big guy. Very happy to meet all of you. Luo Bing grabbed the dishonest space magic book in his hand, and finally glanced at the ninja world who left too many memories, and then he slowly disappeared into this universe. Chapter 303. 2 little cute newcomers in Baiji prison. The universe is vast and infinite, and it contains infinite galaxies, infinite stories, infinite lives, and infinite legends. 1. In some people's eyes, the universe is not big enough. Not gorgeous enough, not mysterious enough, not worth mentioning. Such people, one is a lunatic, the other is a lunatic among lunatics, a lunatic who has lived for too many years and has no meaning to live. There is a channel between the universe and the universe. Luo Bing can travel from one universe to another universe, at first relying on the supreme space magic book. And now, he can easily do this on his own, break the cosmic wall and break the dimensional barrier. Any universe is open to him. The place containing Earth, Jupiter, Mercury and Saturn is called the solar system, and the place containing the solar system is called the Milky Way. The place that holds the universe is also called Roar. Why? Every place seems to have a word for every place, but in this place people call it all. One word is all. It means everything. Quan contains countless universes, and it is on a coordinate that cannot be mentioned and cannot be told within Quan 903 feet. Those who are locked inside call it the White World Prison. At the moment, the time flow in the White Realm space ended just 10 seconds after Luo Bing left. Advertisement, hateful, damn little loach. Damn, In the white world, the Lord's roar resounded throughout the entire world. In the interlayer space, several guards who looked like big-headed dolls were sweating coldly. The intelligent halo they wore accurately told them that at the moment lured the anger of adults. After all, this is the second time that the man has escaped. For the Juggernaut, this obviously made him lose face. The uproar didn't last long, and the master seemed to have regained his composure. The two pairs of big hands in the void disappeared. In less than a breath, he caught two more prisoners and threw them into the prison. The two of them look okay, but their hairstyles are a bit killing Matt, obviously not in the same style as Da Chao and Tony on the side. To be honest, after being trapped here for so long, the big guys are basically used to characters with various styles of painting being arrested. Since the two newcomers were relatively close to Tony in the brand new and completely different Infinite Gems armor, he kindly made a move roar at each other. Hey, inmates, how are you? Where are you from? Are you panicking now and want to escape? It's okay, don't worry, as an old senior who has helped others escape from prison twice, I'm honored to tell you, wash and sleep, don't waste energy, pay attention to the white crystals under your feet, that thing will turn you into a cocoon. The new two kill Matt youths. Who are you? One of the slaughter Matt, who was wearing a yellow training suit, asked suspiciously. Huh? The thinking on the side was greatly surprised, and then said in shock. The rule of the time-space tide has changed again. This time, the time-space bubble in our area seems to be closer. Hey Tony, can you hear me? Tony? After a 10-second delay, Tony finally said, well, okay, I feel it, I'm adapting to the new time rule, it's fine now, we should be able to communicate normally. That's good, I'm so lucky, talking like this can save a lot of physical strength. Roar let out a long sigh, and the white cocoon had wrapped around his waist. What the hell is this place? Who are you? The two cute newbies asked quietly. Advertisement. The strength of the two of them seems to be very strong, and it can be seen that they quickly adapted to this strange environment, unlike most people, who can't even speak, Beffa, when they just entered here. This is the prison, the White World prison, don't talk, let me guess, are you saving the world? Or have you saved the world, and then inexplicably got caught by a big hand? Tony asked. Also, it's not that great anymore, ha ha ha. Killer Matt, who was wearing a yellow training suit, patted his head embarrassedly. Cut. Don't be long-winded, how can I get out of here? The short man in special armor asked impatiently. His tone was not good, but Tony and Da Chao didn't mind either. Over the years, they have gained a lot of knowledge. If nothing else, just look at the other direction behind them. There are many people who are the big men who destroy the world, one side hero, the big boss behind the scenes. They are very fierce, but they still can't get up if they don't get here. You were assigned to our area, it can be seen that you should be decent characters. Well, the rebels are all locked there. Due to the relationship between the time and space barriers, you may not be able to see clearly, maybe there are your old acquaintances in it. What? Tony laughed dryly, his tone a little helpless. I know you want to ask a lot of questions, such as who is in charge here, why should you be arrested, or why should you be brought in, but I can tell you a unified answer. We don't know, Tony sighed. He wanted to make a shrug, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it with his body frozen. So, I advise you, it's better to save your physical strength. There is no food here. We must save every bit of our strength and welcome the arrival of the final war. Thinking, Da Chao said immediately. The last war? The two killing Matt frowned at the same time, a little puzzled. Yeah, I'm not sure, but some old guys who are locked here with more experience than us say. There will be a battle eventually. It seems that the master of the big hand wants to pick out the top of our group. What's coming? Or is he just trying to absorb us completely, noticing the calluses on me and Tony? Turn your head to look in the other direction. Many people have become cocoons. I heard that they have been eliminated, and they have completely turned into nourishment. Thinking, Da Chao said with a pursed mouth. Hearing what he said, the two killer Matt seemed to realize something, turned around and looked around, frowning one after another. Excuse me, you just said that someone escaped from here twice. How did they do it, and how long ago? Kill Matt in a yellow training suit asked Tony. Tony rolled his eyes. That's a good question, how should I tell you? This friend of mine is a guy full of miracles, haha. Chapter 304 Monkey King and Vegeta in White World Prison. Tony's words instantly aroused two new interests. People who are locked up here, especially newcomers, are always the most concerned about how to get out. My friend escaped twice. The first time he cut off his legs and used his own space to escape, Tony said, and then his eyes signaled the two cute new ones to look in one direction. Well, then, see, the legs are still there, Tony pointed with his eyes and said. Cut off his own legs and then escaped. What a ruthless character. The short Shamat's eyelids jumped, and he was shocked. Afterwards, he snorted again, as if proving someone else. Tsunere said, I can do it too. Da Chao and Tony rolled their eyes and sighed. If you can get away at the cost of cutting off a pair of legs, that's too easy. Before you came, we had a demon dude ahead of us who split his body into 35,000 pieces, fled in different directions, and finally died, Tony said. Da Chao nodded. Before there was a more powerful one, he was an elemental soul life, and Tsunere was very talented. He thought he was destined to be extraordinary, and tried to use the soul astral method to possessing others' bodyguards to escape from prison. Yeah, that one is amazing. We watched him walk out of his personal prison and break through the void barrier. We thought he succeeded, but in the end he didn't even have a fart, Tony said with a sigh. Yes, we are all the strongest in our respective universes. We think we are invincible and unstoppable, but there are still many universes that are higher than ours. The power of their universes crushes us in more than one dimension. We have seen too many big bosses' sassy operations, but in the end, except for my brother, they all failed. Da Chao's tone was somewhat envious. So, newcomers, no matter how strong you are in the original universe and how confident you are in your own strength, I advise you to save your strength and not mess around. It's easy to get into trouble. No, it's easy to get wrong, Tony retorted. Con. The two killers were shocked when they heard the words. You said, that friend of yours escaped twice? He was caught again. How did he do it? He escaped twice? This must be a big guy. Kill Matt, who was wearing a yellow training suit, asked cautiously. Advertisement, the boss is right. My brother is amazing. Can you imagine that he can still make exquisite food in this ghost place? To tell the truth, the days he was here should have been the most comfortable time for us these years, alas. Da Chao said, sighing. Don't mention the food. I'm hungry when I mention it. I've never eaten it before, but now I think about it. Tony 3 had tears on his face. Looking at the bewildered two, Tony continued. My brother escaped faster the second time, and didn't even have any time to prepare. Tisk, he seems to be getting stronger and stronger, and he is about to treat this as a back garden. I'm sure he'll be able to take us out next time, Tony gasped, hope in his eyes. He must be very powerful. His legs have not been wrapped in white cocoons yet. It must have been hundreds of years, right? The short kill Matt's tone finally softened. Not like that, the flow of time is different here, actually. My brother escaped 3 minutes ago, ahem, by the way, he escaped for the first time 8 minutes ago, so, those legs only experienced 8 minutes of corrosion. Tony smiled awkwardly. Huh? The two killing Matt's eyes widened. So, that person escaped a minute before they didn't come. This is normal. The flow rate of the world here is different from the outside world. According to my brother, he has lived outside for 4 years, and he only came here for 4 minutes. Da Chao took the words and said. I see. This is the reverse time house. Killing Matt in the yellow training suit looked at the short killing Matt beside him, and seemed to understand something. So to speak, time house, well, a good explanation. Tony nodded, and then he didn't say anything further. After clearing the confusion for the newcomer, his mission has also been achieved. There is only so much he can help, and there is nothing he can do about the rest. Last time, when he helped Luo Bing escape, he used a lot of energy, and now Tony has to save a little energy from infinite gems. Okay, as long as you are decent, Tony and I kindly remind you, but the real decision is up to you. You can also try it. If you have a special escape method, that would be the best. However, don't be stubborn, don't think about hitting it out. It's unrealistic to use strong steel. If you really have that strength, you won't be caught, Da Chao said at the end, and then he began to shut up. Eyes, don't speak anymore. Kakarot. What should we do? The short slaughtered Matt hesitation looked at the yellow training suit slaughtered Matt. Advertisement, or. We still save our strength and put Vegeta. I feel more and more calluses on my feet. Damn. Vegeta looked down at his shoes. Kakarot, let's get together. What? Goku was stunned for a moment. The fusion that Vegeta said was really surprising. Point 0. We couldn't have been wrong when we were caught. At that time, it was only the Super Saiyan elementary level state. Now, we become Super Saiyan God at the same time, and then we merge. The Super Saiyan God Gogeta form can definitely break this place. Gita calculated something in his heart. He was not willing to be trapped here for the rest of his life. But when we were caught, even Lord Weiss didn't dare to act rashly. And Beerus Senpai also hid in fear at the time. Sun Wukong said, feeling a little unconfident in his heart. Don't we just wait like this? Why don't we fight and make a decision later? Believe me, Kakarot, I still have 2 fairy beans left on my body. Even if we fail, we will not lose our strength and wait to die. As he spoke, North Pole looked at his waist and nodded to Sun Wukong beside him. The flow of time here is too slow. Even if we stay here for a day before going out, all our family members outside are dead. Just think about Kiki, Gohan, Goten and the others. Vegeta's eyes were solemn, as if thinking of my wife and children. Okay. Listen to you, Vegeta. Sun Wukong's expression also began to become serious. Can you still use the ultimate inspiration technique after the fusion? 35? I don't know, I'll try. Okay, the control of the body will let you lead, and I will assist. After the two communicated, they exerted force at the same time. Drink. Drink. 2 black-haired Kill Matt turned into a blonde Kill Matt, and... Chapter 305 The Invincible Void Giant. The combat power of Monkey King and Vegeta cannot be viewed with normal data. When they transform, their combat power will increase exponentially by dozens of times and hundreds of times. It seems that for Saiyans, there is no problem that cannot be solved by one transformation. If it cannot be solved by one transformation, then the second transformation body. The fighting system of Monkey King and Vegeta is very special. They are especially strong when they are strong. When Goku, the god of Super Saiyan, Red, and Beerus, the god of destruction, almost destroyed the entire universe when they fought against the waves. But in the early days, Sun Wukong was bizarre because of heart disease. It's ridiculous. Moreover, the Saiyans are not like other big brothers in the universe. They can live for millions of years at every turn, hundreds of billions of years, and they can survive the changes of the universe. 03 died. But these weaknesses are all gone after Goku and Vegeta truly acquired godhood and became the god of Saiyans. After turning into Saiyan gods, their power system is completely different from before. It can be said that they, like the Realm King, the god of destruction, etc., possess the vitality of immortality and have surpassed mortals. Drink. Drink. Lightning streaks spread around the two of them. At the same time, after they reached the Super Second stage, the expressions of the two people became less and less. Every time the super race transformed, it would change. Even more ruthless, even Goku is no exception. What a powerful energy. Tony, do you think they can succeed? Dachao turned his head to look at Tony with a serious face, and looked at the pair of cute newcomers in front of him with a slightly curious expression. It's hard to say, if it's just this power, it shouldn't, but in my opinion, they shouldn't be over yet, Tony said seriously. Drink. Year. Drink. As Tony's voice fell, Goku and Vegeta shouted again, the golden hair spread to their waists, and the huge breath formed a storm, twisting the surrounding space. At this time, the inmates in other areas also looked at it. If it can be accompanied by popcorn and Coke, it will definitely be a good show. The third stage of Super Saiyan, this form increases the strength and strength, but it will also be one level slower than the speed of Super Saiyan. Advertisement, ready. Vegeta, 35. After saying a sentence, Goku and Vegeta burst out again, and the breath of the whole body was like returning to the original, and they all converged. Then, Goku and Vegeta with blue hair appeared in front of everyone. I didn't expect it would be so difficult to change into Super Saiyan mode in this environment, but fortunately, I feel that the white crystals on my feet can no longer affect me. Come on, Kakarot, fit. Vegeta said lightly. As he said that, he flicked his boots, and his eyes became more and more fierce. Come on, Sun Wukong responded. Then, the two of them made a strange movement at the same time. After adjusting the strength of their chi, their fingertips collided, and a dazzling golden light burst out. Buzzing. Success. After the light disappeared, a particularly magnetic man said, Goku and Vegeta could still be seen from his face, but in terms of temperament, he seemed to have transformed into a brand new person. Super Saiyan Gogeta mode. So strong. Maybe, they can really succeed, Dachao muttered, covering his eyes with one hand. At the same time, a big empty hand in the sky is breaking out of the world. It is obvious that Goku and Vegeta have wasted too much time in this move. It took them nearly a minute to complete the transformation and integration. And this time is long enough for Void to go back and forth dozens of times. Come on! Vegeta shouted loudly, breaking through the personal prison and rushing towards the Sky Dome. Boom! 99. A deafening sound came out, and the light formed by Gogeta directly collided with the big hands of the Void. Then, damn! What kind of power is this? A scream came out, Void's big hand paused, and then pinched Gogeta's body. Advertisement, peeved. Blood flowed from his mouth. The mighty Gogeta in the palm of the big hand of the Void is like the monkey covered by the Wujishan, unable to move at all. The fusion was forced to disband in an instant. Void's big hand directly defeated Vegeta with a destructive force, and put the two of them back in a personal prison. Afterwards, he didn't care about the problem that the two of them could be transformed again if they were too close, and disappeared directly. Air. Puff. Puff. Goku and Vegeta vomited blood at the same time, and fell to the ground weakened, with disbelief in their eyes. In this white world prison, the master behind the big hand of the Void is invincible. I should have guessed this long ago. This may be an unclear rule. Tony frowned at Goku and Vegeta in his hands, his brows were furrowed. Are you all right? Dachao's eyes turned red, and then a red beam of light shone on Vegeta and Sun Wukong respectively. The expressions of the two people illuminated by the beam of light gradually improved. Next, Vegeta took out the fairy beans from his pocket, and the two shared the food. It's so strong, it just doesn't make sense. The Super Saiyan Gogeta mode only made that giant hand stop for a while. Vegeta gritted his teeth, still in disbelief. Tony shook his head and said seriously, no, you are already amazing. When the 6 infinite gems exploded, it only made him pause for a while, and it didn't even last long for you. It's not that you were weak, it's that he is too strong to be unreasonable, alas. 5.0. Tony said and sighed, his belief in escaping became weaker and weaker. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were much stronger than him, couldn't do anything, not to mention him. Tony is just a mortal, and he was able to infiltrate this group of bigwigs with the help of his infinite gems armor. If it is outside, he may still have time to study a set of anti-Void Giant Hand armor for the Void Giant Hand, but being trapped here and unable to move, his brain full of wisdom has no effect at all. It's too difficult. Dachao was also a little discouraged. However, at this moment, a place beside the two of them gradually began to distort. Then, a figure instantly appeared in the vision of the four of them. Chapter 306. Hello Mr. Stark, JARVIS is here for you. Marvel Special Universe 1027. Go back in time to the moment when Luo Bing was ready to follow Tony TWO to his world. I don't like saying goodbye very much, maybe we'll meet again later. Tony too waved at the crowd, especially in the direction of his parents. Howard Shee Stark knew that his son in another world was going to leave, and came here specially to say goodbye. I hope your world also has a perfect ending. Tony patted Tony too on the shoulder. The two looked at each other, although they often quarreled with each other and couldn't see each other, but at the moment there was a sense of sympathy. After all, he was in another parallel world, and Tony's feelings in his heart were even more complicated. I want to be as perfect as possible, but I don't admit that it's the end. The story will always continue. When I read fairy tales, I often think that at the end of the story, The prince and princess lived happily together. Nice ending. And then, when the story stops and the author draws the end, what will the world of the story be like? Will it collapse? Or will it remain in that moment forever? Tony 2 asked with a smile. You know that kind of thing. Luo Bing smiled, patted Tuo 14-2 on the shoulder, and waved to the partner behind him. The two gradually disappeared in front of the tide of time and space. Finally gone. That guy, to be honest, sometimes I really annoy him. Don't you think he's arrogant? Tony let out a long roar sigh and turned to look at the big guy behind him. Come on, Tony, aren't you conceited? Thor rolled his eyes silently, shook the meow hammer in his right hand, and frowned. It's time for us to go back too. To be honest, although I'm very reluctant to let this world go, but, after all, we still have to go home. The blonde Gwen girl Spider-Man stretched her waist and faced everyone around her. The guy waved his hand. Well, it's better for me to go back to my own black and white universe. Shadow Spider-Man took off his hat very gentlemanly and bowed to the big guy. Goodbye everyone. Hee. From the future universe of 14,512 Penny Parker sat on her mechanical spider armor, and beside her, the Spider-Man, who hummed also put his cartoon hammer in it in the dimensional pocket. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, advertisement. Everyone looked at the direction of the Cosmos channel with a puzzled look and frowned. Something's wrong. Logically speaking, Captain Luo Bing will return in 5 seconds. This is an accident? Dr. Banner raised his eyes in confusion. No one is more reliable than my brother-in-law, and he will definitely not be surprised, Thor said, putting down the wineglass in his hand, and his face became dignified. Spider-Man from the parallel universe looked hesitantly at the void passage that had not been closed. According to the plan, after Luo Bing went to Tony 2's world, he would return to the main world here in 5 seconds, and then send them back to the parallel universe in turn, but now, obviously something went wrong. This guy won't be in other worlds. Sky took a few steps forward, frowning at the edge of the entrance of the dimension passage. Polaris, Wanda and the others held Roar's breath, and their worried expressions became more and more solemn. Everyone. There must be something wrong. No, I'm going to Tony 2's universe to see. Wait for me to come back. Tony's cynical face also took a bit of decisiveness. He glanced at the supporter beside him in surprise, then nodded to Chi-Chi, and then slammed into the world channel. Wait, Tony. Natasha Romanoff shouted, about to follow in his footsteps. However, the moment Tony just walked into the world channel, boom, the whole world has become different. When the story no longer continues and the author draws a full stop, what will the story world look like? It collapses? Or will it remain in that moment forever? This is. Where? Tony took off his helmet with difficulty. His smart control system was completely paralyzed, and JARVIS also lost any sound. ZZZ. There were tiny electric arcs all over his body, which was the sequelae after he came out of the cosmic tunnel. It was the same with Tony 2 at the time. Basically, 80% of the whole body armor has been damaged. Now, Tony himself has experienced this feeling, and even his state is not as good as Tony 2 at that time. The yellow sand rolled into the eyes, and various dilapidated buildings appeared in front of Tony, either leaning or collapsing. Cough cough. The sand was so strong that it poured into Tony's entire roar's inhalation for a while, and he struggled to tear off a piece of it, blocking his nostrils. Ahem. This is Avengers Mansion. After a long while, when Tony gradually woke up, he realized the situation in front of him in a trance. Advertisement. Tony couldn't believe the dilapidated scene in front of him. The whole city seemed to have turned into a dead city. He climbed into the side building with both hands on the ground, coughing nonstop, and just after he entered the rock mass, a new storm swept through the ruined city again, and all the way to the distance. Squeak. Oops. The thick foundation of the Avengers building made a distorted sound, as if the old building would collapse at some point. What happened in Tony 2's world? Did the boss's plan fail? Tony resisted the nausea and walked deeper step by step. He was going to the basement, where he knew the supplies he needed. Found. Tony activated the old-fashioned ground sync button, and despite years of storms, some parts of the facility were well stocked. Squeak. Descending all the way down to the material storage room on the 6th underground floor, Tony threw the rags in his hand aside, and the greedy roar sucked in the air here. 903. It's weird. The layout here is exactly the same as the Avengers building in my world. Maybe this is the parallel space similarities. While muttering, Tony came to his own steel base. According to his thoughts, his fingerprints and pupils were exactly the same as those of Tony 2, and he had permission to enter here. However, the base did not let him down. Tony relied on pupil recognition to enter his exclusive space, looked at the various Mark series armors and sports cars placed in the glass case, and smiled softly while thinking about it. This Tony 2. Going into keeping some of the little habits of life exactly the same as mine is scary. Looking at several sets of Mark series armors that disappeared from the display case, as well as the broken cabinet, Tony rubbed his eyebrows, feeling more and more how bad this world was. Where is the boss? Why is the world like this? Boss still didn't stop Thanos in this world. JARVIS. The JARVIS of this world? Are you still there? 35. Oh. By the way, Tony 2 doesn't use JARVIS. It's Friday. Hey, Friday? Friday? Are you there? Tony shouted towards the open space. ZZZ. The sound of electric current came out, and the lights in the display cabinets all turned on. At the same time, Tony also heard the voice that was very familiar to him. Mr. Stark. Hello, JARVIS is at your service. Chapter 307 is me, Luo Bing. 10 minutes later. Tony looked at the pieces of information on the holographic projection in front of him in disbelief, and slumped on the ground in a trance. This is not Tony Do's world, this is our world. No, it's impossible. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? In Noda's basement, Tony cried out in despair. Yes, Mr. Stark. First. It's December 25th, 2100. Merry Christmas, Mr. Stark, you disappeared. 80 years. Ziz? JARVIS. His voice echoed intermittently in this space. There was no response. Tony stared blankly ahead, his pupils gradually dilated. 80 years. 80 years. Pepper. Morgan. What the hell am I missing? Tony thumped the wall feebly, and he was completely gone. A touch of anger. 80 years. The boss hasn't come back. It probably won't come back. After I left, the whole world was destroyed in a storm. I shouldn't have gone of. I shouldn't have acted on my own. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Do not. Tony couldn't forgive himself, looked at the wall in despair. He wanted to die, but he would never allow himself to die like this. It can be reversed. It can be reversed. As long as I go back to 80 years ago. Keep the boss. Don't let him go to Tony Do's world. Tony's eyes became more and more crazy. His brain nerves were running wildly. He looked into the distance and saw the current with the existing materials. He definitely put together such a handful. Make a time-space shuttle machine by himself. Mr. Stark, things may not be as bad as you think, maybe. A little bit worse than you think, JARVIS said, and he seemed to have overcome some difficulties, and his speaking speed became normal. What do you mean? Tony asked JARVIS, looking up. A blue phantom flashed in the sky, a human body composed of JARVIS's data stream. A young and elegant gentleman whose face was that of Howard's right-hand man, JARVIS. Yes, a long time ago, JARVIS was a real human being who was Howard's housekeeper. Advertisement. And when the artificial intelligence was created, Tony gave it the name and likeness of the former housekeeper. The storm came too fast. Not only the Earth, all the universes are facing this disaster. Not even the Asgard domain was spared. A few months after you left, your daughter Miss Morgan was born. The environment was very bad at that time. The Avengers took Madame Pepper to Asgard in order to allow her to give birth normally. My daughter. Morgan. Haha. I have a daughter. I have a daughter. Tony laughed, usually shedding tears. This tough guy of steel. He was so desperate just now it could make him cry, but now he couldn't help shedding tears. 80 years. My daughter, is she still alive? She must get married and have kids. Has a big family. Who is her husband? Where is the B*******************? D? Is it good for her? Did anyone tell that B**********************? D? Dare to Tony Stark's daughter is not good. He will surely die miserably. 35. Tony said, and lowered his head weakly, with mixed feelings in his heart, and a bleak smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In fact, your daughter is still alive, Mr. Stark, and she is only 8 years old now, JARVIS continued. Tony raised his head suspiciously. He didn't understand what JARVIS meant. 80 years later, his daughter is only 8 years old. Why do you say that? JARVIS, tell me clearly everything that happened after I left. Tony sat up from the ground, frowning and looking at the holographic projection in confusion. Okay, Mr. Stark. 3 years after you left, 99% of the species on Earth have gone extinct, and the total human population is less than 10,000. Dr. Banner tried to use a time machine to go back to the past, but unfortunately, it failed. 3 years and 5 months later, all the Avengers have moved off Earth, looking for a planet to live in. 8 years later, very suddenly, there is no death in this universe. Everyone can be resurrected after death, they say, because the goddess of death has been imprisoned. Not only that, there is no order in this universe. There is no time, therefore, everyone's growth has stopped, and your daughter has also stopped at the age of 8. 20 years later, the world has many entrances to different universes out of thin air, and chaos begins. 35. After listening to JARVIS's story, Tony fell silent, and he asked in anticipation and disbelief, so, the Avengers are still alive? Yes, Mr. Stark, they were alive at least 12 years ago, but since then, I have lost their signal, and now, there is only a copy of me left here, and my core databody has been on their ride. On the ship, JARVIS said truthfully. Yes. Yes. Tony shook his fist excitedly. This is undoubtedly the best news he has heard today. I will find them. I will. JARVIS, I'm going to build a spaceship. Ha ha ha, we still have hope. Advertisement. Tony laughed wildly, took off the shattered armor, and threw himself into the laboratory excitedly. A small seaside island in the Gialan galaxy like a fairyland. Sky wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, looked at the photo in his hand, and smiled. Beside her, Polaris comforted softly and sighed helplessly. 80 years. You say. Where did he go? I don't know. This heartless man. Polaris ruffled the green hair in front of his forehead. The once short hair had reached his waist. It's beautiful. Unfortunately, the person who appreciates her the most is no longer there. Is Sister Gila back? Sky asked aloud. No, she's still chasing the devil's footprints, chasing the rainbow sea. Nuo's good. By the way, Dea passed the news a few days ago, saying that she met the one from the Fire Alliance. Alita. Heartbroken's little lover. Polaris Lorna smiled helplessly. If he can come back, it's okay to find him a few little lovers. Aunt Sky, Aunt Lorna, Mommy called you to eat. A cute little loli flew over in a Mark series ambulance armor. How many times have I told you, Morgan, I'm going to call you sister. She's 80 years old, and she's still so naughty. Ha ha ha. A string of silver bell-like laughter was left on the beach. White World Prison, an illusory figure walked out of the space door. Brother. Luo Bing, 99 Tony Free and Thinking Big shouted out excitedly. On the side, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also looked at the past code in shock. Chapter 308 The ruler of the White World scolded and left. By G Prison, Supreme Space. After all, this is the third time that Luo Bing has entered this extremely dangerous place. However, the first 2 times, he was arrested and entered, but this time is different, he came in on his own initiative. Dare to take the initiative, Luo Bing is naturally very confident in his own strength. In addition, he finally found the Supreme Space Magic Book in a place not far from the Naruto world, so now he is like no one, even if he is modest and assumes 10,000, if Luo Zan loses to the Supreme Space Master. If so, he can easily escape. But, this assumption doesn't hold at all, because even Luo Bing doesn't know how strong he is now. Ding. All God-level exercises progress 15%. The situation changed, when Luo Bing appeared in the White World space. In the distance, the shadow of the big hand in the void came directly out of the sky. It was obviously surprised. It seemed that he didn't know why the escaped human came back. But, it's good to be back. There is no need for 903 to try to catch him. Shish. Hundreds of glass-like void barriers trapped Luo Bing in the direction, and the water surrounding him was blocked in an instant. The space and time around him and all the laws were modified and strengthened. Even the part with Tony Dachau and the others was shrouded in a great mysterious formation, and the layers of light formation were condensed to the extreme, as thick as a 1,000-layer cake. I think you're still running. A smug laughter came from the void, and then, the big hand escaped again, seemingly disappearing. But in fact, it did not go far, but looked at the situation here from a distance, lest the slick human run away again. Again and again, not again, this can involve face issues. If it is slipped away by this human being again, wouldn't the face of its master be lost? How many layers of defense is this? Shit. That big hand is not a thing anymore. Brother, why are you, Beffa, back? Tony scolded depressedly, looking puzzled to Luo Bing. Advertisement not to mention the thousands of layers of defense, you must know that the Super Saiyan Gogeta just struggled to break one layer, and it was a weak ordinary barrier. The thick barrier that was relayed by the 2 big hands in the void is too solid, and the degree of solidification is incomparable with the previous one. It is conceivable that it also seems to waste a lot of effort. Fortunately, we are in a large formation, and we can communicate normally. Brother, how many years have you escaped outside this time? Da Chao also asked curiously. Hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also looked in the direction of Luo Bing. However, because of the barriers of space, they couldn't see clearly, and it was vaguely like they had been hit by a mosaic. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm here to save you all, Luo Bing said, letting go of his perception, feeling the strength of the barrier around him, and he knew it at a glance. An ending like this, whether it is 1 layer, thousands or 10,000 layers, is meaningless to him. Because, he could just blow this whole thing down with a fart. Save? Tony and Da Chao widened their eyes at the same time. Rescue? Vegeta and Goku's eyeballs suddenly glowed? Save? The White Realm Lord, who was hidden behind the scenes in the void, had a look of contempt. He didn't think this human could get out of his 1,000-layer isolation means, let alone that human, even himself, who wanted to breaking through so many defensive barriers would take at least an epic as a time unit. I'm still bragging, my array is endless, even if you destroy one, another will be born, and it's impossible to get out, Tsunere, the master of the White World, snorted coldly, and then he silently moved towards the villain camp. Looking at one place, I instantly had a headache. If there is no peace of mind between the decent and the villain, can we wait honestly for the final selection? Alas. The master of the White Realm sighed, and then flew towards the villain's side. Shish. Thousands of layers of defensive barrier were thrown down again, and Bai Ji dominated the distressed drop of blood. These are the wealth that he has recorded in his life. He didn't expect to lose 50% of it today. Advertisement and the one who was covered by him again was a relatively unique master in the villain camp. However, since he was too far away from Luo Bing's direction, the two had no chance to meet. FK. You are a white pig, and you have added defense to lousy. Don't you know how to block the sunbathing of the master? Under the thousands of layers of defense nets, a young man dressed in white with a handsome appearance like a monster yelled and cursed. He lay leisurely on a reclining chair, paved. There were several big villains standing beside the young man in black, but they were all women. Some were pinching his shoulders and beating his back, and some were feeding him fruit in fear. The young man in white mumbled scoldingly. Immediately, a line of subtitles appeared in front of the ruler of the White World, which was exactly the words scolded by the young man. White pig. It dares to call me a pig. The ruler of the White World was so angry that he almost fainted. But even so, the master of the White World calmed down, ignored what happened in the space, and turned his head into the void. He won't be fooled. He will not be caught by this man in white as a pig ride like last time. Absolute. Before leaving, the master of the white world turned his head and glanced fearfully at the place where Luo Bing was in the right direction, and Luo Bing, who was dressed in black, also smiled slightly at it. The ruler of the white realm shivered suddenly, and instantly moved away from this place of right and wrong. While walking. While still cursing. FK it. A decent black one, a villain white one, neither of the two guys is easy to mess with. Two people surnamed Luo are really not things. Chapter 309 The two surnamed Luo. In the villain camp, the handsome and beautiful young man in white originally planned to shred the thousands of layers of defense above, but he didn't know what to think, shook his head, and sighed helplessly. Forget it, don't scare it, such a good coolie, in case you play if it breaks, you won't have to play anymore. As he spoke, the young man stretched his back and snapped his fingers casually, and a piano with black and white keys appeared in front of him. The young man sat gracefully on the reclining chair, his 10 fingers as green as jade casually tapping on the piano keys. For a moment, all the villain camps were intoxicated, with a hint of red light in their eyes, as if they were all captured by the sound of the piano. In the distance, from the Marvel 0524 Special Universe, Thanos, who has the heart of the universe, bowed respectfully, with a look of reverence. Lord Luo Zhan, it's time for lunch. Final choice. Luo Bing thoughtfully repeated what the Lord of the White Realm said, his cold eyes rolled, wondering what he was thinking. At the level of Luo Bing, let alone the muttering of the Master of the White World, and even what he is thinking, as long as Luo Bing is willing, he can know everything in a single thought. It seems that my decision to not destroy the White World space was right. The Master of the White World is plotting something, or the characters behind him are plotting something. But what kind of guy is that villain Luo Zhan? Strange. I can't see through him. Besides, I dislike him for no reason. What a weird law ability, it can quietly affect my mood a little bit. Luo Bing touched his chin, his eyes pierced the void, smashed all the falsehood, and looked straight at the end of the villain's camp. At that moment, Luo Zhan, the man in white who was eating, paused. He wiped the corners of his mouth, put down the knife and fork in his hand. Half of the dragon liver and phoenix marrow on the dining table had been wiped out. He stared curiously. Come over. Luo Bing. Huh. Such a strange guy. I have a good feeling in my heart for no reason. This is definitely a terrifying man. The eyes of the two exchanged, and the corners of their mouths raised a slight arc at the same time. Afterwards, the eyes of the two of them retracted at the same time, and they stopped paying attention to each other. Tony Free, let me ask you, you've been here for a long time, how much do you know about Luo Zhan from the villain camp? Mie Han number 1, let me ask you, you've been here for a long time, how much do you know about Luo Bing from the decent camp? Heart of the universe Thanos. Who? Advertisement. Wholehearted infinite gems armor Tony. Who? Luo Bing. Luo Zhan. Forget it, at his level, you can only say his name when he wants to. The two surnamed Luos shook their heads at the same time. The lines and ideas were ingeniously unified at this moment. Let's wait and see, it shouldn't take long, 3 days at most, Luo Bing said to himself. No one could understand what he was saying, and then he looked at the surrounding environment and took care of himself, snapped his fingers. Snapped. Facing the ocean, spring and blossom. A mirage like a fairyland appeared, and then replaced the original location within 100 kilometers of Luo Bing. At that moment, all the white crystals wrapped around Tony, Dachao and Goku Vegeta faded away, and they turned into sand grains and spread on the ground. I'm free? Tony and Dachao looked at their hands in disbelief, their faces sluggish. Not only these 4 people, all the decent characters within 100 kilometers were released from their personal prisons and looked around at a loss. The next door is sunbathing, and we can't be left behind. This party, my treat. As he spoke, Luo Bing stood on the roof of the castle, with barbecue grills and fine wine falling from the sky. Luo Bing snapped his fingers again, and the sun appeared above his head, hanging in the distance. This. What kind of means is this? Vegeta looked at the wine at hand like a dementia, and looked at the fairyland-like beauty around him, and then he looked at the more than 1,000 defenses above his head in astonishment. Barrier. Does that thing really exist? In the deepest part of the villain camp, the young man in white was also stunned for a moment. He looked at Luo Bing's direction in confusion, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What a waste. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 0. Yeah. Let me be forgiving once. Bai Luo Zhan said, and snapped his fingers helplessly. All kinds of food appeared, and the villains beside him immediately cheered roar. Advertisement White World Prison is huge, very, very big. Luo Bing in black and Luo Zhan in white occupied a place of 100 miles at the same time, changed the terrain, and enjoyed the food happily by the decent and villain in the circle. 18. The decent and villain who are not in this range are so dumbfounded. FK. What are you doing? Did I fall into an illusion again? Can someone explain to me? Why are they having a party? We're still locked up here. Point 0. Mom. Is this really a prison? If it wasn't for half of my body, I wouldn't believe it. I must be dreaming. Yes, maybe I have reached the end of my life. I can't hold on anymore. 3 days later. A phantom flashed, the barriers of the White World prison were slightly raised, and the hardworking White World Lord returned with 2 prisoners, again, with a happy smile on his face. While walking, he was still muttering in his heart. 90,000 universes have been selected, and a total of 4,999 decent and 4,999 villains have been captured. Haha, with these two I brought this time, the mission is finally completed. B. The Lord of the White Realm observed two groups partying in their own space. Immediately after that, his happy face darkened instantly. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Damn it, what do you think of me here? 8 Chapter 310 The Inner Monologue of the Master of the White World. I am unremarkable, the ruler of the White World. I was born to be the ruler, above the thousands of universes. The White World space is my life space, and it is also my companion. I have been given a task since I was born, and it will be my lifelong pursuit. That is, to pick the strongest one out of 999,999 vast universes. And that strongest person will become the master that I serve in my life, Huang. To complete this task, I spent too much time. I can't figure it out myself, because this experiment of mine failed countless times and went through countless reincarnations. In order to choose the strongest, I have chosen one by one across time and space. I also tried to traverse tens of millions of universes, appearing in front of people with great ability, as his guardian, step by step. 903. Cultivator, he grew up. In that experiment, I duplication billions of millions and changed into a person, sometimes a grandfather hidden in a ring, sometimes a willow tree falling from the sky, sometimes a tombkeeper of an ancient tomb of gods and demons, and sometimes just an unremarkable sweeper of a temple. If there is no boss, I will become a boss. If there is no adventure, I will create adventure. If there is no backstage, I will become their backstage. I have also incarnated into various treasures, various artifacts, various technologies, one knife 999, 10 times the explosion rate, copy ability, infinite evolution, etc. But, without exception, that experiment failed again. So, I gave up the cultivated way of cultivation and thought hard again trying to find the next way to choose. That's it. An era has passed. I am so lonely. Whenever an experiment fails, I will be bored and condense into a grain of sand in the white world space. I don't know how long it will take, and my empty, almost endless white world space is also filled with white sand. This epic times, I intend to take some different means of selection. I'm making progress, I'm learning, and even though I'm stupid, I've learned something after so much time. For example, things like the Colosseum. So, this time, in my plan, I plan to select the highest quality growable universes from the billions of universes, and then select some of the best top performers from this batch of universes. Whether it's a villain or a righteous one. I rounded up this impossible number of 10,000, and then sent them to the arena to fight, using the method of raising GU to select the strongest of the strongest. But this plan is not easy to implement. There are too many universes, and the abilities born in each universe are different, but it is their own power, external force, or wisdom. Only those who can survive are the strongest in my ideal. Advertisement at this time, the sand from my experiments that failed each time can come in handy. They first come to the level 1 screening, and the strongest who are not strong will naturally turn into nourishment for the other strongest to absorb. To this end, I was busy again for a few epochs. Basically, in one day, I can bring 6 of the strongest in the universe. 18. Basically, in one day, the number of strongest people who were swallowed by the white sand in the white realm space was almost 5. Asterisk asterisk 99999. Making up 10,000. I thought it was a very easy thing, but I didn't expect it to become the biggest problem now. However, I have patience and I can do it. Moreover, judging from my rich experience, this time, the possibility of picking out the Huang from these strongest, it is as high as 0.09%. What an amazing success rate this is. The odds are way beyond my previous experiments, and I am very confident in this plan. Every day I work diligently, I am not afraid of hard work, and I even slowly like this sense of accomplishment. Every time I capture the strongest person in the world, I am extraordinarily happy, and there is a glimmer of hope in my heart. That's it. I catch, finally. I caught more than 9,000 pros and cons. It's getting closer and closer to the day when my final experiment is achieved. It's getting more and more exciting. One day, I caught a very special decent. He was nothing special at first, ordinary, but he had a very strange space escape method. Let him escape, but it's nothing. Time means nothing to me at all. I can still get him in. Sure enough, under the squatting guard of my billions of duplications, he fell into my trap again. But what I didn't expect was, he ran again, faster than the last time. So irritating, but at the same time, I am a little surprised. His growth rate is too fast. Maybe he is the one I am looking for. But something unexpected happened to me again. Advertisement when I captured a supervillain again and was going to throw him in the villain camp, but I suddenly found the number of villains seems to be a little wrong. Why is there one more? I should have no problem with math, but is there an extra man among the villains? How did he get in? This is my white realm space. For the first time in my long life, I see a villain who has thrown himself into the net. I'm very excited. I've never seen someone come to my world on their own initiative, and it also proves that the man in white surnamed Luo is very strong. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. I rushed down with joy, wanting to use my own data eyes to review the man's identity. Then, I got beat. 5.0. I'm so excited, I finally know what pain feels like. And then, I was ridden. I'm not so excited anymore, because that man called me white pig. What the hell kind of villain is this? Fortunately, this is my world. I easily left the devil's palm, and to my delight, the decent black-clothed man who played in that space is back. Ha ha ha. It's so good, eh? Wait, how did he get back? The master of the white world was instantly confused when he looked at the two parties with different parties in the North and South Poles. When I'm a party-tube here. A hole. Chapter 311. Alright, I'm a famine. In the secret space of Baiji, several guards who looked like big-headed dolls flew out anxiously. You're finally back. Lord Master. You don't come back. I'm afraid these two guys are going to fall out. The big-headed doll guards don't have a name. They're just beings made when the white world dominates boredom. The whole body is made of white sand. The product of transformation has a vague meaning of five-dimensional life. Baiji dominates with a black face, just like Carbon. He is not blind, he can see the situation in front of him clearly. But after living for so long, this is the first time that something beyond his expectations has really happened. Could it be that one of these two is exactly the person I'm looking for? The ruler of Baiji pondered in his heart, his eyes rolling, not knowing what he was thinking. He pondered for a while, looked at the two new starters beside his hands, and then smiled coldly. Whether it is or not, leave it to fate. It's about time. 35. The ruler of the white world clenched his fist slightly. Boom. The entire Baiji prison changed dramatically, and the space barrier that imprisoned all the prisoners disappeared. An indescribable force swept across the entire White Realm space, and in an instant, the space changed, and all the beings living in the White Realm space were moved over and condensed together. At this time, the true God dominated by the White World was revealed to everyone for the first time. I see myself. No, this should be a big trick. Everyone sees him and sees himself. 35. A Cosmos boss immediately reacted, smacked his tongue secretly, and peeped around vigilantly. At this time, the so-called regional separation between the good and the bad no longer exists, and everyone is close to each other, no more than 2 meters away from each other, and they are all watching this scene with palpitations. The final battle is really coming. Some villain bosses subconsciously put away their violent aura. At this juncture, no one wants to be targeted by others. After being locked up in Baiji prison for so long, those lawless and arrogant bosses also learned to be human with their tails tucked in at the moment. Advertisement otherwise, it's really not good to live. Shush. The white space suddenly became extremely dark, and there was only one person who dominated the white world in the sky. At the moment, he was emitting thousands of rays of light, making people dare not look directly. In this space, he is the sole ruler of the Supreme. All the rules here are made by him. What did he say? What is it? Perhaps you have guessed something. Yes, the final battle. From now on until the end, only one living being is allowed to survive in this space, and that person will become the invincible strongest person in the universe, and at the same time will become my master, Huang. I don't want to say more. If you want to live, fight. You 10,000 people are all at the top of the universe, and now, it's time to test you. Become wild, or die. After Baiji Zug finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly became suffocating. Big guy, look at me, I'll look at you. Some are friends I met in Baiji prison, and some are old friends I met outside. At the moment, but let them fight each other, ha ha. If nothing else, no one dares to be the first to act stupidly. It is not because they are not ruthless, but the first person to do it. It is bound to consume the maximum physical energy and energy. It is difficult to say whether they can persevere to the end. In an instant, everyone looked at Luo Zhan and Luo Bing, the two most eye-catching beings in this space. They wanted to see what the two men had in mind. Wait, it's over? Beizuzu, are you not going to arrest someone? Bai Luo Zhan asked in surprise. At the moment Luo Zhan looked very depressed, although no one knew what he was depressed about. To collect 10,000, this is my ultimate goal. If this experiment is still unsuccessful, I will change another method, Let's start, Baiji Master Ching Mao said lightly, and then looking down with interest. Luo Zhan in white. Advertisement, damn it, you said it so early. If you said it earlier, I'd kill a few first, so that you won't get together. You're a jerk, why didn't you say it earlier? Ruler of the White Realm. Enough, what are you still doing? Only one person can survive. You have made up your mind. And, I tell you, under my rule, by killing the opponent, you can get all the power of the opponent, which will make you stronger. What are you waiting for? As soon as this statement came out, everyone on the field was eager to move, and secretly they were already selecting opponents who could successfully raid. If I kill the flame element life and absorb his power, my strength will increase greatly. At that time, I will undergo 18 life evolutions, and at that time, I can't imagine how powerful I am. This is great, I can definitely become that Huang. A cold-faced elemental life looked vigilantly at the strongest flame element in the distance. And that guy is also looking at him secretly, and both sides regard the other as a stepping stone to advance. The atmosphere on the field became more and more strange. Luo Bing coughed dryly and asked with a smile, Xiao Bai, what the hell is Huang? Ruler of the White Realm. What kind of name is this little white called Roar? Calling a dog. Believe it or not, I will go crazy. I will kill you. I know this, Bai Yi Luo Zhan said. Huang is actually a realm, but I prefer to call it transcendence, because it's easier to understand. The so-called transcendence means to transcend all rules, transcend time, transcend space, transcend all things, and even transcend own. The transcendent can roam wherever he wants. Basically, there is nothing he can't do. Unfortunately, the next one is a transcendence, that is, Huang. Bai Yi Luozan pursed his lips, seemingly helpless. You lied to a ghost. The ruler of Baiji glanced at Luozan with a cold eye, with a mixture of laughter in his heart, and he almost didn't laugh out loud. So, Luo Bing nodded. He has never known how far his strength has reached, and now he has another way of saying it at a higher level. Hash. Luo Bing closed his eyes. 1 second, 1.5 seconds. Okay, I've become a wasteland too, and then, what's on the wasteland? Luo Bing continued to ask. Chapter 312 I once destroyed the universe 3,000 times in 1 minute. When Luo Bing opened his eyes, no one noticed anything unusual about him. It was as if nothing had changed, and his aura had not increased in any way. Suddenly, many people changed their expressions when they saw him. Brother, what are you doing? Let's not brag like this. Also, even if you're bragging, then you have to spit out your breath to express your intentions. You just keep your eyes closed and open like this. How are you fooling a ghost? Some people whispered, although they felt that they were being played with, but they didn't dare to talk loudly, let alone make the slightest questioning voice. After all, that Luo Bing's strength lies there. He was someone who could throw a party during the blockade of Baiji prison, comparable to that of Luozan in white. Although they are upset, they are not stupid either. If this guy named Luo Bing is a hater who hates evil and will destroy your entire clan if he speaks ill of him, who will they turn to reason with? Although, now the master of the white world has said that it is time for a decisive battle of life and death. But they didn't dare to challenge this seemingly impossible man for the first time. Everyone has their own thoughts. They have secretly selected their opponents. As a big boss of level universe, they all have there should be caution. But, it seems that no one has noticed the expression of the Lord of the White Realm, and it is impossible to say that. With their strength, it is naturally impossible to see the true expression of the Lord of the White World. That was just so interesting. His entire face now seems to be filled with various emotions, and even suddenly over-emotional causes imbalance, and then becomes facial paralysis. Others may not understand, wild. The process of converting to wild is not clear at all. But he is fat and clear and understands. This is the task that he has shouldered since he was born. Shit, you must be kidding me, I absolutely don't believe it. This is impossible. Advertisement: the master of the white world has become autistic in his heart. He has been experimenting for many years, let alone becoming a wasteland, and he has not even cultivated a fake wasteland. Although the success rate of this experiment is as high as 0.09%. Isn't this special final experiment not started yet? What does this mean? Am I dreaming? I heard that low-level people at ordinary life level can dream. Am I metamorphosis into low-level people? Bai Pang would rather believe that his metamorphosis has become a low-level person than the fact that Luo Bing has become a wild. But for this, Luozan in white seemed to accept it easily. I always thought that you were originally a transcendence, but I didn't expect you to be advanced until now. It's amazing. When I became Huang, it took more than half a month. It was really exhausting. You only spent 1.53223 seconds? 35 Bai Yi Luozan tisk surprised. I couldn't understand the man in black in front of me more and more. I actually have too much energy and have been in a state of obsession with exploding bodies. Luo Bing shook his head in embarrassment and smiled bitterly, then sighed. Actually, almost every day, I secretly release all the energy in my body, otherwise there is a danger of exploding. I've tried many seals, layer after layer, but they're getting stronger every second, and I'm also very distressed. To tell you the truth, a few days ago, I created a record that I didn't expect, that is. Because of my unstable energy control, I destroyed my universe by more than 3,000 within a minute, second rate. Maybe it's because I have destroyed the universe too many times. I am saving the universe that was destroyed by myself every day, so my current space and time law ability has reached a level that I can't imagine. Ah. Knowing that there is still a wildness on the divine realm, I couldn't help breaking through immediately. Sure enough, the energy in my body is not so violent now, Luo Bing said with an embarrassed smile. 3 Luozan in white, whose eyes gradually became dull. Brother, you figure out your position. I am the invincible boss of the universe? Aren't you going too far? Hey, you destroyed your own universe 3,000 times a minute. Where do you put my villain's face? Tell me, where do you put my face? Advertisement: I am now. The universe has not been destroyed once. I'm so P****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** as if remembering something sad. Luo Bing. I didn't mean it. But, as the villain, it's a bit embarrassing that the universe has not been destroyed once. Definitely, I don't really advocate that the villain will destroy the universe, because it means my job volume will increase. I'm tired enough to deal with my own troubles, Luo Bing said, spreading his hands helplessly. After listening to Bai Yi Luo Zan, he took a deep roar inhalation and let out a long sigh. Actually, at the beginning, I also wanted to be a good person, but I was forced to be a villain boss, 35. But, my boss, is too unqualified, Luo Zan said, his face gradually becoming more resentful. I don't know why, I deliberately want to do evil things, but in the end, everything will weirdly turn into good things. How dare you believe this? Bai Yi Luo Zan covered his face, as if a little ashamed. Luo Bing in black was stunned for a while, then he smiled. Are you laughing at me? Bai Yi Luozan frowned, his face covered with haze. No. Don't get me wrong, I just think. Every time I try to save the world, try to do good, it's always a little too hard, and… You know. Luo Bing halfway through the sentence, and then stop, the things after that don't seem worth showing off. Ha. Come on, it seems that we have a good relationship, Nuo's good. Ah. It's a coincidence. Since that's the case, why don't we find a place to do it and talk? I've been so bored recently, maybe this is the price of invincibility. Boring. Bai Yi Luozan said, kicking open the door of the White World prison. Just had this idea. Luo Bing, dressed in black, nodded and smiled, making a gesture of please. Now, we all have stories, so, is there wine? The two said in unison, then snapped their fingers at the same time. The brilliance of the golden light fantasy and the brilliance of the black light fantasy flashed at the same time, and 2 pots of fine wine appeared in their hands. It seems that there is, haha. While chatting and laughing, the figures of the two passed through the black hole and disappeared under the eyes of 10,000 people. Tens of thousands of people still staying at the scene to prepare for the final showdown. Code. Chapter 313. Do you want Goldfinger? You want your Goldfinger? Counting Bai Chuan and the life of the intelligent big-headed doll that he fabricated at will, there were still no less than 10,000 melon eaters left on the field. Leave. Just, go away. A certain shadow-shaped universe boss asked in his heart. No. These two just left so easily? Chaos Demon was full of question marks. I understand. Now the blockade of the White World prison is gone, so the space can be easily broken. It must be like this. A decent Cosmos boss slapped his forehead, and his smart head never had a single hair. You know the shit. People are the kind of people who come and leave when they want. Someone retorted. That person had the honor to attend the prison party a few days ago. Not to mention how impressive that scene was, it was the first time that he turned into a super fanboy of Luozan and Luo Bing. But, isn't the master of the White World here? A certain big man with long hair on his head tilted his head, and his fierce face at the moment turned out to be extra cute. Listening to what he said, all the talents reacted and looked at the White World ruler in the sky with disbelief. Dominate the boss. Can you give me some reaction? This is your territory? It's not that you just announced the rule. You let people slip away before it even started. Do you still want to meet? Could it be that the master deliberately let them go? At this time, even the big-headed doll made by Fatty Bai looked at his master in amazement. He didn't understand why the master had not responded. Is it asleep? Could it be? A certain decent boss let out a long sigh of wisdom. What do you understand? Ya 903 Athena, Prometheus from the small universe, looking at the incarnation of Athena, the goddess of wisdom in his universe, asked with a look of surprise. Before Athena spoke, another goddess of wisdom from the universe said with a sneer. Obviously, only one person is allowed to survive here, and those two bosses definitely don't want to stay here and kill. Since they have the ability to escape from here, they are naturally unwilling to be pawns on the chessboard, said the goddess of wisdom. Don't say it's so nice, matey. What is a chess piece on the chessboard? We are the trapped beasts in the Colosseum now. I can understand that the two people just sang and played so hard, just to relax the vigilance of the ruler of the world, and then join forces to escape from here. That must be the case. Fortunately, I was blown away by them, destroying the universe 3,000 times in 1 minute. I'm just drunk, I see. The title of my cunning god ancestor can be given to both of them. Yes. A man with a sullen face sighed, somewhat ironic. Come on, it's because those two people are gone. You dare to say that, when the two of them are there, you don't even dare to question. Originally serious. The White World space full of dead silence. A gossip soul instantly burned. Tony Free. Great thinking. Kakarot, Vegeta. Dahan Han #1 from the 0524 Special Marvel Universe, 35. Advertisement. They suddenly realized a very serious problem. That is, did the two big brothers forget them here? After a long while, the Lord of the White Realm seems to have finally recovered, but his goal is still a little dull. Master, you've just been fixed for more than 20 seconds. Are you kidnapped by those two guys? Master, let's go get revenge? Catch them? 35 big-headed doll looked at his master very angrily. Fat White. What are you talking about? I don't want to die, Ami. Fatty Bai's face instantly turned gloomy, and with a wave of his hand, the two big-headed dolls beside him instantly turned into dust and disappeared into this world. It's hard to be fat now. Two masters. Who does he want to be the master? The key is that the two people on the other side don't seem to care about him at all, and he has no choice if he wants to recognize the master. Master Lord of the White Realm. Is the duel about to start? Or do you want to wait for you to capture those two? Or continue to gather 10,000 people? Someone asked boldly, swallowing hard saliva. Catch. Who to catch? Haven't all 9,998 of us already been there? A boss asked in confusion. What did I just say? I seem to be missing two people in my mind. What's going on? Knocked his head. No, it has always been 9,998 of us. Just now, Lord Master said that 9,998 people were enough, isn't it? Okay, it's like Tony Free, 6 great thinking. Kakarot, Vegeta. Dahan Han #1 from the 0524 Special Comic, Beffa, Way Universe. Did you notice? They seem to have lost their memory. Tony glanced and poked at Da Chao beside him. Da Chao nodded. It's not just them, but now my impression of Robin is a little fuzzy. What Robin? That big guy is obviously called Radish. Okay. Is your memory so bad? Vegeta was speechless. Huh? What are you talking about? Isn't that %*hash at Big Brother? The one in black clothes? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Advertisement. Tony 3 sighed helplessly. What the hell are you talking about? Can't even remember the big guy's name? His name is Luo. Luo? Tony 3 scratched his head, his eyes getting more and more confused. Their situation is better, but they can't remember the name of that person, because they used to be friends. They clearly remember that his number exists, but the remaining thousands of people, even to their all impressions, are gone. The master of the white world did not forget it at all. He glanced down and realized something. This is the power of Huang. Weak people don't even have the qualifications to remember him. It all depends on the personal wishes of Huang. Although Fatty Bai is tangled in his heart, it is a tangle of happiness. His life's task has finally been completed, but why is he not as happy as he imagined? Fatty Bai scratched his head and was a little confused, but he quickly put this confusion behind him. Looking at the thousands of people remaining under him, he smiled and showed kindness. With a wave of his hand, a dimensional black hole appeared before everyone. Go back, don't fight, pass through this black hole, and you will naturally return to the universe to which you belong, Bai Fatty said, and then changed into the void and disappeared in front of everyone. No need to fight. All the Cosmos bosses were startled, and then instantly became excited, one by one, scrambling to cross the black hole and leave. Tony and the others probably guessed something, looked at each other excitedly, and then passed the hole directly without saying a word. In the void, Fatty Bai floated slowly by himself, with excitement, surprise, and excitement on his face. He's been waiting for this day for too long. Suddenly, Fatty Bai's face changed slightly, and the smile gradually disappeared. His expression gradually became confused. Huh? What am I doing? Why am I here? Has the experiment of this era finally failed? Damn it. I have to cultivate a wasteland. I failed again. This is a 0.09% success rate. Alas. It's okay, I have patience, I have time. I'm not going to rest. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to start the next experiment. This time, how should I experiment? Fatty Bai muttered and sighed dejectedly. Then, he turned around again and plunged into a dimensional space. Boy, do you want to be the strongest in the universe? Do you want Goldfinger or not? As long as you want it, you can open your mouth, and I'll bring it to you, Bai Fat. Chapter 314. I've made you wait for a long time, Her Royal Highness. In an unknown wonderland in the universe, Luo Bing and Luo Zhan drank each other, their eyes pierced through the void, looking at the white fat man at the moment ironically. You said, how many, Baron, has this Fatty Bai cultivated? Luo Bing smiled with some good intentions. This white fat man is also pitiful. His major mission was to cultivate a Baron, but when the person he cultivated really became a Baron, the white fat would completely forget about it. His presence. So, he is destined to either experiment in this life, or on the way to experiment. Who knows? Maybe there are many, countless. I don't know how many years, months this white fat man has existed. Maybe just the two of us. Luo Zhan smiled indisputably, then shook his head. Let's be humble, I also think it's a little unrealistic that there are only two of us surpassing in this world. Yeah, everyone's fortunes are different. Maybe we are just the most common members of the Union. Luo Bing nodded in agreement. If you want to say that you are ordinary, I won't believe you even if I kill you. You are a ruthless character who destroyed the universe 3,000 times in minutes, Luo Zhan teased. Luo Bing rolled his eyes helplessly. If we mention this again, we won't be friends anymore. If you can't be a friend, you can be an opponent. That's not too bad. It just so happens that you're a decent guy and I'm a villain. In theory, we should be the kind of people who have to fight when we meet. And the kind that never ends. The corners of Luo Zhan's mouth rose, and his eyes were like cold stars, showing a cold light. Really, to tell the truth, I also want to fight you, too invincible. I can't find an opponent. Luo Bing's mouth pursed slightly, a little eager to try. Both of them showed fighting intent in their eyes. But, after a few seconds, the two of them shook their heads regretfully at the same time. Forget it, the universe can't stand the tossing of the two of us. If we start our hands, it's not a matter of destroying one or two universes. Luo Zhan shrugged, holding up the goblet, not caring about elegance, and poured into his mouth with a gloomy breath. Yes, it's too troublesome to maintain. Forget it. Luo Bing also felt a little pity. If there was a chance and a suitable place, he really seemed to have a hearty fight with Luo Zhan in white. Advertisement that should be fun. Such a pity. The fragile universe does not allow it. In terms of strength, we may be on the same level, but in terms of boredom, you are much worse than me. Bai Yi. Luo Zhan drank and bragged abruptly. Luo Bing heard black lines on his forehead. Is there anything worth showing off? Excuse me? Definitely, this is experience. After a long illness becomes a doctor, if you are bored for a long time, there will naturally be many ways to solve the boredom. Listen to me. Wow, I usually like to play in some small worlds and play as pigs. Tiger, quack. Bai Yi Luoxuan raised his eyebrows proudly as he spoke. Luo Bing has more black lines on his forehead. You are really boring, you can do it all. Bai Luo Zhan rolled his eyes. It's boring after all. You don't understand, by the way. How old are you this year? Hearing this question, Luo Bing recalled it carefully, and then said, less than 100. Less than 50. Damn. Less than 50 epochs? You are too young? You will become a transcendence in less than 50 epochs? Cow. Bai Luo Zhan gave a thumbs up. No. I mean less than 50 years, maybe even 40 years. Luo Bing now has no concept of time. In his eyes, time no longer exists, and he doesn't think much about it, blurted out. Luo Zhan in white. No. We were having a good chat, why did you suddenly pretend to be pushy? Are you under 40? Yes, is there a problem? Luo Bing asked with a smile. Bai Luo Zhan was silent again. He remembered his bitterness when he was 40 years old, and compared to this guy in front of him, he couldn't even drink the wine in an instant. No problem. How can there be any problem? No wonder you're not boring. Luo Zhan smiled bitterly all his life, then stood up and stretched. Although your words are quite irritating, but today's wine is a good drink. Wait, I will add you as a friend. We will continue to go out to drink when we have time in the future. Luo Zhan said, and pulled out a big brother-like thing from his pocket. Then, he nodded confusedly, and a line of subtitles appeared abruptly in front of Luo Bing. Katakana middle dot 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 advertisement. Universal Invincible Handsome Guy invites you to join his friend list and send it to the Hoopung Dog Friends group. Do you agree? Close black lens bracket. Mobile phone? Old-fashioned mobile phone? Are you still nostalgic? Luo Bing looked at the thing that looked like a big brother speechlessly, his face ashamed. Damn, Phelps knockoff waterproof machine, is a cow. This is my first magic. I have been reluctant to throw it away, and now it can be filled with the contact information of many people. By the way, there are still a lot of two-dimensional young ladies in there. Do you want me to pull you into the group? Luo Zhan asked with a smile. Luo Bing waved his hand. Forget it, I have a wife. Who doesn't, man, you have to wave a little bit. I said before that if one day, if I die on the battlefield, I will trouble the priest to cremate my body and throw the ashes into the sea, not for memory. That beautiful landscape is not for raising the thousands of fish and worms with my body, but because my ashes also want to wave after my death. 0. Unfortunately, up to now, this wish seems to have not been fulfilled, Luo Zhan said with a sigh. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, he seemed to have thought of something, and he clapped his hands abruptly. Right, I can use some sassy manipulations to cremate myself with the help of easygoing language commands, ha ha ha. Too great. Why didn't I think of that before? 35. Afterwards, Luo Zhan in white looked excitedly at Luo Bing beside him, his soul of death was burning frantically. Do you want to be together? Luo Bing. No, sorry, please go away. This is crazy. How boring is this? Also really drunk. Okay, then I'll experience it myself, tisk tisk tisk. Luo Zhan said, and disappeared in a flash. Luo Bing smiled helplessly, looked at the subtitle dialog box in front of him, and with a flick of his index finger, he also used his own show. You have joined, remarks. Boring neuropathy, friend list, grouping. Transcendence loves each other's family. Then, Luo Bing turned around and looked straight at a universe. In that universe, he heard me someone asking when he was coming back, calling his name in roar. I'm here. My love, I kept you waiting, your royal highnesses, and... Chapter 315 Earth, Tony, Luo Bing. Marvel Special Universe 1027. Mr. Stark, good morning. Today's storm level is S, and the next eye of the storm is getting closer and closer. In the dark basement, Jarvis's voice still sounded as usual. I know. It's going to be soon, don't worry, it'll be all right. Tony Stark, who has always paid attention to his appearance, now looks extremely scruffy, and his beard has covered most of his face. Now his image seems to have returned to the time when he was blacksmithing in a cave. No. In fact, he's hammering at the moment. When the hammer kept hitting, Tony Stark was covered in stinky sweat. He took a breath, and looked at the Asgardian spaceship in front of him, 903. He let out a long sigh. 80 years later, these old objects left on the Earth are either destroyed or destroyed. The storm outside was the same as before, and the nano armor on Tony was storing electricity in the repair bin. He had been in this world for 3 days, and another round of the Eye of the Storm was coming fast. He must take off on time in the early morning of the 5th day. Otherwise, he will miss this critical moment and continue to wait for the last 10 years. There is no material to make a jumping device, so I can only dismantle this belt. Tony looked at the badly worn space transfer belt in his hand, with some reluctance in his eyes. When the end of the Earth came, the Avengers worked hard to rescue the remaining human beings, and took away all the precious materials of the Earth. The storm level of the sky is too high. If his armor is not damaged without nano armor, he can go to other bases to find some remaining materials, but unfortunately, there is no time for him to prepare. Advertisement in this basement, only Mark's old armor, which was eliminated before, was left, and its performance and wearing trouble did not allow him to try it extravagantly. The Soyuz is a key part of the Earth's defense network, but it's not designed for long-distance travel. I've modified it to the extreme with the materials I have at hand. According to the final signal from the main body of JARVIS, the big guy should have gone to the GLN galaxy. With the conditions of the Soyuz, it is impossible to reach the GLN galaxy at all. Now the black hole storm is too dangerous, and it is too inappropriate to travel through the black hole. It seems that I can only find a way to reach a life closest to the GLN galaxy planet, and then make the right machines to connect with them. Tony thought. His brain was spinning very fast, and he was always looking for a way to survive in a desperate situation. This ghost Earth, let alone immortal, even if Thor is trapped here, he has no choice but to do nothing. But Tony was different. He was confident in his plans. JARVIS, export the route. I want to set up a few supply stations. Tony raised his head and said while removing the teleport belt in the hands of the operator. Okay, Mr. Stark, JARVIS said respectfully, and then, a holographic projection appeared in front of Tony. This is the data from 12 years ago. If there is no death in this world and human beings will not die, then I think the old star map can be used normally. However, in order to prevent those living planets from migrating, I still have to make a screen. Tony bit his black, oil-stained thumb and made a thoughtful gesture. JARVIS, list all the forecast charts of the Eye of the Storm 12 years ago. Tony Stark pondered on the new forecast chart after sending out the order. After analyzing the location, environment and planetary structure, he quickly found a few small red dots are circled on the star map. Here, and here, these three places are the most likely planets where civilization remains. Advertisement, although this will make my route less perfect, but it's just a fight. Tony Stark gritted his teeth. He wasn't a reckless person, at least not now. However, in order to be able to add to his little pepper and daughter as soon as possible, he is willing to fight. Mr. Stark, are you sure? You will pass the way of the 5 eyes of the storm. In the event of an accident, I want to tell you first. Although human beings will not die now, there will still be hunger and pain. When we were traveling in space, we saw a lot of mummified corpses that wanted to die, but couldn't. Their organs were all shrunken and corrupted, and some people even had only a skeleton left. And, I have to warn you that there are often some savage pirates on the star road you marked. Since the dimensional openings in the universe are inexplicably opened, many unexpected powerhouses have come out of the hole. Now, those savages are from other universes, not of the same race as us, and their worlds have been destroyed by the storm, and according to our investigation, they seem to be looking for something called the heart of the universe. Mr. Stark, you have lost 80 years in time, and you may not be aware that this universe is dangerous and there are many new legends. The Rainbow Sea in the mouth of the Red Devil, or the heart of the universe, and the 7 Dragon Balls that another group of people are looking for. It is said that as long as we can find one, it is possible to restore our world to its original state. So, relatively speaking, the Earth is the safest, because there are no more resources here, JARVIS said rationally. JARVIS, are you afraid? Stark stopped his work and asked with a smile. Mr. Stark, I'm just an artificial intelligence. I don't have the ability to be afraid. I'm thinking of your safety, JARVIS replied respectfully. Then stop so much nonsense. My destiny. I make my own decisions. Tony shook his head scornfully, and then he was silent and devoted himself to his work. Yes. Mr. Stark. JARVIS said no more. Its huge core began to calculating the success rate of this voyage. In the void of the universe, Luo Bing glanced at 10,000 years and saw all the timelines. Afterwards, without any hesitation, he flew towards the timeline 80 years after he left. Chapter 316 I am Iron Man, 80 years, this is a very special timeline. Because Tony has traveled to 80 years later, and finally died on the route to the Indigo Galaxy. Along the way, he has experienced too much and lost too much. Luo Bing saw the shadow of his future time, the guy who was drifting quietly in the ruins of space without any flesh and blood. Although he has lost the ability to cry, Luo Bing can still feel his grief. It was a tragic life in which one wanted to die but couldn't, and finally felt ashes. Luo Bing didn't choose to go back to the 5 seconds after he just disappeared. Because, say it at that point, I'm back, it's so easy, so easy. In other words, it's cheating, and it's unfair to all the big guys on the planet who have been through these 80 years of hardship. Moreover, Luo Zhan at this point in time has been captured by the Void Lord, and even a series of gods such as the Court of Life and Death have also been captured. This means that if Luo Zhan were to forcibly change history, there would be a series of chain reactions, because this universe is very special, and there are many causes and effects involved. It's not that it can't be forcibly changed, but because, once it is forced to change, it means that Luo Zhan has to go to Naruto World and Pirate World to restore another timeline that was disturbed by him. Even Luo Zhan had to return to Baiji prison 14 times to solve the problems left over by his history. And this means that Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, Kagaya, Ace, Tony 3, Dacha, etc., whose fates have been changed, all return to their original fates. Life can't always escape time, right? The partners and friends I have met along the way are all meaningful. 80 years later, most of my cosmic partners are still alive. This is the most perfect entry point. Also, I owe the big guys an apology. When they needed me the most, I didn't come back in time. If this apology was reversed in time, it would be too insincere. Luo Bing, the god's telekinesis was fleeting, moved directly, and disappeared in place. Marvel Special Universe 1027. An hour after Tony left Earth. Roar. So thrilling. Now, there is no such thing. If I hadn't made a decision before and missed this critical moment, I would have been drifting forever in the universe just like the Earth now. Tony broke out in a cold sweat, and he pressed the button. With one button, the control of the spacecraft was completely handed over to Jarvis. The damaged nano mask detached like a curtain, revealing his face full of vicissitudes. Yes. The eye of the storm this time is much stronger than I expected. It is very likely that the destruction of the local area network caused some problems with my observation system, Jarvis said mechanistically. If Tony had chosen to wait 10 years, he would now be part of the cosmic trash. This is a pretty scary thing. Advertisement, Mr. Stark, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have questioned your decision before. After a while, Jarvis's steady voice resounded in the spacecraft. Don't be so rude, old man, I'll leave the next flight mission to you. I still have a lot of work to do. Tony stretched his waist, turned around and walked into the warehouse, and continued to start his own inspection and maintenance. Space travel is dangerous, especially in these turbulent times of storm, and Tony has to make sure his Soyuz is flawless, even though the antique has been abandoned in an underground warehouse for 80 years. In addition, he also spends a lot of time on research and development of communications and detectors. Anyway, if I don't sleep now, I won't die suddenly. This is the biggest benefit for a research madman like me. Tony yawned. He hadn't slept once since he'd crossed this timeline. He didn't dare to sleep, he didn't have time to sleep, and he didn't want to sleep, because just by closing his eyes, the faces of his partners would appear in his mind. This is Tony's dream demon, but it's also what keeps him going. Morgan. Little Morgan, are you more like me, or are you more like your mother? Forget it, let's be more like your mother. Your father and I are not good people. Tony Stark whistled, and in this dead silence, this man with a strong heart was still not overwhelmed by despair. Who made him not destined to be a coward by nature? 30 Earth days passed in a blink of an eye. Tony was cautious along the way. With the activation of the space jumping device again and again, he had already flown out of the Milky Way, getting closer and closer to the Galen galaxy. Today is January 30th, 2101. I have traveled 1/20th of the way, and am currently in the Andromeda Galaxy group. Fortunately, I have not encountered cosmic pirates, but the right-wing engine of the ship has blocked a swarm of meteorites that flew by suddenly was damaged by the impact. The current situation is very bad. I have made a simple spare engine with existing materials, and filled the spaceship cavity with a part of the polymer nano coating on the armored weaponry. Hopefully I can find a new supply planet within a limited time. Okay, in order to save energy, my travel record will be reduced from once a day to once a week. See you next week. Turning off the video recording device of the spacecraft, Tony looked hazy. At the moment he had a few gray hairs on his temples, and he looked a little exhausted. Looking up at the repaired spaceship wall, Tony's sense of unease grew. The food is barely enough, but there are not many fresh water resources. In order for my organs to function normally, I must save every bit of resources next. Tony was talking to himself, and he was used to talking to himself. In order to save energy consumption, Jarvis turns off its own energy supply after retaining the automatic driving function. Advertisement, damn. It just crashed the warehouse. Not only lost more than half of the supplies, but also lost the detector I completed earlier. Tony let out a wry smile, his face full of helplessness. Okay, cheer up, Tony, you've got a long way to go. How can you be discouraged by this little setback? 99. Tony rubbed his stiff face. The natural oxygen supply system in the spacecraft has just been repaired, but his brain has not recovered from the hypoxia state, and his whole person is a little confused. The worst plan, I won't die anyway. Even if there is only a skeleton left, I have to survive to find Junior Morgan. Haha. He wouldn't despise his father for being a skeleton, would he? Tony thought of the funny thing, couldn't help laughing out loud, smiling, his eyes gradually became wet. Don't worry. No matter where you are, no matter how far you are, I will definitely find you. This is my promise. Tony clenched his fist and swore in his heart. DDD. The alarm bell inside Faye 903 suddenly rang. And Jarvis also woke up from the sleep state for the first time, and said urgently, Mr. Stark, found the rescue signal. The distance is within 1 light year. Signal for help. Tony Stark was taken aback. This was the first time he had received news of another life form in the universe. The universe is so big that Tony wonders, is he the only one alive in this universe? That's right, Mr. Stark, a light-year distance that requires a space jump to reach. But, I have to remind you, Mr. Stark, that our energy is only enough for one jump, Jarvis said seriously. Mr. Stark, what are you doing? Don't talk too much, go save people. Tony walked slowly to the pusher, and after thinking for 3 seconds, took a deep breath. Mr. Stark. This will take us off target, and you're trapped in the universe. Jarvis's voice became rapid. Mr. Stark, anyway, no one will die in this universe now. It doesn't matter if you don't save them, they won't die, no one will die at all. JARVIS reminded again and again. That kind of life. What's the difference between death, waiting for death in the universe? In my opinion, that is the most cruel way to die. Stop it, JARVIS. Tony sat in the captain's driver's seat, looking at the starry sky on the other side through the thick glass. You know JARVIS. I am a superhero. I am Iron Man. The pusher was activated, and the Soyuz instantly turned into a light, appearing in an illusory colorful tunnel. Chapter 317 Trap. A Crisis. Andromeda. Fluctuating Light 466-94613, Manarok, Spaceship Grave. The wreckage of thousands of spaceships is floating here, including various models, various regions, and the total number is not clear. In the distance, a junkyard with white bones forming a ruin is very eye-catching. Those beings have not died, but they have all lost their ability to move, and although the consciousness has dissipated, his world has all turned black. Just a bunch of skeletons, no eyes and no ears, their world. Not so much alive as death in another situation. On the edge of the spaceship ranch, a red-lighted spaceship was constantly sending out a signal for help. It seemed to be in good shape, and the hull had no obvious scars, at least compared to the nearby ruins. It is the most healthy one. The dark side of the spaceship grave, a small ecosystem has been preserved intact. In this empty space full of withering and dead, there are large tracts of green vegetation and even small ball facilities in the interior of this ecosphere. Rows of mushroom-shaped houses are displayed in the ecological circle of less than 2 kilometers, and a group of strange-looking life forms with tentacles and mucus are holding absurd fruit body meetings. There are also human beings here, beautiful in appearance, pulled by a chain around their necks, men and women, with nothing, their eyes are dull, without a trace of emotion. Beside them, a few slime people are laughing and discussing something. The disgusting tentacles are scratching and pulling on these pets. Swish. The Soyuz appeared abruptly in this grave surrounded by the ruins of the spacecraft. Warning, warning, energy out, energy, warning. ZZ. Tony frowned as he looked at the dim light beside him. The spacecraft had lost power, and all the remaining energy just now was used on the counter-propulsion gas. Here. What happened? Tony's eyes became sharp. He directly felt the abnormality here. He pressed the button on his chest, and the weakened Mark 46 covered his whole body. I've run into a trap. Tony reacted immediately, reached out, and picked up the remaining energy weapons in the warehouse. All part of his nano armor was used to patch the loopholes in the spacecraft. Now, it is the ideal situation that he can cover the whole body with the Mark 46 armor. Advertisement: this is no better than the Earth. This is outer space, a vacuum environment. If it is on Earth, Tony can expose a part of his body to condense his own weapons, but this is a vacuum environment. Once he is exposed to the vacuum, his body will swell rapidly, and then the whole congestion will burst. Without his armor, Tony is just an ordinary Earthling. His body cannot survive in the universe. If it's handled well, I can get all the supplies I want here. It's a trap, but it's also my opportunity. Tony slowly opened the spaceship door, with flames from the soles of his feet, stealthily moving towards the spaceship go to the ruins. A fat sheep is coming. Oh, God, a well-preserved spaceship. Go and inform the chief. The two slime men hidden in the ruins of the spacecraft exchanged excitedly, and then, one of them wriggled and floated towards the distant ecosphere. This is a life form from a different universe. Their bodies are extraordinarily special. Although they are not very powerful, they are enough to function normally in a vacuum environment. And, the most important point, slime people have undead attributes. Their bodies can quickly split and heal, and even split into two, turning into two special life forms. And all this, Tony didn't notice. He was still cautiously approaching the ship. Without weapons, fighting is not a sensible act. Domorican, star crystals, magic crystals, hundreds of energy materials, I just need to find one. Tony groaned inwardly and slid into a hold in spaceship. This is the spaceship of the Nova Corps. They have always liked to use star crystals as a thermal insulation material on the middle structure wall. It's great, it hasn't been damaged here. Tony was so nervous that Roar couldn't breathe. He glanced at the laser ray transmitter on his arm that was removed from Mark's previous generations, gritted his teeth, and the soles of his feet spurted awake, and the red laser beam instantly shot from his arm. Chi. Tony was pushed back several meters by the recoil and directly hit the wall of the spacecraft at the other end, and the dilapidated wall of the spacecraft that was swept by the laser was also fortunately opened by him because of the corrosion of the vacuum for a long time. Gap. Fortunately, this power is barely enough. The disposable laser transmitter detached from Tony's arm and slowly floated in the air. Tony looked at the dark cyan metal turning over in the distance, nervous and full of joy at the same time. Enough. You must get out of here immediately. The magnetic switch behind 33 Tony was turned on. Adsorbent formed a whole piece of dark blue star crystal, and couldn't wait to go towards the hole where he came. But, before taking a few steps, Tony's face darkened in an instant. In front of him, dozens of ugly and weird-looking slime people were holding NovaCorp's technology guns and looking at him with interest. Advertisement: a human. Unfortunately not a woman. Snorted coldly, and without saying a word, the particle gun in his hand shot at Tony instantly. Damn. Surrounded. Tony dodged quickly. He also unceremoniously pulled the trigger in his hand, and a dark red ray shot out, hitting the slime man leader with precision. Boom. There is no figure propagating in the vacuum, but the shock wave visible to the naked eye constantly spreads out. The slime man leader was directly smashed into mud by the huge amounts of blow, but before Tony could secretly rejoice, his body quickly healed and condensed, and then he smiled weirdly like nothing was wrong. The gun in his hand is good, don't destroy the gun. Use melee combat to solve him, the slime man leader shouted, and dozens of slime men rushed towards Tony's body. Disgusting slugs. Tony dodged, dodging and firing. But no matter how many times he hits, those slime guys always come together quickly. Is it because of the immortal rule of this universe? These guys are bugs, too difficult to deal with. Tony's eyes narrowed slightly, and it was not a good choice for him to continue to entangle. A flash of light flashed in his head, and he faltered left and right in an instant, skipping the encirclement perfectly, and flew towards his spaceship desperately. Leader. He's too fast. Can't catch up. The slime man life looked dumbfounded at the flametail like a belied, hammering the ruins around him in annoyance. Kill him. The slime man leader stopped hesitation and immediately gave the order. Then, a beige laser line spanned the entire ruins and hit Tony in an instant. Peefed. A mouthful of blood was sprayed on the mask, Tony's face turned pale, and his entire back was completely hit. If it weren't for the dark blue star crystal that made most of the attacks for him, just after that, enough to destroy his body. Go on, 35 slime leader waved again. Boom, another beige light hit Tony's body. However, at the moment, the void disappeared for a moment, and a man in a black trench coat moved over from the void barrier. It is Luo Bing. Chapter 318. Sorry, Tony, I'm late. Shush. Luo Bing waved his hand lightly, and the beige laser line disintegrated instantly, turning into energy particles visible to the naked eye, scattered in the void of the universe, and then slowly disappearing. Tony Stark didn't realize the sudden change behind him. He flew forward with all his strength, and for him, continuing to escape was the only way to survive. Damn, fortunately there's a whole piece of star crystal behind me, otherwise, I can't bear this tearing light composed of dark cosmic energy. I hope I can resist a few more times. I should be able to withstand it. Tony didn't have time to deal with the blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. His entire mask was dyed dark red with blood, which was not good for his vision, but fortunately his Mark 46 had the function of absorbing blood and draining dirt. The blood mist on the mask instantly turned into a rain curtain and was expelled from the outer layer of the armor. Tony continued to fly. If there was a teleport belt and a complete Mark 46, he would not be so embarrassed. Right now, he doesn't have any thoughts of fighting, he just wants to be able to survive in good health, that's enough. Slime Man's racial body structure is too incomprehensible in this current cosmic rule. There is no death, which means that they can heal indefinitely. Damn, if you want to kill them, the hope is too slim. Tony 903's thoughts flashed in his mind, and he had gradually seen the Soyas in the distance. Tony was happy, but when he was a little relieved, he inexplicably felt a ray of light shining on him, and then, the bone cells in his whole body took on a new look, and for a while, there were some indescribable illusions sense. The warm healing white light repaired the dark wounds on Tony's body and provided him with an unimaginable sense of power. This is energy? I feel like my body is full of energy, what's going on? Tony was a little stunned. His state suddenly recovered from sluggishness to excellent, even this powerful, brand new feeling that he had never had before, and the changes in his entire body were beyond all his expectations. Captain Marvel's body mutated under the collision and irradiation of Tesseract, and then he became extremely powerful. Could it be that I also mutated by coincidence? Because of what? Star crystal? Tony felt the energy swelling in his whole body, and his Mark 46 was instantly charged to a state of overshoot because of this energy, and even a large part of the nanobots used to repair the spaceship also recondensed. Advertisement this. Beffa. Abnormal change made Tony, who was moving on, stagnate for a moment. Thoughts flashed in his mind, and finally, he turned around suspiciously. Seeing that familiar back, Tony felt his heart calm for a moment, and his eyes, which were wrapped under the Mark 46 armor, quickly turned red, and hot tears were shed. That's how it is. That's how it is. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. I knew it, boss, you will definitely come back. Tony roared inwardly, but he couldn't be sure, because he didn't know if it was an illusion created by the enemy to delay his escape. But, in just a split second, Tony knew that this wasn't a fantasy, it was all real. Just because. The man in the black trench coat turned his face with regret. His expression was very complicated. There was self-blame, regret, and the joy of reuniting after a long absence. He opened his mouth, and finally suppressed all emotions and smiled. Sorry, Tony, I'm late. Boss. Tony exclaimed excitedly. His whole body's blood boiled and instantly turned into a light, flying to Luo Bing's side. That's right, this is the boss, the man Tony admired the most in his life. At this moment, all the stress on Tony disappeared. He stared at Luo Bing in a daze, and suddenly laughed out loud. All his worries were filled with joy in an instant. He was a bit at a loss. He clearly had a lot of words in his heart that he wanted to say, but when it came to his mouth, he just didn't have the slightest vocabulary. Luo Bing patted him on the shoulder and smiled at him. Thank you, Tony, I'll leave it to me next. Tony nodded. His hands were faintly sweating. There was no reason. He chose to trust the boss. No reason, because he was the man he trusted the most. To tell you the truth, boss, you have always been led to lie down when you encounter all kinds of difficulties. In the past month, I hope to see your figure again after raising my head countless times. This feeling of being able to deliver my back unconditionally, it's so good. Tony said, undoing the armor on his head. Unexpectedly and unexpectedly, nothing happened to him, as if the vacuum environment was no longer challenging for a mortal like him. Advertisement and Tony knew more clearly in his heart that because Luo Bing was by his side, he could do what he wanted to do unscrupulously. On the opposite side, more than a dozen slime people looked at each other in shock, watching everything that happened suddenly, frowning, and subconsciously raised their hands to turn off the technology gun. Who is he? How did he suddenly appear? The slime man leader asked his subordinates in astonishment. However, his subordinates didn't give him any reply. Obviously, they didn't know how the situation had changed. Definitely, it was impossible for them to think of the man who disappeared from this universe 80 years ago. The powerful existence that almost everyone wants to forget, but has been engraved in their hearts, Black Knight, Luo Bing. Die. Without much to say, Luo Bing just spit out 2 words indifferently. In an instant, the language followed, and under the great influence of heaven and earth, more than a dozen slime people directly turned into flying smoke. Their existence, their roots, and even everything that he was born with influenced by has been turned into nothingness. Those simple 2 words not only ended their lives, but even cut off their cause and effect directly. And after the execution of these 2 words, all the wreckage of the spaceship around him inexplicably revived again, and the bones floating alone in the dust of the universe gradually disappeared and became their original appearance again. Luo Bing, simply 2 words, directly chopped up history. What happened? Why am I here? I don't remember. How come there are so many spaceships here in the blink of an eye? It's weird. Get out of this place. 35 the survivors whose fates were reversed exchanged fearfully, suspiciously. Luo Zhan and Tony were floating in front of them, but they didn't seem to see the existence of the 2 at all. It's getting stronger and stronger, boss. Tony laughed, feeling extremely excited. Let's go to the Jilin Galaxy. Luo Bing smiled and waved his hand. In an instant, the 2 of them, including the Soyuz, completely disappeared in this starry sky. Chapter 319 Jilin Galaxy, SK Kingstar. Jilin Galaxy, SK Wangxing, the last paradise home of mankind. Aunt Sky, Aunt Lorna, Mommy called you to eat. A cute little loli flew over in a Mark series ambulance armor. How many times have I told you, Morgan, I'm going to be called my sister. She's an 80-year-old girl, and she's still so naughty. Ha ha ha. A string of silver bell-like laughter was left on the beach. Morgan made a grimace, the soles of his feet sprayed flames, and he flew playfully in the sky. She is like an unrestrained bird, so free and happy. 80-year-old little Morgan is still a little girl. Time does not exist, death does not exist, human development is limited, and even. Because there is no incarnation of wisdom law in this universe, although Morgan she is 80 years old, but her heart still retains the way she was 8 years old. Yep. It's a weird universe where all things stop. If it doesn't stop, there are only storms and disasters left. However, compared to her peers, Morgan's IQ is completely crushed, especially her ability to machinery and invention is even higher than that of his father at the same age. But, until that year after the world was reversed, everyone was not making progress, and even the term progress had been abandoned in this universe. Although SK Wangxing is strong, according to the current development trend of the universe, it will not last for a long time, about 50 years, and there is not much time left for us, Sky said, with a little worry in his eyes. Polaris Lorna on the side heard the words, nodded with a wry smile, and looked into the distance with a pair of beautiful eyes. With our stagnant strength, we can't do anything at all. Sky, do you think Wanda can succeed? Lorna's eyes looked into the distance, a sea with no end in sight. And his sister Wanda, at the moment, is retreating in the ocean. Advertisement: if the human beings in the whole universe have stopped making progress, then Wanda is the accident that was forgotten by the whole universe. Her origin magic power didn't stop there, on the contrary, it became more and more powerful because of the changes in the universe of chaos, and even stronger day by day. They were able to travel across tens of millions of light years to this beautiful planet, and encountered many difficulties and traps along the way, all of which were solved by Wanda by herself. Even Gila, Surprise, Odin and others were not her opponents. That girl is too strict with herself, and the road she has to take is very dangerous. If she can succeed, she will become the only true chaos god in this universe. But how can it be that simple? Sky sighed. He breathed a sigh of relief, and felt sorry for this little sister in his heart. In these 80 years, they have already become the closest family. The 2 strolled along the beach, chatting while walking, and little Pepper had already prepared lunch and was waiting for them. Now most of the Avengers remain in SK Wangxing, and there are only 5 of them including Lorna, Sky, Wanda, Pepper and Morgan. The other Avengers have ventured across the universe, trying to find that glimmer of hope. Oh, by the way, besides these 5 people, they still have a planet, and that is Asgard. Gila coexists with Asgard. Once the main star of Asgard is destroyed, Gila will also dissipate because of this. Therefore, in order to escape safely, the Avengers made a big transformation on Asgard. Adding thousands of this is the main reason for the lack of material energy on Earth. Sky, Lorna, here, little Pepper waved to the 2 people in the distance. They live on a beach, and the entire sea is theirs. Definitely, SK Wangxing is not the uninhabited planet they discovered, and there are a lot of life inhabiting here. After the cosmic storm broke out, the place was even more crowded, and every survivor wanted to live on this planet. But not everyone has the strength and qualifications to live here. And the Avengers being able to have their own beach is naturally inseparable from their powerful strength. Today's lunch is so rich. What a special day, Pepper, Lorna smiled and hooked her fingers. The two beach chairs in the distance were attracted by the magnetic adsorbent and floated steadily in front of the dining table. Advertisement Pepper posed, stroked her blonde hair and looked around, and then carefully dug out an oversized sphere weighing about 20 pounds from the sand pile on the side. Katakana middle. Flowers katakana middle. Katakana middle. 0 The pale gold is like a crystal sphere, inlaid with 5 red 5-pointed stars, and the surface of the sphere shines brilliantly under the reflection of the sunlight overhead. 5 planets. Where did it come from? Sky's eyes widened, and he covered his small mouth in disbelief. For the first time, Lorna squatted down, with an incredible brilliance in his eyes, and carefully looked at the Dragon Ball with file size in one person's arms. According to legend, if you find all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon a dragon. And Shenlong can satisfy any 3 wishes of the summoner, and its ability is enough to subvert the entire universe. Morgan found it while playing with the sand outside. She didn't know what it was. She thought it was beautiful and brought it back. I think it should have been washed ashore by the sea, Posy said cautiously. Point 0. I've already transmitted this news, and the Guardians of Galaxy are already on their way here, Potts said in one breath. Obviously, she also felt that this matter was a little weird. Guardians of Galaxy. In fact, it is not the former Guardians of Galaxy. After all, the galaxy has been completely scrapped. The reason why the name has not been changed is probably to miss it. The current Guardians of Galaxy is mainly in charge of Thor. The team the membership has expanded several times, with new members including Loki, as well as 2 members from Nova Corps and Kong Yi. A member from the universe. Adding 1 planet and 3 stars, we have already collected 3. According to the information, there are 4 more in the hands of the Cosmos Monarch Golden Frieza. The Frieza who came from the different universe is not easy to deal with. The Frieza army, there must be a battle with the Avengers. Sky said worriedly, frowning. Those guys who came out of the dimensional tunnel are very powerful. This Frieza is a great pirate who rules 13 galaxies. The last time Wanda fought against it, the dark wounds have not yet healed. Odin and Mrs. Frigga had died at its hands. If it wasn't for Sister Hela burning her life, we might not have escaped last time. Lorna also wrinkled. He raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. Anyway, if we want to save the Earth, we must defeat Frieza. Posy clenched his fists and buried the 5 planets in the sand again, with some speculation in his heart. Chapter 320 Love you 3,000 times. The sea breeze blew slightly, and the 3 girls discussed their future plans while eating lunch. As for little Morgan, she is still playing unscrupulously outside. She is a child who will never grow up, and is full of interest in novelties every day. Picking up shells and exploring the seabed are all things she does every day. Although her age and temperament have always remained at the age of 8, little Morgan is not as naive as those children her age. Although she loves to play, she has set a standard timetable for herself. Although in this cosmic environment, it is very difficult to learn and improve. The skills you learned in the last second may be completely forgotten in the next second, but Morgan still spends a lot of money every day. Time to recharge myself and study some of the notes my father once left. Although she couldn't understand many things, but she knew that it was a letter left by her father she had never met. This alone was enough to make little Morgan bear his temper. Pepper is very reassured about 903. Morgan, who is alone on the seabed, because she is wearing a full set of Mark 46 rescue armor, which is designed by Tony himself for Junior Morgan. The nano armor can be changed at will. File size. The big fish and prawns on the bottom of the sea are bullied by Morgan every day. Moreover, Morgan is also very obedient and does not wander into the deep sea at all. What's more, whenever she exceeds Pepper's allowed play range, the armor on her body will activate the automatic home function, and JARVIS will send her to Pepper's side unharmed. Plop. The white-purple rescue armor jumped into the water, and little Morgan started today's underwater paradise again. The waters are beautiful, with coral reefs of various colors rising and falling, and there are tropical fish that are common to the earth, but more really a variety of other fish that glow and look good. As for the name, Morgan still can't fully recognize it, because she remembered the name 1 second, and the next second will be forgotten because of the law, so Morgan used his own unique way to name them all one by one. Name. Xiaobai. Xiaolon. Xiaozi. I'm here to play with you again. Xiao Morgan let out a series of silver bell-like laughter, and gently stroked those who were in her little fish wandering around. Maybe it's been a long time, those glowing little fish are not afraid of her at all, instead they have become good friends with her, wagging their tails in front of the intimate white-purple rescue armor. The nano armor layer on Morgan's right hand gradually faded away, revealing her slender, snow-white little hand. She stroked the little fish, and her big eyes completed a crescent moon. Sudden. The water surface was rumbling, and the bottom of the sea also suddenly attracted an undercurrent. The fishes with colorful lights around them were frightened and immediately ran away into the distance. When little Morgan saw this scene, his little face suddenly became unhappy, the armor on his little hands was covered again, and he looked angrily at the behemoth swimming in the distance. Advertisement, damn big fat man, come to eat my little friend again, you should beat him. As little Morgan spoke, an energy cannon was released from her palm and instantly rushed towards the fat man in front of her. The big fat man in Morgan's mouth is actually the deep-sea overlords of this sea area. It is a native marine creature on SK King, a giant carnivorous fish. After full adulthood, its size can grow to the same size as a blue whale, but its combat power is much stronger than that of the blue whale. and it is somewhat similar to the mosasaur in the dinosaur period on the Earth. Ooh, tragically whimpered. The voice was very anthropomorphic, and it made people feel a little creepy. Its skin is very thick, and Morgan definitely just jumped the energy output level to the lowest level. She just wanted to teach this big guy a lesson, and didn't mean to kill it at all. She was just a child's mentality, and she also maintained the attitude in the face of the world, her innocence. What did you say? You didn't come to eat my friend? Little Morgan frowned and stepped forward suspiciously. In the process of getting along for a long time, she can distinguish the real meaning of these fish from their emotions. Definitely, this is also related to S.K. Wang Xing's high IQ of marine animals. As soon as Morgan stepped forward, he was pushed up by the big fat man in her mouth, all the way to the other coastline. What the hell are you trying to do? Hey, Mom will blame me if I go out of the safe zone. Morgan frowned, but she felt the unease of the big fat man under her, and finally she pursed her mouth and silently climbed onto its back. JARVIS, release the child safety mode of the rescue number, authorization code STK_15968AAF188E84646F861D1AB18885D2322A3F2CD75PC3. Verification password. I love you 3000 times. Okay, Miss Morgan, safe mode is unlocked. Do you want to activate the combat mode? Do you activate the one-hit kill mode? JARVIS asked mechanistically. No, Morgan shook her head. She modified the armor permissions without authorization, just to keep her mother from worrying. Soon, the big fat man took Morgan to another coastline. And when he got here, Morgan also knew what the big fat man's intention was to bring him here. So, is your father stranded because of an accident? No wonder you came to me in such a hurry. Little Morgan flew out of the water, frowning slightly as he looked at the super fat man, as big as a hill. What am I going to do? The rescue armor just isn't pushing enough, your dad is too big. Morgan was very embarrassed. She looked at the big fat man in the sea and his mother's expectant eyes, and the little head started to have a headache. If the sisters were here, there would definitely be a way, but, if they were told that I was out of the safety zone alone, they would definitely blame me, and they would never give me the rescue armor in the future. Now. Advertisement. Morgan glanced at the state of the super fat man at the moment, and then looked at another coastline that was out of reach, and his mind changed sharply. No, the super fat man can't hold on for long, and even if I go back, I won't be able to catch up. Thinking of this, she began to put hope on herself. Okay. Then let me think about it. I am Tony Stark's daughter, I can definitely do it. 35. Little Morgan didn't know what to think, and smiled confidently. Then, she fell to the ground in an instant, engraving formulas on the sand beside her. On the other side, Big Fatty and Big Fatty's mother constantly used their natural advantages to spray seawater at Big Fatty's dad on the coast. First, I need a rocker, one big enough to knock up a hill. Little Morgan rolled his eyes, and then a flash of inspiration flashed, and he instantly understood what he should do. With a bang, she rushed into the woods in the distance, and used red laser rays to cut off a big tree surrounded by 5 people. Then, she returned to the beach again and dug a small hole around the big fat man's dad, sandpit. After that, she flew 5.0 through the jungle and found everything she needed. Everything's ready. 10 minutes later. Go home, super fat man. Little Morgan shouted a high roar. Her carefully designed rebound device was activated, and only heard a boom. The water splashed a huge wave of up to 20 meters, and the stranded super fat man also successfully fell into the sea. Hee. That's great. Little Morgan danced with joy. This was the first time she used scientific knowledge to accomplish something that was impossible in her opinion. In an instant, the fascination brought by science also really made J. Morgan see a grand blueprint. Woo. The big fat family of 3 happily played in the water, and the little Morgan floated quietly in the sky. Looking at the happy family, she also laughed. But, with a smile, his eyes were slightly wet. The picture of a family reunion is so good. But, what about my own father? Chapter 321. The current situation of the Avengers. A little late today, Morgan? As the sun went down, Pepper put his hands on his hips and looked at little Morgan in front of him with a look of, I'm so angry. And Junior Morgan got into the back of Lorna and Sky for the first time, sweetly shouting, Sister help. Sky turned her beautiful eyes. This little girl usually calls her auntie, and at a critical moment, she calls her sister sweetly. Forget it, kid, it's normal to like to play, just let her go this time, Pepper. Lorna is used to this kind of trick of a black face and a white face. Plus, she is also sincere. If I like this little girl, I naturally have to say something nice for her. Let's not be an example. Pepper helplessly rubbed his brows. She had said these 4 words many times. But, in fact, even if no one interceded for Junior Morgan, Pepper couldn't bear to punish the aggrieved baby, but as a parent, it's not right to spoil the child blindly. Because Tony is not around, Pepper can only play the role of a strict mother. But that was only occasionally, and Pepper loved her little daughter very much, because Tony wasn't around, so, she always gave her daughter double love. Not only Pepper, but all Avengers members dote on this 14-year-old baby, and every time an Avenger returns from the universe, they will bring her many, many gifts. Little Morgan loves those gifts, but her favorite is the things her father left behind during his lifetime, almost every one of which she cherishes and stores. That's right. Even if everyone didn't talk about it publicly, in the minds of the big guys, Tony and Luo Bing may have encountered something unexpected. Now that the universe is so chaotic, it is normal to encounter danger, and no accident can be more unexpected than the current one. But, it is also because of this, all the Avengers desperately want to find those cosmic treasures, cosmic wonders, to end this chaotic universe. For this, pay at all costs. Thor and the others still have 3 days to get back to SK Wangxing. Steve and Carter just sent me a message that they captured a notorious star pirate group in Wang Xingjun's recent mission, and for this reason, Steve was promoted to 7-star honorary rank. Pepper touched Junior Morgan's head and said to Lorna and Sky who were beside him. SK King. This planet is huge, hundreds of times larger than the size of the Earth. When I arrived here in the first year, it was still very chaotic, because of various forces and fugitives. The battle for security and territorial division became more and more fierce here. Advertisement: almost all the local dynasties were wiped out, and when the Avengers first came here, it was still in the feudal era. Just a few decades have passed. In order to balance the split situation of too many racially complex forces on SK King, the first group of survivors began to propose that the big guys build and maintain this safe together. As soon as the proposal came out, everyone supported it. So, this planet began to have a strict division of territorial areas, and Steve and Carter also joined SK King to develop for the living space of the Avengers. At 2H a carat at plus the same as the Howard couple, Howard is now the leading scientist on the SK King. Almost half of the technological development on the planet is driven by him. Although he is old, although he can no longer progress, the wisdom that Howard has accumulated and accommodated in his life is no lower than anyone else's. Even Tony is the same. Maybe Tony has surpassed his father Howard in some aspects, but in the overall field of technological development, he is far worse. You've been promoted to 7 stars so quickly? You deserve to be the captain, Sky praised. SK Wangxing has a strict division of grades, from sporadic ordinary people to 9-star judges. The assessment of each stage is very strict. Although the Avengers did not pay too much attention to the development of SK Wangxing, the performance of the captain was unexpectedly surprising. Well, 7-star glory is already very influential on this planet. Steve has the X healing factor. In this immortal universe, he is simply a bug. It is not surprising that he can be promoted so quickly all the way, Lorna commented. Yes, but Steve also paid a lot. With the help of T'Challa and Princess Shu Rui, he injected a layer of vibranium liquid into his whole body. I heard that the bone claws he has grown now are all vibranium, and they also added many rare elements. 35 Pepper said with a smile. Infused with vibranium. It's really hard to imagine how much pain he has endured. Sky frowned slightly. In this era when everyone can make progress, if you want to get more powerful ability, you must find another way to use some external force. For example, Lorna, she now carries a lot of vibranium particles with her. Although her super ability is no longer improving, her strength has also grown a lot. To be honest, the Avengers still have an advantage in the universe, because each of them carries the space belt left by Luo Bing, and even if they can't beat them, they can escape quickly. And the Avengers have too many resources. Advertisement. There are so many that they don't dare to expose it. If they find out that they have so many rare resources, the whole universe will go crazy. If nothing else, even the SK King Star Legion will attack them. So, the Avengers have been very rich all these years, but they have never shown it, just silently consuming the treasure left by Luo Bing. Those are the treasures of several meteorite planets that fell down after the lucky halo was turned on, and there are also a few items full of warehouses that were materialized. I heard good news today. By the way, how is the Spider Squad now? Lorna asked Pepper. Pepper is now the Avengers General Liaison, with Jarvis as her assistant, keeping him updated on some of the members' progress in the universe. Well, it's been a long time since I received their 903 news. The last call, they were still investigating a time-space vortex in the West Wind Belt. Don't worry, the current Peter is not the Peter of 80 years ago. I believe them. After all, there is still Gwen, the female spider. It made me a little uneasy when it came to Strange and Banner. Their group was involved in the Cosmic War. There was news a few days ago that there was information about the heart of the universe in that place. Pepper rubbed his brows. The Avengers are now scattered all over the universe, looking for various opportunities and treasures. This is the level 1 stage of rebuilding the Earth and restoring the balance of the universe. The Avengers have formulated the plan to save the Earth into 3 major stages. First of all, level 1 is the split. It is not a real split, but a small team formed by a group of people to complete their own missions, to influence the universe, and to gain a certain status and power. The second stage is integration. Integrate all the forces. The Avengers at that stage will be even bigger. The last stage, and only the crucial one, they must defeat all the challengers and get at least 2 of several cosmic wonders. Then, resurrect Earth, reverse reality, On the dim beach, 2 figures slowly paced up, looking at the beach house in the distance. A smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Chapter 322 Body and Shield Oneness. Inside the beach house, Pepper, Lorna and others sorted out today's intelligence and clues. However, what they didn't know was that 2 figures had already fallen from the sky and landed on the beach outside. Is it here? A man's voice sounded and asked aloud. Well, according to the coordinates, it should be here. It's really hidden deep enough, at the moment, in a seemingly simple beach house. The 5 planets have been sent to Asgard Base 1 through the space array, and Fury and Phil Coulson have put that thing in secret. Also, this is the ration for Guardians of Galaxy this time, Pepper said. took out a large box from the bottom of the bed, opened the box, and filled it with bright red and blue test tubes of liquid. HP Restoration Potion. MP Restoration Potion. Little Morgan looked curiously at the bottom of her mother's bed. She knew that there would be a strange ST from time to time. Well, that's actually a space teleportation array that leads directly to the secret planet, Asgard. Today, the transformed planet of Asgard has become a secret base for the Avengers. He is completely hidden in the void. A group of people living on Asgard are mainly responsible for logistics management, including Fury, Phil Coulson and Hill Natasha Romanoff, et al. Now, the HP Recovery Potion is also one of the Avengers' biggest cards. After all, in this universe where you can't die even if you want to die, a bottle of potion that can rejuvenate the bones and grow blood and flesh. Its preciousness is enough to cause a space war. Luo Bing manifested a lot in his leisure time, and it was because of his unintentional act that the Avengers have been preserved until now, and they are alive and well. And the reason why Odin and Frieza were declared dead, that's because the goddess of death in the universe at that time had not disappeared. This is a one-year ratio. As we develop more and more members, the resources in our hands are gradually not enough. Pepper carefully closed the box. These pure HP recovery potions are only allocated to the Avengers core. Like general peripheries, they got a lot of Robin Miracle 1 and Robin Miracle 2. Advertisement nonetheless, these two weakened potions also brought a lot of profits to the Avengers, and they became the most sought-after goods in the various legions of the cosmic forces. Wait a minute. The air vibration is a little unusual. Sky suddenly closed her eyes and frowned, but when she opened her eyes, her face quickly turned worse. Someone is coming. Everyone pay attention. After saying the word, Sky and Lorna rushed out of the house in an instant. Damn. How could someone come here? The coordinates are exposed. Pepper gritted his silver teeth, quickly pushed the box back to the bottom of the bed, and rang the alarm button of God's domain for the first time. Hidden planet, Asgard. The beach number 2 transit station has triggered the alarm. Hurry up! Hurry up! Everyone, gather! One-eyed black braised egg shouted. Behind him, a flashing picture was hundreds of huge beams of light rising into the sky. These are accelerated in time and space, and consume a lot of the Earth's resources. Now it is making a dark universe cycle around SK Wong at a constant speed. Only in the dark universe, their coordinates will not be discovered by others. Sky and Lorna rushed out of the house for the first time, looking at the two people walking by from a distance. Their pretty faces changed dramatically. Yes, it's Frieza's army. How did they find it here? The people who came were two strange-looking guys in armor with a unilateral intelligent combat effectiveness tester. One is a purple-skinned guy with horns on his head, and the other is a white-haired, red-skinned guy. Team Jinwei. Ginyu. Guys. In Ginyu's hand, an oval Dragon Ball radar was glowing slightly. He frowned suspiciously, looked at the lost Dragon Ball signal, and made a strange, sound. Dragon Ball changed position and disappeared directly into this galaxy. Oh, it's impossible. Hey, the trash over there, tell me, where did you hide the Dragon Ball? Ginyu's expression was exaggerated, and he glanced at him. The data on the combat effectiveness tester covered his stomach ironically. A group of guys whose combat power has not yet exceeded 1,000. It's really boring. Boss Ginyu. They seem to be the group of Avengers, White Magis reminded fearfully. The last time he fought against the Avengers was still vivid in his mind, but it was a bunch of lunatics. Advertisement among them, the green fat man carried his feet for more than 10 rounds on the ground. Let him soak in the nutrient solution for several months. The Avengers? That's even better, this time I'll kill all the Avengers. Ginyu smiled arrogantly. The last time he fought, he was in a different universe and had not been retrieved by the king. In his eyes, the natives of this universe are a bunch of garbage. Pepper flew over in rescue armor and stood beside Lorna and Sky. It's the Jinwei team. They have Dragon Ball radar in their hands. They were attracted by 5 planets. It's really unfortunate. I didn't expect them to be nearby. Sky frowned and said calmly. The detection of the Dragon Ball radar is far away, and the 2 people from the Jinwei team can get here so quickly, which shows that they were not far from SK Wangxing at the time. 66, I've informed Steve. He'll be here soon. Don't worry, don't wake Wanda yet, Pepper said, looking coldly at the 2 in front of him. Dong 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 dong. The soldier from Asgard quickly got out from under the bed, holding a high-grade technology gun in his hand, and stood neatly behind the 3 women. Fury's face was covered in haze, and he stepped forward. Obviously, he did not expect that the people of the Jinwei team would find it here. They can only be silenced. If the news gets back to Frieza, things will become troublesome then, Fury said with a frown, glancing at the sea in the distance. Wanda is breaking through, and waking her up at this time is the most irrational decision. But, if there is no way, it can only wake him up, knows good. The other Avengers are too far away. The closest is Steve with a strong fighting ability alone, and the Guardians of Galaxy still have 3 days to come. Shish. After activating the teleport belt continuously, Steve came here quickly. He took a deep breath, shook his head, and the discomfort in the space on his body gradually disappeared. I didn't inform SK Wong Sung's army. It's better not to let them know about our affairs here. How did these 2 guys break through the planet's defense network? Steve frowned and looked into the distance, 3 sharp vibranium claws slowly growing from the backs of his hands. Strong and muscular body, without a single weapon on his body. This is Steve now, and he looks as young as he was 80 years ago. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., Sorry, Steve is a shield now, he has body and shield oneness. Chapter 323 Me. Steve. Mr. 91. Shush. Without any nonsense, Steve directly activated the space and instantly appeared behind Juice. CCC. The blood spurted like a waterfall, and Guys was horrified. His head slowly drifted toward the back, and a headless body appeared in his field of vision. How? How is it possible? GC unwillingly landed on the sand, his eyes were dull, and the body on the other side was still struggling to move. There is no death in the current universe. Even if the body is broken into 100,000 pieces, there is still consciousness. Therefore, the bottom line is always the captain who does not kill. In today's universe, the winning rate is not 55%, the current captain is well deserved, Mr. 91. So fast, no. It's a teleport, damn it. Ginyu's expression turned pale in an instant, but he saw with his own eyes how Guys was killed in seconds. This guy can't use the normal combat effectiveness as a reference. Ginyu flew into the sky in despair and closed the combat effectiveness tester in his right eye. I won't be careless anymore, damn bug. Die to me. Ginyu roared and pushed his hands forward instantly. Immediately, a dazzling air bomb, like the sun's 920 rays, rose from his hands, and the entire coast instantly turned into a day. Death to me. Boom. With Ginyu's angry shout, a harsh sonic boom resounded through the sky, and the white laser line instantly blasted towards Steve on the ground, leaving a long flame tail in the sky. Huh. The captain disappeared in an instant, and then appeared, directly hidden behind Ginyu in the sky, and a sharp claws slashed across. Chi. The steel claws composed of vibranium and various rare element metals directly tore Ginyu's combat uniform, leaving 3 bloody claw prints on him. It wasn't until at the moment that Ginyu's gas bomb fell to the ground, blasting a deep crater. You. Damn teleport. Ginyu screamed and almost fell from the sky. The pale green blood that did not resemble human beings flowed down from his younger generation. Advertisement. The captain did not follow up immediately. The interval between each use of the space belt was about 2 seconds. He was waiting for the best time. Gas bomb. Drink. Ginyu's face was extremely ferocious. He knew that his gas bomb could not hit the enemy who could teleport at all, so he directly hit the crowd where Sky and the others were. The sand baked by the dazzling gas bombs shone brightly. Steve sneered and teleported again, fearlessly blocking the bombardment of the gas bombs. Boom. The smoke dissipated, and Steve raised his hands above his head. The skin on his arms was burnt clean by the explosion, revealing the steel-like body inside. However, in less than a moment, Steve's skin was completely healed, and he didn't seem to have the slightest injury on his body. This is the horror of X healing factor. In this universe without death, Steve is the most tenacious little guy. That's your strength, Steve sneered, seemingly mocking, but in fact, he was delaying the recovery time of the space belt, and the captain's strength was always stronger than his mind. What a perfect body. Ginyu's eyes flashed a strange red light. Immediately afterwards, he spread his hands, took a big pose, and looked at the captain with a sneer. Boom. The dazzling white light shrouded Steve again, and Steve frowned. He faintly felt that something was wrong, but behind him were a group of people who needed his protection. However, the thought just flashed by, and Steve had not crossed his arms in front of him when he suddenly realized that his body seemed to be unable to move. Then, he also imitated Ginyu's movements strangely. Body. Swap. 35, your body is mine, ha 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 ha. Captain America laughed wildly. Beffa. No. Steve at this time has transformed into Ginyu. The souls of the two occupy each other's bodies. Everything happened too suddenly. Steve floating in the air, he didn't understand the way of chi in his body at all, so the air dance technique had no chi supply, and fell directly into the sand. Ah. What a powerful body. Ginyu manipulated Steve's body with a satisfied look in his eyes. Although there is no chi in this body is better than his previous one. Too much. Moreover, this body's sensitivity to chi is even better than his body. This means that he will get twice the result with half the effort in future cultivation with this body. Advertisement. Boss Ginyu, save me. Guys rolled on the ground. His blood was about to run out, and his entire head was buried in the sand by the aftermath of the explosion, looking very embarrassed. Be careful. That's not me. Steve struggled to stand up, looking at his dark purple skin. A look of hesitation flashed across his face. I became a horned monster. How am I going to face Cat in the future? So ugly. Ha ha ha. Damn human. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Ginyu moved this brand new body and walked towards Lorna's group with a grim face. Lorna raised her hand, and Ginyu, who was occupying Steve's body, was directly imprisoned in the sky, unable to move at all. Yes. With the magnetic super ability Lorna, it is the natural enemy of Steve with the body of steel. This is bad. Their bodies have been swapped. What should I do? Lorna's face was ugly, and the Steve in the sky was held firmly by him, and the thoughtful Lorna immediately put him on the waist. The space belt was torn off with psychokinesis. Hey Brow Dan's face was already black and purple. He never expected such an unexpected situation to occur. Isolate him first, and ask Strange if he can do anything when he comes back. The one-eyed black marinated egg scratched his hairless head. Ginyu Steve covered his face helplessly. Want to trap me? Haha, Steve Ginyu, in the sky sneered hideously. He instantly locked his eyes on Lorna, who was holding him magnetically below, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Body swap. Boom. 35 Another white light was released from Ginyu's body, and the target was directly locked on Lorna below. The body that controls the magnetic force seems to be good too. Watch out! Sky yelled, and the vibe swept over, throwing Lorna straight away. At the same time that Lorna was knocked out by vibe, Ginyu in the sky also fell down instantly because he lost the control of the magnetic force. At the same time, the white body exchanged light, and as the angle shifted, it directly shone on the body of the black marinated egg. Damn. It's endless. Fury's eyes darkened and he lost consciousness. Chapter 324 Stop pretending. You have already seen through me. After an hour, Kate Page from the main city of SK. So, now Steve becomes the ugly purple monster with horns on his head, Director Nick Fury becomes Steve. And that Ginyu becomes Director Nick Fury? After listening to everyone's remarks, Kate Page glanced at Steve's current appearance from a distance, feeling a little nauseated. That's the way it is, those two guys have been isolated by us, and now the question is, how can we switch bodies? Kainu Steve looked uncomfortable, God knows how he's feeling now, in short, it's exposed and the blue veins on the outside have proven it all. I think it's pretty good, why don't let it go? Fury stroked the lush hair on the top of his head and relished the poses of several fitness experts, while looking in the mirror, express your opinion again and again. Hey, Fury. Stop your G moves. Stop it. Steve was so D that anyone looking at his body writhing and wriggling in a funny way wouldn't be in a good mood. Okay, Fury, don't irritate Captain. Sky rolled her eyes speechlessly, and finally she pushed Lorna away, otherwise, she couldn't accept another person occupying Lorna's body. Hey. Fury was curiously studying the steel claws that belonged to Steve. He naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. To be reasonable, although Steve's body was very young and handsome, he still missed his old body in his heart. That's called mature masculinity. At the moment, I can't think of a good solution. The guy who was locked up by us is already vigilant. He can't obey, Fury said, his expression became serious. We can only wait for Strange to come back, but now Strange has completely lost the news. God knows when he will come back. Pepper sighed and his expression was very helpless. Then what? Tomorrow is Steve's award ceremony, let him use his current body. Carter Page looked at Steve at the moment with disgust, his brows furrowed. The corners of Steve's mouth twitched, and he looked at his purple arm, wondering where he was going to sleep at night. If he sleeps with this body around Peggy at night, he won't be willing to kill him. Definitely. Advertisement. Even if Steve wanted to, Kate Page would kick him off a 70-meter tall building. By the way, Daya's gem ability can exchange the positions of two people in space. If we use the space belt at the same time, we should be able to achieve the same effect. Maybe we can lay a trap and let Ginyu take the initiative to use that one. Weird ability. Sky suddenly thought of this and suggested to everyone. However, there is still something wrong with this plan, that is, we must let Ginyu actively use the ability of two body swaps, so that the Captain and Fury can return to their respective bodies. Sky said, wrinkled, raised eyebrows. This is a bit difficult. After the first success, Ginyu will definitely be vigilant. He can't honestly cooperate with us to complete the two body alternations. Lorna shook his head and continued, and, no matter who the first time I exchanged bodies with Ginyu, the space belt will be obtained by him, and then he will use the space belt to escape directly, and the trouble will be big. After listening to Lorna's opinion, everyone nodded thoughtfully. These guys from different universes have weird abilities. If only Mr. Luo Bing were here at this time, Phil Coulson sighed from his heart. But as soon as he said the words, he realized his slip of the tongue, quickly closed his mouth, and looked at Lorna and Sky apologetically. It doesn't matter, we are all used to it. At this juncture, even if he appears, the biggest possibility is that the enemy is disguised. We have met too many ghosts, disguised people, and even this body swap. Sky with a relaxed smile, a trace of loss flashed in his eyes very quickly, but he quickly returned to normal. Body swap. It's terrible. After exchanging the body, you can directly get all the abilities of the other party. If Ginyu shouted out those words arrogantly at that time, we would not have found Steve's abnormality at all. Lorna whispered too. Okay, don't mention such a sad topic. I believe Big Brother Luo will come back, Tony will come back, but I've become this ghost now. I don't know if they will recognize each other when they come back. Don't know me, Steve joked while holding himself, trying to distract everyone. Katakana middle dot for flowers. 0 but. His jokes were not funny at all, and as soon as these words came out, everyone in the circle stared at him with a kind of wisdom eyes. Steve instantly covered his face and sighed. Looking at his big, withered purple-skinned hands and black fingernails, Steve's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't dare to look in the mirror now. Just then, rustling footsteps suddenly appeared outside the door. Advertisement .0, squeak. 95 The beach houses at beach base number 2 were pushed away from the outside, and two figures appeared one after the other in everyone's field of vision. Good evening, Sky, Lorna, Steve, Fury, Pepper, and Phil Coulson and Miss Carter, we're back. The handsome man in a black trench coat smiled and called Roar. Hey, surprise. Tony opened his arms happily in a hug. People in the beach house. Damn it, it's a body swap. The kinulized Steve screamed, and a gas bomb instinctively blasted towards the door. Boom. Just like the baptism of the wind, Luo Bing and Tony ate this energy cannon honorably without any evasion. Cough cough. Who is this purple dangling hair? Hey, I'm Tony Stark. Tony's words made Captain Kinyuhua's movements pause slightly, but then, the captain sneered, and fired energy cannons one after another. Stop pretending, you've been seen through by me long ago. Gah? Tony looked bewildered, as if a few question marks appeared on his forehead. Hash. Wait. 99, and many more, Lorna, Sky, and Pepper all shouted at the same time, stopping the Gwinification Captain America, and 3 pairs of eyes stared straight at the 2 people in front of them. It's the real him, the 3 women shouted in unison. Chapter 325. Look, Tony, I'll just say it's my credit. After half an hour. That's what happened. Not long after I went to Tony Doo's world, I was caught by that white fat man. Most of the weird things that happen in this universe are caused by white fat. 39. And Tony, when he was crossing the dimensional passage, had an accident and came directly to 80 years later. Luo Bing explained his experience over the years, and said with a little emotion, looking at the people who had not seen him for a long time, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Especially for Sky and Lorna, she is extra gentle. It turns out to be the case. That white world ruler is really scary. I didn't expect such a terrifying existence to exist outside the universe. After listening to this, everyone smacked their tongues, and even Tony on the side heard Luo Bing's story for the first time. What happened? The brow instantly wrinkled into a word, chew on. Especially when Tony heard that Tony 3, who had 6 infinite gems armors in another parallel universe, was also easily captured by the Lord of the White Realm. His shock was even greater. Everyone doesn't understand the power level 14 of the White Realm Lord very well, but they understand infinite gems very well. In their eyes, if a person has 6 infinite gems at the same time, he is basically omniscient and omnipotent, not to mention making these 6 infinite gems. Armored Tony 3 too. Luo Bing didn't mention anything about transcendence, because even if he mentioned it, everyone would subconsciously forget it. This is the difference in origin, and people who can't reach that level of strength can't even know the secret. I don't know if Luo Zan succeeded in killing him. Luo Bing sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. If that unruly guy really wants to play by himself, it would be really speechless. By the way, who is this purple dangling hair? From the very beginning, he's been imitating the captain's tone of voice. I don't know why, but the more I look at him, the less pleasing to the eye. Oh. Steve, it's not aimed at you. Tony scratched his head and looked at the side. Steve Black braised egg, smiled awkwardly. Captain Kinulization. Advertisement, I'm Steve. That's Fury. I'm Steve. Steve with purple skin and black lines on his face wanted to cry without tears. You? Tony squinted at the purple dangling hair, then looked at the genuine Steve next to him, and suddenly his face was speechless. Stop pretending, you've already been seen through by me. Steve himself is sitting here, are you still pretending? Tony perfectly responded to what the purple dangling choked him just now. Kinuzing Steve. Luo Bing smiled, and without waiting for the others to explain, he turned to look at Tony. He's really Steve, but now they have swapped souls. What? Tony grinned, then nodded relievedly. It looks like a lot has happened here. Luo Bing. Can you tell? Great. Do you have a solution? I'm really fed up with this body. Steve looked at Luo Bing with a hopeful expression, because in his impression, this big guy always seems to be omnipotent, and he will definitely have a solution to the embarrassing situation he is facing now. Sure enough, Luo Bing did not disappoint everyone and nodded flatly. Okay. Luo, The teleportation array under the bed lit up again. Junior Morgan was sent by Phil Coulson to the main base of Asgard just after the accident. Now, the matter is resolved. Phil Coulson informed the people. Xiao Morgan naturally came back in the teleportation array once again. It's just, no one talked to her about his father's return. So now, waiting for Junior Morgan, it's still an unknown surprise. Mom, don't send me to Asgard next time, I can fight, little Morgan said as he landed on his hands and feet and got up from under the bed. Morgan. Although Tony Stark had never seen his daughter, he didn't know why, maybe it was blood connection, he recognized the sweet-looking little loli in front of him at a glance. This is his daughter, this is his Tony Stark's daughter. Advertisement, Morgan looked at a few strange guys who suddenly appeared around him. There was an ugly uncle in purple, an uncle with a scruffy beard, and a very good-looking one. It's so good to see the big brother who exploded. In fact, this month of space travel, Tony was so exhausted that he had no time to clean up, and now he looks like a caveman, with a thick beard covering his entire face, and his hair is messy. The first impression is not very good. Who are they? Morgan looked at his mother curiously. Your father is back, good daughter. Little Pepper smiled happily, looked at Morgan who was stunned, and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, which were tears of happiness. Dad? 920. After Morgan was 8 years old, he only saw the photos of his father Iron Man. At that time, it was too hasty to escape from the Earth. The newly born Morgan was still ignorant and had no ability to remember at all. This is the case with children. If she is not in touch every day, it will be difficult for her to remember a person's appearance. Definitely. Luo Bing's particularly impressive face doesn't count. Looking at the 3 strangers in front of him, Morgan was stunned. None of the 3 were wearing steel armor, so, it must be him. Dad. The little girl shouted in surprise, then threw herself into Luo Bing's arms, wow, and burst into tears. Hey, Tony opened his arms, and he froze in place when he wanted to hug him. Luo Bing looked at the little Morgan in his arms, patted her soft shoulder with a bit of a laugh, comforted her, and gave Tony an obscure look. Poor Tony. It seems that what I said at the beginning was right, the reason why Xiao Chili got pregnant is my credit. You look now. Little Morgan called me Dad, chapter 326. Long time no see, sister-in-law. Looking at Luo Bing's provocative smile, Tony's old face is not to mention resentful. At the same time, Tony also looked at Pepper helplessly, the meaning in his heart was written on his face. How did you mother? How did you do it? You didn't teach the child what a father looks like. Pepper helped her forehead. She obviously did not expect this to happen. Before, she deliberately prevented Morgan from contacting the photos left by Tony, just because she was worried that the child would be emotional and depressed. Pepper wants to give Junior Morgan a complete childhood, but Tony's absence means that Morgan's childhood is incomplete, and it is the next best thing. Pepper never carefully describes the story of his father to Morgan. Come on. Pepper didn't want to upset the kid. 2. Pepper believes that Tony can come back, just like Sky and the others believe that Luo Bing can come back, no matter what way they come back, or the final plan of the Avengers is completed, saving Tony and Luo Bing. Pei Pearl wants Tony to tell his story with his daughter. In fact, there are a lot of pictures of Tony hanging in Morgan's room, but those are Iron Man pictures from every angle, and pictures of the Avengers at a party together. So, Morgan has always remembered his father with a sample of Iron Man's armor, and that's why Morgan loves the rescuer armor that Tony left behind. Because, in the heart of the little girl, the armor is by her side, just like her father is also there. And now, when he walked into the beach house, Tony naturally lifted the Mark 47 from his body, so, when Junior Morgan faced a choice, such an embarrassing situation appeared. Yes, every little girl wants her father to be a man of great power and might. And from the unfamiliar 3 people in front of him, little Morgan quickly made his own choice. Definitely this good-looking big brother Wax. Cough. Girl. Daughter, I'm your dad. Tony put down his arms. A trace of loss flashed on his face. Definitely more blame for himself. All the reasons it's your own fault. You. Morgan rubbed his red eyes, glanced at his mother, and turned to look at Luo Bing, who was holding her in his arms. Luo Bing smiled at the little girl and nodded. Don't look at your father's ghostly appearance now. He was also very attractive when he was young. Saying that, Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and the long unused hairdressing director's god-level ability of Master Qian Yu was triggered instantly. This home ability that accompanied Luo Bing from the very beginning to the present, Luo Bing didn't do anything about it, willing to upgrade it. Whoa. The golden stars twinkled. Tony was shining like his royal highness from the second dimension, his messy hair was neatly groomed, and his messy beard disappeared without a trace. He disappeared without a trace, and even, under the blessing of hairdressing director Humble Master's god-level ability, the tired look on Tony's face disappeared, and the whole person returned to the best state. Beauty +1. +1. Advertisement. Looking at his change, Tony nodded gratefully towards Luo Bing. It was too abrupt just now. If it weren't for being too excited, Tony would never show his worst side to his daughter who met for the first time. Looking at the face that was 8 points similar to Grandpa Howard, Morgan was stunned, and she understood in an instant. But, so, she didn't give Tony a good look. Tsunere snorted, turned his head, and lay on Luo Bing's body like a koala. It was clearly the shyness and reservedness of the little girl, and the unreality of her father's sudden return. Luo Bing smiled, raised little Morgan high, touched her drooping little head with his forehead, and said, Before you were born, my father and I discussed it. I your father is a brother, and you are my goddaughter. Now, dear little Morgan, go back to your biological father. Luo Bing said, raised his hand and handed the little girl to Tony's side, and Tony also looked at little Morgan with anticipation. Time was silent for 7 seconds. In the future. Don't leave, little Morgan said, holding his father's big hand with his little hand. Yeah, Tony excitedly hugged his daughter in his arms. I promise, a liar will swallow 1,000 needles. Without disturbing this warm scene, Luo Bing stood up with a smile. His eyes signaled Steve and Fury to leave first, and then he looked at Lorna and Sky. Only 2 words were said. Wait for me for a while? Lorna and Sky rolled their eyes resentfully and covered their mouths with a smile. Just remember to come back, no matter how long, we will always wait for you. Luo Bing smiled and kissed each of them on the forehead, turned and walked towards Steve and Fury. Now, he wants to solve the problem of soul exchange for 2 people. Definitely, it's easy, very, very easy, after a minute. Advertisement. Steve and Fury's physical condition was resolved perfectly. Luo Bing, Lorna and Sky were walking on the beach, blowing the evening breeze and talking to each other about their thoughts. Wanda is in the ocean over there, do you want to wake her up? Sky asked softly, holding Luo Bing's big warm hand. Lorna on one side held the man's other hand, and Xiaonyao leaned on his shoulder. Walk, Luo Bing spit out a word, and the sea around him split into 2 halves, expanding into an incomparably wide road. A blossoming pink cherry blossom shuttled from the void, promised, covering the entire road. And at the end of the cherry blossoms, it was Wanda sitting with frowning. Wanda's frowning brows slowly opened, she seemed to realize something, and turned her head to look over. Luo Bing smiled and waved at her, long time no see. Sister-in-law. 99 inches at a glance, Wanda was stunned, first feeling the unreality of the world. Then, she gradually understood the source of this unreality. Is it a fantasy world again? Wanda walked all the way with blurry eyes, crossed the distance of several kilometers in one step, and appeared directly in front of the three of them. She stretched out her hands and stroked the face of the man in the illusion. Whispered and smiled. I like you. Chapter 327. The best gift is to protect. The full moon, which is not yet full, will gradually rise to the sky. A transparent gray cloud, faintly obscuring the moonlight. Above the sea, there seemed to be a cloud of smoke, hazy, like falling into a dream. Two waterfalls about 100 feet high stand horizontally in the air, like a dream, shining with crystal light. Wanda wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at the man in front of her who can only appear in dreams. She couldn't help but blurt out the words in her heart. However, Luo Bing almost didn't bend over because of it. He glanced awkwardly at Lorna and Sky beside him, but was surprised to find that they didn't mean to express their position at all. They just covered their mouths and chuckled, as if they were waiting to see a good show. Cough. Stay awake, sister-in-law. I'm your brother-in-law, Luo Bing said embarrassedly, but he couldn't help rubbing her small head with his right hand. Wanda froze in place. She couldn't tell the difference between reality and 920's dream. She felt the touch of the hanging on her head. Wanda hesitation for 2 or 3 seconds, then she grabbed the big hand of the man in front of her and held it tightly, in the palm of your hand. Don't be stupid, I'm really back. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, casually smoothed the waterfall on the coast, and sighed angrily and hilariously. Really? Wanda was still in disbelief. At her level, it was actually very easy to distinguish the real from the unreal, but she still couldn't believe it, because she had experienced too much of this kind of mind and fantasy. Be careful and you'll get caught up in it. Feeling the temperature on Luo Bing's hand, Wanda's heartbeat gradually stopped. It is true, he is back, advertisement brother-in-law is back. Unspeakable excitement was brewing in Wanda's heart. Then, she seemed to realize something. She glanced at her sister beside her in embarrassment, and then her whole face instantly turned red, and she turned her head shyly. Lorna helped her forehead and smiled helplessly. She first sighed and gave Luo Bing a blank look, then took her sister's hand and chatted softly. The night was quiet, and no one disturbed the tranquility. Sky opened the storage bracelet and took out a tube of red lipstick. Lipstick gun? Luo Bing asked subconsciously. He didn't expect this thing to be preserved to this day. It was his first real gift to Sky. At that time, Luo Bing had just joined S.H.I.E.L.D. as an agent and received the first big money in his life. At that time, his ideal was to open a new Oriental beauty salon and massage spa global chain store to earn a lot of small money. Now, these seem to be very childish, but the lipstick gun is still the same lipstick gun, which means far more than the gift originally. I keep it all the time. I take it out every time I think of you, but more than 80 years have passed. Although I have maintained it well every time, some parts are still rusted. Sky saying that, he looked at the lipstick gun that he had never used once with a smile on his face. She raised one hand high in front of Luo Bing. Luo Bing's eyes became more and more gentle. It seems that he has never given them a few decent gifts since the beginning. Sometimes, he is really a well-deserved, steel-straight man. Advertisement, buzz. There was a strange sound in the air, thousands of brilliance circulated, and all kinds of strange lights wrapped the pocket lipstick gun, giving it the most precious color in the world. It is indescribable, the color of love. The icy ammunition parts fell off layer by layer. What's left is the most common thing. A lipstick with a magical sheen. I don't need this anymore. From now on, let me protect you. Opening his mouth, Luo Bing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, glanced at Lorna and Wanda beside him, and then added a men behind the word, you. Yes. With me by my side in the future, there will be no separation. A beam of sunlight piercing the darkness projected straight on the coast. The darkness gradually faded, and dawn came quietly. Luo Bing and the four sat on the beach, admiring the rising red giant star, with a silver bell-like laughter in their ears from time to time. Everything seems so good, it's as beautiful as yesterday. Chapter 328 Banner Hero Story. A starfield 60 million light years away from SK King, a place of no name. It's a bloody world, killing for fear, killing for survival, it's a mad world. At dawn, the slaughter has not stopped. Except for the main forces of the major camps in the game, almost all other alliances in this starfield have also been involved in this storm. If they do not kill, they will be killed, and everyone will be caught a realm of madness. The pungent bloody smell permeated this mountain, and the blood mist almost dyed the void red. And just at dawn, something even more terrifying happened. Hundreds of huge amounts of heterosexual flight beasts flew out of the nearby singularity, each of which could have the file size of a mountain peak, and they followed the smell of blood. It came, and attacked many explorers frantically, which caught everyone off guard. There are more and more flying beasts like hills, and everyone is forced to go deeper into the eye of the void. However, the number of flying beasts is too large. Everything. Not only the flesh and blood of the explorers, these insects and beasts did not even spare the wreckage of the spacecraft. They were all swallowed up, and nothing was left behind. Banner, how is it? Did you find the exit? Strange's face was full of dirt, and the cloak on his body rose without wind. The two of them hid in a gap of strange metal, frowning at the situation in the distance. Their Avengers 3 main ship has completely turned into a pile of decomposed objects in the stomach of alien beasts. Except for him and Banner, the rest of the crew has stayed in this weird place forever. Even if there is no death in this universe, Strange has defined his comrades as dead, because the situation is so bad right now. I'm trying. FK. No way. The time and space here are distorted, and there are weird magnetic fields everywhere. No way. Doctor, Giants also had such a hot-tempered day. Definitely. Hulk doesn't count. Damn, we've been stuck here for 3 minutes, and maybe 3 years have passed in the outside world, or more. Calm down, Banner. We have to live. For everyone. For the Earth. Strange said. His hands released a strange glare. Only in this way, he and Banner would not be affected by the crimson silk threads in the air. That thing is really weird. Not only can it ignore any physical defenses and invade the human body, but it can also trigger the darkest side of people's hearts, causing people to go berserk, thus killing everything they see in front of them. Advertisement. At least one thing I'm sure of. The heart of the universe must be here. At least that's good news, isn't it? Dr. Strange smiled wryly. He didn't expect this operation to be so dangerous. As he spoke, he took out 2 bottles of blue potions from the space ring. Without any hesitation, he opened the mouth of the bottle and swallowed it. In the previous battle, the magic power of Waishandi in his body was lost too much, and now he is maintaining a barrier that can accommodate 2 people all the time. If it wasn't for the MP recovery potion, Strange would have insisted that he would not living. Strange. Banner threw away the technology light board in his hand, and called out his companion's name with a calm expression. Huh? Strange looked suspiciously, with some bad premonition in his heart. We won't be able to hide for long, and the reserves are almost exhausted, so let's go, as he said. Banner threw out all the potions in the storage ring, a total of 6 bottles, 4 red and 2 blue. What are you doing? Strange asked cautiously, not having the potion bottle in his hands immediately. He had probably guessed something, and then the whole face became very ugly. Don't be stupid, Banner. We can live, Strange shouted loudly, even using magic tricks in private. Banner glanced at Strange, or rather, he was now Hulk. Katakana middle dot for flowers. Point 0, take care of yourself, PhD. With a roar, along with the familiar phrase, Hulk strikes, the big green man rushed out of the barrier, and the moment he touched the crimson hairspring outside, Hulk became violent. His eyes were red, like a beast that had been hungry for tens of thousands of years. Advertisement, no. Hulk. Come back, Strange shouted, flying towards his partner in the sky, but soon, he was slapped deep into the rock by the furious Hulk. Turning around, Hulk let out a long breath, the greedy sucker of the crimson gossamer in the air. The furious feeling made him stronger and stronger. Zero, he looked at Strange, who was like a little ant. His brain that had lost his mind instinctively wanted to slap him to death, but Hulk held back. There was a trace of struggle in his eyes, a trace of unbearable. Roar. Roars constantly emanate from Hulk's body, his soul roaring at the moment. Every piece of green skeletal muscle was rapidly expanding. Hulk became bigger and bigger, and finally it was comparable to a small mountain. It laughed frantically, violently, without any reason. In just a split second, he stepped on the sky ridge and flew towards the flight alien herd in the distance. Tear off. With his hands, he pulled the pair of wings away. Hulk ate the delicious flesh and blood, and was gradually enveloped by the swarm of insects and beasts. Cough cough. Damn. Strange spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the situation in the sky and clenched his teeth tightly. But he also knows that this is the only way, but this is the most unacceptable way for him. I won't let your efforts go to waste, Hulk. Banner. Strange took a sip of the HP recovery potion, with tears in his eyes, and flew to a farther place. Heart of the universe. I will definitely find you, and... Chapter 329 The Avengers Fighting Each Other, Space Contract, Exchange. The girl with long purple hair disappeared instantly and was replaced by a coquettish woman several kilometers away, Gila. In a green battlesuit, her hair was bizarrely curled up like an elk. It was noble, glamorous, and powerful. There was a strange smile on the corner of her mouth, and thousands of daggers suddenly erupted from her whole body. #C. The dense undead army all around turned into smoke and disappeared. Well done, sisters. In the distance, Captain Marvel Carol, who was covered in golden rays of light, praised her. The divine light erupted from her body, and in an instant, several nebulae ran through. In the end it turned into nothingness. The 30th wave is about to start again. According to the introduction, this time the battlefield has joined the necromancers. In the battle, Angel Alita killed the last necromancer after the 920 took a breath, and the fire beside him. The total number of allied legions has dropped to 5 figures, and many soldiers have stayed in the previous level. This is the final place leading to the Rainbow Sea. An experience, or you could call it a winner and eliminate place. Alliances from all over the universe were divided into hundreds of teams, and in the end only one team could reach the top. Under this severe situation, the Avengers chose to fight side by side with the Fire Alliance fighters and the McDonald's team. Definitely, there are also some during this period. Because they are familiar with Luo Bing. The Legion of the Necromancers? The clues this time are really annoying. Natasha Romanoff complained. She couldn't imagine why she, as a mortal, would participate in this war between gods and gods. It's so sad. Natasha Romanoff twisted the space belt and disappeared instantly. In order to restore the Earth, she must fight hard, even at the cost of her own life. Radish, escort, McDonald, Red Eye, Myron, take care of King Gudong. 33 The rabbit wearing the crown jumped up and down in the crowd, and was almost crying with excitement. Don't be noisy. Braised rabbit meat. Gila glanced at the ground under her impatiently, her icy eyes were very oppressive. Advertisement. This king is not braised rabbit meat. The rabbit complained aggrievedly, and then digged a hole for itself on the ground with a mourning face, as if it was going to temporarily dig a grave for itself. At least it would not die after death. People buried. Gudong. I'm running out of strength. Is there anything to eat? McDonald was lying on the ground panting. He was almost exhausted, his stomach made a gurgling sound, and his whole face was full of expressions. Hungry word written. The red eye on the side glanced at him coldly, snorted, and threw a big pie, which McDonald excitedly took and then nibbled. Don't worry, we still have a lot of supplies. Natasha Romanoff seemed to have anticipated this situation, teleported over, and dropped a small bag. This is a colorful pearl specially produced by the mermaid family. It can quickly restore physical strength. By the way, there is also this. Put it away, don't waste it. Natasha Romanoff then took out a few bottles of potions. Give it to me, give it to me. King Gudong will keep it for you. The symbol of money flashed in the rabbit's eyes, and he held everything in his arms with a smile, looking like a miser. Don't worry, this matter is left to the king, Rabbit promised excitedly. Natasha Romanoff helped her forehead, and finally nodded. She didn't believe in the guy's promise, but believed in the guy's stinginess. With the character of this rabbit, even if he tried his best, he would protect this batch of supplies. That's a must. Okay. Save the potion, don't worry about the rest, Natasha Romanoff said, and then went to the next location to distribute the supplies. The amount of supplies is limited, especially potions, which are too precious. Now it can be said that one bottle is used for one bottle less, and all the inventory left by Luo Bing is consumed. But the Rainbow Sea is in front of you, and the hope of saving the world is in front of you. At this time, Natasha Romanoff can't care about wasting it. Now is the value of these resources. Natasha Romanoff is very confident and exhausting. The Avengers are never cowards. Void jump acceleration device starts. Countdown. 3.2.1. Open black lens bracket. Start jumping. Close black lens bracket. The jump is over. There are still 23 hours away from SK Wangxing. JARVIS mechanically broadcasts every voyage indicator of the warship. Now JARVIS is used on various equipment of the Avengers. Definitely not the main body of JARVIS, but JARVIS duplication. Advertisement in the current exaggerated Longsword warship is officially the iconic signboard of Guardians of Galaxy. 5 planets actually appeared in SK Wangxing. I don't know if this is a good thing or a disaster. Thor frowned and looked at the dark void in front of them. After being notified by Pepper, they gave up the task at hand for the first time, rushing back towards SK Wangxing with all his strength. Frieza has too many eyes and ears. How can it be Dragon Balls? We already have 3 in our hands. It has 4. It seems that the final stop is ahead of us than we expected. Rocket Raccoon pondered, and Thor shouldered stand side by side in the cockpit of the main ship. It was the original captain in the distance, the father, Quill, with a relaxed expression. He seemed to always be that heartless, and he was exchanging feelings with Gamora. Hey, I said guys, don't worry, there's Steve on SK Wangxing. Besides, our strongest Wanda is there. SK Wangxing's safety doesn't need to be taken to heart. The most critical issue now is, there seems to be a chasing soldier behind us, Quill said. His expression became serious, but within 2 seconds, he became heartless again. But they certainly can't catch up with our precious ship. Right. Guy Groot, 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 Groot. The teenage Trent smoked a cigarette, nodding constantly. Thor looked at the starry sky in the distance, and showed a smile after a long absence. Since his father and mother passed away in 5.0, his face has not had so many smiles. I haven't been back to SK Wangxing for a long time. I don't know how the big guy is now, Thor said, turning his head to look at his younger brother, who was sitting quietly in the crew barn, drinking fine wine. Loki, what's the matter? Thor asked to the suddenly silent Loki, who honestly wasn't his brother's usual appearance. He had been acting quite abnormal all day today. Loki shook his head, filled himself a glass of wine again, and took a sip. I don't know, but I feel bad. Huh. The battleship Guardians of Galaxy quickly skipped the starry sky. And behind it, a strange smile appeared on the face of a man with golden skin. Your Majesty, do you want to intercept them directly? Thor, who was short in armor, smiled grimly. Chapter 330 Deadpool. I'm trapped in the same day for 1,000 years. Valkyrie, time is narrow. Hey Spider, hey good morning Spider. It seems that there will never be a shortage of lively alliance, Spider, battleship. The big guy's life is as happy as usual, although their group has been trapped in the narrowness of time for 1,000 years. Hum hum hum. The cartoon Spider Pigman is no longer as lively as it used to be. It sat blankly on the ruined battleship Spider, looking at the endless sand sea in front of him, his stomach rumbling, and his hands the toy air hammer hangs down feebly. Peter is with the big guy in front of the Spider-Girl maintainer in Universe 14,512, and that's their only last hope of getting out of this desert. I caught some food. The cold shadow Spider-Man fell from the sky, and while speaking, he took out 2 or 3 scorpions whose claws and tails were bound by cobweb from the black bag beside him. Above the sea, it seems that only this kind of creature can survive alive. Hey, aren't we really going to eat this stuff? Dude? Are you sure you're not kidding? Peter Parker covered his face speechlessly, his nerves about to collapse. Kill. Don't. The Spider-Girl on the side, in fact, it should be said that the Spider-Girl, because in the normal 8 years before the universe time has stopped, she has metamorphosis into a young and beautiful girl. But, even so, she didn't have the courage to try the terrifying poisonous scorpion. What's more, this thing doesn't replenish much energy at all, right? But, some people never seem to be able to handle that much. It's not. A guy in a red tights was excitedly pulling off the scorpion's head and putting the still alive thing into his mouth. Oh, shit. Peter, help bro. This B*************** D got my throat. Advertisement, I'm sure it's in my throat, I'm going to die, 35. Boom. Deadpool said, his eyes closed, and he fell to the ground neatly. The female spider Gwen who just came over from a distance. What are you doing, rehearsing for the circus press box show? Gwen sneered, she really didn't know, this jerk Deadpool can still play like an idiot at this juncture. Can Deadpool be poisoned by scorpions? What an international joke. Yes. In the plan of Avengers Level 1, the Spider-Man who did not return to their own universe, and Deadpool from some poor universe joined this spider team. Maybe there's nothing wrong with the rest of the team being put in the spider squad. But the Deadpool guy can be assigned to this squad. Maybe the original assignee mixed up the colors of the Deadpool uniform and the Spider-Man uniform? Be confident. Get rid of the approximation, the truth of the matter must be this way. Gwen, you're back? Did you find anything? Peter Parker ignored Deadpool, who continued to lie on the ground and pretended to be dead, and collapsed from him. The liquid spider armor on his body faded away layer by layer, revealing a young handsome faces. Gwen shook her head, with a hint of disappointment on her face. She said, No, this is obviously a low-level indigenous planet, and I have not found any signs of civilization. Really? It doesn't matter, Penny and I will fix the spider soon, and then. Peter comforted something with a free and easy face. At the moment, Deadpool on the ground rolled the eyes of the dead fish, sighed helplessly, and got up from the ground. His expression was finally not as serious as usual, and he went on to say that Peter didn't finish. It's time to get out of here, right? Peter glanced curiously at Deadpool and nodded. Deadpool continued to roll a pair of dead fish eyes. Dude, the little pig will fall off the spaceship next, the hammer will just land on the head of the black and white indifferent man, and then smash it out, and at the same time, your beloved, spider. No, there's going to be a lot of smoke coming out. Advertisement before Deadpool's words were finished, things unfolded as strangely as he said. The cartoon Spider-Man fell from the spaceship, the hammer happened to fall on the head of the black and white Spider-Man, and then, Penny Parker, who was continuing maintenance on the top of the spaceship, let out a scream, and the spider banged. Vigorous white smoke came out, and sparks flew everywhere. 1. Gwen. What's the situation? You predicted all this? Peter asked in disbelief. He gradually had some bad premonitions in his heart, and the hairs all over his body counted down instantly. Did you think this was the morning after we landed in this shitty place? I've told you a million times about this shit. 920. We've been stuck here for thousands of years, bastards. Just like shit. Deadpool cursed, then continued to nibble at the half of the scorpion pincers that fell on the ground, while nibbling at the sky with a dead face, but his eyes, at the moment, seemed very calm, probably because he was used to it. As the only sane person, Deadpool has long since scolded all the mother-in-law terms in this shitty place. Starting from the second day, every day is a cycle. We have tried many methods before, but all of them have no effect. Once the time passes 6 in the morning, everything will be refreshed. This is the narrow place of time, a place where time ends, give it up. If possible, Wade also wants to be refreshed like Peter and the others at 6 in the morning the next day, but he can't. I really don't know if this is God bless him or torture him. The talkative Wade, on the second day of this infinite refresh, was almost driven crazy. But this also seems to be very effective in curing his speech tuberculosis. Now Wade can't speak and doesn't want to say a word. Chapter 331 Reversal, Fate. So that means we're stuck here now. Peter Parker noticed Deadpool's unpretentious expression, and his face instantly turned serious. Although Deadpool is usually very rude, it is clear that Peter, including all his companions, will not think that he will joke about this kind of thing, and all the connections that have just happened seem to support Deadpool's statement. To be precise, we are not trapped here now. It should be said that we were trapped here 1,000 years ago, Deadpool said calmly while spitting out the bones of a desert scorpion. He has to explain it almost every day, and sometimes he doesn't even bother to explain at all. He just acts as a bystander, watching the familiar plot play out over and over again in front of his eyes. Seriously, Deadpool has had enough of this disgusting time cycle. Fortunately, he was a guy who was not very mental, if not worse. Dude. This is horrible. What are we going to do? Peter's face was so serious that he looked at Deadpool, because he was the only one who kept the memory forever. There must be something special about him, at least compared to himself and others. This is the 320,000th time you've asked me this question. To be honest, one day you don't ask me that, I'm really not used to it. Deadpool shrugged, then laughed to himself. I'm afraid I'm going to let you down again, mate, and if I had any idea, we wouldn't have to stay here for 1,000 years. But at least I'm used to it. To be honest, I have learned a lot in this 1,000 years. At least if I go back to my middle school career now, I will make sure to get every subject A. Deadpool said lightly, and there was no sign of resistance on his face, as if he had completely surrendered to this strange fate. The question now is, why do we all lose our memories and you don't? Gwen cleared things up and asked a question she wanted to ask. But actually, Deadpool has heard her ask about this 100 million times. And Deadpool's every answer is also so humorous. Probably I'm more handsome, you ask me, who do I ask? Deadpool rolled his eyes. He tried many ways to solve the current predicament, but unfortunately all failed, so now, his whole person has been numb. The midday sun bakes the desert. The abnormally dry hot air is like countless red-hot steel needles, wantonly stabbed all the places with sensory cells on the human body. The most uncomfortable thing is the throat, as if there is a fireball jumping up and down there, making people dry and unbearable. Advertisement Deadpool didn't know why he didn't eat or drink for 1,000 years and didn't starve to death, and he didn't even feel any discomfort in his body. Maybe it was the power of time. Hey, guys, if you really can't accept it, just kill yourself and shoot your head in the head. If you think about it tomorrow, your memory will be refreshed, and at least it will give you false hope, right? Deadpool said flatly, if there is a way, he doesn't want to be so special, at least not special in this kind of place. Hopeless. That was a really bad thing. Ordinary people cannot understand that loneliness. No. There must be some way, we can definitely get out, Peter said, crouching on the ground, holding his head thinking about a solution. You always say that, I really envy you, Deadpool smiled bleakly, looking at the dazzling sun above his head. This unscrupulous master pursed the corners of his mouth, and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Everyone has everyone's destiny. For such a strange universe, the fate of the Avengers is by no means more difficult or more optimistic than most. If there are protagonists who are favored by God in every universe, then before the universe changed, they were like this. But now, the universe will not take care of them, nor does it have any spare energy to take care of them. So, under the delay of time and the passage of time, the fate of all the Avengers is not destined to be happy ending. Iron Man Tony's bones drifted in the universe, Guardians of Galaxy were wiped out by Frieza's gang, Doctor Strange got the heart of the universe, but he still fell in the end. People on the road under siege. There is also surprise. Gila is puzzled. What awaits them is not the 99th floor experience, nor the 999th floor torture, but the endless level that will never end in a lifetime. Rainbow Sea. Does it really exist? Maybe no one knows the answer. Spider Squad has been trapped in the narrowness of time for its entire life. Over time, Scarlet Witch's reputation in the universe grew, but no one knew what she lost because of it, and Frieza eventually lost to her. Advertisement 1. What's the point? Dragon Ball doesn't have that big wish. Maybe suddenly the whole Earth can be resurrected and everything can be restored, but when the supreme existence of a certain class universe saw the unbearableness of this universe, the man snapped his fingers angrily. All his efforts, promised, were all in vain, and Marvel's Special Universe 1027 disappeared from history, in the trajectory. This is the end. There is no ending to Luo Bing. But the ending is not set in stone, at least for Luo Bing. He didn't like the ending. A figure transformed from light appeared in every corner of the universe. Appeared in front of the Crazy Hulk, appeared in front of the confused Deadpool, appeared in front of the resting Gila Surprise and others, appeared in the battleship of the Guardians of Galaxy, appeared in the other side of the hidden time. Yes, the name of that figure. His name is Luo Bing. From now on, he will change everything, because he is Luo Bing. This chapter is free. The new book, No Pretend, All Showdown, has been released. There are currently 100,000 manuscripts, feel free to taste. Don't Pretend, All Showdown, author, Luo Dashwen. Lin Yan always felt that he had no capital other than being handsome and able to move bricks. Until one day. Lin Ma, son, you have grown up, some secrets should be told to you. Dad Lin. Stop pretending, All Showdown, I'm a cultivator, the very strong one. Online dating girlfriend. Husband, you know the big star Lin Mengqi, it's actually me. Randomly picked up figure. Hey, stop pretending, I'm actually the real Iron Man battlesuit. The real thing, 99. Lin Yan was also speechless. He didn't know why all this happened, but after thinking of his father's name, he slowly relaxed. Well, his father's name is Lin Qian, he is a serious son of luck. Chapter 332 Fierce Battleflight Alien Beast Boom. A dull loud noise was followed by a sudden collapse of a mountain peak, and the sky was full of sand and stones, making the line of sight extremely hazy and incomprehensible. Wow! Hulk is angry. With a loud roar, a giant like a hill jumped up from the ruins. His body was green and his muscles were like a horned dragon, climbing on his body, looking very mighty. Immediately after he jumped up, several nameless flight beasts with claws and claws rushed towards him. Humph! Hulk groaned, waved his powerful arms, and directly knocked out the nearest alien beast, exploding in midair into a cloud of blood. This scene, cruel and bloody, is full of primitive killing. But before he could catch his breath, there was another, 920, nameless flight beast who was staring at him, rushing towards him, as if it would never end. Just at the moment, a stream of light passed by, and what followed was a figure who came to the sky above this nameless place, staring at the fierce battle below. The person here is Luo Bing. The Earth is in a state of ruin. Iron Man is wandering lonely and miserable in the vast universe. The Rainbow Sea is unpredictable, and the narrowness of time seems to be a dead end. This is definitely not the situation he wants to see. All of this needs to be terminated by the appearance of a person, and this person is naturally Luo Bing. He came here from SK Wangxing, 60 million light years away, in order to reverse this situation and change the fate of the Avengers who were defeated. And the first stop, let's start with Dr. Banner and Dr. Strange. Looking at the Mad Hulk, Luo Bing frowned and slowly clenched his fists. He knew in his heart that at this level, no matter how powerful Hulk was, he would still be consumed by this inhumane wheel battle. Roar. Thinking of this, Luo Bing couldn't help letting out a long roar sigh. Fortunately, he came here, so he must not be fat. Advertisement. But Luo Bing glanced around and found that Strange was not in sight. The two of them came out to look for the heart of the universe, so they should be together. Luo Bing frowned, and a bad feeling gradually emerged in his heart. Forget it, no matter what, let's help Hulk get out of trouble first, and then try to get him back to his senses. 35 Luo Bing shook his head and left other thoughts behind for the time being. The top priority is to rescue Hulk first. Call out. At this point, Luo Bing did not hesitate, and once again turned into a streamer and rushed towards the battle below. Roar. But before he integrated into the battlefield, Luo Bing's pupils shrank suddenly, and the corpse of a flight beast flew towards him. It was huge, and it was a small mountain. Yes, if it was headed to meet him, I'm afraid even he would not be able to. How nice. I'm going. Hulk, take it easy, it's me. Luo Bing let out a strange cry, and an agile sideways dodged the corpse of the flight beast, quite speechless. Who? Hulk doesn't know you. Hulk at the moment, who was already enchanted by the stimulation of the crimson light, was already indistinguishable from the enemy. His green body had a pair of scarlet eyes, like two blood pools, ready to choose someone to devour at any time. In the past, the Hulk might just be called beast by people, but now he has become a real beast. Suddenly seeing Luo Bing's appearance, Hulk's incomparably scarlet eyes showed a trace of confusion. Looking at this somewhat unfamiliar but somewhat familiar man, after a while, he seemed to think of something, and a struggle emerged in his eyes. At the moment, Hulk seemed to be in great pain. He put his head in his hands, and a low roar sounded. No, Luo Bing, you go. Now I've lost my mind, I'm afraid it will hurt you. You go quickly, go to Sturt. Lanky, he's looking for the heart of the universe. Bang. Bang bang. While speaking, Hulk opened and closed a few more punches, and every move was full of explosive power, knocking the nameless flight beast close to him flying. Advertisement, alas. 95 Seeing Hulk like this, Luo Bing couldn't help sighing again. Peter Parker, Strange, Banner, Stark, etc. Every Avenger is a good comrade in arms. At the moment, seeing Hulk like this, how could he not be disturbed? Luo Bing said firmly, Hulk, what are you talking about? How could I leave you here alone? Let's find Dr. Strange together. After saying this, Luo Bing's eyes gradually became solemn. The reason why he was so confident was that before he came, he acquired a new ability, Spiritual Awakening. The so-called Spiritual Awakening technique, Luo Bing actually does not know what the specific effects are, but literally, it should be helpful to Hulk in the current state. It should be. But no matter whether it is useful or not, at present, the dead horse can only be used as a living horse doctor, and he cannot tolerate any further hesitation. Get rid of these bugs first. Luo Bing's tone was cold. He snorted softly, rushed into the melee, and set out to help Hulk deal with those flight beasts. Fortunately, Hulk still struggled to retain a faint sense of consciousness, so he did not mix Luo Bing with those flight beasts, saving Luo Bing some trouble. In this way, the two were constantly fighting for more than an hour, and the number of flight beasts around them finally gradually decreased. However, this does not mean that the crisis has been lifted. It can be seen that there seems to be a mighty black fog pressing over in the distance. If you look closely, you will find that there are more nameless flight beasts. Fake. Seeing that a new round of fierce fighting is coming, Luo Bing can't help but breathe out the fragrance, although he still has the strength to fight, but he is also tired. This kind of 5.0 endless battle is indeed easy to consume people of patience. What's more important is Hulk. He has become more and more angry, although with the increase of anger value, his ability will become stronger and stronger, but correspondingly, Hulk's self-awareness will also become more and more. The weaker it is, in the end, it will really become a monster with only killing in its eyes. But fortunately, after a fierce battle, the first wave of flight alien beasts were dead and wounded, and they just took advantage of this gap to use the Spiritual Awakening technique. Luo Bing stretched out his right hand. His expression gradually became serious, his 5 fingers stretched out, showing a mottled and complicated mysterious pattern. At first glance, those patterns looked a bit similar to the magic circle in Dr. Strange's hands, emitting a pure light, as if it could wash away all sins and evils. Chapter 333 Hulk doesn't want to fight anymore, feeling the power coming from one's fingertips. The feeling is so pure that a holy feeling emerges in one's heart. Roar, good, yes, that's the feeling, the breath of purification. Quietly familiar with the breath, Luo Bing closed his eyes slightly, his long eyelashes blinked slightly, then he took a long deep breath, and his confidence was alive. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, he shouted, purify your mind. At the moment, in the pupils of his eyes, there are mysterious runes condensing, which is different from the 3 goose jade writing wheel eye. These 2 patterns represent the power of purification. Go. Luo Bing's eyes were like electricity, and he snorted softly. The purification pattern in his hand directly hit 14, and it swirled in the air, constantly growing, and rippling out round after round of holy ripples, washing away all sins and evils. The pattern became bigger and bigger, and when it was about to approach the top of Dr. Banner's head, it seemed to have expanded into a giant roulette with a diameter of several hundred meters. Feeling the overwhelming sense of oppression coming from the top of his head like the top of a mountain, Hulk below suddenly raised his head and roared angrily. Who? Hulk hates this feeling. Hate it down below, Hulk hates it. Boom. The next second, the Hulk punched out like a dragon, with strong muscles like a horned dragon, and it just seemed to have some unpredictable formidable power. Advertisement puff puff puff. After this punch was punched out, there were a series of sonic booms in the space around him, which was extremely terrifying. Hulk hates this thing. Hulk smashes it with a fist. It can be seen that at the moment, Hulk has completely lost his mind, and he can't remember who Luo Bing is. In his eyes, Luo Bing is exactly the same as those nameless flight beasts that are overwhelming. All of them belong to him. Enemy. In this state, Hulk's rage value has reached an unprecedented height. If it weren't for the fact that the power of the world in this nameless place is relatively strong, it is possible to resist such an angry Hulk and replace it with other small planets. At this time I'm afraid the planet has been smashed into scum by Hulk's fist. But unfortunately, what he was facing right now was not the nameless flight beasts in groups, but Luo Bing. Seeing Hulk in a state of madness, Luo Bing frowned, sighed softly, and said in a voice that only he could hear. Oh, honestly, wait for me to purify you with the spiritual awakening technique. Why do you have to fight back? Why bother? Why bother? 9. Although the purification pattern created by the mind awakening technique does not belong to the attack type, it only varies from person to person. With Luo Bing's strength, even if it is not an attack type move, it is definitely not that easy, can be broken. Just when Hulk's fist was about to touch the purification pattern, Luo Bing's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that he couldn't remember something clearly. So, he decisively stretched out a finger and tapped between his eyebrows, and in an instant, a cluster of light flashed away. Advertisement mind awakening, trigger, use it on yourself. In just the blink of an eye, Luo Bing's mind flashed and he recalled something in an instant. I made up, oops, that's what happened. Luo Bing slapped himself on the forehead in a sudden realization. Just now, he suddenly remembered some introductions about the mind awakening technique. Spiritual awakening technique. It can purify the mind, hangover, and help amnesia. The spiritual awakening technique is not aggressive, but if it is intended to be destroyed by external forces, it will trigger passive skills, generate powerful energy consolidation, and repel external forces. With the strength of the external forces, the rebound force of the touch will gradually increase. Suddenly thinking of this, and looking at Hulk's powerful punch, I can imagine how powerful the rebound force will be. I can also imagine that round 920 will be the indestructible body of the Hulk. I'm afraid gotta be punished too. This. Luo Bing's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he muttered to himself, oh, I just remembered it too. Banner, oh is not right, it should be Hulk, you guessed it now. I'm going to suffer a little bit, don't blame me, brother. Sure enough, when Hulk's fist was about to make a close contact with the purification pattern, Hulk also seemed to feel the extremely dangerous aura, and his red pupils suddenly contracted violently. Subconsciously, he wanted to withdraw his fist, but it was already too late, just like the water poured out by a married girl, and his fist was exactly the same, because the momentum of the forward was too great. Now I suddenly want to take it back, but in fact I can't take it back at all. Hulk shouted strangely. Who? Hulk doesn't want to fight anymore, Hulk wants to leave. Chapter 334 Become a Grey Giant. Who? Hulk doesn't want to fight anymore, Hulk wants to go. FK. What a strange feeling, what a strong sense of danger. I'm Hulk. I'm the Hulk. Damn, I'm gonna lose, do not. Although Hulk was already very angry, and even lost most of his mind, but in his heart, his instincts could still clearly perceive that the pattern in front of him with a diameter of hundreds of meters contained a message that could help him. Threatening force. Not only Hulk, in fact, even the large group of unnamed flight beasts in the distance, after perceiving the dangerous atmosphere here, tacitly chose to stop in the distance, and watch here with alert pupils. Thinking like this in the hearts of this group of nameless flight beasts, it would definitely not work to let the big green man and the white and tender human go. If all the flight beasts were buried, it would be a big loss. Therefore, the most compromised method at present is to choose to stay put and wait for an opportunity. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the movement of the nameless flight beasts in the distance. Luo Bing's mouth slightly raised, and a sneer appeared. Originally, he thought that this was a group of puppet monsters without any self-thought, but now it seems that this group of guys is organized and disciplined, which is a bit interesting. However, these thoughts were just a rough thought in his mind, and he immediately put them behind him, focusing his attention on Dr. Banner again. That is, at the moment, Hulk's chubby fist, which is bigger than the casserole, finally collided with the purification pattern. Advertisement. It is so uncontrollable, it is so tyrannical. Immediately after. Boom. 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 With the Hulk and the purification pattern as the center, huge amounts of explosions were produced, with rumbling sounds, and a powerful aura bursting out, sweeping across thousands of miles. Wow. Hulk hurts. Hulk is angry. In the direction of the center of the explosion, Hulk roared hysterically, as if suffering from the great pain. At first glance, it seems like a mushroom cloud has risen. This blow is probably comparable to the power of an atomic bomb. In this regard, Luo Bing is not worried about the safety of Hulk's life. With an explosion of this magnitude, it is still a little tender to destroy the powerful flesh of the Hulk. After all, Hulk can also hammer the existence of small planets, but Hulk suffers a little. That is inevitable. Luo Bing put his arms around his chest, smashed his mouth, and said, "Oh, this is fine. It will save you from getting angry at every turn, and it is also a good thing to have a hard time and a long memory." Luo Bing, who was in the field, was a pure immortal body, originally a powerful realm of Huang, not to mention the explosion of an atomic bomb. Even if the star core of a planet exploded in front of him, it wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. But after all, such a big airwave and power was generated. After a loud bang, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles of mountains had all turned into dust, shaking the sky with dust, sand and stones flying, blurring people's vision. In fact, it's not just the mountains. To Luo Bing's surprise, a large group of unknown flight beasts in the distance also affected Chiyu in the explosion at this distance. 7 or 8 out of 10 died. Even if they survived by chance, they were seriously injured. Dying, I am afraid that it will not pose any threat. Advertisement. Luo Bing scratched his head and grinned and said, "I'll go. I knew it would be so easy to get rid of those bedbugs, and when I first came, I should have asked Hulk to face the purification pattern all at once." This news can be regarded as a surprise for both Luo Bing and Hulk. Pull 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 pull. At the moment, without the shelter of the mountain, the surrounding area became a flat land, and the wind suddenly became violent. Bah! Luo Bing wrinkled his nose, waved his hand in disgust, fanned away the dust in front of him, and unfolded the three-goose jade riding wheel directly. A hexagram appeared in his eyes, and he threw the dust and sand to the very center of the explosion. I don't know if I don't see it. I was startled when I saw it, where the purification pattern still did not change, and the Hulk became a gray giant, and the entire body was covered with dust, as if coated with a layer of paint. Pissed. Seeing this situation, Luo Bing couldn't help laughing and almost laughed out loud, but he was abruptly held back by him. Mainly because he was worried about irritating Hulk again because of his laughter. He didn't care, but Hulk would have to pay another hard buy. Roar, 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 something. Hulk can't move. Below, Hulk, who has suffered from the rebound force, is panting heavily. He is disgraced. How embarrassed he must be. Just looking at it, he feels that it is absolutely impossible to associate him with the Hulk who just went between Roar and the nameless flight beast, together. With a plop, after saying this, Hulk simply didn't think about those flight beasts who were fighting fiercely, and he didn't even think about the huge amounts of purification patterns on the top of his head. He just sat down on the ground. Chapter 335. Dr. Luo's medicine comes out. Luo Bing was quietly suspended in the sky, with his hands on his back, and said loudly, "Hulk, what's wrong with you? Keep fighting." His words were full of jokes. Now, by chance, the problem of the nameless flight beast has been solved, and they only need to wake up Dr. Banner's mind, and they can go to Strange. But this is just a simple relaxation after all, because in addition to Banner and Strange's team, there are also Tor, Peter Parker, etc. who need him to rescue. There is a long way to go, and the current Luo Bing is just taking a break from the busy schedule. Hearing Luo Bing's words, the gray giant below said breathlessly, "Hulk. Hulk is very tired. Hulk needs to rest." Even Hulk, who is usually so energetic, has this kind of reaction. It can be seen that Hulk is really big on the abnormal defense power of purification patterns. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Hulk's embarrassment, Luo Bing laughed a few times, then his expression became slow and serious, and he said loudly, "It's now." Hulk has also entered a short buffer period without the trouble of the nameless flight beast. What Luo Bing has to do is to use this buffer to restore Hulk's mind. That is, from the deepest part of the big green man's body, he released another soul. It is undeniable that if it is only in combat state, Hulk's dominance of this body is definitely stronger than that of Dr. Banner's dominance of this body. The reason is very simple. Although Dr. Banner is extremely intelligent, in terms of fighting, he doesn't have the wild feeling of Hulk after all. Advertisement. But then again, now that Luo Bing is here, he was originally a super fighter, so Hulk can help a lot less in combat, naturally, Beffa, compared to the two. But whether to wait and find Doctor Strange, or to help Peter Parker and the others, Dr. Banner's IQ is undoubtedly more important. Hulk and Banner, it can be said that they are both literary and military, and it is with the complementarity of the two of them that this fleshly body can bring out his greatest manifestation. Okay, now let me, Dr. Luo Bing, take a good look at your doctor, clean it up. 5. Click click. Luo Bing twisted his neck, moved his muscles and bones, and then, he saw his 5 fingers like hooks, and he held it in the air. Wow. The purification pattern with a diameter of several hundred meters seems to have received some kind of order, and the holy light that was originally emitted is brighter, as if it is about to burst out at any time, and it is unreal. The same change as its file size. The purification pattern, which was originally several hundred meters long, is rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, which is extremely mysterious. But Luo Bing knows that although the pattern seems to be getting smaller, its purification ability is not decreasing but increasing, also unusual. It's too late, but it seems like a long process. In fact, it only took about 10 seconds. At this time, the purification pattern has shrunk to file size just as wide as the Hulk. Luo Bing unfolded the 3-hooked jade riding wheel again, and a familiar and mysterious 6-pointed star appeared in a pair of eyes, staring at the purification pattern. Advertisement. Luo Bing said softly, "Very well, as I expected, nothing went wrong." After confirming that the purification pattern was available, Luo Bing directly controlled it remotely. He manipulated the purification pattern with his right hand, and pressed down on the top of Hulk's head. Boom. Just like the words follow the law, the purification pattern is directly pressed down, seemingly slow, but there is always an overwhelming feeling. Overwhelmed by the feeling of oppression again, Hulk, who was only 5 or 6 years old, was completely stunned. Who? Why? Hulk was very tired. Why did he come? It can be seen that Hulk is definitely not afraid of the purification pattern, but it also brings a little shadow. Luo Bing can understand this, because he also has this feeling in him. He is not afraid of strong enemies, nor is he afraid of fighting, but it is an endless and lingering thing like irritability. But the current Luo Bing didn't have the slightest sympathy. He just wanted to wake up Dr. Banner as soon as possible and go to find the other teams as soon as possible. Luo Bing said loudly, "Hulk, just be obedient and take care of yourself. Dr. Luo will definitely cure the disease." Boom. Sure enough, facing the purification pattern of this concentrated essence version, Hulk was really unable to resist and was directly covered up. Definitely, the biggest reason why he did this was because he wanted to open it up and saw it. Chapter 336 The Return of the Fly Beast. Through the first brief confrontation just now, Hulk understood that the more he resisted this strange halo, the stronger the energy rebound he received. Anyway, Hulk knew in his heart that he would never be able to kill him with this thing. Since he was so confident, what was there to fear? Definitely, if Hulk knew that this picture in text was to awaken Dr. Banner's soul in him, I'm afraid he would have to resist for a while even if he tried to seriously hurt him. Although the two of them have reached a consensus on symbiosis, it is still very important who occupies the main consciousness. Hulk would like to say, "It's hard to come out and occupy the flesh, it's very rare." Luo Bing said in surprise, "Yo, this time I'm quite obedient. Since that's the case, let's accept purification." After the purification pattern completely covered Hulk, an independent small space completely isolated from the outside world was formed, and it was in a vacuum state. The vacuum does not transmit sound, so looking at it from Luo Bing's point of view, he can only cast through the transparent and hazy pattern array to see that Hulk is constantly roaring, as if he is saying something. In fact, Luo Bing could have guessed what he said without reading his lips. It was nothing more than something Hulk didn't want to go back to. Hulk didn't want the banner to come out. Hulk didn't have enough words. "Hey, I'm sorry Fatty Green, Strange is still alive and dead. In order to find him as soon as possible, I have to wrong you for a while." As he spoke, Luo Bing did not stop the movements of his hands, and the energy of the spiritual awakening technique was maximized. Just like that, 10 minutes have passed. Advertisement. Slowly, you can see that Hulk in the purification pattern became quiet, and the original claws and teeth stopped. He sat on the ground and held his head in his hands, not knowing what he was doing. But Luo Bing knew that this was a sign that the mind awakening technique had already worked. Hulk's consciousness was gradually returning to his body. Instead, Dr. Banner's consciousness was slowly recovering. Luo Bing said to himself, "At this level, it will probably take less than half an hour to fully recover." Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt something in his heart, raised his head, and found that there seemed to be a relatively strong fluctuation in the distance, which was slowly approaching here. And in which position there is a sound of space tearing, it can be expected that it is generally a relatively large and fast force. Taking another look at Hulk's direction, Luo Bing decisively used the 3-hooked jade riding wheel eye, and a hexagram appeared in his eyes, staring at the direction of the wave. So, he saw a large, dark cloud, slowly approaching here, a large black field, a sense of oppression oncoming. And that so-called dark cloud is a spectacle composed of the nameless fly beasts before. After taking a look, Luo Bing frowned and whispered, "Are those nameless fly beasts again? It's strange, aren't these animals afraid of death?" 35. But after thinking about it, Luo Bing was relieved. He guessed that these so-called nameless fly beasts were of the same nature as the previous Kitarui army. Although they also had their own thoughts, they were only creatures whose heads were occupied by killing. According to Luo Bing's old method, they are a group of weapons with low IQ. Katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot 0, and who is holding this weapon in the end, it is worth thinking about. Advertisement. Luo Bing said, very annoyed, "Mom, fake, bothering me again and again. If the tiger doesn't show his power, you will treat me as a sick cat." 35. Since Dr. Banner's awakening still needs to wait for a while, Luo Bing doesn't mind to accompany these flying mice to exercise. "Drink." Luo Bing shouted loudly, and a huge energy spurted out from the snow-capped mountains on his back waist. I only saw him swipe his finger lightly, and he reached out to tear the void, and in less than 0.01 milliseconds, he appeared in front of the large group of fly beasts. Roar. A human suddenly appeared in front of him, and the fly beasts were obviously stunned, but in the next moment, their eyes were replaced by killing red, and they looked at Luo Bing together. That kind of naked gaze is like a tiger who has been hungry for half a month and suddenly sees a fat sheep in front of him. Being stared at by the eyes full of hostile forces, Luo Bing felt uncomfortable. He frowned, shook his head and sighed. "Dare to use such aggressive eyes on a transcendent, you are really ignorant and fearless." 5. Immediately, he said softly, "Since this is the case, I am afraid that you will understand, who is the existence that you will never be able to offend." Brush. After saying this, Luo Bing suddenly raised his head, and his eyes burst into a breathtaking divine light, as if he was about to show the supreme power that opened up the world again, which was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Chapter 337 Stared to death. At the moment, Luo Bing is like an unsheathed sword, showing an invincible momentum. "Your eyes are quite fierce, but what I don't know is, who will be stronger or weaker when they meet my eyes." Luo Bing's voice was still icy as icy as ice falling from the world in 9 days. It would make people feel cold all over the body, and it was full of a kind of power, as if the sky was falling down, and it was nothing compared to him. Woo. In fact, his voice not only makes people feel cold, but also those flight beasts can really feel it. I only saw the nameless flight beast that was fierce and cruel just now. After Luo Bing showed his momentum, he became agitated and let out a dull whimper. What's more, he curled up in fear. A group. After all, what they faced in front of them was a veritable transcendence, a huang. That was a sense of fear that came from the deepest part of the soul, and had already surpassed the race. Seeing this, Luo Bing put his arms around his chest, smiled with satisfaction, and said, "Hey, aren't you guys very cruel? Aren't you arrogant? Now you know you're scared. What did you do earlier?" Luo Bing was not at all surprised by the performance of these nameless flight beasts. After all, he was an accomplished achiever, and that breath alone was enough to make him stand at the top of the biological chain. Currently in the entire universe, there are only 2 people known to Huang. One is him and the other is Luo Zan in white. At least according to what the guy Bai Pang Pang said, although Luo Bing and Bai Yi Luo Zan have always been skeptical about this. After all, that guy has frequent amnesia, which is really unreliable. Advertisement shaking his head and putting aside these thoughts for the time being. Fatty Bai is a character who travels around in various parallel universes, and belongs to the character of Shenlong who sees the beginning but not the end. It is not easy to meet him. As for how wild this universe is, and they are all there, it's not something Luo Bing should worry about right now. The corners of Luo Bing's mouth twitched, and he looked at the nameless flight beasts crawling in front of him, thinking about whether to destroy them directly. Weeds are not eradicated, and the spring breeze blows them again. These guys have no conscience, and they are of the same nature as the Kitarui army. It is better to get rid of them early to save them from harming the universe. 99. After a while, Luo Bing had already made a decision. He didn't think these flight beasts were kind creatures, and there were probably countless creatures buried under their claws in the past. Instead, let yourself act for the heavens. Luo Bing flipped his wrist and pointed his finger like a knife, trying to destroy this group of nameless flight beasts. Feeling Luo Bing's undisguised killing intent, even those flight beasts still want to understand what's going on, no matter how bad their brains are, so the beast that was shivering just now showed its fangs again, with a ferocious face, fierce look. It can be seen that they also know that they are bound to die, so they plan to fight to the death at this last moment, shaking a fish and a net with Luo Bing. The battle of trapped beasts, as it should be. Luo Bing smiled sympathetically and said, "If you want to die with me, you are not qualified yet. Since you are showing such fierce eyes again, it is more lethal than someone's eyes." Brush. Advertisement. The words fell, and the 3-goose jade riding wheel was launched decisively. Luo Bing's eyes were as bright as a galaxy, and 2 hexagrams shot out directly. The flight beast in front of him just touched the hexagram, and it was pierced in an instant, and then it turned into a hexagram. Ashes, nothing left. Roar. Perhaps it was the death of their companions that angered the remaining flight beasts, and they slaughtered directly towards Luo Bing, and they followed a piece of Wang Yang down. In the face of this situation, Luo Bing still stood quietly in the void, with a light expression on his face, quite an aura of one husband being the one who was in charge of the other. Brush. Without any fancy, it was still a pair of eyes staring at it. The 3-hooked jade riding wheel eyes broke out, and Luo Bing shot it out. The power was naturally extraordinary, and this group of middle and low-level creatures could resist. Puff. Puff puff puff. In the sky, countless blood flowers exploded directly, and then the bodies of those flight beasts turned into powder and disappeared completely. Luo Bing clapped the palm of his hand and said with satisfaction, "This time, my lord, I used a butcher's knife to kill a 5.0 chicken, and I have enough strength to get rid of you all with a smile." At the moment in the sky, after Luo Bing exerted his ability a little, the original nameless flight beast disappeared, leaving only a faint dust floating in the air, which did not fall for the time being. Luo Bing rubbed his eyes and thought to himself, "You said, what are you doing wrong? You have to look at me with such a cruel look. Now it's good, it's comfortable." It is no exaggeration to say that there are a large group of nameless flight beasts in Wuyangyang. There are thousands of them, and they were basically stared to death by Luo Bing. Chapter 338. Awakening. Dr. Banner just stared to death. It's so sturdy, it's so powerful. It actually only took more than 10 minutes to deal with those obscure and nameless flight beasts. Luo Bing's heart didn't waver. If he hadn't intentionally dragged it for a while to pass the time, he would have been slapped to death with a slap in the face. Them. Because for him, getting rid of those flight beasts is as simple as killing a few flies. Turning around and looking, the effect of purifying the pattern is still continuing, and the Hulk is also inside, without a sound. It can be seen that the movement outside just now did not affect the inside at all. I knew this thing was so slow. I just played with those flying mice for a while. Now it's better, and it's boring again. 9. Luo Bing sighed and flew over Hulk again. After thinking about it, he flicked 14, and a burst of energy shot out, covering the purification pattern. Since the effect of purification is so slow, Luo Bing doesn't mind adding fuel to the fire, using his own strength to increase the progress of the essence. Sure enough, the energy injected by Luo Bing worked, but within a minute, the Hulk's body changed, from the original file size of a small mountain to a normal file size. Definitely, this so-called normal form is limited to the normal form of the Hulk state, which has naturally huge amounts of more than ordinary humans. After all, it is in a dangerous outer space. Even if it becomes the soul of Dr. Banner, it needs a physical attachment that can resist damage. Advertisement. Seeing that his body size had returned to normal file size, Luo Bing also called out with some trepidation. Banner, Banner, can you hear me? Wake up soon. The next moment, the Hulk's eyelids twitched and his lips parted slightly. Luo Bing, boss. Hearing the familiar name roar, Luo Bing's eyes lit up, and he knew that this was Dr. Banner's return. Although Hulk's soul also respects himself, he lacks some honorific titles after all. With this, he can tell which of the two of them has a consciousness that dominates the body. Finally, Banner woke up, first glanced around in confusion, and then saw Luo Bing in the sky. This, boss Luo Bing, it's really you, I'm not dreaming. Seeing Luo Bing, Banner was really startled. He quickly rubbed his eyes and stuttered. I couldn't utter a complete sentence. So excited, he was so excited. For 8 years, during these 8 years, he and Strange once thought about where Luo Bing went and when he would come back again. Now that he sees such a big living person less than 100 meters away from him, how can he not be excited and wonder if his eyes are lying? Seeing Banner's appearance, Luo Bing was stunned and said amusedly, why, who else could it be if it wasn't me? You're a hell of a lot, come on, now is not the time to reminisce about old times, stop talking nonsense, and tell me stir. Where is Lanky? Why are you the only one here? Strange. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Dr. Banner was immediately startled, glanced around in a panic, and quickly said, Boss, Strange went to find the heart of the universe and disappeared, and he hasn't come back yet, and I have a bad feeling. Premonition, he might have. 39. Dr. Banner didn't say what happened next, but looking at his dejected expression, one could guess that this premonition was not a good omen. Luo Bing frowned and said, don't talk nonsense, Strange is the Sorcerer Supreme, his ability is very good, and it's not that easy to hurt her, even I have to admit it. It can be said that on Earth, Ancient One's ability Luo Bing is very recognized, and since Ancient One said that Strange is the best among them, Luo Bing naturally has no reason to believe it. Because Dr. Strange's ability is there, no one can't believe it. Tell me about it, what happened to your team? It forced you into a situation where one person stays behind and the other runs away. The ability of the Hulk and Dr. Strange is very clear to him, and it is also the most advanced level in the entire Avengers, unless Wanda and Thor practice their skills to compete. Definitely, the perverted Captain Marvel and the more perverted Self don't count. He and Carol, that's a veritable 1 + 1 = 100. When I think of Carol, it is inevitable to think of Hela. Both of them are in Asgard now, and I don't know what their situation is. Banner, since your main consciousness has taken over your body, let's first recall the things you remember before I came. Chapter 339. Deadpool is crazy. Alas. Speaking of this, Dr. Banner first sighed heavily, and then began to explain to Luo Bing. That day, Strange and I found the trace of the heart of the universe, and the signal found the source, that is this nameless place. After 5 minutes, Luo Bing asked suspiciously, so you were trapped here? With the strength of the two of you, the flight beast shouldn't pose any threat. 35. Dr. Banner said very resentfully, fake, boss, you don't know, the number of those flight beasts is too many, and it is too annoying to surround me and Strange. Luo Bing continued to ask, if that's the case, why don't you two consider killing them? Hulk punched the ground and said, it's easier said than done. Strange and I smashed a group, and another group came, as if there was no end. Then why are you and Strange separated now? Boss Luo Bing, you don't know something, that is, at that time, Strange felt a more precise location of the heart of the universe. In order to make enough time for him, I volunteered to stay. 35. Hearing this answer, Luo Bing nodded, patted Dr. Banner's shoulder with approval, and sighed softly. Banner, you are doing well, don't worry, Strange should still have enough HP recovery potion, there shouldn't be anything. Unexpectedly, Banner's mood suddenly became agitated. This is what worries me the most, because we both had very little HP recovery potion or MP recovery potion left at the time. What? What did you say? Luo Bing's eyes widened instantly, looking at Banner in disbelief. The HP recovery potion and the MP recovery potion were developed by Stark, Banner and others under his leadership. He knew how important the effects of these two recovery potions were, so when the Avengers split into several teams, they went to the universe. During the middle of the year, he prepared sufficient recovery potions for them. Advertisement. It can be said that this recovery potion is equivalent to their second life, and it is very important, but I heard Banner say that Strange's recovery potion is almost running out. Luo Bing touched his chin and thought to himself, this is not a good sign. So, he immediately made a decision. Banner, let's go and find Strange first. Banner nodded and said, okay boss. As soon as he thought of this, Luo Bing Jiji probed to tear the void, and a space portal appeared in front of the two of them. The next moment, the two of them walked in. And in the more distant narrowness of time, little Spider-Man Peter Parker frowned. Deadpool, we have to get out of this place. 35. And the female Spider-Man Gwen beside him also nodded quickly and said, yes, as long as we work hard, we will definitely be able to find a way to get out of here. Seeing the panicked appearance of the two, Deadpool had a calm face, lying on the ground with Erlang's legs crossed, humming a little tune leisurely. Oh, my god, you are so beautiful, so fascinating. From Peter Parker. Wade, aren't you worried at all about how we're going to get out? Deadpool just glanced at him sideways and hummed, you told me this yesterday, it sucks, why is it so boring every day? Advertisement. Peter Parker scratched his head and said with a puzzled face, "Did I tell you yesterday? Why can't I remember?" Deadpool just waved his hand indifferently and said, 46, don't worry, you won't remember not only today, but also tomorrow. Hearing Deadpool's mysterious words, Peter Parker shrugged helplessly and sighed softly. Alas, Gwen, it seems that Wade has gone mad, it's up to the two of us to figure it out. 5. Gwen nodded approvingly, clearly agreeing with the fact that Wade had gone mad. In this regard, Deadpool didn't even bother to explain. Anyway, in the eyes of the two of them, it was not a day or two that he was crazy. Strictly speaking, in the eyes of these two Spider-Mons, and every day they're going mad and talking, promised nonsense since they've been trapped in the narrowness of time. But in his own eyes, why aren't they too? Haha. Thinking of this, Wade couldn't help laughing. At the same time, he also thought of what Luo Bing said to him before. The world laughs at me too crazy, I laugh at the world and can't see through. And at that time, I heard the boss Luo Bing say, this sentence seems to come from a certain movie in Daxia, it seems to be called Sugar Tiger Buying Mosquito Coils? Deadpool put his arms around the back of his head and sighed. Oh, if only boss Luo Bing was here, he must have a way to take us out of the narrowness of time. And at the moment Luo Bing is looking for Doctor Strange with Hulk. Chapter 340 Finding Strange Swimming in the Universe Galaxy. The stars are bright, all beside you, the eyes in the back are shining, dotted with endless darkness, which has become a very beautiful picture, which makes people linger. Scoff. Suddenly at this time, a hole in the originally peaceful universe was suddenly torn apart, a space portal appeared out of thin air, and inside the door, two figures, one big and one small, came out. Definitely, this one big and one small only refers to the body type. That huge amount of was a giant with a green body, just standing there with a small mountain bag, no anger, it can be judged that there is a powerful force dormant in his body. And that normal person, file size, is a young man with a young appearance. This is a young man with clear features, tall and straight, plump like jade, simply synonymous with perfection. If you observe carefully, you will find that although the man's appearance is not comparable to that of a giant, his aura is restrained, and the power contained is as vast as Wang Yang. 920 These two people are naturally Luo Bing and Hulk. Leaving the place of no name, getting in and out of the vast and boundless universe, each shuttle is calculated according to light years, just like this, they have shuttled back and forth for only a whole day. Ding. God-level cultivation technique, Ju Dao Shenlong Ju is in the background to hang up and practice. Ding. God-level exercises Xingqian transformation is in the background of hanging up to practice. Ding. God-level exercises, Keishan good fortune art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding. God-level cultivation technique, Ju Yan Yi Huo Ju is on hook in the background to practice. Advertisement open black lens bracket ding, close black lens bracket at 0 again, a familiar voice resounded in Luo Bing's mind again. Luo Bing took a rough look and found that most of these exercises have been practiced to about 15 to 20%, and it may take time before they can be put into practice. Luo Bing asked, how to do banner, can you find Strange's trace? If it was before, with the super strong perception of his transcendent, even if it was thousands of light years away, he could still detect the trace of Strange, like finding banner. But Strange is different. Luo Bing guessed that he has probably obtained the heart of the universe, and it is precisely because the supreme treasure is in his hands that it isolates his breath and prevents Luo Bing from detecting it. But fortunately, when Doctor Strange and Banner separated, the two had made an agreement and discussed how to find each other. That is to say, with this, Luo Bing and Banner went round and round all the way, so they didn't have any clues. Banner nodded with a serious expression, crushed a small meteorite floating in front of him. The stone that was no more than a slap file size instantly turned into a group of butterflies flying, and after a while in the direction they were flying, they slowly drifted away. As for this, Luo Bing just watched without saying a word, and they all followed this kind of small stone along the way. The reason why the butterfly phantoms will only exist for a short time and be destroyed is because they only act as a guide, and when their mission is completed, it is naturally a fate that disappears. After confirming the direction the imprint gave him, Dr. Banner said, yes, this is the imprint left by Strange. I believe we are getting closer and closer to him. 35. Luo Bing nodded and said, if that's the case, let's keep going. Advertisement, okay. The words fell, Luo Bing waved his arm again, a space portal appeared, and the two entered again. And this time the direction of travel is the direction of the butterfly flight just now. Brush. It was a few more space jumps, and the speed was amazing. With this speed alone, it is estimated that Quicksilver could not catch up with a broken leg. This time, Luo Bing and Banner appeared above a small planet. Observing this small planet from above, the whole body is earthy gray, similar to Jupiter, but it is certain that this is definitely not Jupiter, let alone Jupiter, even the Milky Way is far away. Banner crushed a small stone next to him again, and looked in the direction of the butterfly's fantasy. The direction of flight was the earth-gray planet below. This time the butterfly did not dissipate on its own after flying for a certain distance like the imprint it encountered before, but flapped its wings and entered the planet directly. Seeing this situation, Dr. Banner said with a happy expression, it looks like Strange should be under here. Luo Bing nodded and said, I also sensed some Strange's aura, saying that even the heart of the universe can't completely cover up his traces at such a close distance. If that's the case, let's both go down, walk. Swipe. After saying these words, the two of them jumped directly towards the small Earth-gray planet. From a distance, they looked like two meteorites. Chapter 341 Depressed Dark Red Boom. Boom. There were two loud bangs, and two deep pits were smashed out of the Earth-gray small planet. Suddenly, the dust was the same day as a small sandstorm. In fact, Luo Bing and Banner's physiques are not too big, at least they're dwarfed by Meteorite's physique. The reason why they can produce such great power simply by falling on the ground is entirely because the impact of the two of them is too great, which is no less than two extraterrestrial meteorites. It was Tong Tong again. Luo Bing and Banner jumped up from the deep pit and stood on the land of this planet. This seems to be a Death Star. There is no sign of any living beings, but Luo Bing can be sure that Dr. Strange is definitely here, because since entering the scope of this planet, he can feel that Strange's breath is getting more and more intense. That's a swing that only Sorcerer Supreme has. Banner, look around to see if there is anything unusual. Good boss Luo Bing. Banner nodded, still in Hulk state. He just stomped on the spot, and the whole person flew into the sky like a cannonball. Luo Bing, on the other hand, slowly closed his eyes, unfolded the god's telekinesis, and searched for every move and every breath on the entire planet. The next moment, Luo Bing suddenly opened his eyes. Both eyes burst into brilliant light. He murmured to himself, "I found it." So Luo Bing stood up, patted the dust on his body, and said loudly, "Banner, come back, I have found the trace of Dr. Strange." Advertisement bang. Banner landed next to him and asked in surprise, "Really, where is he, and what is his current state?" Luo Bing patted him on the shoulder and said, just go over and take a look." After a while, they reached a small hill, and below the hill, a person could be seen lying there in the distance, motionless, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Seeing the figure, Banner exclaimed, "Strange," and Luo Bing's right eyelid also jumped twice, his fist clenched unconsciously. Walking into that figure, unsurprisingly, it was Dr. Strange. He was covered in dust, and he could vaguely see the wound. Even the blood on his body was dyed by the dust and turned into a depressing dark red. Banner lifted Dr. Strange's body up and said nervously, "Strange, how are you? Wake up." Luo Bing used the three-hooked jade to write round eyes, and looked at the god's telekinesis, who was assisting him, and said, "He is not dead yet, but he is seriously injured and needs to be brought back for good treatment before he wakes up." Roar. Banner breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Luo Bing said angrily, "What's the matter? Even though he's not dead yet, he's just a breath away. If he hopes he can return to SK Wangxing alive, I'll give him 2 more HP recovery potions." "I see." Banner responded while fumbling around on Strange. After a while, he said with a bitter face, "No, boss Luo Bing, my recovery potion has long been used up." Lanky was gone. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly and said, "Hey, you two, look at me." Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 0 advertisement. I saw him close his eyes, frown tightly, and don't know what he was thinking, so the void in front of him was distorted, and vaguely, something was changing. Wow. A scroll appeared out of thin air in front of Luo Bing's eyes, and opened directly. On the scroll, there were some pictures of bottles and jars, which were shining. Goo. At the moment Banner swallowed his saliva, and there was still a little bit of calm expression there. What did he see? It seemed to be a modeled and magnificent ancient scroll unfolding in front of him, and what was even more outrageous was that all the pictures on which ancient scroll were all kinds of recovery potions. Zero. Then, an even more inconceivable thing happened. I saw that after the recovery potions shimmered again, they all turned into substance and flew out, floating beside Luo Bing like stars holding the moon. Banner blinked his eyes and was already shocked, only to hear him weakly say, "Oh, my god, I can't believe what I saw. It can actually be turned into a real thing. Is this also magic?" Banner thought to himself, this is much more powerful than the illusions created by Strange and Ancient One. The boss is indeed Luo Bing, and the boss is indeed the boss. Don't make a fuss. 39 In response, Luo Bing just smiled and said this casually, giving Banner an expression that everything is under my control. Banner definitely doesn't know what method he used to conjure up so many recovery potions, but he himself knows it all thanks to the supernatural power he acquired early on, the realization of fantasy. Chapter 342 Mysterious Army on a Small Earth-Gray Planet. When Banner saw Luo Bing's magic tricks, he was startled a long time ago. Being stared at by Banner's frantic eyes, Luo Bing shook his head and said helplessly, "Alas, I'm a little embarrassed with your expression." 99. Although Luo Bing has acquired more and more abilities and is getting stronger and stronger, so this fantasy has not been used for a while, but today is purely for emergency use, and the general effect is quite good. In particular, in the past, 920 couldn't change so many recovery potions at one time, but this time it can be achieved. It is conceivable that in the future, this fantasy will become more and more perfect and useful. Luo Bing waved his hand and suggested, "You take back your little brother's eyes first. It's not too late, let's give Strange some recovery potions first." Understood. 35 Banner nodded solemnly. He also knew that Strange's dying state would not allow him to delay too much time. As a result, a life recovery potion and a magic recovery potion entered Strange's body. Where am I? About half an hour later, Strange, who was injected with the recovery potion, slowly woke up, squinting his eyes slightly. His breath was like a gossamer, and he was extremely weak. Banner exclaimed in surprise, "Hey old man, oh my god, you're finally awake." Advertisement Strange also exclaimed. Banner, why are you here? Did you come out of nowhere? Yeah, those directions that hate the extreme flight are really annoying, but fortunately, look who came with me. Banner moved to the side, giving Doctor Strange his vision, revealing Luo Bing behind him now. Luo Bing looked at Strange with a smile and said, "Hi, Strange, long time no see, 95. Luo Bing. Boss Luo Bing." Strange rubbed his eyes and widened his eyes, obviously unable to believe that Luo Bing was here. But when he knew that this was indeed the reality, he was already excited. "Great, as long as you come here, boss, all problems will be solved, ahem." Because he was too emotional, Strange touched some wounds on his body and coughed violently. Luo Bing hurriedly said, "Calm down, you just suffered such a serious injury, even if you take a recovery potion, you won't be able to heal so quickly." Afterwards, Luo Bing used illusion to manifest again, imagined a bed to come out, and helped Strange to lie on it. Luo Bing frowned and asked, "What happened to you? How could you be injured so badly?" Strictly speaking, Doctor Strange's ability is even stronger than that of the Hulk. In the land of nowhere, although the Hulk couldn't get out of it, those nameless flight beasts couldn't stand it in a short period of time. But Strange had already escaped, so how could he be so seriously injured? Advertisement. Cough, cough. Strange said slowly after coughing a few times. "At that time, I was looking for the trace of the heart of the universe, and after countless deductions, I came here, and I just arrived on this planet, to the ambush." Ambush. Hearing these words, Luo Bing and Banner suddenly looked serious and watched their surroundings vigilantly, not letting go of any trouble. Strange smiled weakly and said, "Don't worry, I did my best to get rid of them all before I fell unconscious." Banner said angrily, "HMPH, that means you got rid of them, otherwise, now that the boss Luo Bing is here, he will definitely take care of them for you, 55. Strange smiled at this, although those guys were very powerful, and he had used a lot of strength to deal with them, but he believed like Banner that as long as Luo Bing made a move, everything would be fine. Not just the two of them, but the entire Avengers was so determined. Luo Bing asked in confusion, "What kind of force is it that even you have to pay such a high price?" Strange shook his head and said with a serious look, "I don't know, it's like a small army 5.0, each of them fighting alone. The ability is very strong, and there are people who can have this kind of power in the entire universe. Absolutely not many people." "Oh, that's kind of interesting." Luo Bing pinched his chin lightly with his fingers, his eyes narrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Just from the outside, this is just a small planet that is so ordinary that it can't be any more ordinary, without any special features. If it is really like what Strange said, those people are so powerful, it is impossible for them to appear in this place for no reason. A place where birds don't shit. But they did show up, and they became almost murderous Strange's murderers. Chapter 343 The Heart of the Universe. Luo Bing frowned and thought to himself, feeling more and more strange about this matter. It is impossible for such a powerful army to appear on this small Earth-gray planet for no reason. There is only one reason for them to appear, and that is to hunt Doctor Strange, which is indeed the case. Wrong. Luo Bing's eyes widened instantly. He also thought of a possibility that he thought might be the truth. Heart of the Universe. Yes, how could he forget this treasure in the universe? You must know that Strange also came here following the trail of the Heart of the Universe, and was hunted. Then Luo Bing has every reason to believe that the mysterious army is probably also here for the Heart of the Universe, and for that treasure. As for their encounter with Strange, who has the same purpose, it is likely that they only met occasionally, and 14 wanted to kill in silence. But if both sides were fighting for the Heart of the Universe, but that army had all been killed, only Strange survived, and he couldn't detect Doctor Strange's aura in a faraway place before. When these two things are linked together, it is very able to explain certain problems. Strange, has the Heart of the Universe already in your hands? Luo Bing's words directly pointed out the crux of the whole thing. And this is exactly the goal of the Hulk and Doctor Strange team. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Strange first looked around cautiously, and after confirming that there were no eyes or ears nearby, he laughed. As expected of the boss, I guessed it as soon as I guessed it. Yes, when I came to this planet, those people had already obtained the Heart of the Universe, and they grabbed it after a lot of fighting from me, otherwise they wouldn't be so close. I work hard. Knowing that the Heart of the Universe has been obtained, Banner is also very happy, and joked. Actually, Luo Bing, the boss, already guessed that you have obtained the Heart of the Universe on the way here. Hey, I know the boss can guess it. Strange, who has always been calm, smiled, feeling a bit like a chicken thief. Such a contrast made Luo Bing smile and shook his head helplessly. Luo Bing appreciated. Strange, you have done a great job. As long as we have the Heart of the Universe, we will be one step closer to the goal of reproducing the Earth. You have made huge amounts of contribute. Doctor Strange nodded and said, the Heart of the Universe was placed into magic space by me, and I will take it out. No, Luo Bing quickly stopped him. According to legend, the Heart of the Universe is an incomplete part of Ao. Its power is quite powerful. It has the supreme power to destroy the world and turn the universe upside down. Just holding it can make the holder feel that he is everything in the universe. Thing. If this kind of heaven-defying treasure is taken out rashly, its unique aura will definitely attract the attention of various forces. As the saying goes, the truth is that every man is innocent and he is guilty. Luo Bing still knows it. Although he may not be afraid of others robbing him, it is better to have less than one thing. Who would make trouble for himself when he has nothing to do? The boss, we have already obtained the heart of the universe, is it back to the king of SK? Advertisement Banner and Strange kept their eyes on Luo Bing. Obviously, in this small team of three, the two of them knew very well that Luo Bing was the leader. Well, Luo Bing pondered a little and said, "No, you two go back first, I have other things to deal with." The two said in unison, "What is it, can we both help?" It was Peter Parker's team and I felt they were in trouble and needed me to save them. "Little Spider-Man, what's wrong with that kid, let's go too." "You?" Luo Bing gave them a funny look and joked. "You two are not badly injured, how can you help me, especially you, Strange, do you go back alone? Don't worry, the two of you must be together." Banner thought to himself, well, 99 anyway, in his opinion, as long as Luo Bing goes, Little Spider-Man and the others can be sure of their safety. In this case, bringing the two of them is indeed a burden. Strange asked suspiciously, "Boss, do I need to give you the heart of the universe first?" "No," Luo Bing shook his head and said, "I'll open a direct space gate for the two of you later that spans 5,000 light years. After returning to King SK, hand over the heart of the universe to Wanda." Wanda? 35 Strange wondered, although he was also a magician, he knew how terrible Wanda was, but he still couldn't understand, is it absolutely safe to put the heart of the universe on her? That's right. 95 seems to have seen the concerns in Dr. Strange's heart. Luo Bing said firmly, "Don't worry, on the entire SK King, except for me, the heart of the universe is the safest in her hands." Chapter 344 I want to learn, I will teach you. Strange asked in puzzlement, "Boss, I still don't understand something. Since it is the safest candidate other than you, wouldn't it be safer to hand the heart of the universe to you?" Luo Bing shook his head. Zilu refused Dr. Strange's suggestion, "I don't know when I can go back to my business. I have other considerations when I put the heart of the universe back to the base camp. You can do it first." What he thought was, the current Wanda is sprinting against the only true chaos god in the universe. If she succeeds, even his Luo Bing is probably not an opponent. That's why Luo Bing believed that Wanda's heart of the universe was the safest place to put it. Besides, maybe there was a treasure like the heart of the universe by her side, which might help her break through faster. Alright. Since Luo Bing had already given the death order, the two of them naturally had no intention of continuing to argue and obeyed obediently. "Well, since that's the case, I'll send you two back. Banner, remember to take more care of Strange." 35. "Don't worry, I understand." Open, Luo Bing flicked his wrist, gave a soft snort, and directly slashed out with a palm knife, turning into a blade that pierced Kongyu, severing the void in front of the three of them with a big hole. Immediately afterwards, the big hole turned into a gate, filled with various energy substances, and the law fragments of time and space also spread inside. It can be seen that this is a space portal with a high level. Advertisement seeing this move, Banner didn't have any special emotions. After all, he was a melee hero, and he wasn't so interested in such bells and whistles. But in comparison, Dr. Strange is completely different. As a sorcerer supreme, when a space portal of Luo Bing appeared, his eyes and attention were all placed on it. He knows very well what such a space portal means, and the power contained in it is simply breathtaking. At least at this stage, it is absolutely impossible for him to do it. This matter is not too big for Strange's impact. Strange swallowed his dry throat and said, "Boss, this space portal. I guess only Space Gem can match it." Seeing Dr. Strange's frenzied eyes, Luo Bing could see what he was thinking at a glance, smiled and said, "Haha, compared with that kind of treasure, there is still a gap, but then again, I want to learn from you, I will teach you." 5. Strange said excitedly, "Is it really possible? Great." When speaking, he even forgot that he was a seriously wounded person, and accidentally affected the wound again, causing him to grin, somewhat hideously. This time, it was Banner's turn to be envious. If nothing else, Luo Bing offered to teach Strange moves, enough to be envied by many. Luo Bing patted the two of them on the shoulders and said, "Okay, don't say more, I have to go to Valkyrie to find Deadpool and the others. I will talk about other things later, you go back first." 5. Clear. Advertisement immediately, with the help of Banner, the two stepped into the space portal, and the moment they entered, the space portal was automatically closed, as if it had never appeared. Watching the two embark on their way home, Luo Bing's aura suddenly changed, from joking just now to a sharp sword out of its scabbard. He looked up at the heights, his eyes sharp, as if he had reached the distant Valkyrie through the cosmic sea of stars. Unlike the heart of the universe, where there is no heaven-defying baby, Luo Bing's the god's telekinesis can detect what is happening there. Time is narrow, in an infinite endless loop. He couldn't help thinking in his heart, that guy in Deadpool has the regenerative healing factor, and it's hard to refresh his consciousness, and spending every day so boring with his character dreams must drive him crazy. The key is that every day is exactly the same day. If little Spider-Man and him have the same temperament before, the two chatter hadn't talked so much, promised. But now little Spider-Man's memory is reset every day, and his words may backfire and become one of Deadpool's breaking points. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect that, broken mouth Wade, you also have today. Thinking of this, even Luo Bing sighed and began to sympathize with the Deadpool guy. Luo Bing said softly, "Parker, Wade, Gwen, you guys can hold on for a while, I'll pick you up right now." After saying these words, he took the lead in a violent explosion, stepped on with his toes, and flew straight up like a cannonball. Behind him, a series of sonic booms sounded, deafening. Chapter 345 Master, we were robbed this time. Luo Bing did not choose to activate the space portal. The reason is that it took him a lot of energy to open the ultra-long distance portal for Banner and the others just now. All need to be at their peak. The second reason is that he wants to observe the universe on the road to see if there is anything suspicious. Just like what Strange said just now, the little earthy gray planet, he was very interested in the forces behind that army. The team that can discover the heart of the universe before Strange, and almost leave Strange, is definitely not a simple role. And it's not difficult to guess that their behind-the-scenes figures are probably even more powerful big shots with hands and eyes open to the sky. If there is no big shot behind the control of the 920 troops, they will definitely be difficult to support, and it will be difficult to form a climate. For this, Luo Bing is almost certain. As for what the so-called big shot is, Luo Bing also guessed some of the strengths revealed by these one-sided aspects. However, his guesses could not become reality after all, so this matter can only be temporarily put in the stomach, waiting for him to unveil the mysterious veil with his own hands one day in the future. And at the moment, in a galaxy that is tens of thousands of light years away. In the vagueness, you can see a figure sitting cross-legged. Advertisement. That figure is very huge, lying between the cosmic stars and rivers. Floating around him are the remnants of star corpses. Countless substances have been annihilated, rumbling, and the universe, Beffa, is also full of one after another crack. The power is unpredictable. And far away from him, there was a group of people in black robes standing in the universe, their heads lowered, and they said respectfully, "Master, we were robbed." A bunch of trash. Who did it? In the direction of which figure, a voice came from Yo-Yo. The voice fluctuated far and near, mysterious and mysterious, as if from the other side of the universe, across the light years. Although the voice was very calm, and there was no wave in the ancient well, those black robes were immediately frightened and sweating. They know that this is exactly the expression of their master's anger. "Lord. Master, the army that went to find the heart of the universe was wiped out. Before they died, a message came out. It seems that the Doctor Strange of Avengers did it. They also tried their best to protect the heart of the universe, although they didn't succeed, but it also seriously injured the Earth, and it is estimated that it is difficult to survive." Enough. Just as the man in black robe was eloquently absolving himself of the guilt, the figure directly reprimanded his next words, and said coldly, "Failure is failure. There is so much nonsense coming from there. Get out of your way. Right. 5. As ordered, Master." The black-robed men bowed again and left the galaxy one after another. After they left, which incomparably huge body whispered, "Avengers, nasty Avengers again, keep blocking my steps, Frieza, sooner or later I will get rid of you." Advertisement. Boom. After saying these words, ignoring the vacuum of the universe and making a bang, several planets beside Frieza exploded with a bang, turning into powder, and the power of destruction was surging. "And you, Luo Bing, I've been paying attention to you for a long time." In an unknown universe, Luo Bing is constantly traveling, and he has already crossed the speed of light, because the speed is too fast, causing terrifying explosions wherever he flies. Suddenly, Luo Bing stopped, waved his hand to hold up a light curtain, blocking his face, preventing those cosmic garbage from approaching him. Luo Bing stood proudly in this endless star sea, rubbing his nose. Inexplicably just now, he had a feeling of wanting to sneeze, as if someone was speaking ill of himself behind his back. Luo Bing murmured to himself, "I smack, what's the situation? I'm so cute, righteous, and the one who has suffered thousands of knives is talking bad about me behind my back." Some shook his head inexplicably. Luo Bing turned into a streamer again, disappeared at the end of the universe, and rushed to the narrow time. Along the way, he saw a lot of sights. Some life planets are flourishing, some life planets are dying, and some are already dilapidated, in ruins, and there is no sign of life. Looking at the scene beside him, it was like watching flowers on a horse. Luo Bing sighed and felt a sense of sympathy. Once upon a time, the Earth was so prosperous. Although the degree of civilization was relatively low, the people living on it were also very happy. But now, everything has changed, so Luo Bing is determined to recreate the original Earth. At present, they have the number 1 Dragon Ball, number 5 Dragon Ball, and number 3 Dragon Ball, but the rest are in Frieza. That guy has it in his hands. Chapter 346. I'll go crazy if you don't come thinking of that guy Frieza. Luo Bing's eyes gradually became cloudy. From beginning to end, whether it is the 616 main universe where they are located or the 1610 ultimate universe, many bad things happen, and there is this Frieza's shadow behind them. It can be said that Luo Bing once suspected that Frieza was the mastermind behind everything. Starting from the earliest Jin Bing, the villains they encountered along the way were more or less related to him. The Dragon Ball universe is related to the Marvel universe, which was originally a very crazy thing, but it is reasonable to be made by the self-proclaimed strongest emperor of the universe. In this way, the super light flight changed. While thinking, finally, Luo Bing came to the vicinity of the narrow time. From here he could see that Deadpool, little Spider-Man and they were all there below, where Deadpool lay half dead on the ground, and little Spider-Man and Gwen kept walking back and forth. Luo Bing used a 3-hooked jade riding wheel eye. A 6-pointed star appeared in his eyes, and quickly restored it, observing the mystery of this so-called time narrowness. At least from his, God's point of view, the 3 brothers and sisters in trouble are like fools, spinning around in place. In this case, the most abnormal Deadpool looks the most normal. Luo Bing's eyes were weird. He scratched his head and thought, could this be the legendary ghost hitting the wall? And at the moment is below. Deadpool said very speechlessly. I said you too, can you stop wandering around? My head will explode as I wander. 35. In front of him, Peter Parker and Gwen had lost their memories of yesterday again on a new day, and the two of them had been looking for a way out for 3 full hours. Advertisement crucially, that's how they wander around Deadpool every day. Gwen said angrily. It doesn't matter, anyway, you have self-healing ability, even if your head explodes, you can recover. That's what you said. Wade twitched the corners of his mouth, thinking that he had the self-healing ability, but the pain he received didn't diminish at all, and his head exploded. Tisk tisk tisk, how much would that be? It hurts. Wade shook his head and said, Alas, Gwen, you're really mistaking other people's heads. Cut. Gwen rolled his eyes and continued to find a way out of here with Lil Spider-Man. Peter Parker said irritably, Wade, I really don't know what you think, we are stuck here, and Gwen and I are so anxious, why are you acting like a nobody? Wade pouted and said, Although I have said this sentence many times, since you asked, I will say it again, because we are stuck in an infinite loop, and what you are doing now is all in vain. Infinite loop? What infinite loop? Please explain it to us. Seeing the eager eyes of little Spider-Man and Gwen, Deadpool knew that if he didn't say anything, he would be questioned incessantly, and he felt like shooting himself in the foot. He said angrily, Oh my god, why am I making trouble for myself again? Anyway, no matter how much I explain, they'll forget it tomorrow. Gwen asked suspiciously, Forget? Wade, what are you kidding me, how can we forget? Oh, God, I've repeated it so many times, let me rest today, and I'll tell you tomorrow if it's okay, it's the same anyway. Advertisement katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. No, you forgot, our task is to find treasures, why spend a day here in vain? Parker, maybe you don't know, we've spent more than a day here. Wade reluctantly opened his mouth, and just as he was about to explain, at least to make the day a little easier, a voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Wade, here I am, I'll get you out of here, 35-0. Hearing these familiar and unfamiliar words, Wade froze in place, his eyes widened, and he didn't forget to pat his forehead. It's strange, how did I vaguely hear the voice of Boss Luo Bing just now? Could it be that these days of torment really broke my brain? 99. Luo Bing was a little speechless outside the narrow time, and continued. Your brain is good and not bad, I am using the god's telekinesis to talk to you. Once again confirming the authenticity of the voice, Wade couldn't control his mood any longer. Boss? It's really you, oh thank God, I'll be crazy if you don't come. For Peter Parker and Gwen, at least every day is a new day, a day of hope. But it is different for him, because of the existence of the self-healing factor, his memory is not limited by the narrowness of time, and his memory will not be automatically erased, so these days are extremely tormenting for him every day. One day. Now that he finally got the voice that he had been looking forward to countless times in his heart, how could he not be excited or excited? Chapter 347 Breaking the Narrowness of Time. 1. For Wade, Luo Bing's voice is the arrival of the savior. For such an unrestrained person, being trapped in the same place for so many days is more uncomfortable than killing him. Definitely, with his ability, even if he wants to commit suicide, it is not an easy thing. Wade, don't panic, I'm out of the time limit now, you hold Parker and Gwen, I'll find a way to get you out. 9. Okay boss, don't worry, but you have to hurry up, I really don't want to stay in this place for a second. Okay, I get it. 9:20. After withdrawing the god's telekinesis voice transmission, Luo Bing's expression gradually became serious, and his powerful aura burst out, but his whole person was like a drawn sword, with an exposed edge. Luo Bing said softly, the time is narrow, it's kind of interesting. Famous is worse than meeting. At first, he didn't pay much attention to this so-called time narrowness, but today he came here in person, only to discover the particularity of this place. He keenly found that here, the space law seems to be incomplete, said Deadpool, and they have been trapped in place. Advertisement. As for the time law, it is completely broken down, like a mess, chaotic and out of shape, all kinds of wrong time intersections meet each other, but there are no rules. Just a cursory look, I know that this joint is more difficult than I imagined, and it is not so easy to break. It's a pity that Strange was seriously injured, otherwise, with his keen sense of time, he would definitely be able to find the key to the matter. No, it would be better if I had the time gem and space gem with me now, then this is the real time saving and labor saving. 35. Before he even started looking for a solution, Luo Bing had already fallen into a fantasy. In fact, if it was just him, he would have used the most powerful method to break through all methods and smashed this so-called time narrowness into shards. What other so-called law can imprison him? But the problem happened here again. Now Wade, little Spider-Man and the others are in the time narrowness. They punch down recklessly, and they will also follow the time narrowness and become fragments. Even Deadpool, who has the regenerative healing factor, will not escape the catastrophe, because now that he has the strength of the waste, if a solid fist goes down, the self-healing factor in Wade will be wiped out. Luo Bing frowned and said, "It can't be tough, I can only find a way to find the weakness of this time's narrowness." Brush. As soon as he turned around, he had circled the entire place surrounded by the narrowness of time hundreds of times. During these hundreds of laps, he observed various details, some or not, large file size and small file size, but he never found any useful clues. Damn, this is really an indestructible iron pass, it's a bit impossible to start. Luo Bing said cursingly. I don't believe it anymore, even if you are a B************* D today, I will find a way to knock it open for you. Come again. Advertisement brush. Therefore, Luo Bing began to keep observing the narrow surroundings of time. This time, he deliberately slowed down the speed a lot, and even unfolded the three-goose jade writing wheel eye throughout the whole process, paying full attention. The god's telekinesis also covered the entire area. At the bottom, Deadpool finally waited for the hope, and the energy that he had not had for several days finally came back. I saw that he finally stood up and shrugged shoulders with Peter Parker. It was an intimate relationship. Parker said suspiciously. Don't you want to lie down on the ground and can't get up, what is this for? Deadpool laughed and said, Don't worry about this for now, I said Parker, if we go out in a while, we will not die, we must celebrate it properly. Parker, how far have you and Gwen come? Having my light bulb beside you 2 these days has you delayed a lot of things. Alas, if little Spider-Man will be born later because of this incident, that must be the responsibility of my godfather. Deadpool gushed, as if trying to say everything he hadn't said these days in one go. Gwen is a girl after all, her face flushed red after hearing this, and he said, Wade, what are you talking about? We are trapped here in 5.0 now, you are making such a joke. Little Spider-Man originally listened happily, but seeing that Gwen was not very happy, he had to put up a serious face and said, Wade, Gwen is right, what situation are we in now? You have time to spare. Kung Fu is worse than living and thinking about how we get out of this place. 99. Also, Wade, why do I think you're talking weird? We're just stuck here. How can we call it a catastrophe? And also, didn't we just get here yesterday? Why do you feel like you've been here for a long time? Same. Chapter 348 Breaking Through the Narrowness of Time, 2. Wade was about to say a word when he heard little Spider-Man continue. One more thing, when did I say that you would be the godfather of little Spider-Man? Tell you. I don't hope the little Spider-Man is broken by you. Wade wanted to refute a few words at first, but after hearing this, his eyes widened and he said, Hey, Parker, this is your fault, in the entire Avengers, who else is qualified except me? Being the godfather of little Spider-Man, and also, how can you say that little Spider-Man was brought down by me? I have such a strong sense of justice, you are right. You? A sense of justice? Peter Parker squinted at Deadpool, and the meaning of those eyes was very clear. I don't believe it. You. Wade blushed instantly, and in Avengers, he could have a 14-point fight with him, except for the Guardians of Galaxy group, which was she, Stark, and little Spider-Man. Gwen didn't speak, but she could see in her eyes that she and Peter Parker were thinking the same thing. Being stared at by the eyes of the two, Wade sighed and said, Alas, you two make me too sad, but fortunately, something good happened to me today, so I'll forgive you for the time being. Peter Parker and Gwen said in unison, Good thing. What good thing? Deadpool pretended to be mysterious and said, Hey, you two will find out later. After saying that, he raised his head and glanced above the unknown, with a confident look on his face. For that person, he and the entire Avengers have always had absolute confidence that as long as that person is there, all problems will not be a problem. Deadpool looked happy at the thought that he might be out of trouble soon. Little Spider-Man and Gwen looked at each other, obviously not understanding what was happening. All of a sudden Deadpool was smoking. Advertisement. Peter Parker shook his head and said, Gwen, let's keep trying to figure it out, you know, this guy Wade has always been a lunatic. Gwen nodded approvingly and said, Well, Parker, I actually think so too. At the moment, outside the narrowness of time, Luo Bing stood quietly in the void with his hands on his back, his eyes were closed, his face was calm, and he looked like he was asleep. However, from the light radiating from every pore on his body, Luo Bing at the moment is not as calm as it seems on the surface, he is preparing to break the narrowness of time. Roar! Luo Bing let out a long sigh of turbidity, opened his eyes slowly, and vaguely, there seemed to be 2 golden lights blooming in an instant. He cast his gaze in an instant, and as his gaze reached, he only saw a golden light penetrating into the void, and disappeared in a flash. The corners of Luo Bing's mouth twitched, trusting a little bit more about the guest just now. Through thousands of studies just now, Luo Bing already has a different feeling about this limited time. Hard work is definitely not going to work. As for soft ones, Luo Bing has made some discoveries that might be feasible. The method is very simple. He compares this huge time narrowness to a glass, but this is an indestructible glass, but in an indestructible glass, there will always be a weak point. And Luo Bing's persevering investigation just now is trying to find that weak point, so that it will be defeated with one blow. Advertisement facts have proved that he seems to have successfully found the weak point judging from the golden light that burst out from his eyes just now. But these are just a conjecture in his heart after all, some theories, if theories are to become reality, they always need to be practiced. Now that we've found some cobweb tracks, let's start with you. Luo Bing unfolded the god's telekinesis, and the Wusho immortal body also radiated light, slowly reaching out a hand, wrapped in a soft power, and probed towards the place that was just discovered. This force looks soft, but it is actually soft and strong. As long as it is determined that the 920 place is the weak point of the narrow time, there must be a gap to open the entire time narrow prison. When Luo Bing's energy was close to the time limit, as expected and unexpected, when the energy just touched that place, he saw the plane rippling and the energy disappeared. It was like rippling water, and there were not too many ripples, but it did happen to him. It really worked. Seeing this situation, Luo Bing showed joy. Just from the momentary fluctuations just now, he could perceive that that place was the weak point he had been looking for. Absolutely no escape this time. As soon as he thought about it, Luo Bing no longer hesitation, and directly sent more pure energy than before, to touch the weak point, slowly but not stop corroding the structure of narrow time. Luo Bing was attentive, and his glasses stared at the place without blinking. Chapter 349. I'll say something good happened. As time passed by, every time the energy material approached the time narrowness, it was immediately absorbed and digested, and at the same time, the law power of the time narrowness also became weaker. Upon discovering this change, Luo Bing was in a happy mood. He knew that at this level, it would take no more than 2 hours at most, and the narrowness of time would be completely destroyed. Seeing that the great work was about to be completed, Luo Bing couldn't help but complained and said, "Tell me about you guys. You will really find something for me to do. If it weren't for you, I would have just punched this so-called time-limited lord. It's so much trouble to beat him up." In fact, if he had known earlier that there was no substantial danger in being trapped in a narrow time, and at most it would be boring, he would never have set the second stop to be a time narrow. You know, like the Guardians of Galaxy, or Asgard, the trouble they encounter is no less than that of little Spider-Man, and Versailles is the safest and least dangerous place in comparison. Definitely, this so-called most has nothing to do with Deadpool. I am afraid that the guy who needs to rescue himself the most is that guy. Luo Bing is not difficult to imagine. Just because that guy can't sit still, if he is trapped in the same place for several days, it is estimated that he can't hold back his madness. Especially because of the special nature of his body, he doesn't lose his memory like Peter Parker and Gwen, so for him, this is the hardest. Luo Bing recited, Deadpool, Deadpool, if it wasn't for the fact that you might not be able to last too long in a narrow time, I just turned around and left when I found it was not easy to crack the narrow time, and I would save you guys later. You must thank me well when you come out. As for little Spider-Man and Gwen, he directly ignored them. Anyway, their memories will be refreshed every day is a new day, and these two guys are still lovers. For them, this time is narrow, it's almost like a honeymoon sanctuary. Just when Luo Bing was distracted, the narrowness of time finally couldn't resist Luo Bing's erosion and completely collapsed. I didn't imagine how huge the momentum was, and the ghosts and gods were shaking. Judging from the scene alone, this was a small scene. Luo Bing said with a slight smile, "Mom, fake, I finally caught the three of you. This is enough to keep you safe for a while." Advertisement brush. After saying this, Luo Bing directly turned into a beam of light and entered the narrow time. Although strictly speaking, the place where the power of law has been destroyed can no longer be called the time narrow. And at the moment when the time was narrow and destroyed, Deadpool, little Spider-Man, Gwen and his party who were trapped inside felt something, and suddenly raised their heads and looked up. Peter Parker said suspiciously, "Gwen, did you feel it? How is it like an earthquake just now? What happened here?" Gwen was also confused, shook his head and said, "Parker, I don't know what happened just now. Is it someone intending to bomb this place?" 35. Peter Parker shook his head and said firmly, "Impossible. If it was bombing, my spider telepathy would have an effect before that, but as you can see, my spider telepathy didn't make any advance early warning. This shows that the sound of the explosion just now is not dangerous to our door." "Parker, what you said makes sense, but we have to guard against it. Let's be careful." "Yes, Gwen, I agree with you." 35. At this time, they suddenly discovered that Deadpool had revealed an extraordinary calm after the movement just now, and there seemed to be unconcealed joy beneath the calm. When things go wrong, there must be demons. You must know that these emotions are very normal for any person, but Deadpool is the only one with a big mouth. After thinking about it, Peter Parker decided to express his concerns. He said slowly, "Deadpool, do you know something? You can't be so quiet normally." 35. Deadpool smiled, pretending to be mysterious and said, "Promised. That's right, Parker, I'll just say something good happens. You still don't believe me. I won't hide it from you now. It is true that you know something. No matter what, you don't worry about, you will know it right away. Thank goodness, your memory finally doesn't have to be reset." 99. Memory. Reset. Something good happened. Something good happened. Why don't I know? Peter Parker blinked, scratched his head and said, "Wade, what the hell are you talking about? Why don't I listen to a word? I do not know." Wade whispered, "Little Spider-Man, I swear by my great-grandmother's name, and you'll know right away what I'm talking about." Chapter 350. The King of Strong Mouth. Although the time is narrow, there is a very long distance from the King of SK, but it is very coincident that there is also a moon of its own here. There are no stars tonight, only the solitary full moon is suspended above the dark sky like a curtain. Little Spider-Man Peter Parker looked at Wade strangely. Because of Wade's series of strange reactions, little Spider-Man suddenly felt that he didn't know this old friend for many years. Just when little Spider-Man wanted to continue to dig deeper, a voice suddenly rang out between the world. "Parker, how are you doing these days when time is narrow?" Peter Parker was stunned and said, This voice sounds familiar." Before he could get confused, he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head, and with the sound of, "Ouch," little Spider-Man covered the back of his head and turned to look over. 5. 13 T. TTTT. Peter Parker was just about to say a few swear words, but after seeing the person behind him clearly, 920 instantly swallowed the words that were in his throat. Luo Bing was behind him, with his hands on his back, looking at him with wicked eyes and said, "Da da da da, what a big thing, it's not good to say it in one breath." 39. Little Spider-Man scratched his head and rolled his eyes and said, big handsome guy, why are you here?" The sudden appearance of Luo Bing surprised Gwen. She knew that as long as Luo Bing arrived, they would leave the place. And because Wade knew Luo Bing's arrival for a long time, his performance was much calmer, but definitely, this calmness was only superficial calmness, as can be seen from the uncontrollable joy in the depths of his eyes. It was difficult to leave. He is also very happy in this place where birds don't poop. Advertisement. Little Spider-Man asked, "Boss, how did you know we were here? If I don't come, you will be trapped in this place." Little Spider-Man looked in disbelief. "Stuck here? How can it be so exaggerated? We've only just been stuck for a day." 99. Luo Bing shrugged and said, "I've already said it anyway, believe it or not, or you can ask Wade to see if he believes it or not." Hearing this, Deadpool nodded his head with deep approval, and it was an emotional, I believe so much." Little Spider-Man looked disdainful. "Wade, you're still a regenerative healing factor, look at you." Now that he knew that he had been rescued, Deadpool's eloquence was revealed again. Little Spider-Man, you are ashamed to say, you and Gwen are very cool, and I am a single dog. It's miserable. I watch you two show affection and spread dog food every day. The key is that Nima is still doing the same routine every day. I almost vomit." Deadpool babbled a lot and Little Spider-Man couldn't hear it clearly, but I almost vomited the last sentence, but he remembered it clearly. "Beffa, Wade, what do you mean? How can Gwen and I look at you? You speak clearly." "Hey, I won't tell you, just a little bit." As a result, the two people who had just been rescued had a fight in front of Luo Bing's eyes, and the battle was fierce. The two of them didn't think there was anything. After all, they were each other's opponents, and they often quarreled when they were in Avengers. They tried to fight for the name of a strong-mouthed king. Advertisement. However, there is a saying that is good, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Luo Bing and Gwen, who are the audience, are miserable. After only 2 minutes of listening, they feel that their heads are about to explode. Gwen couldn't help but said, "You two stop arguing, let's leave here with boss Luo Bing first." Wait until I beat him in a fight. Haha, just kidding, I haven't filmed anyone in Deadpool's mouth fight. 35. My Peter Parker's lip service was dominating the entire Queens area. I'm afraid of you. If you don't believe me, ask boss Luo Bing. 95. Then try it. Just try it. 35. So, without any accident, the two of them, killed, together again. Boss, look at what the two of them will do like this. The persuasion failed, so Gwen had no choice but to look at Luo Bing for help. Luo Bing is also a little speechless. Good guy, he came here hundreds of millions of miles, and ended up watching such a quarrel? The key is that it seems that the two of them have no intention of stopping at all, and at this level, it is estimated that they will not be able to tell the winner within a few hours. Luo Bing put his hand on his forehead and said softly, "Well, seeing you two guys, I admit that I regret it a bit." Chapter 351. Seeing the intense battle between Deadpool and Little Spider-Man, Luo Bing couldn't help but regret not going to Asgard or the Guardians of Galaxy first. You know, whether it's Deadpool or Little Spider-Man, it's the famous mouth of Avengers. If these two people are determined to decide the winner in the mouth battle, it's really not that easy to do. This is obviously a tense battle for fame. Hey Peter Parker, you'd better say a few words less or I'll let you, Aunt May, discipline you. HMPH, Aunt May won't take care of you. That's hard to say. I, Wade, have always been likable. Well, take off your mask and I'll see how flattering you are. 35. Deadpool and Peter Parker are so indistinguishable from each other, but they both quarreled with their mouths very tacitly and showed no signs of doing anything. But it's not hard to guess that this guy Wade is a regenerative healing factor. Parker definitely doesn't have the leisure and pleasure to exhaust him. As for Parker, he originally has a spider telepathy that is similar to his beast sense, can avoid danger, and has a thin body. There is explosive power in it, coupled with that agile movement technique. Wade will definitely not be able to get anything cheap if he really fights. Therefore, these two people have the same heart, and both chose the gentleman's plan to fight against each other. Moreover, the two of them's original ambition was to compete for the title of the first mouth of Avengers. For this, Luo Bing is still very satisfied. He is happy and leisurely, standing aside and enjoying this sound of heaven. Advertisement. Anyway, the breakthrough time was narrow, and it didn't take long to find the Deadpool team. Compared with the time he planned at the beginning, there was still a lot left. If that's the case, then use this extra time to watch them quarrel. Gwen tugged Luo Bing's sleeve and said weakly, "Boss, why don't you persuade them both?" To persuade them both? Why, don't you see that these two are having a good time arguing? Luo Bing shrugged, then looked at Gwen with weird eyes and said, "What's the matter? Are you afraid of Peter Parker? Are you at a loss?" Gwen hurriedly said, "No, Parker is so articulate. How could he suffer? I just think we are wasting time here." Luo Bing still looked like I knew it, and said with a wicked smile, "Oh, is that really the case? Didn't you lie to me?" "I definitely didn't lie to you. I just haven't seen Sister Sky, Sister Wanda, and Sister Lorna for a long time. I want to go back to see them earlier." When Luo Bing teased his sweetheart Little Spider-Man, Gwen blushed and couldn't find a good reason to refute, so he simply put the blame on the three of Sky. Luo Bing was about to continue joking, but when he heard Gwen shift his focus to the three women tens of thousands of light years away, Luo Bing swallowed hard when it hit his throat. Especially when he thought of Wanda, who was still sprinting for chaos, the girl's reaction when he saw him before leaving. "Brother-in-law, I like you." "Hey," Luo Bing gasped, a strange feeling spontaneously arises in his heart. Advertisement curling his lips, Luo Bing thought to himself. Gwen is right, it would be more interesting than watching two big men arguing here, and returning to SK Wangxing to see them soon after finishing the work. For flowers. Zero. No matter how bad it is, the next stop after leaving here is Asgard. Where is Hela? Thinking of Hela, Luo Bing can't help but remember when Hela was still in hell. The two of them often teamed up to open the Black Heroes League, and the warm feeling after that is what Luo Bing will never forget. Thinking about it, the corners of Luo Bing's mouth twitched up unconsciously, and there was a spring in his heart. Zero, seeing Luo Bing, who was quite normal just now, suddenly had an idiotic smile, and revealed a little bit of wretchedness. Gwen asked strangely, "Boss, what are you thinking?" Oh, it's nothing, I just suddenly felt that what you said made sense. These two guys have always been very good at talking. If you let them quarrel like this, you don't know when it will be, won't you delay a lot of things, so for the sake of considering the overall situation, I decided to stop the behavior of the two of them. Luo Bing's face was serious, and his words were sonorous and forceful, righteous words, and those who didn't know would be fooled by him. For example, Gwen, who just happened to be fooled, at the moment is looking at Luo Bing with admiration. That look is like a little fangirl. Even the little Spider-Man who was in the fierce battle, looking sideways, a little jealous. However, because there was a strong enemy, Wade staring at him, Peter Parker, who had just been distracted, was pulled back to the battlefield by the other side's mouth spit fragrance. Gwen said, as expected of the boss of Luo Bing, I knew you wouldn't waste the Avengers' affairs on these two guys, and... Chapter 352. This trick is designed to restrain the two of you. Cough cough. 39. Luo Bing coughed twice, and said without blushing and heartbeat. That's definitely, as the core leader of Avengers, the most important thing is to reproduce the Earth and maintain the peace of the universe. How can they be wasted by the two of them? 5. What he said is called a righteous person. In Luo Bing's opinion, when facing the eyes of the little girl who Gwen admires so much, even if he pretends to be calm, he still has to pretend. Sure enough, after hearing Luo Bing's brainwashing words, Gwen's eyes instantly became more respectful. Boss Luo Bing, I adore you so much. After talking too much, even Luo Bing was a little embarrassed about 920. He said quickly, okay, I understand, let's not talk about this first, I will shut up these two guys first. Well, okay. Immediately, Luo Bing slowly paced to the front of Deadpool and Peter Parker, quietly watching the war of words between the two of them. In fact, he only needs to say one sentence, with His Majesty, he can completely control these two people, and he really thinks so. However, when Luo Bing's mouth was already open and he just said a word, he suddenly stopped. Gwen whispered not far behind him, Boss, why didn't you say anything? Luo Bing raised a hand to stop Gwen, and then slowly revealed a malicious smile. Yes, he could indeed end the battle between the two in front of him with just one sentence, but that would be a bit of an anticlimactic and hastily ending. Advertisement just now, he suddenly thought that he had an ability in his hand, which ability was tailor-made to deal with people like Deadpool. Which ability is also one of the many abilities he acquired in the early days. At that time, he was regarded as useless and thought it was not suitable for use. However, in today's situation, Luo Bing suddenly thinks that he has found which ability. The real powerhouse. Luo Bing stopped her from speaking, and Gwen didn't know what Luo Bing was doing for a while, but out of his full confidence in Luo Bing, she chose to wait and see what Luo Bing wanted to do. Anyway, she knew that if she interrupted the two guys, the latter would definitely not listen to her. Zhe Xiaolun tells you to shut up. At the moment, Luo Bing suddenly pointed at Deadpool and Peter Parker and shouted, Zhe Xiaolun shut you up. Which has not been used for a long time, is used again today. Parker, listen to me. Woo woo woo. What did you say? I didn't woo woo woo. That is, at that moment, the two of them who had been arguing indissolubly before suddenly closed their mouths, but it was more appropriate to say that they were closed by force. Woo 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 woo. The two who were still talking just now can only make a humming sound. Luo Bing blew his fingers and said with satisfaction, yes, it's good to use after so long. 35. This Zhe Xiaolun told you to shut up, because now his actual increase, the ability originally from the original 5 seconds of silence has become the current silence of 1 hour. It is no accident. Advertisement not speaking for an hour should be no problem for myself or Luo Bing, but for someone like Deadpool or Peter Parker, that feeling is undoubtedly more uncomfortable than killing the two of them. Oh. Sure enough, from the whimpering and the pitiful gazes of the two of them, Luo Bing really hit them right. The sudden change made Gwen also startled, and looked at Luo Bing in surprise and said, Boss, your move is too good, the two of them will definitely be much quieter. Ha ha ha. Luo Bing said with a long laugh, I also suddenly found out that this move was designed to restrain them. 99. Woo. Woo 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 woo. Deadpool and little Spider-Man are still whimpering constantly, expressing their protests. Luo Bing waved his hand impatiently and said, okay, I'm not bothering you if your mouths are sealed. You two should just rest in place, and I'll send you back to SK Wangxing after a while. Point 35. Hearing the repairs in place, knowing that Luo Bing would not help them lift the seal of 5.0, Peter Parker chose to sit on the ground and closed his eyes. Seeing that Peter Parker compromised, the scene also quieted down. Gwen smiled and sat on the ground together. Woo! But Deadpool's reaction was more violent, constantly whining, expressing his strong dissatisfaction. Luo Bing also knows what this is for. After all, this guy is different from little Spider-Man and Gwen. He has not lost his memory, so for him, it is this familiar place. He is one point I didn't want to wait any longer. Chapter 353 Discovering Time Fragments. Oh. Deadpool kept whining, using both hands and feet, expressing his strong protest to Luo Bing. However, Luo Bing just cast a look at him. I am with you, and then there is no more. At the moment Luo Bing has put all his attention on the 10,000 miles around. Although the narrowness of time has been broken by him, he always feels that there is still an inexplicable power in this place that has not dissipated. However, it is expected that the 100-legged worm is still dead and not stiff. The time is narrow and I don't know how many billions of years it has existed. How can it be so easily removed and removed? There must be some law power left. And Luo Bing is very interested in this power of law. Luo Bing instructed. Gwen, watch the two of them, I'm exploring this place. 14 Gwen nodded and said, okay, I will be optimistic about the two of them, boss, don't worry, we will wait for you to come back. Woo, woo, woo woo, woo woo, woo woo woo, advertisement. As soon as he heard Luo Bing was leaving, Deadpool's eyes widened instantly. Even if he couldn't hear what he said, Luo Bing thought he could guess what he meant from his speechless voice. It's nothing more than, what, you want to go, my boss, you unblock me before you leave, you're almost suffocating me. Luo Bing shook his head and said, wait, just you, Zhe Xiaolun told you to shut up. This ability will be automatically lifted after an hour. I will not interfere before this, just give you a quiet opportunity, take care of it. Ooh. Deadpool was still unwilling, and wanted to impress Luo Bing to gain freedom. However, Luo Bing is already determined not to take this set, and solemnly said, look at the little Spider-Man, they say that they will be repaired in place, and there is no complaint. You are looking at you, can you learn? Good guy, it's better not to say this. As soon as he said it, Deadpool immediately blew the pot. Yes, even if his mouth was sealed, Luo Bing could guess that he was breathing fragrance. In desperation, he had to speak again. Okay, the time is tight and the task is heavy. I won't bother with you here, I'll go check it out and let's go. After saying this, Luo Bing never gave Deadpool another chance to fight for leniency. As soon as he moved his footsteps, his entire body disappeared in place, not even a single afterimage remained. The time is narrow originally on a planet, but that kind of law force is not spread throughout the week, but only limited to that radius. For this planet, the narrowness of time is a forbidden place on the planet, a minefield that outsiders can never touch. However, when Luo Bing cracked the narrowness of time, it was equivalent to unveiling the veil of this behemoth. Advertisement. The reason why he hasn't left is because Luo Bing wants to try his luck again to see if there are any treasures left here, or energy substances that can be absorbed. Luo Bing is very open to this kind of behavior that looks like picking up garbage. It doesn't matter, just be Taobao, treasure. You must know that in this kind of ruins, you might just find something that is a treasure. If you finally come here, Luo Bing doesn't want to waste this opportunity in vain. Although he always held this kind of thought, Luo Bing actually held a hopeless attitude towards it in his heart, but after he inspected it for about half an hour, he rejected this kind of thought. I'll go, there are still fragments of time law left here. Luo Bing muttered to himself, his eyes blinked, and his shocking emotions permeated. He is now standing on top of a brown low mountain, and the remnants of the world's law fragments are surrounded by him. This kind of mysterious thing may not be seen or felt, but for the opening of the three-hooked jade riding wheel, as far as Luo Bing, who has developed the god's telekinesis, is concerned, it is simply not worth mentioning. The six-pointed star spun in his eyes, and the picture in front of him was some luminous, firefly-like fragments of time, without a master and without his own consciousness. Luo Bing grinned and said, I knew this trip would not come in vain, and I found the treasure. Luo Bing rubbed his hands together, thinking about how to use these time fragments, and at the same time he was thinking about the real use of these fragments and what they could bring to him. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Bing waved his hand and said, hey, what is this all about? Since I don't know how to make the best quality products, I'll pack them all up and take them away. 35. It can be said that the decision he made is not greedy. It is no exaggeration to say that his current decision is almost equivalent to taking away the entire time in a narrow package. Chapter 354 Fragment Integratability. Although the time is narrow and time gem is still not enough to see, but there is no fear of too many good things, and can receive some surprises, Luo Bing also has no reason to refuse. In the past, there was a hazy wall of light formed by fragments of time law, which enveloped Deadpool and little Spider-Man, and the enchantment that trapped them was called time narrowness. Now that the narrowness of time has been broken, the fragments of law that constitute the narrowness of time are naturally scattered in various places, like a lonely ghost, unable to return to its roots. Luo Bing laughed and said, hey, your savior, Mr. Luo Bing is here, come with me in a weird way. Come. Luo Bing snorted softly, and slowly clenched his fists. The light of the hexagram in his eyes bloomed like a dazzling star, attracting attention. Although these laws may not be as easy to absorb as imagined, Luo Bing feels that, like this kind of good thing picked up for nothing, if you try it, there may be a chance, but if you don't bother to try it, it is really impossible. Any possibility. There are very few people who are stupid, but there are definitely not a few people who are lazy. Whoa, whoa. Luo Bing casts the immortal body without scale, and every pore on the whole body is exuding a lustrous luster. With the constant operation of the pore on his body, Luo Bing can clearly feel that the law force in this area is merging into his body in the wild. Every time you take away some law power, the corresponding law energy in this area is weakened by 1 point, and after putting those law fragments into your own body, the final stop point is not in the body. Advertisement for those time law fragments: his pore is just a passage, his physical body is just a transit station, and the final destination is the invisible and quality-less system in his body. After those law fragments entered his body, without exception, they were all absorbed by the system. This was an inexplicable feeling that only Luo Bing could feel. Upon realizing this, Luo Bing was excited, and for him, it was a surprise within a surprise. It can be said that everything he has today is inseparable from the mysterious and infinite system in his body. Without the system, there would be no Luo Bing, which he deeply agrees with. Therefore, he has been looking for a way to feed back the system, but he has never had suitable substances or energy, which made him think that either the system does not need the integrate of external energy, or the system is too picky, and there is no suitable substance at all. But how could I have imagined that the time law fragments discovered by accident when a blind cat hit a dead mouse today really has such an effect? Luo Bing grinned and said, "That's great, it's a godsend to be able to encounter this kind of good thing when you walk around a corner." Sometimes even he himself has to wonder if he is some kind of heaven's favorite, the kind of man with the aura of the protagonist. This kind of luck is simply too good. Whoa, whoa. Those law fragments that were originally invisible and intangible were invisible under Luo Bing's 3-hooked jade riding wheel eyes, like a trickle, all merged into his own body and led to the system. If this level of rapid absorption and digestion goes on, one will become less and the other will grow. Wouldn't the original narrowness of time soon be merged into one by oneself? Luo Bing said softly. Very good, very good, very good. If we continue at this speed, it will definitely be a worthwhile trip. 39. Advertisement. Although with the entry of those time law fragments, he has not yet felt any definite changes, but he believes that with the domineering of his own body, he will never let those law fragments enter and wander around in vain. DD, prompt, detect the entry of time law fragments, whether to choose to integrate autonomously. Just when Luo Bing was still thinking about the usefulness of the law fragments, the voice of the system rang in his mind. It's good to come. I really want what to come. Hearing this familiar voice, Luo Bing's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, integrate autonomously. Do you want to start now? Nonsense, it's definitely starting now. Ding. Detected time law fragments and the ability, Zhe Shaolun, to shut you up, with, Nuo Hao Hao, and, Time Traveler's Pocket Watch. The system will give priority to using these two abilities to absorb law fragments. Luo Bing nodded and said, okay, I got it, stop talking nonsense and start. Whether it's Zhe Shaolun telling you to shut up, or a pocket watch for a time traveler, these two are all about the ability of time, and time law fragments are indeed complementary to each other, so this is the most suitable. DDD. Received the host's instruction, and now starts to integrate time fragments online. During the upgrade period, please ensure contact with the host. DD. The upgrade will take about 10 minutes, and the upgrade will start now. Advertisement. Chapter 355. Ability, all-round upgrade. Time is narrow. Original address. An hour has passed, and the sealed words and chatter duo have also unsealed. Little Spider-Man said in confusion. It's strange, why we've only been sleepy here for less than a day, but I feel like I've been trapped here for a long time, and I can't get enough sleep. Gwen nodded in agreement and said, yes, I also feel this way. I just feel exhausted, as if I have been tired for many days. Deadpool rolled his eyes aside, and thought to himself, nonsense, you two have been trapped here for many days, and you still doubt, eh? Little Spider-Man asked suspiciously, Wade, why do you seem okay? Why are we both so tired? Deadpool stretched casually and said innocently, maybe it's because I was sleeping when you two were tired. Peter Parker and Gwen looked at each other and nodded. Judging from Deadpool's lazy character, it's really possible. Forget it, I'm really sleepy. Boss Luo Bing doesn't know when he'll be back, so I'll just continue to sleep. Little Spider-Man stretched out, lying on the ground, and fell asleep. Gwen shook his head helplessly, but thinking that when the boss left, let them wait for him here in peace, and now there seems to be no other better choice than sleeping. Parker, I remember Mr. Stark put a miniature bed in your steel spider suit, take it out, I'm sleepy too. Yes, I forgot if you didn't say it. Gwen is still smart, he. Peter Parker slapped his forehead, gently pressed the button, and a foldable double bed was instantly laid, Beffa, on the ground. Parker said in surprise, it's great Gwen, it's still a double bed, we can all rest well. Advertisement. Deadpool said lazily on the side, hey, I said, do you two think that I don't exist, in broad daylight, and then you are going to sleep in the same bed in front of me, can you worry about my feelings? Gwen was already shy, but at the moment when he heard Wade's teasing words, he blushed as if he could drip blood. Wade, what are you talking about? I'm here alone, you two go to the other side. Little Spider-Man said with a bitter face. I'm going too, look at this double bed. Gwen pouted, you too. Okay, I'll go. As a result, Deadpool and Little Spider-Man reluctantly ran to the far back, looking at Peter Parker's eyes, wishing to cut Deadpool into pieces. Wade, can't you be honest, what are you talking about? Hey, what's the matter, do you blame me for breaking your good deeds? What do you say? Oh, well, I can only admit it to you. In fact, I did it on purpose. You too. Shui Fenghua, could it be that you let me be a light bulb by the side? Wade. I'm going to fight you to the death. Fight to the death? Is it mouth or fist? Two-pronged approach. Both come. 39. DDD. The upgrade will take about 10 minutes, and the upgrade starts now. Advertisement. After the system prompt sounded, Luo Bing simply sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, as steady as a rock. With each of his roar inhalations, there is a dense aura wandering beyond the breath, and the holy light blooms, just like a play sitting and turning into a soaring. This is inseparable from his original Wushu immortal physique. Most of the people in Avengers are rich people relying on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. As a Huxia, he relies on cultivation. Definitely, more important than cultivation is naturally the hegemonic system in his body. So the current Luo Bing is the same, the ability is upgraded in the background, and you have nothing to do, so let's polish your own immortal body. System, check the progress of other exercises that are currently on hook. DDD, receive the instruction, ding, God-level exercises. 9 paths divine dragon art training progress is 99%, the stars change, and the 9 flames and different fires are all 70%. Okay, got it. 35 Luo Bing thought about it for a while. 99% of the 9 paths divine dragon art has been practiced, which is good news for him. I believe it won't be long before he can use it. Tisk tisk tisk, God-level exercises, the power must be terrifying, and I am a little excited when I think about it. As for the other God-level exercises, the progress was slightly slower, at only 70%, but Luo Bing was not discouraged. Just when Luo Bing was distracted, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. DD, prompt, the current integration progress of the time law fragment is 100%, and it has been fully absorbed. The ability is the all-round upgrade is successful, whether the host chooses to view it. Brush. Luo Bing opened his eyes abruptly. There was an indescribable joy in his eyes, almost without any hesitation, and he made a command reply in his heart. Check. Chapter 356. The system you tricked me, check. Luo Bing licked his dry lips and looked excited. Just kidding, I've been thinking about the time law fragments finally integrate successfully. What are you waiting for if you don't check it at this time? Ding. The ability, Zhe Shaolun to shut you up, has been upgraded from the original 1-hour silence to a 24-hour silence. 2. 24 hours. Luo Bing opened his mouth wide, which was a surprise. I went for it, this is too domineering. It changed from the original 1-hour ban to 24 hours. He originally thought that after the upgrade, the length of the ban would be doubled, but he never expected that this time it will be a full 24 times. Goo. Luo Bing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At the moment the thousands of words in his heart turned into only one word, cow. Luo Bing suddenly asked, what about the other power, the one that absorbed integrate, isn't it 2 powers? Zhe Shaolun tells you to shut up. Time Traveler's Pocket Watch. These 2 abilities belong to the time system, and now Zhe Shaolun's shut up your mouth has been greatly improved, which makes Luo Bing look forward to the latter also bigger, much. After all, in terms of practicality, Zhe Shaolun can only silence others when you shut up. The practicality is not great, far less than the latter, that is, when dealing with people like Deadpool, Little Spider-Man, Star-Lord, She Stark, etc. it works. But if it is really put into actual combat, I believe that he does not need to use his abilities, and the enemy probably does not have the intention to talk to him. Advertisement. But the pocket watch of the time traveler is different. In the true sense, this is a domineering ability that can change time and interfere with causality. The role involved is not clear in a few words. But there is one thing that can be guessed. In the past, this ability could only manipulate the time difference of 5 minutes before and after, which was already very incredible. If it could turn him 24 times like Zhe Shaolun told you to shut up, wouldn't it be? Hey. Thinking of this, Luo Bing couldn't help laughing. It was a flower blooming brilliantly. He couldn't wait to say, System, tell me how the time traveler's pocket watch is upgraded. 35. DDD. Reply to the host. The current upgrade progress of time traveler's pocket watch is 100%, from the original 5-minute time difference before and after the operation to a 6-minute time difference before and after the operation. 6 minutes. Luo Bing froze in place, doubting whether he heard it wrong. He scratched his ears, and asked again uncertainly. 6 minutes. System, are you sure you are not mistaken? Ding. Does the host need to confirm the upgrade information? Confirm. Ding. Time Traveler's Pocket Watch has been upgraded from a 5-minute time difference before and after manipulation to a 6-minute time difference before and after manipulation. Confirmed. 35. Hearing the confirmation message again, Luo Bing pursed the corners of his mouth, took a deep breath, and made a smile that he thought was very friendly. System, your uncle, play me. DDD. The system has not yet developed a lying function. Luo Bing asked tentatively. In 6 minutes, the co-authoring has been improved by 1 minute. I said that you were too hard on the system. Can you add more? Advertisement katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot 0. The system's reply was very straightforward. Reply to the host, no. I wiped it. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly, and he was really whimsical about bargaining with a system that was indifferent and emotionless. So Luo Bing stayed where he was, thinking about it, and it took him half an hour to figure it out. Also as his own view, Zhe Xiaolun's role in shutting you up is a bit tasteless, so it is relatively cheap, and it is naturally generous to improve. On the other hand, the time traveler's pocket watch has a more domineering function, and the conditions required for upgrade are more demanding, so naturally it is stingy. A lot, and it only improves for a short minute. However, Luo Bing also figured it out clearly. Since it is so difficult to manipulate the time, it is not bad to be able to increase it by 1 minute. After all, an inch of money cannot buy an inch of time, and 1 minute can be the key to victory in many cases. For example, in a battle, every second is changing rapidly, and 1 minute is enough to change the situation of the battle. For example, when playing League of Legends, if our crystals can resist an extra minute of attack, it must be a headache for the enemy. For example, when he was in Hell's moist red lips, if he could hold on for 1 more minute, even if it was just a short minute, would the happiness be doubled? Cough, I seem to have gone astray. Thinking of this, Luo Bing hurriedly coughed twice, pulled himself out of his thoughts, looked around with a guilty conscience, and made sure that no one else was peeking at his expression before returning to normal. Chapter 357 Departure, Asgard. Roar. Luo Bing took a deep breath, suppressed his evil fire, his expression was calm, and his precious appearance was solemn. Those who didn't know it thought he had attained enlightenment and became a Buddha. Luo Bing thought to himself, well, I am a gentleman, how can I think about those messy things at such a critical moment? This is not good, this is not good. 35. But the more he didn't think about it, the more he couldn't control himself to think in that direction. After a while, some kind of faint heat swept through his body. Wake up, can't think about it anymore. At the critical moment, Luo Bing used the god's telekinesis very simply to make himself back to normal again. 933. But it's just returning to normal. It can't be talked about when he has few desires, definitely. From the bottom of his heart, as a normal and healthy man, he doesn't want to be quiet. Now that he has accepted the fact that the power upgrade has been completed, Luo Bing stood up and thought silently in his heart. Asgard is better for the next stop. I really miss the little girl Hela. To be able to call Queen Roar Asgard a little girl so naturally, apart from Odin, it is estimated that he is the only one. At the moment in the distant Asgard, Queen Hela wears a light green robe, which outlines her exquisite body at the beginning, as if she has a natural extravagance. Ah! Suddenly sneezing, Hela rubbed the tip of her nose strangely, but her mind was already drifting away, towards the man she hadn't seen for a long time. Hey, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Captain Marvel patted Hela on the shoulder, startling her. Advertisement, Hela said angrily. You startled me. I was thinking, what's the situation on SK Wang Xing's side? Carol laughed badly. Oh, are you sure you're not thinking about Luo Bing? Hela rolled her eyes and said, I'm just wondering what happened to Luo Bing. The old lady is standing upright. In other words, ordinary girls would blush when they were teased like this, but Hela did the opposite, which was in line with her usual carefree and eclectic personality. If it weren't for this character, she wouldn't have been able to tease Luo Bing in hell. Carol teased. You just want a man when you see it, and you are a good sister if you have the courage to admit it. Hela, Carol, and Wanda are the 3 strongest women around Luo Bing. Among them, Wanda has a relatively quiet personality, and Hela and Carol are truly female men. There is not only one sun in the vast universe, on the contrary, every independent galaxy has such a luminous planet similar to the sun, giving light to billions of beings. The current time of Luo Bing and others is narrow. Naturally, the sun always rises slowly from the east and sets slowly from the west, and it is the sunset time. Luo Bing stood up, stretched his waist, and stopped to watch the sunset in the distance. The slanted sun radiated not very dazzling, but a very soft golden light, shining on his face. If you look at it from the side, Luo Bing's face seems to be plated with gold, full of light and hope. The next moment, the footsteps just lifted, and when they landed again, they were in front of Deadpool and little Spider-Man. After arriving, Luo Bing was the first to be stunned. Between the two of them, they scuffled on the ground. The scene was indecent. More importantly, the 2 brothers were fighting and shouting at the same time. Parker, I have the patience for you. Do you want to be real? Advertisement, don't think I'm afraid of you, Wade. Your regenerative healing factor is true, but I don't believe you don't hurt. Hey, my temper. Luo Bing shook his head, knowing in his heart that the 2 were just joking. Otherwise Wade was an excellent mercenary back then, and little Spider-Man was famous for his agile fighting methods. He said lightly, I said you too, have you had enough trouble? Boss? As soon as they heard this voice, the 2 who were fighting instantly made a clever gesture and stood up immediately. Hey, boss, you can count, we are bored waiting for you, so warm up. Parker, are you right? Wade smirked, elbowing Parker. Parker, who just reacted, said quickly, ah, right, that's how things are. Luo Bing waved his hand and said, come on, you 2 fight each other every 3 days. I've been used to it since 5.0. Why is it only the 2 of you? Gwen, go and call Gwen over to clean up and prepare, out of here. Peter Parker volunteered. Okay, Gwen is resting over there, I'm going to call her over. Okay, go ahead. As soon as he heard leaving here, Deadpool cheered up and said, get out of here. Oh god, that's great, I've been thinking about getting out of this shit all the time these days. Boss, where are we going? 35. Luo Bing looked at the setting sun in the distant sky, smiled and said, next stop, start, Asgard. Chapter 358 Time Management Master Luo Bing's tone was firm, slow and solemn. He just stood there, as if a vast mountain lay across, and every word and deed carried a kind of charm, which could make people convince. This is the unique charisma of a leader. The time law fragment has been absorbed by his integrate. Zhe Xiaolun's 2 abilities to shut you up in the time traveler's pocket watch have also been successfully upgraded, and he still misses Hela. From any angle, at the moment is the time to leave the narrowness of time. Asgard, boss, what about us? You are definitely going back to SK Wangxing. Deadpool asked nervously. What? Boss, can you take me to Asgard as well, which is the legendary god's domain? I heard that there are countless fine wines that have been around for thousands of years. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and said, co-authoring for a long time, you want to go over for a drink? Wade immediately said righteously. Boss, how can you say that? My main purpose is to help you in the past, drink or something, just take it along. Oh, is that really the case? Advertisement. Luo Bing glanced at him. Obviously he didn't believe it very much. Who didn't know that Deadpool liked beautiful women and wine the most? So he took him to Asgard, didn't he take a worm? Deadpool nodded. Really, definitely true. I would like to guarantee the happiness of my brother Peter Parker for the rest of his life. All that I said is true. When he said these words, the angry voice of little Spider-Man came from far away. Damn Wade, why don't you guarantee your happiness for the rest of your life? Soon, Peter Parker came over with Gwen. Gwen looked like he had just woken up. His hair was a little messy, and more importantly, his clothes were still a little disheveled. Luo Bing and Wade looked at each other, both looking at Peter Parker strangely. The meaning in those eyes couldn't be more obvious. Did you do something bad just now? Deadpool smiled meanly. As expected of my good brother, taking advantage of the time I talked to the boss to do things. I can't imagine that you are still a master of time management. Being stared at by 2 people like this, Parker felt a little hairy, especially how the time management master sounded weird. But he immediately thought about the meaning of those 2 pairs of eyes and hurriedly said, Boss, you have to believe that I didn't do anything just now. Besides, even if I want to do it, just do it. The time doesn't match my Spider-Man's fitness either. What did you say, Parker? Gwen pinched little Spider-Man angrily, turning his face into a red apple. Whoops. Gwen is a female Spider-Man after all, and her strength is not blowing. This time, even Parker is in pain, and obediently shuts his mouth and does not speak. Luo Bing laughed twice and said, ha ha ha, come on, I'm just teasing you, don't be so nervous. Advertisement. After this little episode, the atmosphere of the team became much more active. Luo Bing put away his smile and said, since you guys have escaped from the narrowness of time, then we should leave here. My arrangement is as follows. Divide in 2 ways. I will go to Asgard, the 3 of you will go back to Kingstar, and when everything is settled, we will also meet there. For this proposal, little Spider-Man and Gwen are naturally meaningless, but Deadpool still said, Boss, you can take me to Asgard. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and said, it's not impossible for me to take you to Asgard, but you have to give me a few reasons to satisfy me. Well, let me think about it. Think about it quickly, I'll give you half a minute. Luo Bing waved his hand and looked at Deadpool with a light smile. In fact, he already had some plans in his mind. After a while, Wade said, Boss, I have 3 reasons, 933. Luo Bing was also a little surprised. Oh, you only thought of 3 in such a short time? Let's hear it. So, Wade cleared his throat and said, this is the first one, it's for your sake, boss, think about it, it's so far away from Asgard, how boring it would be if you didn't talk to anyone along the way, and I Deadpool, you can question my ability to fight, but never question my ability to chat. Little Spider-Man stuck out his tongue behind his back, thinking to himself, if I didn't need to accompany Gwen back to SK King, I must compete with you for this candidate to go to Asgard. How about it, boss, is my first reason okay? Luo Bing thought for a while. What Deadpool said had a bit of truth. He was a little bored on the road from nowhere with a narrow time, so he nodded and said, okay, let's assume your first reason is valid. Go ahead and talk about the first 2. 9 Chapter 359 Asgard's Ticket. Cough cough. Deadpool cleared his throat and said again, as for this second reason, it's still for the sake of the boss. 99. Luo Bing said with a smile, oh, or because of me. Let's hear it. 35. He wanted to see what new tricks this fellow Wade could come up with. It's such a boss, you think. It is said that Carol and the others have not been able to find Bifrost in Asgard, so it can be seen that Bifrost is not so easy to find. Luo Bing said angrily, isn't what you said nonsense, it's so easy to find it. Boss, after listening to me, there is always a great danger hidden behind the rare treasure, you take me there. I have the regenerative healing factor, if there is any thunder, just let me drain it. When he said this, Wade raised his chest and raised his head with a high-spirited temperament, as if his whole body was radiating light. As soon as these words came out, not only Luo Bing, but also Spider-Man, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but look at him. Parker said with a look of surprise, Wade, I didn't expect you to be such an a-hole, so you can still have this kind of awareness? I'm impressed by you. Wade proudly said, that's natural, after all, it's for Avengers, for the Earth, and for the whole universe. As a superhero, Deadpool, I have a duty. This is naturally very beautiful, but Luo Bing rolled his eyes secretly. As an anti-hero, Deadpool is fine to let him contribute to the universe within his power, but let him get out of his life for any righteousness. A bit unrealistic. Advertisement. Alas, Deadpool, doesn't he really want to give up so much for some good wine, or is he for the beauty of Asgard? Well, it must be for this reason. Luo Bing nodded secretly, thinking that his guess was one step closer to the truth. Luo Bing curled his lips and said, I'm moved by you when you say it so righteously. Listening to you, the first two reasons are all for my sake. Is it possible that you don't have some selfishness? Deadpool took a deep breath and said solemnly, really, the third reason is, boss, you take me away quickly, with these two guys every day, the taste of the light bulb is really bad. At the end, Wade cried with a face, which is called a miserable. Pissed. Hearing this, Gwen couldn't help laughing and almost laughed. It was the first time she had seen the always cheeky Deadpool have such a posture. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly, but he believed that this third reason was Deadpool's ultimate goal and the most convincing reason for him. After all, the feeling of being a light bulb is not very pleasant, who knows, let alone a guy like Deadpool who has always been swinging. Letting him watch others flirt with love in front of him is more uncomfortable than killing him. Advertisement. Luo Bing nodded and said, okay, since all three of your reasons are reasonable, especially the last one, which comes from the bottom of your heart, then I'll take you to Asgard this time. Deadpool said in surprise. Really, that's great. Luo Bing warned Wade, but I have to say it first. When you get to Asgard, just don't make trouble for me. You have to know that when you get there, Gila and Carol can take care of you without me doing anything. That's nature, that's nature. Deadpool nodded hurriedly. He didn't want to provoke those two terrifying women, just thinking about it gave people a creepy feeling. Luo Bing smiled, sorry that Deadpool didn't have the courage. Gila and Carol had already reached the strength of level Godfather, and even had the strength of level Single Universe with all their strength. Although his Surpasser is almighty universe level in the name, his real strength is still far behind, and it is not so easy to get benefits against those two women, let alone Deadpool. Parker, since that's the case, you and Gwen should go to SK Wangsheng first, we'll split up, Deadpool and I will go to Asgard, and finally we'll be reuniting. Nuo good. Okay boss. Parker and Gwen both nodded and had no objection. The spacecraft they were driving had been destroyed for some reason, so Luo Bing opened a space portal and sent Parker and Gwen out of here, just like sending Hulk and Strange away. After sending off the two of Parker, Luo Bing clapped his hands and said, Wade, congratulations on getting the ferry ticket to Asgard, shall we go too? Hey, alright. Wade was in a particularly good mood when he finally had to leave the narrowness of time and go to Asgard, the god's realm that he wanted to see. Chapter 360. Annoying Deadpool. Luo Bing asked, tell me, do you want to use the space portal like Parker and the others, or do you want me to take you across the sea of stars in the universe? Deadpool said without hesitation. Naturally it's the second one, and you can enjoy the scenery along the way. Luo Bing nodded. If you still have some taste, then the second one, it's not too late, let's go too. When he left from the narrow time, Luo Bing had a smile on his face, and Wade, who was next to him, was also beaming, muttering that he had finally left this group of spider lovers, and he would not be a light bulb in the future, and so on. Discourse. Luo Bing shook his head as he listened to it. He chose Asgard as his next stop because of the selfishness of meeting Gila. He followed him, and it was nothing more than the light bulb of Parker Gwen to him and Gila. I don't know what to be happy about. All the way to flight, Deadpool can't fly, so Luo Bing dragged his arm and took him to fly. Fortunately, Luo Bing is too powerful, otherwise it would be thousands of light years away, and it would be too early to replace it with someone else's arm. It's scrapped. Deadpool is worthy of being a chatter, some are not, and there is no such thing as a moment's rest. It was a long journey. At the beginning, Luo Bing was able to chat with him patiently. He felt that it was good to have someone talking by his side, but after an hour, Luo Bing's face gradually sank. Boss, I really envy you. You are handsome, you are liked by women, and you are surrounded by a peerless beauty. Boss, let me interview you. Personally, do you think Gila, Sky or Lorna has the best figure? Oh, yes, I always think that Lorna's sister Scarlet Witch is also interested in you. What do you think? Actually, Wanda is very good looking and has a good figure. The only drawback is that she is too powerful. If you quarrel and fight that day, it is not necessarily who will suffer. Tell me, I miss Vanessa a little bit, Deadpool's girlfriend. Luo Bing took a deep breath and said, Wade, I know you can talk very well, but can you be quieter? Advertisement. Boss, don't you forget it, my duty is to relieve your boredom. Then I'll let you know now that you can leave work early, okay? Wade gritted his teeth and said, that's fine, now I'll use my personal identity, and we can chat. Luo Bing said helplessly. Wade, where did you learn these two words, the standard Huxia Northeast style? I still miss it. I learned it when I went to Washaw on a mission. Boss, if you want to listen, I have learned a lot. You don't have to, just shut up and take a break. Rest? Why do you have to rest? I'm not tired. Boss, are you tired? Then stop talking. I'm talking, and you can just listen. Boss, why are you really not talking? Well, it seems that you are really tired. Deadpool, has anyone ever said you're annoying, Beffa? After thinking about it, Deadpool said, there are some, but most of them were solved by my double swords. Luo Bing said with a lifeless expression, have you brought your knife? Give me a second chance? Boss, don't make trouble, how dare I? Besides, your body is stronger than adamantium, how can I cut it? Advertisement. Well, since you don't do it, then I will do it. The two stopped in the void. Luo Bing let go of Deadpool, geared up, and looked at him with a smirk. Gouda. Deadpool swallowed hard, and being stared at by Luo Bing made him more or less hairy, as if being stared at by a prehistoric beast. Wade gave a bitter face, and made a smile that was uglier than crying. Old boss, why are you looking at me with this kind of eyes? It's a little cautious. Let's hurry up and continue on our way. Sister Hila will be later. It's time to wait. Luo Bing patted his shoulder with a smile and said, it's alright. She's been waiting for me to disappear for 8 years, and it's not too long after that. It also makes sense, so what are we doing now? Repairing in place? Wade asked tentatively, although from Luo Bing's few words, he had already guessed something. Hey. 33 Luo Bing waved his hand and said, it's not enough to repair in place. It's better to hurry up early for this unmanned star, but before I hurry, I have to do one thing first. 55. What's the matter? Luo Bing laughed. Hey, do you really want to know? I'll tell you now. Zhe Xiaolun told you to shut up. 99. Call out. I saw that Luo Bing kept popping up in the air, and a ray of light sank into Deadpool's heart. In an instant, the ability, Zhe Xiaolun to shut you up, was activated. Deadpool just wanted to ask for mercy, but he was already saying every word, not coming out. Woohoo, woohoo, Wade whimpered silently, expressing his protest. Chapter 361 Let Heimdall come to see me. Seeing at a glance what Deadpool wanted to say, Luo Bing said with a smile. The protest is ineffective. From now on, until you reach Asgard, you should just keep your mouth shut. After the integration of time law fragments, the ability Zhe Xiaolun to shut you up has sublimated 24 times from the original 1-hour silence to the current 24 hours, a whole day. So Luo Bing doesn't have to worry, Deadpool will suddenly speak before reaching Asgard. Woo, woo, woo. Okay Wade, save your energy. When you get to Asgard, there are countless delicious food and wine waiting for you. Then I will dig out Thor's father's wine cellar for you. Luo Bing spoke up, stopping Deadpool's pointless protest. Deadpool also saw that his protest was ineffective, so he could only keep his mouth shut, swearing in his heart that Asgard would eat a ton of shit to compensate himself. So, the two continued on their way. Finally, I don't know how long it took, Luo Bing and Deadpool slowly slowed down after a long super light flight. Luo Bing squinted his eyes, and in front of him he could vaguely see a huge amount of continents, quietly floating in the sea of stars in the universe, as if eternal and immortal. Seeing this continent that made him think about it, Luo Bing couldn't help laughing, and said softly, great, it's finally here. Woohoo! Deadpool also nodded excitedly, with tears in his eyes. Advertisement. It's not that he has any special feelings for Asgard, it's purely because Luo Bing's speed was too fast along the way, and roared past, making his eyes more or less overwhelmed. Luo Bing patted him on the shoulder and said, don't whimper, you will soon taste the taste of thousands of years of fine wine. Walk. After saying this, Luo Bing dragged Wade and set off again. The two of them were in front of Asgard before the sound could fall. The golden brilliance shone on a large group of palace buildings made of pure gold, covering the entire city with a layer of gold paint, which looked like a dream, almost unreal. Luxury, nobility, supremacy, majesty. These words that symbolize respect are used in this world without exaggeration. Because this is Asgard, the realm of Aesir, the resting place of the gods, the core of the entire galaxy, but everyone knows that his power spreads far beyond one galaxy. Luo Bing came to a spherical building. He knew that this was Midgard, which was equivalent to the gate of Asgard. If he wanted to enter the Aesir god realm, this was the only way to go. You two stop. Who? Luo Bing had just entered Midgard with Deadpool when he was surrounded by a group of Protoss guards with spears and halberds. All of them looked at the two of them with bad eyes. Luo Bing smiled and said, don't be nervous, my name is Luo Bing, I'm all my own. The leading Protoss guard thought for a while and said, Luo Bing. Who is Luo Bing? We've never heard of it. Dared to trespass into the Aesir god realm and say, what are you doing? Advertisement. Clang clang. Suddenly, a cold light flickered, and the blades of various weapons had already pointed at Luo Bing and Deadpool. From their point of view, the fact that two humans ran to Asgard for no reason was a very alarming thing, especially the guy who wore a red leather jacket and could only, woohoo, non-stop. It didn't look like anything. Normal people. If Deadpool knew what they were thinking at the moment, Deadpool would have greeted their family with Majafok cordially, and then used a pair of knives to exhale for his red leather jacket. Luo Bing obviously did not expect the scene in front of him. He was stunned on the spot for a while, smiling lightly, and didn't speak for a while. After all, these guards are the people of Thor and Hela. In a sense, they and Deadpool are indeed trespassing. It is normal to be intercepted, and it is impossible for them to actually do it. What made him curious was that, as the man of Asgard Queen Hela and Thor's brother-in-law, these guards shouldn't have heard of him. Seeing that Luo Bing did not respond, the guards immediately felt that they were being despised and said angrily, ask you guys, why don't you talk? Thinking of the only possibility, Luo Bing smiled slightly and said, if my guess is right, the brothers should all be new here, right? Huh? How do you know? Several God Realm guards looked at each other, very unclear. Luo Bing smiled slightly, thinking that he guessed right. These few people are new, so they don't know him. He opened his mouth and said, if that's the case, I'm afraid your leader, Heimdall, will come to see me. End. Chapter 362 VIP Guests of God's Domain. Heimdall? You even know Lord Heimdall? Who are you, and how do you know so much about our Aesir Protoss? Hearing Luo Bing mention that name, the Protoss guards present suddenly became uneasy. The four words Heimdall have immeasurable prestige for every Protoss guard. It can be said that for them, this name is the existence of faith. second only to the father of god Odin, even Thor and Hela all slightly less. Seeing that the golden signboard of Heimdall was really useful, Luo Bing said with a smile. Heimdall is my friend. Ju San. You can just tell him about a guest from far away named Luo Bing, just see him if you want. 99. Several Protoss guards looked at each other and nodded, and immediately a guard left. It seemed to be the notification. It's no wonder that the other party will look for Heimdall as soon as he opens his mouth. Whether it is what he said or not, he must pay enough attention. After all, it is better to believe this kind of thing, not to believe it is not, in case it really has something to do, and they offend them, but when they come back, they can't eat it. But before the guard who went to report took 2 steps, a voice sounded. No need, I'm already here. The voice fell, and I saw a tall man walking towards Midgard's door. He was dark-skinned, wearing a golden armor, holding a giant sword. Seeing the man, the Protoss guards hurriedly bowed and saluted. Respected guardian god Heimdall, you are here. Heimdall came over in time, and Luo Bing was not surprised at all. After all, this man possessed the eye of Heimdall, claiming to be able to see all movements in the 9 realms. It would be strange if he could not perceive his own arrival. Advertisement at the same time, he was also secretly surprised in his heart. Heimdall, a know-it-all, seems to be a little stronger after a long time. It can be said that in the whole Asgard, apart from Odin, who has been exiled and ascended by himself, there are Thor and Hela, the patron saint of Asgard. Yeah. Heimdall nodded, then waved his hand again and said, you all leave, these 2 are my friends and friends of Her Majesty the Queen, and now I will personally receive them. As ordered. The guards saluted again, and then left respectfully. Before leaving, they glanced at Luo Bing with some dread, and felt regret in their hearts, for fear that they had offended this distinguished guest by accident. To be a friend of Her Majesty, to be received by Heimdall himself, not a VIP or what? After the guards left, Heimdall nodded and said, Mr. Luo, you are here. Her Majesty is always thinking of you. 99. Luo Bing smiled and said, yes, I miss her often too. Heimdall looked at Deadpool beside Luo Bing again and asked, who is this? Luo Bing said, ow, he is also from Avengers, come with me this time. Woo. Deadpool also nodded, showing kindness to the tall and mighty man. I'll go, forget about this matter. Luo Bing then realized that the effect of Jie Shaolun's ability to shut you up is still there. He was busy dealing with those Protoss guards just now, but he forgot to release Deadpool for a while. Receive, advertisement. Luo Bing followed his words, hooked his fingers, and a beam of light flew out from Wade's eyebrows and disappeared into the palm of his hand. Wade, who lifted the seal, sighed. Oh, this terrible experience, I just don't want to endure the second time. No, the third time, I can finally speak, this feeling is really cool. After that, he looked at Heimdall, he smiled and said, dude, you are so tall and mighty, do you have a girlfriend? If not, I can introduce one for you. No, I appreciate your kindness, but no need to thank you. Heimdall's face turned even darker, and he understood why Luo Bing wanted to seal this man's mouth. It's such a pity. Wade shook his head and sighed, a look of pity. Luo Bing said lightly on the side, Wade, do you still want to feel the feeling of being banned? Hi. As soon as these words came out, Deadpool got goosebumps all over at day 5.0, his hair stood on end, and he shook his head like a rattle. I don't want to kill me either. If you don't want to, then shut up. Okay. Wade really shut his mouth obediently, but looking at his wandering eyes, he knew that he was not so calm, and he must have planned to indulge after leaving Luo Bing later. Luo Bing, who understood Deadpool's little juju, didn't break him, but was rather relieved. It seems that this guy really didn't stay in the Washa Kingdom for nothing, and the reason why a hero does not suffer immediate losses is clear. Chapter 363. You also know to come to see the old lady. Shaking his head and turning his attention away from the strange man in red leather, Heimdall looked at Luo Bing again and said, I'll take you to see Your Majesty now, and Miss Carol, my friend from Avengers, too, there. Luo Bing suddenly asked, by the way, Heimdall, I'm here, does Hela know? She doesn't know yet. Midgard is my guard, and I came here as soon as I found you, and I didn't have time to tell her. Luo Bing shook his head and said, then you don't have to take me there, you tell me where she is, and I'll go find her myself. Long time no see. Luo Bing, who has never been very romantic, also wanted to surprise Hela. Heimdall nodded and said, okay, she and Miss Carol are in the Sky Garden behind Asgard. You take this and you won't be hindered by anything along the way. A 14 gold token was thrown over. Luo Bing caught it and looked at it. After the token was handed, it was as warm as jade, with the Asgard logo engraved on it, exuding divine power. Luo Bing thought to himself that this should be something similar to a pass, which could indeed save himself a lot of trouble, and nodded, but there was no need to refuse. Thanks, Heimdall. Heimdall said without being humble or arrogant. Mr. Luo is serious. Your contribution to Asgard and the 9 realms is definitely worthy of the status of Asgard's guest. Wade said weakly from the side. Boss, you are going to Zhaobashang to be newly married, what about me? 39. Huh? Luo Bing glanced at him, and was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak anymore. Advertisement. Luo Bing feigned angrily and said, looking at your potential, I didn't say that you should be banned from speaking, but I was amazed at your Huxley language skills, which is not bad. Deadpool sneered and said, it's all taught by the boss. Heimdall, who is also Avengers' capable man, has just finished his mission, let him relax in Asgard. Heimdall gave Deadpool a peculiar look, evidently not comprehending what important mission this sloppy fellow was capable of. But since Luo Bing has spoken, he definitely has no reason to refuse, and similarly threw a token to Deadpool. With this token, you can go to Asgard's leisure and entertainment venues as you like, and the wine and food are also the best. 5. God opened his eyes. This is amazing. Wade held the golden token in his hand and smiled happily, just like holding his own happiness. Luo Bing shook his head and smiled. Look at how hopeless you are. However, he had to admit that, in a sense, that token was indeed his happiness later. Asgard, Aesir God realm, the technology, life level, and civilization here are far more than the earth. Correspondingly, the food, drink and entertainment here are extremely luxurious. Here, it is also the paradise in human mouth. Afterwards, Wade hopped on an airship, looking for his happiness. Luo Bing did not choose the airship prepared for him, but went to the back garden of Asgard by himself. Unless there is a festival, it is relatively deserted, only the royal family can enter, and the current Asgard, Odin and Frigga, the mother of the gods, have all passed away. Thor has gone to the Guardians of Galaxy. Loki is missing. The only royal family is Hela. Advertisement with Luo Bing's original. It is not difficult to enter the back garden without being noticed. After Luo Bing came, the first person he saw was Captain Marvel Carol. After seeing Luo Bing, Carol was obviously surprised and said with a smile, "Mr. Luo, long time no see." As the level godfather, Carol can be regarded as the strongest person in the universe. You must know that the original Odin was just like that. But when she saw Luo Bing, it still gave her an unfathomable feeling, which made her secretly guess what level Luo Bing was. Luo Bing nodded in greeting. "Yeah, long time no see. How come you were the only one here, Hela?" Just as Carol was about to speak 933, she saw the beautiful figure not far behind Luo Bing, couldn't help smiling, gave Luo Bing a look, and left consciously. She doesn't have the feeling when the light bulb looks at other people's affection. She didn't have it before, doesn't have it now, and never will. Luo Bing received a reminder from Carol, and his own the god's telekinesis also sensed someone coming from behind, and shook his head helplessly. Really, as the dignified queen of Asgard, I also like to play this mentally retarded game. Although he also understands that he is the only one who can make Hela behave like a little woman. While Luo Bing was thinking about it, a hand suddenly clapped on his back, and at the same time, a voice sounded. "I haven't seen you for so many years. Do you know how to come to see my mother?" 35. Mother? Luo Bing twitched the corners of his mouth, his eyes strange. Okay, he has to admit that his fantasies just now were purely for one's own amusement, and it seems a little difficult to make Hela look like a little woman. Chapter 364. Accepting you as a skirt minister. Feeling the slightly warm palms of the younger generation, Luo Bing pursed his lips and said, "You little girls film, one bite of an old lady, is it that you need to clean up again?" Although Hela is thousands of years older than him, he doesn't find it strange at all to call Roar Hela a little girl. He didn't think so, and neither did Hela. A voice came from behind. "Yes, I just need to clean up. Today I want you to clean up and clean up me." When he said the last sentence, Luo Bing could clearly feel Hela's body leaning forward, and the voice sounded in his ear, with heat. In particular, the sudden pressure on his back made Luo Bing roar suck for a while, feeling a nameless flame in his body restlessly, like the eve of the eruption of a volcanic crater, as if he was about to rush out of his body. Oh my god, who can resist this? Luo Bing shuddered and turned around quickly, facing Hela. Looking at this, Luo Bing's eyes were straightened. Today's Hela, very beautiful, very beautiful. She is still wearing a green robe that matches her temperament. Hela has a hot figure, and after the outline of the robe, her curves are even more exposed. Between her beautiful eyes and longing, she is quite seductive. Just looking at it makes people almost uncontrollable. What's the matter? I'm stunned. Is this Wang Mei? Hela raised the corner of her mouth and looked at Luo Bing seductively. Luo Bing, almost without thinking, subconsciously said, "Beautiful, so beautiful." Advertisement. Hearing the praise from her sweetheart made Hela very useful. The corners of her mouth twitched, and her heart couldn't be more joyful. She felt a sense of accomplishment even more than when she and Odin joined forces to fight against the 9 realms. Hela said with satisfaction, "If you have a little vision, when night falls, this king will accept you as a servant." Being teased unscrupulously by Hela all the time, Luo Bing was also a little embarrassed, and pretended to say fiercely, "Can you figure out one thing? I am a man and you are a woman." Hela said casually, "Then what do you want to say?" "I mean, I attack, you suffer, ha ha, ha ha ha." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Hela burst into laughter. Her laughter trembled, and tears almost came out. "Hey, Luo Bing, can you figure out one thing? You were in hell back then. When, you don't forget who was the first attack, eh?" Hela also raised her eyebrows in a demonstrative manner, and the smug little eyes really made Luo Bing crooked. Indeed, every time he thinks about the experience of hell, Luo Bing has a feeling of shame, that is, where he was molested for the first time in his life, that is, where's the first time in his life. Luo Bing took a deep breath and said, "Hela, it seems that you have forgotten the fear of being dominated by the power identification technique, 95. Powerful identification technique? What is that?" Hela frowned, very puzzled. "Well, it seems that you really forgot. Well, now I'll help you recall it." After all, Luo Bing looked at Hela with ill will, with that look more or less wretched, more gloating. Hela asked nervously, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Advertisement. I don't know why, when Hila saw Luo Bing's look, he felt a familiar feeling, and behind that familiar feeling, a bit of resistance and fear from the depths of his soul increased. What are the eyes that can make you feel this strange? Gradually, just this atmosphere made Hila feel uneasy. She said awkwardly, Luo Bing, can you stop looking at this king with this kind of eyes? Aw no, it's a slave. Hey, now I know. I'm afraid. It's too late. The expert appraisal technique. Brush. Luo Bing's eyes shot a beam of light, which directly penetrated into Hela's lower abdomen. After a while, Hela's stomach swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ability, power identification technique. As long as you actuate and stare at someone who is pregnant, you can make the other party feel the pain of childbirth for half an hour. Luo Bing wrapped his arms around his hands, the corners of his mouth twitched, and said with a playful smile, well, what does my eyes mean when I think of it now? Hila, who finally reacted, knew how, came over and exclaimed, ah, stinky Luo Bing, bad Luo Bing, you use this trick again, I hate you. Luo Bing pretended to be sad and said, oh, hate it if you hate it, who made you the dignified Queen Asgard, who you want to hate is not a matter of your words. After that, he frantically pursed the corners of his mouth, worried that he would accidentally laugh out loud. I still remember that when the two met for the first time in hell, Luo Bing used this trick to subdue the rebellious Hila. Even though it has been many years since at the moment, it is still effective when used. The power identification technique seems to be a natural restraint against Hila, which makes Luo Bing very successful. Chapter 365. The ability to ignore the level. Hila said pitifully, Luo Bing, Lord Luo Bing, please let me go this time, okay? 39. It was definitely not her intention to say these words, but Hila was really panicked when she saw her belly growing bigger and rounder like a small ball. Hila, who has experienced the power identification technique more than once, understands that it is not scary to have a bigger belly. The scary thing is that at this level, she will soon experience the second stage, the arrival of childbirth. That is the most terrifying and deadly thing. Even though he has the strength of level Godfather now, she still shudders every time she thinks of that kind of pain. Boss Luo Bing, dear Luo Bing, the most handsome guy in the galaxy, brother Luo Bing. At the end of the call, Hila even called out Luo Bing's brother Roar. Listening to these various names Roar made Luo Bing very useful, and his face was full of smiles. Hila was already about to cry but had no tears. She said in a panic, hey, my dear, don't just laugh, it's about to be the pain's turn, and you can remove this power for me. 35. These are 933. Luo Bing blinked, shrugged and said innocently, it seems that you haven't used it for so many years, you really forgot many settings of the powerhouse identification technique. One of these is that once the powerhouse identification technique is used, it cannot be terminated unless the opponent has experienced it for half an hour. Hila blinked, and after a moment said through gritted teeth, Luo Bing, I hate you. This voice was so loud that even Carol, who was outside Asgard, could vaguely hear it. She turned around and glanced in the direction of the back garden with a confused face, obviously not understanding what Luo Bing and Hila were doing. Carol shook his head and said, tisk tisk tisk, love is the most troublesome thing, I still continue to play cats. 35. Advertisement. Luckily, Hila removed all of Asgard's guards and servants when she learned that Luo Bing was coming, otherwise it would have greatly damaged the majesty of her queen. Seeing Hila like this, Luo Bing was also a little embarrassed, and he said, just hold on, half an hour will pass, soon. Hila gritted her teeth and said with a pale face, soon, you'll know if it's fast if you try it. At this time, the pain of childbirth had already begun, and it swept through Hela's whole body in an instant. From the inside out, it was a hysteria. Luo Bing scratched his head and said puzzledly, no, when you were in hell, I clearly remember that your ability to endure the power identification technique has been greatly improved, why is it so painful? Hila panted, bullshit, it's been 8 years since you disappeared. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. I have long since recovered my ability to bear the pain of childbirth. 39. She felt incredible when she said this. Back then, her ability was sealed by Odin in hell, so she felt a lot of pain. But now that she has regained her strength long ago, and has reached a new level, how to face this powerhouse appraisal technique is still the same feeling. Evil sect, it is simply too wicked. In Hela's view, this is simply an ability that can ignore the level, and it is absolutely invulnerable. Hila gritted her teeth and said, oh, it hurts my mother to death. It can be seen that in the face of childbirth, which is known as the #1 pain in the world, whether you are the queen of the divine realm, or a rural woman planting rice in the ground, all living beings are equal. Advertisement. Luo Bing took the time and said, keep going, you will succeed in the challenge in 5 minutes. Challenge your uncle. Hela's eyes were fierce, and she had the heart to eat Luo Bing. In her hand, the armrest of the seed she was holding had turned into powder in this hand that even Mjolnir could crush. Luo Bing smiled embarrassedly. He also knew that his shot was a bit heavy, so he was a little embarrassed. 5 minutes later, Hila slumped on a chair and said weakly, Luo Bing, wait for me to relax, I must fight to the death with you. 35. Hila, who had just endured the pain of childbirth, was pale, with beads of sweat still on her face, and her noble dark green robes looked a lot messy. Luo Bing rubbed her temples and hair, and said softly, I was wrong, okay, you have a good rest. Hila said fiercely, HMPH, don't think this simple comfort is over, this is never over. After all, she is also the queen of the Aesir god realm. She usually enjoys the worship of the 9 realms. Anyone who sees her should respectfully call out "Dear Lady Queen." Apart from the original hell, where has she suffered such grievances today? The most important thing is that the same man gave her an experience. Gila has a love-hate relationship with Luo Bing. Definitely, love must be far greater than hate. Chapter 366 Dinner. Oh. Then tell me, how can I forgive me? Seeing Hela's determined look, Luo Bing rolled his eyes, and slowly pressed his body towards Gila. The corners of his mouth twitched, his eyes wickedly charming, yet he had such a distinctive charm. Soft is not good, he can only be hard. You, what do you want to do? Looking at the handsome cheeks that were getting closer and closer to her, Gila was a little flustered, and Roar involuntarily sucked heavily. At the same time, in the deepest part of her heart, there is still a little expectation. Aware of his own thoughts, Hela's face flushed, and he scolded himself for being useless. Feeling the softness in his arms, and the fragrance that lingers between his nostrils, Luo Bing was a little intoxicated. He smiled evilly and said, "Can't you guess what I want to do? 35. You too." At this time, Carol, who wanted to find out, came over, just saw this scene, and was stunned in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Get up. Even if Gila is rebellious and bold, she has to restrain herself when Carol is present. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, she has always been the queen adult. Advertisement. Seeing Carol, Luo Bing straightened his clothes calmly, as if nothing had happened just now. Cough cough. Carol coughed a little embarrassedly and said, "It's my fault, I just wanted to inform the two of you that dinner is coming, but I didn't expect." In the second half of the sentence, Carol didn't say it. What she wanted to say was that he didn't expect that in the broad daylight, the bright sky, Luo Bing and Gila couldn't wait for night to fall. The point is, looking at Hela's half-assistance, it doesn't seem to contradict at all. Has she forgotten that she is still the queen of Asgard? This made Carol have to sigh. A woman who is carried away by love is really scary. At this time, Luo Bing snorted and said, "Sorry, there is a saying in Daxia, called Xiaobi wins the newly married. Anyway, that's what it means, you can understand it yourself. Little goodbye, better than the newlyweds." Carol repeated this sentence in lame Huxley language, obviously not understanding what it meant. As night fell, the dinner began. The banquet was set in a hall next to Asgard. There was a pillar with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Everywhere was a symbol of splendor and luxury. Because of the arrival of the distinguished guest Luo Bing, today's dinner was extraordinarily grand, with a variety of delicacies dazzling, and the aroma of wine wafting throughout the hall, which was refreshing. And those who can be present are all the famous people in Asgard today, such as the goddess of harvest, Sif, the god of light, Balder, the god of darkness, Hodel, the god of truth and justice, Verseti, and many other famous gods. Definitely, the guardian god Heimdall didn't come. The more joyful the time when Asgard's defense was slack. As the god of door of Asgard, Heimdall still sticks to Midgard at this moment. Far away, Luo Bing saw Deadpool, whom he had not seen for a long time. This guy seemed to be doing well, surrounded by several Protoss women, some pouring wine for him, some eating for him. It was a treat. Advertisement. And this guy himself did not live up to this scene. He blushed and had a thick neck, and he didn't forget to wipe his hands. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. 0. Fortunately, as a Protoss, those women have seen all kinds of races, beautiful and ugly, so it is not surprising for Deadpool's hornet's nest-like face, but he just regards him as some ugly-looking race. If Deadpool knew what they were thinking, I'm afraid they wouldn't be as happy as they are now. Luo Bing thought about it and gave up the idea of going to fight with Deadpool. Roar. This guy has been trapped in a limited time for 1,000 years, and it is estimated that he has already been driven crazy. Now he can indulge. Following Luo Bing's eyes, Gila squinted beside him and said, "What are you looking at? Do you want me to call some Protoss women to serve you?" Luo Bing blurted out subconsciously, "It's good to be brave," but immediately, he reacted and shut his mouth quickly, watching Hela's reaction. Sure enough, Gila sneered at the corner of his mouth and whispered, "Believe it or not, I will put all those women to death tomorrow." Luo Bing was taken aback by the truth of these words, and he realized that, as the goddess of death, Hela's chilling aura has never weakened, it's just that it's different in front of him. Luo Bing hurriedly laughed again. "Hey, I'm joking, you don't want to harm the innocent." HMPH. Gila rolled her eyes and said, "I'll let them go today when I'm happy and come over for a drink." Luo Bing shrugged and said, "Since Her Majesty the Queen has spoken, she will accompany her to the end." Gila beckoned, and immediately two graceful women brought 2 cups of fine wine over 1,000 years, and the wonderful fragrance could be smelled from far away. Chapter 367. A quarter of the heart of the universe. In the palace, there are singing and swallowing dances everywhere, like a fairyland. No, to be precise, this is the Aesir god realm. Deadpool is still drunk and dead, and Carol goes to a corner and gorges on something. Luo Bing took a sip of the wine and said cheerfully, "Good wine. This wine is much more delicious than those Italian red wines. It is indeed the realm of Aesir. The quality of the wine is far beyond the comparison of the earth." Gila said in an inaudible voice from the side, "Drink, drink slowly, and let this king serve you well after the dinner." Cough cough. Hearing this, Luo Bing took a sip. Ju San woke up most of the time, wiped his cold sweat, looked around, and thought that fortunately this girl's voice was quiet and no one else could hear it. At the moment, there was the god of poetry, Bulagi, reciting on the stage. Ah, my dear friend from far away, to our Asgard, here is the center of the 9 realms. Ruled by Her Majesty Hela, generations will be strong. Hearing this, Luo Bing curled his lips and muttered to himself, as expected of the god of poetry, the kung fu of flattery is so unparalleled. Your Majesty, Mr. Lo, goddess of strength, slewed toast you a glass of wine, 99. Okay, happy drinking. Your Majesty, Mr. Lo, Verseti, the god of truth and justice, toasts you with a glass of wine. Advertisement, okay, eat and drink. All kinds of gods are interacting and entertaining. From time to time, people come to toast to Hela and Luo Bing. Luo Bing's Hela and the others are also open to comers, and they will follow one by one. Definitely, more people are watching from a distance. Most of them have never seen Luo Bing. At the moment they saw Hela standing with the human man. They seem to be very close. They are all guessing that the two are what relationship. Luo Bing looked at the wineglass in his hand and shook his head. If he was allowed to go to a nightclub, it would be fine, but this kind of entertainment is more than joy, and he is not very interested. Sensing Luo Bing's emotions, Hela asked, if you don't like it, I'll let them all leave. Luo Bing shook his head and said, that's not necessary. You must have been exhausted looking for Bifrost all the time. It is best to take this opportunity to let everyone relax. Hela frowned and said, speaking of this Bifrost. Hey. Luo Bing reached out his hand to stop her next words, drank the wine in one gulp, smiled and said, I'm just happy today, I'm here anyway. I'm definitely trying to solve this matter, I'll tell you the truth. Say, I have obtained the heart of the universe, and I am afraid that I will not be able to find Bifrost. It is not too late to talk about those things tomorrow. Bifrost was originally used as a channel connecting Midgard and Asgard, and it was also an artifact sent to the 9 realms. Its value was no less than the space gem, but now it has disappeared, so they can only communicate with airships. Regarding this matter, Luo Bing had a rough plan for a long time. As an artifact under the gem's Dallin system, the heart of the universe is an incomplete part of Ao. Legend has it that a complete heart of the universe can even reshape the universe. The power is quite powerful. Although Luo Bing's hand is only a quarter of the heart of the universe, it should not be underestimated. I believe that using this artifact as a seal, we should be able to find clues about Bifrost. Advertisement gathering the heart of the universe is also Luo Bing's goal. After all, most of the Dragon Balls are in Frieza's hands. It is unlikely that he wants to gather the Dragon Balls to reshape the Earth, and the heart of the universe is his second plan. Definitely, these are all Luo Bing's future plans for the time being, and the most urgent task is to find Bifrost. As long as there is Bifrost, the communication between them will be much easier. If Frieza's Legion came to kill again that day, with Bifrost, Guardians of Galaxy, King Star, Asgard, and other members of the Avengers from other places, it would be easier to assemble. It can be said that Bifrost is a strategic weapon, and it is an urgent matter to have this weapon. Really, you have obtained the heart of the universe? Hela said in surprise, hearing the news. Her mood was much better, and the wine in her hand seemed to be much more mellow than before. You're right, Luo Bing is here, and her confidence has risen all of a sudden. Do you still need to work hard for Bifrost? So, Hela smiled. She was also ready to enjoy the fun of being a little woman behind the back of 5.0. Luo Bing smiled and said, don't get too excited, it's only a quarter. As for the other 3 quarters, I have traveled through most of the universe, and I haven't found any traces of many galaxies, so I'll have to look for them later. This is also the reason why he chose to fly autonomously, regardless of whether he went to a nameless place or a limited time, and did not use the space portal. He was unwilling to give up any chance to find the heart of the universe. Hela said with a smile. A quarter of the heart of the universe is already a treasure, there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. Chapter 368. Knowing that Luo Bing owns a quarter of the heart of the universe, Hela smiled happily. The heart of the universe is one of the most precious treasures in the entire universe. With this treasure, you will be able to discover Bifrost's traces. Luo Bing said amusingly. Look at your shining eyes, you look like a little money fan, how can you still look like the queen of Acer God's domain? Hela pouted and said, cut, I am happy. Luo Bing suddenly said, but then again, I heard that there is a treasure trove under Asgard, all the spoils that you and Odin obtained when you fought in the 9 realms. It has collected all kinds of treasures from the 9 realms, and it is dazzling. Countless, why do you still look like you have never seen the world? Speaking of that, Hela immediately said with a look of disgust. There are quite a few, but there are not many that I like. There are not many, it means that 14 still has your eye. Yes, like the original Tesseract, with the space gem hidden in it, and the flame giant Serta's helmet, but that glove from Thanos is rubbish to me. 35. Hela pouted and said with a look of disgust, with his strength, he would definitely not take Thanos in his eyes. When Thanos launched the Infinity War, there was a reason why he was not there. And what she disdained even more was that Thanos himself was not that powerful, and only relied entirely on external forces, so he was simply not worthy of being a strong man. Luo Bing joked. Yes, Her Majesty's eyes are higher than the top, and the Infinity Gauntlet is not in her eyes. That is something that ordinary people like me can understand. Hela gave Luo Bing a roll of eyes and said, don't make fun of me here. With 3 of the 7 Dragon Balls and a quarter of the heart of the universe, this property is much stronger than Asgard. Advertisement. Luo Bing grinned and said, yes, I don't even know that I am so rich unless you say it. Che, compliment you, you are still in heaven. Hiccup, boss, so you are here. At this moment, Deadpool came over drunkenly, held Luo Bing's shoulder, took a drink and said, Boss, this place is so wonderful, it must be heaven. Please go back and tell little Spider-Man that I'm not going back. Smelling the pungent smell of wine, Gila frowned and said, this is the friend you brought here. I heard that he has self-healing ability? Luo Bing pinched his nose and said, that's right, it's this alcoholic. Although he has the self-healing ability, he doesn't have the ability to automatically sober up. Boss, what are you talking about? Why can't I hear a single word clearly? You have to remember what I said. I'm now. Hiccup. 33 Wade was dazed, only feeling that all the dazzling children were in front of him. Star. Luo Bing said without a smile. You still remember Parker when you drink like this? You are really in love with him. I don't understand, right? I'll help you sober up. What? Parker. What? Wine. Luo Bing said word by word. Zhe, Xiao, Lun, Rang, you, close. My mother. Before he could say the last word, Deadpool exclaimed, jumping all over the place, taking a few steps back, and he woke up 7 or 8 times out of 10. Luo Bing jokingly said, how is it, sober up, advertisement? Deadpool hurriedly nodded and said, wake up, completely awake this time. After several encounters, Deadpool has had a deep fear of Zhe Xiaolun's ability to shut you up. As long as you hear it, it's a reaction from the depths of your soul. After seeing the current situation clearly, Wade really wanted to slap himself with 2 big mouths. He couldn't run away after drinking too much. How could he go to Luo Bing to be a drunken madman? It's not that he can't find happiness for himself. Luo Bing said angrily, when you wake up, just stay there, don't bother me here. Okay. Deadpool waited for 933's words, and hurriedly ran away like smearing oil on the soles of his feet. Gila finally couldn't help but said, what did you say to him just now? What is Zhe Xiaolun? Why is he so afraid? Luo Bing smiled and said, it's nothing, it's just my unique trick to sober up. Gila pouted and said, come on, I don't believe it, it must be similar to that powerhouse appraisal technique, and it's some kind of immoral and unethical trick. 35. Luo Bing thought for a while, nodded in agreement, and said, if you say that, it's pretty much the same. One thing falls into another. The ability, Zhe Xiaolun, to shut you up, is designed to restrain Deadpool and Lil Spider-Man, Star-Lord, and She Stark and other types of chatter. And the ability, Power Identification Technique, is simply Hela's nightmare. Similarly, it also has huge amounts of lethality to other women. What's even more frightening is that the Power Identification Technique is a gender-neutral ability that can kill both men and women. Chapter 369 Carol's 3 glasses of wine at the dinner party. People from all walks of life kept toasting Luo Bing. Those who knew the origin of Luo Bing's identity were naturally very enthusiastic. The fact that someone is Her Majesty's sweetheart is enough to make all the gods rush. And those who don't know the origin of Luo Bing can get in this way. This is not a fool, just seeing Luo Bing standing so close to Her Majesty, and there are various other people fawning in the past. All kinds of phenomena, even if they can guess with their butts, Luo Bing is definitely a noble person worthy of their fawn. Mr. Luo, it's really hard to come to Asgard for thousands of miles, come and have a few more drinks. Mr. Luo, I believe that no matter in Asgard or damned on Earth, men who can drink must be warriors, can you give me a face? Speaking of warriors, there is a tradition in our Asgard that guests from afar are well-deserved warriors as long as they drink 10 glasses of wine in a row. Is Mr. Luo interested in challenging it? For these polite remarks, Luo Bing also always refused to come, and toasted one by one with a smile on his face, who didn't know they thought they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Luo Bing laughed and said, haha, Luo Bing, came here to thank you all for your care, and it's all for my face. There's no reason not to drink it, but it's okay to drink 10 glasses of wine. I don't want to come in vertically, go out sideways. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Luo Bing's joking words, everyone burst into laughter, creating a joyous atmosphere. Advertisement Deadpool, who was driven to the distance by Luo Bing, looked at this side secretly, and said to himself, Shay, let me drink less, I think you are having a good time too. 99. At first, seeing that Luo Bing didn't want to participate in this kind of entertainment, Hila was going to order the show to end early, but now that Luo Bing was handling it like a duck to water, she put away the idea and stood by to watch the game. At this time, Captain Marvel Carroll, who had been drinking quietly in the corner, came over, raised the glass in his hand and said, Mr. Luo, let's drink one for the two of us. Luo Bing said helplessly, you two come to join in the fun, okay, just drink. It can be said that in the entire Avengers, apart from himself, the top fighting power is nothing more than a few people. Thor, Hulk, Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch Wanda, and then there is the Captain Marvel Carroll in front of him. Definitely, Hela doesn't technically count, her relationship with the Avengers is entirely due to chance having his reasons. And in these first-tier teams, Carol's combat power is definitely among the best. At this stage, only Thor and Wanda can compete with her. For this kind of general, Luo Bing should give absolutely no less attention. So, this time Luo Bing was very aggressive, and it was just 3 drinks in a row. Carol asked puzzledly, Mr. Luo, what do you mean, do I need 3 drinks too? Advertisement Luo Bing smiled, shook his head and smiled. You definitely don't need it, every one of these 3 glasses of wine I drink has a reason. Carol said curiously. The reason? What reason? Then I'll have to listen carefully. 35. Hela was also attracted to her attention, and she was calm and listened attentively by the side. Luo Bing smiled and slowly began to explain. This first glass of wine doesn't mean much, it's entirely because we two old friends, the old fighters haven't seen each other for a long time, and we just decided to have a drink. Carol raised her eyebrows and said, of course, definitely, that's why I came to you. Ha ha ha. Luo Bing laughed twice and continued. As for the second one, I want to thank you. Thank me? What does this mean? Carol frowned, obviously not knowing what direction Luo Bing suddenly said, thank you. Luo Bing sighed and said, this thank you is for me personally, and what I mean on behalf of our Avengers, and also for Chili Pepper and Morgan, you can stay here and work hard to find Bifrost, and do it for the league. After so many things, when, Nuo how, at the beginning you saved Stark whose life was on the line, no matter which one, I should thank you well. 35. Hearing this, the smile on Carol's face was also solemnly replaced, and she said with a serious face, if you thank me for these, then I will not appreciate it, because it is completely unnecessary. I am also a member of Avengers, you can don't forget, Nick Fury was inspired by me to form Avengers. Speaking of this, you are still a later one. Luo Bing laughed at himself and said, yeah, although I am the leader of Avengers now, but in detail, you are still a senior, but I am a little ignorant of praise. Ha ha ha. Advertisement chapter 370 Carol escapes. Don't say that. Facts have proved that Avengers is the most correct choice in your hands. You can lead us. Whether it's Nick Fury, Captain America or me, it's far inferior to you. Hearing these words, Luo Bing felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his nose and said, it's praised and praised. It's because everyone praises me that I can have the status I am today. Come on, I'm no longer humble with you here. Let's go back to what you said just now. It's really unnecessary. You listen to me and tell you slowly. 35. Number 1. You said I'd stay in Asgard to find Bifrost, which is what I should do, if not for Avengers, but for Earth, so you can't thank me. Secondly, although Stark and I are not too familiar with each other, since I met him, we will definitely save him, even if that person is not Stark. Besides, he and I are both members of the 933 Avengers, so it should be possible to help you. There is no need to thank me. Luo Bing thought for a while, then shook his head helplessly and said, okay, then do what you say. Good. 33 Carol took a sip of the glass of wine and asked, there's a third one, I'm curious, what is that? Luo Bing glanced at Hela next to him, smiled and said, the third one is still thank you, this thank you is just for you on my own behalf. Carol said with a look of surprise, oh, I'm more interested in this. Hela also looked at Luo Bing, wanting to see what else he had to say. Advertisement, third, I want to thank you for staying by Hela's side during my absence, otherwise she would look like a queen. But Thor and Loki are not by her side, it must be special lonely, fortunate to have you. Listening to Luo Bing's gentle words, Hela's face turned red all of a sudden, with a look of surprise, obviously unable to believe that such gentle words could come out of Luo Bing's mouth. In fact, it's not just Hela, even Luo Bing himself can't believe that he can say such nasty words. Carol, on the other hand, was stuck in the same place, her mouth widened, and she didn't know what to say for a while. In her heart now, there are 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past Roar, and she is being forcibly fed a bowl of dog food. For a while, Carol remembered that primordial devourer, and it was more comfortable to stay with it, at least all he saw were cat food, nothing was inexplicable, and he had to eat dog food. However, Carol said with a smile on his face, you are wrong, it's good to be here with Hela, every time the two of us fight, Hela's strength is stronger than me, and it can make me I have gained a lot of insights, but I should thank Hela. However, at this time, Hela's whole mind was focused on what Luo Bing said just now, Beffa, and he didn't pay attention to what Carol said for a while. Luo Bing shook his finger in front of her and asked, Hela, a sports girl, what are you thinking about? Hela hurriedly said, oh, nothing, I was just thinking, I can't think of it, you guy will say two nice things. Advertisement, what's so strange about this? Luo Bing was speechless. Could it be that he was usually venomous every day? Upon seeing this, Carol hurriedly seized the opportunity and said, in that case, the two of you will chat first, and I'll go over there to see. After saying this, she turned her head and left, not giving Luo Bing and Hela a chance to stay, and kept mumbling to herself as she left. Carol, tell me, it's not good to drink alone in any corner. Well, if you have to come over to eat dog food, it's comfortable now. Looking at Captain Marvel's escape-like back, Luo Bing asked suspiciously, what's the situation? Did I say something wrong? Hela said, no, what you just said was very good, it's the best thing you've said since hell. At this time, the banquet was also coming to an end, and from time to time, scattered people came to apologize and leave early. Luo Bing glanced at it and found that the Deadpool guy really didn't take his words to heart. After a while, he was so drunk that he was lying on the thigh of a Protoss woman, and he didn't know if he was really drunk, it's still installed. Hela and Luo Bing looked at each other, knowing that it was almost time to end the dinner. After all, although the tranquility before the storm is beautiful, people can also use this moment of tranquility to revel, but no matter what, they can't stop the storm from coming, and they still have to plan ahead. Starting tomorrow, Luo Bing will also focus on finding Bifrost. But he also knew that he couldn't be in a hurry, even if he had a quarter of the heart of the universe, he wouldn't dare to say that it was foolproof. Bifrost was not a common thing, and he still had to pay more attention. Chapter 371 The Attraction Between Artifacts. Hela said loudly, everyone, let's end today's dinner here. As the people of Asgard, we still have to focus more on finding Bifrost. Everyone waited and said in unison, I will obey the Queen's orders. At this time, Versetti, the god of truth and justice, said, "Your Majesty, since this Mr. Luo can help us find the lost Bifrost, how about I suggest that you give a toast to Mr. Luo at the end?" 35. Suddenly, a group of people shouted in unison, "Agree, agree." Luo Bing looked like he had a premonition, smiled politely and said, "Since you are so kindly invited, I have no reason to refuse, then let's have another drink, let's go." Okay. Mr. Luo really hurts. Fast, after all, a group of people drank the wine in their hands, and they all approached the edge of sleepwalking. In this regard, Hila also smiled, looking at the picture in front of her, smiling from the bottom of her heart. One side is her people, the other side is her favorite people. This feeling is very good. When the dinner party was over, Hila dragged Luo Bing directly to her room. As soon as she entered the door, Hila pursed her delicate red lips, looked at Luo Bing provocatively and said, "I'm full, start looking for Bifrost tomorrow, what about now?" Seeing this, Luo Bing was almost awake, but he was still pretending to be asleep, and pretended to be in a daze. Now it's definitely time to sleep and rest. Sleep, okay, then you don't change your clothes, change. Advertisement, roar, roar. Before Hila could finish her words, she found that Luo Bing had already fallen asleep, and Roar's purring started. Hila said angrily, "Roar, roar. HMPH, this stinky Luo Bing, knowing that you and I haven't seen each other for so long, and drinking so much wine, is it on purpose?" So, it was a peaceful and safe night for Luo Bing. The next day. The scorching sun is like fire, the scorching sun is in the sky, Asgard's position is closer to the sun, and the landscape he sees is very different from what he saw on Earth at the beginning, and it has a unique flavor. Roar. Luo Bing bathed in the sun and stretched out, perhaps because he hadn't had a good rest for a long time. He slept very sweetly this night, and his muscles were relaxed a lot. At this moment, a voice sounded behind him, "I slept well last night." Luo Bing, who knew who was behind him, didn't turn his head and said with a smile, "Well, it's all right." Hila said again, "HMPH, don't think that the old lady doesn't know that you weren't drunk at all last night." Luo Bing said embarrassedly, What are you talking about? I don't understand why." Advertisement up to now, we can only implement the strategy of refusing to admit it. Hila said nonchalantly. "Pretend, just keep pretending, it's alright, I don't care, anyway. Bifrost has been missing for too long, it's definitely not that easy to find, you don't want to leave in a short time, you were exhausted yesterday. Let go of you, there will be time later." Luo Bing quickly changed the subject and said, "I thought about Bifrost again and felt that the previous method of using the heart of the universe was completely feasible. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. 0. Hila nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too." At the beginning, Thanos really wanted to get the heart of the universe, but there was no progress, and then he took the second place to search for gems. It can be seen that the energy of the heart of the universe is definitely stronger than we imagined, even stronger. I don't know if Hila was really changed by him or if he thought about this, Luo Bing also said. In this case, we will hold a meeting immediately, with the heart of the universe as the core, to formulate a plan to find Bifrost. 35. Agree. Who do the participants invite? After thinking about it, Luo Bing said, "Well, it's useless to have too many people involved in this matter. I think it's just you and me, Carol, and Heimdall." The three of them didn't say anything, but they came for Bifrost. When it comes to tracking and monitoring, Heimdall is definitely the best among the 9 realms, even Luo Bing and the others are far behind, and Bifrost has always been in charge of Heimdall before, and now it is absolutely necessary to invite him to the meeting. Hila was a little puzzled. It's a good choice to invite Heimdall. What about the guy in the red leather jacket that you brought, isn't he participating? She originally thought that someone who could be brought to Asgard by Luo Bing would definitely be helpful to the pursuit of Bifrost, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Luo Bing smiled and said, "His ability, he can help very little in this aspect of the task, we are just a few of us, but don't worry, Deadpool's ability will be of great use sooner or later, he is not a man. As unreliable as it looks on the surface." End. Chapter 372 Forming a squad regarding Deadpool's regenerative healing factor, horror self-healing. This kind of ability that defies the sky sooner or later, Luo Bing has never doubted it. Although still confused, Hila believed Luo Bing's arrangement, nodded and said, "Then I will inform Carol and Heimdall to come over for a meeting." Luo Bing nodded and said, "Okay, hard work." It is strange to say that in Asgard, Hila is the queen, she is the supreme ruler of this continent, but since Luo Bing came, everything is based on Luo Bing's ideas. Hila is like the little girls hid behind their backs, obeying every word. 933. Even in this, running errands, job, Hila volunteered herself. Luo Bing didn't pay attention to it, and Hila didn't think it was anything. If you have to have something, then for this all-powerful goddess of death Hila, it is a kind of steadfastness and trust. Hila personally sent the message, and the efficiency can be said to be very fast. After a while, Carol had already arrived at the Asgard Hall. The two sides nodded to each other. Luo Bing asked, "Heimdall, why didn't he come? He is the main force in the search for Bifrost. I can do it without me, but I can't do it without him." Luo Bing's remarks are not random talk, not touting Heimdall, but a solid fact. Heimdall has always been the master of Midgard and Bifrost. It has always been like this. There has long been a natural tacit understanding between them. If you talk about the perception of Bifrost, let alone the current Hela, even the original Odin is not necessarily stronger than him. Advertisement Hela explained. It's like this, Heimdall is the guardian god after all. Even if Bifrost is gone now, he is still responsible for guarding Midgard. This time looking for Bifrost, I don't know when he will come back. He needs to make detailed arrangements for Midgard. The guards can come. Luo Bing nodded and said, that's the truth. Bifrost is important, but if something goes wrong with Asgard, it's really worth the loss. You must know that the source of Hela's strength is Asgard. As long as she is on this continent, her strength will never end. Even if Thanos came to Asgard at the beginning, he would only be smashed by Hela. Therefore, there must be absolutely no mistakes in this main battlefield with its own augmentation. Luo Bing said, since that's the case, let the three of us wait for Heimdall. Okay, don't worry, Heimdall's efficiency is very fast, I believe he will be here soon. Sure enough, Sao 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 was coming, with the steady and rhythmic footsteps, accompanied by the sound of heavy armor. The three knew that it was Heimdall coming. After entering the Asgard hall, Heimdall walked up to Hela first, put one hand on his chest, bowed slightly and said, Heimdall, the patron saint, has visited the great queen Hela. Hela nodded and said with queenly majesty, get up. Yes. 35 Heimdall responded, and then he looked at Luo Bing and Carol and nodded, Mr. Luo, Miss Carol. Advertisement, yeah. Luo Bing nodded, glanced at Hela, got the signal and said slowly, General Heimdall, this time I'm here to discuss a big matter with you. As for what it is, you must have heard of it, well. Yes, Her Majesty has already told me before coming back, Heimdall solemnly said. Bifrost, that is a treasure that I have guarded for thousands of years. As long as it is looking for Bifrost, I, Heimdall, must do my part. In fact, before Luo Bing came, Hela never stopped looking for Bifrost. At that time, Heimdall was always in charge, Carol assisted, and Hela dealt with Asgard's usual affairs. That's why Luo Bing and Deadpool didn't see Heimdall when Luo Bing and Deadpool first came to Acer. It can be said that at that time, Heimdall spent most of his time looking for Bifrost. But the fact is not so satisfactory. After years of pursuit, tireless, how many times even Heimdall's Eye of Heimdall has been attacked, and no trace of Bifrost has been found in the 9 realms. In this regard, Heimdall has always had a strong obsession, and just wants to find Bifrost 5.0 as soon as possible, even if it is some news. Luo Bing smiled and said, definitely, we all know that General Heimdall's feelings for Bifrost are definitely not comparable to ordinary people. To tell you the truth, the reason why I came to Asgard this time is to set up a team, specially used to find the trail of Bifrost. Hearing this, Heimdall said excitedly, yeah, that's really good. As a god at his level, it can be said that in the entire Acer domain, apart from the 3 brothers and sisters Hela, Thor, and Loki, he has the highest official position. Chapter 373 Rainbow Chaser. And now that Thor has joined the Guardians of Galaxy, Loki has disappeared, and in Asgard, it can be said that Heimdall is the kind of existence that exists under one person and above 10,000. The more power he has, the more things he has learned, so he knows very well how much Bifrost, as the pillar of the Acer god realm, has been missing for so many years. At the same time, he also understands how difficult it is to find such a tangible and intangible Bifrost in the vast universe, which is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack, or even worse. Now that Luo Bing has spoken, it is definitely a good news to set up a special investigation team. Others may not know, but he clearly knows how powerful Luo Bing, a member of the Avengers from Earth, is so powerful that even their queen obeys him. As long as Luo Bing speaks in person, everything will be easy, and he will definitely increase his efforts to find Bifrost. Heimdall's words throbbed, Mr. Luo, I have to say that your plan to set up a Bifrost investigation team is really a wise decision, and I, Heimdall, will definitely cooperate fully. 9. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and joked, oh, when did I say I wanted General Heimdall to cooperate? This. Heimdall was stunned for a while, obviously not knowing what Luo Bing meant by this. He thought it was Luo Bing who wanted him to quit looking for Bifrost. In a hurry, Heimdall said quickly, Mr. Luo, Her Majesty has always listened to your words, and I have no reason to refuse, but I still want to say that I must be kicked out of the team looking for Bifrost. Be careful, there is no other Bifrost who knows better than me in the entire Acer domain. This time, Luo Bing was a little confused. After Hela and Carol looked at each other, he smiled helplessly and said, General Heimdall, I think you may have misunderstood. I mean it. Advertisement, misunderstanding? Heimdall was puzzled and wanted to hear Luo Bing continue. Luo Bing said with a smile, yes, it's a misunderstanding, and it's a big misunderstanding. When did I say that I would kick you out of the team looking for Bifrost? Besides, if I really said that, you don't need to speak. Hela will also. I don't agree. Hela rolled his eyes at him and said, don't interrupt, even if I agree, you won't be willing, right? Luo Bing laughed and said, ha ha ha, that's true. The two of you said a word to me, and Carol shook her head helplessly and didn't answer. And the most confusing is Heimdall, with a black question mark face, obviously not understanding what happened. Who I am? Where am I? What are they talking about and what does it have to do with me? Heimdall asked 3 questions, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Cough cough. Luo Bing coughed twice, and said with a serious expression, okay, I won't joke with you, let me tell you the truth. The Bifrost investigation team to be established this time is called Rainbow Chaser, and the first person in the team is the captain. If you choose, you will have Heimdall. Advertisement. This is absolutely not good. Heimdall swallowed, obviously shocked by what he heard. Originally thought that he was going to be kicked out, but the fact is not only the complete opposite, but also let himself be the captain. Heimdall said in a firm tone, "Your Majesty, Mr. Luo, I have received your high hopes, but I have self-awareness of the position of captain. I am so talented and I am absolutely not qualified to take it." 35. Although it is said that his strength is on the top of Asgard, and even the entire 9 realms, but he is very clear that compared with the 2 women and 1 man in front of him, it is like a mighty cricket shaking a tree, and there is no way to compare that. Therefore, he is very clear that he does not have the strength to be the captain. Luo Bing shook his head and said, "Okay, I guess that you would say so, but we have thought about it for you to be the captain." Heimdall would love to hear about it. The reason is very simple. Speaking of Bifrost's knowledge, none of us present can compare to you. You are the captain, which is the most suitable choice for the unified deployment of various things. 99. Heimdall still asked a little nervously, "But, my strength is far worse than the 3. To put it bluntly, I am a surveillance god, and I really don't have that kind of ability." "That's enough." Before Heimdall could continue, Luo Bing said first, "We are looking for a treasure that originally belonged to us, not to rob it, nor to participate in the war, or to have great strength. Why do you use it? Besides, no one in the 9 realms knows about you, General Heimdall, the guardian god of the Aesir realm. Wasn't it low in strength originally?" Chapter 374 Heimdall Yali Shanda. Not to mention, Heimdall's strength is at the upper level in today's Avengers, and people like Lil Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Stark, Black Panther, Falcon are not his opponents. Definitely, that guy Steve doesn't count, since this guy went from being the captain of May 5th to now calling himself the captain of Jui. No one can guarantee how much potential this guy has. The so-called weak is weak, strong is strong, and it is a person like Steve. Heimdall was still a little hesitant, but, "I'm still worried about my strengths. If I encounter a strong enemy, it doesn't matter if I die on the battlefield. It's not good to delay Bifrost." Luo Bing said impatiently. "Oh, why do you have so many things? You are nothing like the usual majestic guardian god Heimdall. You just said that you were the captain, not that you are the only one in the team. Gila and I and Carol will follow you too." "What? You 3 are my team members?" No, how can I command Her Majesty?" Heimdall shook his head with a rattle as soon as he heard the words. He thought that Aesir had sent some people to the universe to search for him, and he had already planned to agree to the position of the captain, but it didn't seem to be the case. In front of these 3 people, Gila, needless to say, that is the Queen of Asgard, that Carol is called Captain Marvel. Although his strength is not as good as Gila, he can't find it anywhere. As for Mr. Luo Bing, let alone Luo Bing, he can only use the words, immeasurable, to describe Luo Bing. Let yourself be the captain of these 3 people, the pressure can be imagined, how huge it will be. He wanted to spit out a word. "I am from Yali Shanda, 39. Advertisement. Luo Bing shook his head, really didn't want to talk anymore, glanced at Gila, the latter gestured, and said, "Heimdall, you're here to serve as the captain of the Rainbow Chaser, this matter is settled." "But Her Majesty, this is an order." "Okay, well," Heimdall complies. Although Heimdall was still reluctant, the order was so heavy that he could not tolerate any more refusal. At the moment, Heimdall was only thinking, after the Rainbow Chaser went out, should he obey the Queen's orders more, or Mr. Luo's orders more? Luo Bing blinked and said, "I'll go, it's that simple? If I had known that you were here at the beginning, I wasted so much talk. If you say you are too, just watch from the side." As soon as Gila opened his mouth, Heimdall nodded in agreement faster than he expected, so much that he felt that he was completely idle with all the long-winded words just now. Gila also smiled and said, "In that case, let's prepare a little bit, and we will set off the day after tomorrow at the latest." Luo Bing also said, "By the way, you left the Aesir god realm as the guardian god, have you explained it to Midgard?" "Well," Heimdall nodded and said, "Don't worry, I handed over to Verseti, the god of truth and justice, to take over in the middle hall. He has always been careful and discerning. With him guarding in Midgard, there will be no trouble." Advertisement, that's good. Luo Bing nodded, he had seen this Verseti at the dinner party before, as Heimdall said, he was trustworthy. As long as there is no fire in the backyard, they can do better fisting outside. Definitely, he doesn't need to worry about the backyard of SK Wang Xing. There are top combat forces such as Wanda, Doctor Strange, and Hulk stationed, absolutely foolproof. Heimdall said, "Your Majesty, the last commander has one more thing to do." Gila raised her eyelids slightly, lips parted lightly, "Speak." Heimdall asked tentatively, "I've already settled in Midgard, so why don't we know the apocalypse process, so that Bifrost can be found a day earlier?" Gila laughed and scolded, "Nonsense, your affairs have been dealt with, this king still has a lot of Asgard affairs that have not been dealt with, so, no good, hurry." You're talking too much." 35 Heimdall smiled embarrassingly, and realized that he had not considered it carefully, no matter how much a queen needs to be ordered than his guardian god. The main reason is because he was thinking of Bifrost in his heart and wanted to welcome back this treasure one day earlier, the mainstay of the Aesir domain. Luo Bing, who could see Heimdall's thoughts, shook his head and smiled, and joked. "General, sometimes I'm guessing that if this Bifrost can transform into a human, she must be a peerless beauty, otherwise how can I make you? Are you so worried?" Chapter 375 The Heart of the Universe. "Huh? General Heimdall, do you think what I said makes sense?" Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and said, his expression is really as cheap as a thief. Gila pinched Luo Bing's waist secretly, staring a warning, that look is obviously saying, Are you thinking of a peerless beauty all day long? Luo. Mr. Luo, I said you shouldn't make fun of me. Listening to Luo Bing's joking words, Heimdall also looked embarrassed, not knowing what to say for a while. Luo Bing said with a serious face. Hey, how can I be joking? What I say is serious, every sentence is true. If there is a half-truth, Wade will be a bachelor for the rest of his life. 99. Ah. Deadpool, who was in the gentle village in the arms of 3 or 2 beauties in the realm of the gods, suddenly sneezed, feeling very inexplicable. Strange, is it possible that Peter Parker is still talking bad about me from such a distance? But before he could figure out what to do, he was once again attracted by the oncoming delicious fruit, and plunged into it again. At the same time, Peter Parker, who was far away in SK Wangxing, also sneezed, just like the butterfly reaction caused by 933, which was regarded as a disaster. Gwen asked, Parker, do you have a cold? Where does Aunt Chili Pepper have any cold medicine? Do you need me to help you here? 39. No, Dr. Strange said he had something to do with me. I'd better go and take a look. Peter Parker shook his head, he really didn't believe his constitution would catch a cold. On this side, Heimdall, who was taciturn and could not speak very well, was choked by Luo Bing's words, and he didn't know what to say. Absolutely no other ideas. Anything like that. Advertisement. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and said, Come on, I'm just joking, I'm going to scare you, it's too humorless. Heimdall wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, You're a real joke. Only Hela said in his heart, This guy Luo Bing is much more serious than he looks from the outside. An important matter was decided, and the remaining 4 simply exchanged a few words. In the end, Luo Bing conveyed the meaning, and Hela made a final decision. In this case, it is not too late. I will speed up the handling of Asgard's affairs in these 2 days. Go ASAP. 39. Carol and Heimdall also nodded and said, Okay, then let's go back and prepare more. When Heimdall and Carol left, only Hela and Luo Bing were left in the Asgard Hall. Lonely man and widow, the night is dark and windy. Definitely, nothing happened. Luo Bing said mysteriously, Her Majesty's daughter's body has been in power for thousands of years, sweeping across the heavens. Do you know if you have seen the heart of the universe? 35. Hela shook his head regretfully and said, This is really not there. The power of the heart of the universe is too powerful, let alone me. Even the old guy Odin can't fully control it. Luo Bing grinned, thinking that you girl really doesn't respect her father at all. But think about it, as a father, he directly trapped his own daughter in hell for such a long time, it is strange that Hela has no complaints. Hey, since you haven't seen it before, would you like to see it? Advertisement, bullshit, I definitely think about it, you have a lot of treasures, a quarter of the heart of the universe, 3 of the 7 Dragon Balls, and so on other treasures, won't you let me feast your eyes? Okay, I'll let you take a good look at my big baby today. I saw Luo Bing slowly stretched out his palm, snapped his fingers with a pop. The next moment, his outstretched palm turned blue, flashing blue, bright and dazzling light, very mysterious. Then, those rays of light slowly condensed together, vaguely, and seemed to form a solid shape. The shape is gradually forming an outline, which is similar to the shape of several gems in the previous universe, all of which are diamond-shaped, but the block looks larger and the color is very similar to the space gem. Wow! When the heart of the universe appeared, most of the dazzling rays of light erupted, and the entire Asgard Hall was instantly flooded with such rays of light, which was extremely magnificent. Fortunately, Hela had already removed all the guards within 1,000 miles during the meeting. Now that Carol and Heimdall are gone, Luo Bing and Hela are really here, so there is no need to worry about being seen by others. However, just to be on the safe side, Hela still used Odin's scepter to open the Asgard Hall's defensive power to prevent the fluctuations from spreading to the outside world and causing unnecessary trouble. For Hela's action, Luo Bing nodded with satisfaction and gave her a look of approval. Humph. Hela very Sunere lifted her beautiful neck like a swan, and the expression seemed to say again, There are many smart things in my mother, you just found out today? Chapter 376 Who is more beautiful, the moon or me? In this regard, Luo Bing just shook his head helplessly, but he was very happy. After all, Hela is not the queen who is aloof when she is in front of him. As soon as the heart of the universe appeared, it was radiant, shining with the most dazzling light. You can clearly feel that there is an extremely pure power erupting. Even if you are here again, your cultivation will be improved. Even if it's not big, it's terrifying. Hela exclaimed. The heart of the universe is worthy of being a cosmic artifact under the Jim's darling system. Such a powerful power is really rare. After she finished speaking, she did not forget to add a sentence. Compared with this, the treasure house under the Asgard Hall is really different from cloud and mud, it's too rubbish. Luo Bing also smiled, with a calm temperament and a restrained breath, like a hidden dragon in the abyss. Although Strange handed the heart of the universe to it when there was no name at that time, but the situation was urgent at that time, and he did not take care of himself. Check it out and put it away. If so, taking out the heart of the universe now is not only the first time Hela has seen this baby, but also the first time he has seen this baby. Without any hesitation, Luo Bing decisively activated the 3-hooked jade riding wheel eye. A hexagram appeared in his eyes, and golden light filled his pupils, as if he could see through all illusions. He is using his own power to find out what's so rare about the treasure that everyone in the universe is rushing for. He also really wanted to know the secrets in the heart of the universe. If he could make use of it, he would definitely be able to reap the rewards, and perhaps he would be able to know the method of reshaping the universe faster. What are you doing? Please introduce the heart of the universe to this king. Advertisement. Hila blinked her big eyes, and the airflow of the heart of the universe was blowing her long black hair, so that it fluttered slightly, looking extremely beautiful and elegant. He originally wanted to ask Luo Bing many things about the heart of the universe, but seeing Luo Bing's meticulous appearance, she kept silent. Roar. After a while, Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. The hexagram pattern in his eyes disappeared and returned to normal again. At the same time, he also put away the heart of the universe. Seeing Luo Bing's work, Hila quickly asked, "How is it? Did you see anything?" "No," Luo Bing shook his head and said, "I did want to spy on some secrets of the heart of the universe just now, but I failed and found nothing." 9. In the past, the three-goose jade riding wheel eyes had always been unfavorable and possessed super good discrimination ability, but when facing the heart of the universe just now, it was completely ineffective. When his eyes looked over, there seemed to be a hazy wall of light in front of him, blocking everything outside. Even if Luo Bing tried again, it would be useless, and he couldn't get past it at all. This kind of discovery gave Luo Bing a lot of headaches. It seems that it is impossible to use the heart of the universe to do anything major in the short term. Only by gathering all the parts of the heart of the universe and combining them can he show his true strength. Hila patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's all right. Anyway, we had too much confidence in it, didn't we?" Luo Bing shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Although I said so, I hope it can help in finding Bifrost." "Well, that's what I thought too." Hila nodded, looking at the heart of the universe shining in front of her, full of hope. Advertisement. Katakana middle dot 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 0. When Luo Bing returned to the room, Hila had been waiting for a long time. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly and smiled. "Yes, if you can dodge the first day of the new year, but you can't dodge the 15th day, what else can you do?" When Asgard is shrouded in darkness, it is a very beautiful picture, the stars twinkling, flickering, and it is very beautiful. Asgard. On a pavilion behind the Asgard Hall, Luo Bing sat cross-legged by himself. His eyes were deep, and he was able to see through all illusions. At the moment, he was looking at the bright moon in the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Beside him, there is also a pot of 1,000-year-old wine, and he will take a sip from time to time. "What are you thinking about?" At the moment, a gentle and charming voice sounded behind him. Luo Bing smiled slightly. With his powerful the god's telekinesis, he already knew that there was someone behind him. The reason why he didn't respond was because the person behind him was Hila. Luo Bing, who was in a state of being like a Buddha, did not turn around, but answered the question, and said faintly, "Why haven't you slept yet? Don't you have to deal with the Acer God realm tomorrow?" Hila hugged his upper body from behind and murmured, "Well, don't worry, I'll accompany you to watch the moon for a while." In response, Luo Bing just smiled slightly, patted the jade finger on his body gently, and enjoyed the long-lost peace. Suddenly, a question from Hila pulled her out of her thoughts. "Luo Bing, let me ask you, who do you think is more beautiful, the moon or me?" And Chapter 377. The Voice of the Golden Lion King. Luo Bing was stunned for a while, but in the next moment, relying on his instinctive desire to survive, he immediately said, "It's needless to say, it's definitely you." He thought that his answer was perfect, but Hila still said angrily, "HMPH, you hesitated for 2 seconds just now." This time, Luo Bing was really shocked. "Oh my god, are you kidding me? Does that count? This king is the queen. I'm definitely not joking. I will punish you for doing what you just did." Hila blinked her beautiful eyes, but there was an air of charm in her eyes. 933. Luo Bing, who had just heard this, was still a little puzzled, but he immediately realized what Hila meant by just now. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, Luo Bing pulled a bitter face for a while. The expression was so sad, his face turned green. There is a saying in Washaw State, "A spring night is worth 1,000 gold, but if it is 2,000 gold or 3,000 gold, it is not very fun." Seeing the back of Hila swaying back to the room, Luo Bing patted his mouth and said, "Oh, if you say you, can't you react faster, it's a disaster." Just as Luo Bing took a gulp of wine and got up to go back to the room to accept the punishment, the system voice in his mind finally sounded again. "Didi, today's ability has been delivered. The name of the ability, Voice of the Golden Lion King, is an introduction to the ability. Every time the ability is used, the decibel of speech will increase, making the people around you deafening." Ding. God-level cultivation technique, Ju Dao Shenlong Ju is in the background to hang up and practice. Ding. God-level exercises Xingshan transformation is in the background of hanging up to practice. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Close black lens bracket. In this regard, Luo Bing was very speechless and said one word. Huh? This is exactly the word he can think of at the moment. He never imagined that as his strength has risen to this level, the system will still give himself some useless abilities like it did at the beginning. Luo Bing wanted to scold. "System, you are so sincere to play with Lao Su, aren't you?" 39. Luo Bing sighed and scratched his head. He really couldn't think of the use of this Golden Lion King's voice, whether he was going to the vegetable market to sell vegetables, or to the mall for a big promotion. But even if you go to these places, your use seems to be to save a big speaker, right? In desperation, Luo Bing had to try his best to comfort himself. It's okay, just get used to it." 35. After all, those abilities that he thought were useless at first were actually quite useful. For example, the power identification technique successfully conquered Hila. For example, Zhe Xiaolun asked you to shut up and successfully conquered Deadpool. Thinking of this, Luo Bing suddenly had some inexplicable confidence in the voice of the Golden Lion King, who had not yet used it. Okay. Whether you're useful or not, I'll find out when I have to fight hard one day in the future. When he said this, Luo Bing's whole person was like a sharp sword unsheathed, and his words were sonorous and powerful. Advertisement especially, between the flow of his eyes, the Sangu Jade riding wheel eyes passively activated, and a strong light erupted, like a small sun in the middle of the night. Afterwards, Luo Bing got up and rushed to his battlefield. The next day, Acer God Realm is prosperous, and a magnificent palace seems to be located between the sky and the earth. Whether it is in terms of construction or scale, the workmanship is rare in the 9 realms. At least Luo Bing thinks that even the top craftsmen on the earth could not be able to do this kind of meticulousness. Carol yawned and said, Mr. Luo, good morning. Morning. Luo Bing nodded and said, Hela has already gone to deal with the complicated affairs of Asgard. It can probably be done today. As long as there is no worries, we can leave tomorrow. Carol said happily. Yeah, that's really great. Find Bifrost one day earlier and relax one day earlier. That's right, I think so too. Since that's the case, let's take advantage of today's small set 5.0 to take a look at the general direction of Bifrost. Rough direction. With all due respect, Mr. Luo, Hela has worked hard for so many years, and he has not found the general direction of Bifrost, so there is no way to find out. What was impossible before, can now be done. Luo Bing smiled. Help Heimdall call over and tell him it's time to locate Bifrost's direction. Okay, I'll go find him right now. Luo Bing reminded. Oh, by the way, remember to ask him to bring his guardian sword. If you want to find Bifrost, you can rely on that sword. Got Mr. Luo. Advertisement Chapter 378 The Sword of Protection, Bolt Steel. The affairs of Midgard have been handed over to Verseti, the god of truth and justice, so Heimdall is now on vacation. So after Carol went, Heimdall came with her very quickly. Behind Heimdall, he also carries the guardian sword that symbolizes light and glory, Bolt Steel. Mr. Luo, you are looking for me. That's right. Luo Bing nodded, looked at the great sword behind Heimdall and said, if Bifrost is locked somewhere, then your great sword is the key to unlock that place. You must know that since the birth of Bifrost, this guardian sword, Bolt Steel, has existed. Usually, you must use Bolt Steel if you want to activate Bifrost. In a sense, Bifrost and Bolt Steel are one. Mr. Luo is right. In fact, I think so too. If I only rely on my Heimdall's eyes, there's absolutely no way to find any useful information, and I can rely on this great sword. The guardian sword behind Heimdall Zhang was removed, and he looked at the giant sword as if he was looking at an old friend who has been with him for tens of thousands of years. Luo Bing and Carol on the side also cast their gazes over, staring at the relatively huge amounts of divine sword. The guardian sword Bolt Steel is golden in color, as if it was made of gold, and it is full of supreme aura, and it is difficult not to attract the attention of others. King of Swords. This is Luo Bing's first impression of Bolt Steel. As one of the important artifacts in the Acer domain, the guardian sword naturally has its extraordinary features. In the vast 9 realms, it is difficult to find Bible steel. Powerful Excalibur. Advertisement therefore, the word, king, is definitely worthy of Bolt Steel. Luo Bing said in a deep voice, come on, show me this giant sword. Okay. 99 Heimdall solemnly presented Bolt Steel to Luo Bing with both hands, with that look, as if he was doing a very glorious thing. Indeed, for Heimdall, the guardian god, this guardian sword is his glory and the meaning of his life. Since Heimdall is so serious, Luo Bing shouldn't be too frivolous, and he also solemnly took over Bolt Steel. Just got it in the hand. The great sword is the same as his appearance. It feels heavy and full of texture. Although it has just been taken from Heimdall's hand, there is no residual temperature on the hilt, only a cold feeling. Luo Bing exclaimed. As expected of the divine sword in charge of Bifrost, it really feels different. Heimdall laughed. Hey, that's natural. This guardian sword is the same as Thor's Mjolnir. It was forged by the dwarf family, and the materials used for casting are even more elegant than Mjolnir. Its feel, not to mention 9 the world, even in the entire universe, is definitely the best treasure. 5. Although Bifrost and Guardian Sword came out at about the same time, if you calculate carefully, Bifrost is still earlier than Bolt Steel. The reason is that the forging success of Bolt Steel is inseparable from Bifrost. The most precious material used by the dwarf family to forge Bolt Steel is a little bit of the original power of Bifrost. It is precisely because of this that Bolt Steel and Bifrost have become twins, and Bifrost can also be controlled. When he said these words, Heimdall couldn't help but raised his head slightly and looked proud, as if Luna was not praising the great sword, but himself. Advertisement, but for Heimdall, it made no difference. Luo Bing said with strange eyes, Heimdall, do you know what I'm thinking about at the moment? I don't know. Heimdall shook his head truthfully. I'm thinking, if Bifrost is likened to your wife, then this Bolt Steel is the crystallization of your two loves. Ha 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 ha. 33 in the end, even Luo Bing himself thought it was absurd and laughed out loud. Stand up. At the same time, he also admires his own imagination. Heimdall, who had already suffered a loss, said helplessly, Mr. Luo, can you stop talking about this 933? Okay, let's not talk about it. Luo Bing smiled, and with Heimdall's face, he couldn't help but play like this, and it would be better if he stopped in time. After all, if you want to find Bifrost in the vast universe, Heimdall is the master, and it is absolutely impossible without him. Putting away his smile, Luo Bing said with a straight face. Okay, no joke, now let's do something serious. It is good. Hearing the word, official, Carol and Heimdall also became serious and waited quietly for Luo Bing's next words. Luo Bing first took out the scepter of Odin that Hela had left for him, recited the formula Hela told him, and waved his sleeves gently. The entire Asgard hall was covered by a layer of protective cover, and it was absolutely impossible to observe the inside from the outside, of any circumstances. In response, Luo Bing took a brief look at it with 3 hooked jade riding wheels, nodded in approval, and said, yes, that's it. Chapter 379 Luo Bing is about to take out the heart of the universe, the treasure, and he must be foolproof to take out the treasure. So alert, I think I guessed what Mr. Luo is going to do. It seems that you have already decided, Mr. Luo. Whether it's Carol or Heimdall, they're not idiots. Seeing Luo Bing's appearance as an enemy, they immediately guessed what Luo Bing wanted to do. Luo Bing smiled and said, definitely, if you want to find Bifrost's trace, the Guardian Sword is very important, but how can it be done without my treasure? As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and a quarter of the heart of the universe appeared. The manifestation process was exactly the same as last night. Soon, that touching blue light filled the entire hall. Heimdall exclaimed, is this the legendary heart of the universe? As the eternal god of Aesir, he is also known as the guardian god who sees everything. He knows and hears more than Luo Bing and Carol. It can be said that Heimdall is a living dictionary. At this point, Odin, Hela, Thor, Loki are not as good as him. He is very clear about what the heart of the universe represents. If anyone controls the heart of the entire universe, it is no exaggeration to say that that person has the terrifying ability to destroy the universe. Even if Luo Bing only owns a quarter, it is not to be underestimated. But think about it, if Luo Bing took out the entire heart of the universe at once, let alone the Asgard Hall, I am afraid that he and Carol would not be able to resist any kind of grand power and would be seriously injured. Luo Bing used his own power to wrap the heart of the universe, and just for a moment, he felt a sense of difficulty. Heimdall, I need you to temporarily release the ban on Bolt Steel. Advertisement, it is good. Heimdall's eyes shot a light, and after the light merged into the Guardian Sword, the blade of the giant sword flickered, and it was fleeting. Although it was such a short moment, Luo Bing, who was holding the Guardian Sword, felt very different. Bolt Steel has long recognized Heimdall as the master, so Luo Bing could only hold the great sword and could not use him. Now with Heimdall's release of the ban, he truly felt the power of the Guardian Sword. The next moment, Luo Bing held the golden sword in his hand and slowly moved towards the heart of the universe. Luo Bing said with some difficulty, Heimdall, pay attention to any disturbances in the future. There may be news of Bifrost. I can't feel this. I can only rely on you. 39. All he can do is to let the Guardian Sword slowly approach the heart of the universe. If Heimdall does this, he may be attacked by the heart of the universe and bring danger to himself. But for those details, Luo Bing can't do anything. Only Heimdall can solve it. Heimdall nodded and said, don't worry, Mr. Luo, as long as there is any information about Bifrost, I can find it in time. When the golden and blue colors in midair were getting closer and closer, the magnetic field in this space was shaking, and the space seemed to be in chaos. Brush. Captain Marvel directly opened the combat state, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Getting closer and closer means that the oppressive force is getting stronger and stronger, and is frantically attacking Luo Bing, who is holding a giant sword. Facing this kind of pressure, Tuoba's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. He didn't take a step back, he was steadfast. Advertisement boom. Finally, the two colors of gold and blue came into contact, and the energy material in the sky flew up, and the void was covered with cracks. Luo Bing said in an orderly manner, Heimdall, don't be distracted, just observe, that's the most important thing. Carol, resist this energy, don't let him rush out of the Asgard Hall. It is good. Understood. With two replies, Heimdall's pupils turned golden, staring at the place where the Guardian Sword and the heart of the universe collided without blinking. Carol, on the other hand, was suspended in midair, his hands and wrists waved suddenly, and a burst of energy shot out, offsetting the energy substances that were scurrying around. But even so, there are too many energy substances, and Carol can handle it at first, but gradually, she has a feeling that Nuo How is out of her power. I'm here too. At the critical moment, with a light drink, a sharp blade flew over and scattered a large piece of energy material. It's Hela, and she's also in combat mode, a dark green tights with a sturdy head and a kind of beauty. You are here. Luo Bing smiled. Hela's strength is even stronger than Captain Marvel, with the two of them guarding by the side, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Brush. Hela's shot has always been quick and ruthless, with a strong posture, and with an aura of opening and closing. After a while, a lot of material has been dissipated under her hands. Chapter 380 The Guidance of the Heart of the Universe. Although the movements of Hela and Carol are already very fast, it is still not enough. Ever since the Guardian Sword and the heart of the universe contacted, the energy has been constantly escaping, endless and endless. But when people are exhausted, if they continue at this level, it will be difficult to persevere. For example, Carol, she is already a little tired, which is even more tired than participating in an Avengers battle. Fortunately, there is also Hela. In Asgard, she has constant strength, but strength is second, and the most important thing is boredom. It dissipates that energy like a machine. If things go on like this, Hila doesn't know how long time. But speaking of it, Luo Bing was the hardest among the four. The impact he received came directly from the heart of the universe. That kind of power was enough to instantly crush a fixed star into powder. However, under this kind of power, Luo Bing was still unwilling to take a step back. He knew that if he took this step back, once no one directly resisted the power of the 933 universe heart, the entire Asgard would be destroyed. According to legend, the twilight of the gods did not happen, and he didn't want similar things to be motivated by himself. Luo Bing gritted his teeth and said, Heimdall, hurry up, did you find anything? Boom. As he opened his mouth to speak, one did not pay attention, and one after another, the force of backlash hit his chest. Puff. Advertisement. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, and the pain in his chest swept through his body instantly, like a spiderweb spreading out, very quickly. At the moment Luo Bing felt that the bones in his chest were about to shatter, he vomited blood, and his eyes became a little slack. Hila asked worriedly, Luo Bing, are you alright? Luo Bing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shook his head and said, it's okay, I was careless, it's not that easy for a quarter of the heart of the universe to destroy me. Be careful or you will die, Hila said angrily. Roar after confirming that Luo Bing was alright. Okay, I'll be careful. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly, feeling warm in his heart. On the other hand, Heimdall has already invested in the two colors of gold and blue, and he simply said, I am observing, to Luo Bing's question, and continued to sink in. Luo Bing endured it silently, thinking in his heart, Heimdall, hurry up, the three of us are exhausted, this feeling is very bad. This stalemate lasted for about half an hour, and finally, Heimdall got out of the state of immersion, and the gold in his eyes also turned into a normal color. After recovering his spirits, Heimdall said quickly, Mr. Luo, I have found Bifrost's message, and I can take back the sword of protection. Very good, I'll wait for your words. Luo Bing was overjoyed, reached out his hand and sucked, and he held the guardian sword bolt steel in his hand. Beffa. Advertisement. Seeing that his other hand snapped his fingers again, the restless heart of the universe finally calmed down, turning into a stream of light and sinking into Luo Bing's hand. Heimdall, then. 35. Luo Bing threw it lightly, and bolt steel returned to its original owner again. And Hila and Carol, who were already tired enough, finally relaxed and said breathlessly, how is it, what traces have you found? 35. This is a question that everyone present wants to know. The four of them sat on the chairs. Heimdall put the guardian sword in his hand, and after arranging his words a little, he said, just now, I did receive guidance from the heart of the universe. Luo Bing squinted his eyes and said, go ahead, I really want to know what useful information I have in exchange for so long. Yeah. Heimdall nodded and began to say slowly, just now when everyone was about to be exhausted and couldn't hold on, I keenly noticed that a colorful glow flew out from the gold and blue colors, flying in one direction, past point 35. You mean, that colorful glow is the guidance of the heart of the universe? Heimdall nodded and said, yes, I found Bifrost's aura on that colorful glow, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with this aura. Hila frowned and said, if that's the case, why didn't you just stop the colorful rays of light and let him run away, so we're not wasting our time? Heimdall knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, reporting to Her Majesty, it's not like this, we just need that colorful glow to fly away, only then will it go to Bifrost, and wherever it flies, it will stay behind imprint, then we just need to follow the imprint to find it. Chapter 381 Miracle Number. Captain Marvel said suspiciously, you are a good idea, but there is one more question, don't you worry that the colorful rays of light are intercepted by other people or forces on the way to find Bifrost? Heimdall smiled confidently and said, Miss Carol, don't worry, only I can see the colorful rays of light, and no one else can find it. I believe that Mr. Luo, who was as powerful as Mr. Luo, didn't find it. Luo Bing deeply agreed, and then asked doubtfully, it is true, just now you said that there was a colorful glow, and I deliberately opened the three-goose jade riding wheel to observe, but I didn't see anything, why is this? 35. You must know that he has a realm of desolation. This realm exists in the entire universe, and currently only he and Bai Luoxuan are known. If he can't see it, he can indeed rule out the hidden danger of being robbed by other forces. Heimdall smiled and explained, haha, because this has nothing to do with strength. Thousands of years have passed, Bifrost, the Guardian Sword Bull Special Steel, and me have basically merged into one. It is a unique the breath guides. 35. I see. All three. Luo Bing nodded. If they said that, it would make sense. Indeed, it really had nothing to do with strength. Also, only I can identify the traces left by the colorful rays of light, so our actions this time should be foolproof. Luo Bing nodded and said, it's the best, the Bifrost thing can end earlier, and I can also focus on finding the other 3/4 of the universe's heart. As for Dragon Ball. Luo Bing frowned. He now naturally knows that the other Dragon Balls are in the hands of Frieza, and opening the Naruto parallel universe unintentionally was the biggest mistake in Luo Bing's opinion. Forget it. Forget about Dragon Ball for now, the heart of the universe is more important. After a while, Luo Bing sighed softly. Luo Bing turned around and asked, Hila, are you done with your affairs in Asgard? Advertisement. Hila smiled and said, don't worry, everything is done. I also ordered the giant wolf Fenrir to guard near Midgard. Unless there is a major disaster, Asgard is absolutely monolithic, and no one else can break in. Luo Bing said in surprise. The giant wolf Fenrir? I have an impression of that giant beast. It is indeed quite powerful. At the beginning, the giant wolf Fenrir, as Hela's mount, accompanied her to battle the Nine Realms, was invincible and invincible, and naturally possessed terrible power. In Luo Bing's view, at least Hulk wants to defeat the giant wolf Fenrir. It can be seen that having this prehistoric beast guarding Asgard can indeed bring a lot of security to Asgard. Immediately, Luo Bing gave an order. In this case, it is not too late, let's go. Yes. Agree. Yes. 5 with 3 replies. Luo Bing also smiled and said again, Rainbow Chaser, set sail today. Hela used Odin's scepter to knock on the ground suddenly, and the floor under the 4 of them cracked. When the floor was all separated, a spaceship came into sight. The spaceship is blue as a whole, full of high technology, far exceeding the technological level of the Earth, and it is also the top level among the 9 realms. However, the spaceship is not very large. Depending on the size, it can only accommodate about 10 people at most, but for Luo Bing and his group of 4, it is more than enough. Advertisement, Luo Bing exclaimed. Unexpectedly, there is a cave below, and there is also a spaceship. Hela said proudly. HMPH, Asgard is the center of the 9 realms, and the Asgard Hall is the center of the Aesir God's domain. There are so many secrets about it, I can't tell you all about it all day. Luo Bing nodded and muttered to himself, I will finish visiting this Asgard one day sooner or later. Hela glanced at him and said, breaking into Asgard without permission is a capital offense. It's okay, I am familiar with Her Majesty the Queen of the Asgard Hall, and she is reluctant. Cut. Glib. Entering the spaceship, it is full of sense of technology, there are holographic projection screens everywhere, and the charm of technology continues to bloom. At this time, the prompt sounded. Miracle is in a dormant state, if you want to start, please confirm your identity. Identity, Hela. The identity confirmation is successful, and the miracle is launched. Dear Her Majesty, welcome to board the plane. Seeing this, Luo Bing shook his head and sighed, alas, in this world, even a spaceship has learned to flatter. Hela said proudly, it's also my Asgard spaceship. As the queen of Aesir's domain, shouldn't it be flattering me? Yes, you are the queen, you are the biggest, you should say yes, and. Chapter 382 Chaser, set off, Luo Bing put on a smile and asked, so now, my esteemed lady, should we set off? Hela nodded with satisfaction and said, definitely, I am very satisfied that Mr. Luo can say these words, but before departure, I have to hand over the command and control of the miracle to Heimdall, otherwise I don't know where to go. Where to find Bifrost? Luo Bing said angrily, if you say that you are fat and you are still breathing, then what nonsense are you talking about, and quickly hand over the command and control to Heimdall. Understood. Luo Dazi, Luo Dajiji? Yes, I like the name, Ju San San. On this day, an invisible spaceship left Asgard's emergency backup channel and headed for the mysterious universe. Brush. Miracle was fast, like a long rainbow. After leaving Asgard, it turned off the invisible state. After all, that mode was too energy intensive. In the vast and lonely boundless universe, there are always various uncertainties, opportunities and dangers coexist. Heimdall said in surprise, since I became the guardian god, I can only observe the 9 realms with the eyes of Bifrost and Heimdall, and I have never devoted myself to this place. He took another deep roar breath and said, boundless 9 realms, here comes my Heimdall. Advertisement, Luo Bing reminded. I said General Heimdall, let's look for Bifrost when it's urgent, don't rush to enjoy the scenery, wait until we find Bifrost, and let Hela give you a few years of holidays. Only then did Heimdall react, and he said quickly, I'm sorry Mr. Luo, Her Majesty the Queen, I just couldn't help it for a while, and I wasted a little time. I hope Her Majesty will forgive me. Hela waved his hand and said, okay, you will not be affected by your life, not to mention that you are still the captain of our Rainbow Chaser team, just take a rest. 99. Heimdall said respectfully, thank you Her Majesty for being lenient. Your subordinates will do their best and live up to their trust. Call out. In an instant, the speed of the miracle was increased a lot. The speed was so fast that it had reached the speed of light, and it began to jump in one wormhole after another. After each jump, Heimdall would control the miracle and wait for a while, and he himself was staring outside, not knowing what he was looking at. However, Luo Bing, Hela, and Carol knew this well, and he was looking for the information left by that colorful glow. Luo Bing stopped at the window, looking at the ever-changing starry sky scenery outside, his eyes narrowed slightly, Roar took a deep breath, he was clearly indoors, but his hair was full of wind without wind. Luo Bing said softly, although I still don't know where Bifrost is, I always have a strange feeling that it may be in a place beyond our expectations. Heimdall nodded solemnly and said, Mr. Luo, to tell you the truth, after so many space jumps, I also felt the same way in one of them. At the moment, they have long been out of the scope of the 9 realms galaxy, but if it is too far away from the 9 realms, it is completely unworthy of it, at most it is a little remote. Advertisement for Luo Bing and his party, such a distance is not a big deal. Besides, Bifrost must be very far away, and it is possible to span several galaxies. But just now, after the miracle was stationed, Heimdall actually said that Bifrost was getting them closer. This joke is a bit too big. Luo Bing frowned and asked, Heimdall, are you sure you don't have a perception error? Heimdall smiled reluctantly and said, Mr. Luo, I'm sure my feeling is correct. The mark left by the colorful glow is getting lighter and lighter, which means that Bifrost is getting closer and closer to us, and there will never be any of the problem. Luo Bing sighed and said, okay, You are the owner of Bifrost. Our understanding of it is far inferior to you. If you say it is close, it must be close. They have been searching for so long and haven't found the cobweb horse trail. Now that they have just left the 9 realms, there is a signal from Bifrost. Deep down, Luo Bing doesn't believe it. Heimdall said, Mr. Luo, to tell you the truth, I'm also worried about what's wrong with finding Bifrost so easily. I request the miracle to stop here temporarily, and let me 5.0 think about it, lest we go the wrong way. 9. Luo Bing nodded and said, I agree with you, it's better for us to win while maintaining stability, too much may be counterproductive. Heimdall bent over and said, Thank you Mr. Luo for your affirmation. Although he didn't say it on the surface, Heimdall had regarded Luo Bing as the real leader. Hila saw this, but she didn't say anything. In her opinion, it would be better for Luo Bing to take full control of the whole situation, just to let herself relax. Chapter 383 Galaxy Without Life Signs. Oh, by the way, Heimdall, there is one more thing you need to know. You don't need to ask me for anything. The task of finding Bifrost. You're the captain. Seriously, the 3 of us should also follow your command. Heimdall said hesitantly. Mr. Luo, I still think we have something to discuss together. 99. For him to command 3 men far superior to himself, Heimdall doesn't think he's qualified yet. Besides, even if he had, he would not have the courage. These 3 people, 2 of them are high-level figures in Avengers, and Hela is the Queen of Asgard, who belongs to his immediate boss. Treat them like normal guards. Forget it, Heimdall felt that his position as the guardian deity had not been fulfilled. Luo Bing instructed. Carol, please go out and check to see if there is any danger. By the way, look at the planets around you, and if there are any signs of life on the planets. 35. Okay, I know. Captain Marvel nodded, and immediately transformed into a fighting state. His entire body was astonishing, and both eyes were shining. The next moment, he left the spaceship and turned into a streamer and flew towards the outside. Captain Marvel, as a powerful character of level Godfather, already has the ability to survive in a vacuum environment in the universe, does not need any oxygen mask, and she is powerful. It is perfect for him to temporarily be the Guardian. Advertisement. Unlike the original Deadpool, Luo Bing not only had to carry him for flight, but also provided him with a simulated environment with oxygen on the way from the narrow time to Asgard, which was a hassle. Luo Bing said again, Heimdall, you should start too. Okay, Mr. Luo. After saying this, Heimdall's eyes and pupils turned pale gold, very mysterious, and there were intricate symbols engraved on them, just like a compass, which contained mystery, but also contained terrifying power, which made people wonder. This is the eye of Heimdall that belongs to him alone. In this respect, it is somewhat similar to Luo Bing's 3-column jade writing wheel eye. In the past, even if others were in Midgard, they could rely on these eyes to observe any disturbance in the 9 realms. Now along the way, he has been using Heimdall's eye to observe the trail of the colorful rays of light. Seeing that Heimdall gradually entered the state, Luo Bing and Hela were also very sensible and did not disturb him. The 2 stood side by side, looking at the vast starry sky outside. After a while, Hela spoke first. Tell me, after finding Bifrost this time, what are you going to do? After thinking about it, Luo Bing said, Definitely restore the Earth, if possible. I also want to create a better universe. 39. Well said, but have you ever thought that it is not easy to do these things, and where are you going to start? Well, it definitely starts with the other 3/4 of the heart of the universe. Although this kind of treasure is difficult to find, there is a part of me, and I believe that I will be able to find some cobweb horse traces by then. Advertisement. Luo Bing stared at the scenery outside the window in a daze. He needs to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he be qualified to do those things and have the ability to compete with Frieza. But getting stronger requires energy. Luo Bing's current strength is already difficult to gain in this universe, and it can only be achieved by relying on those heaven-defying babies. Or there is another way, that is to sublimate from the battle, like everyone, to rise from the duel. Only then is the real powerhouse, with the power of opening and closing, advancing all the way. But he thought about it again. The 2 days are actually the same. If he really found the whereabouts of the other universe hearts that day, I am afraid it will not be so easy for him to take his turn. Strange and Banner suffered a lot at that time, and Strange almost died in battle, which was because the other party only sent his minions. Therefore, there is a long way to go. Luo Bing guessed that when he obtains the complete heart of the universe by himself, I am afraid that his strength has been polished to impeccable. I am back. At this moment, Captain Marvel, who was out on patrol, returned to the cabin and began to talk about what she saw outside. We are now less than 1,000 light years away from the 9 realms. I looked around, and there are a few scattered planets, but without exception, there is no sign of life. Luo Bing said in amazement. There is no sign of life at all. How could this be? Something is wrong. Captain Marvel cried and laughed. I can't believe it, but the truth is, this is indeed a galaxy with no signs of life. Chapter 384 Sand Sculpting Face Legion. After thinking about it, Luo Bing said, Forget it, the universe is so big, it is normal to have a star field with no signs of life. Heimdall, how is the situation in your place? Mr. Luo, something doesn't seem right. The Bifrost aura that I was able to perceive just now disappeared suddenly. Heimdall stared at the guardian sword bolt steel in his hand in a daze. He couldn't understand why this happened. Luo Bing instructed. I also feel something is wrong. Hela, start the detection function of the spacecraft and check all suspicious substances around. It is good. Hela nodded, and with the hands constantly operating on the virtual keyboard, Scanning rays of light were emitted from the surface of the spacecraft, exploring all the surrounding substances. 10 minutes later, Luo Bing asked, "How is it? Is there any gain?" Number 35 Gila shook his head and said, "It's true that as Carol said, there is nothing worth noting around, but Heimdall suddenly can't feel the breath of Bifrost. After all, there is some difference." Suddenly, Luo Bing felt something. His beast perception was passive, and he suddenly looked in one direction. "There's movement over there. Swipe, swipe, swipe." As he just finished speaking, there were countless beams of light from the other end of the universe that could be seen with the naked eye, dazzling the eyes, like a kaleidoscope, shining brightly. However, the splendor of this appearance does not explain anything. Behind it, there is a very terrifying energy boiling. Advertisement. Luo Bing's pupils shrank, and he said in a savage voice, "If there is an enemy situation, defend." In fact, before he said these words, Carol had already activated the defense system of the spacecraft very skillfully, forming a protective mask on the surface of the spacecraft, absorbing all the mighty beams. Lost. As the spaceship parked in the Asgard Hall, it has always been the Acer royal family that is qualified to use it. Similarly, the quality of the spaceship is naturally no trivial matter. At this time, a voice came from the direction of the attack just now. "The spaceship ahead. You have been surrounded by the sand sculpture-faced army of the great predators. Stop your spaceship, put down your weapons, and surrender as soon as possible." As the voice sounded, in the sight in front of Luo Bing's 4 people, about 5 or 6 spaceships gradually became clearer from far to near. Those spaceships are all black and look very depressing, and each spaceship has the exclusive icon of the Predator organization. Heimdall said softly, "I actually met the Predators here. Negotiate well, they should give us this face." "Humph." Gila snorted and said, "They attacked us first. Why do we have to negotiate? You wait, I will destroy them all." Clang. 2 sharp knives appeared in Hela's hands, and looking at the posture, he was ready to fight against 5 spaceships by himself. "She has this temper, this courage, and this strength." Advertisement. Luo Bing said speechlessly. "I said, eldest sister, can you stop being so violent? You are about to have the same temper as Hulk." Gila said angrily, "Roar roar. Didn't you hear it just now? A team of looters that has never heard of it, wants to make Gila, the goddess of death, to surrender. It's just a daydream." Luo Bing shook his head and gave Carol a wink. The latter understood, and said through the spacecraft's ultrasonic voice, "I don't care which raider team you are, who is in charge, we are just passing by here and don't want to be with you. Disputes arose, and we had a good relationship with the Guardians of Galaxy. Maybe we were friends. Star-Lord Quill's father is Yondu, and Yondu is a well-known figure in the Predators. I believe that with this identity, all the Predators in the universe will give them a face. At present, everything is still dominated by Bifrost, and Luo Bing does not want to waste time with these guys unless it is a last resort. But if the other party insists on looking for trouble, that's another matter." But what Luo Bing didn't expect was that after hearing the name Guardians of Galaxy, the other party not only did not show a friendly attitude, but all 5 spaceships aimed their fire at them. Stance. There was a voice from the other party's main ship. "Originally, I was going to ask you, Norries, to hand over the treasure, get out, but you actually know the damn Guardians of Galaxy, then go to hell." Luo Bing said with a bewildered look, "I'm going, so angry, we just happened to meet the enemy of Quill and the others?" This time, he asked himself, "I said the looters on the opposite side, are you mistaken? We are friends with Star-Lord, the son of Yondu." "Damn, don't mention those 2 names, which 2 names I hate the most?" Huh? Luo Bing opened his mouth. He didn't pay attention the first time, but this time, he finally heard the name clearly. Chapter 385 Invincible Sand Sculpture Face. Sand. A sand sculpture face? A special invincible sand sculpture face? Luo Bing twitched the corners of his mouth, and once wondered if he had heard it wrong. Did someone really call such a monstrous name? And when he heard the tone of the person on the other side, he seemed very proud. Ha 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 ha. I can't do it anymore. This name really challenges my laughter. Finally, Luo Bing couldn't hold it any longer and laughed outright. And the 3 of Carol couldn't help laughing, and the anger just now was washed away a lot. The sand sculpture face said angrily, "Damn guy, what are you laughing at? Don't you know who you are facing? You are about to face a big disaster. And the 5 spaceships are also moving forward a lot, and a war is ready to open at any time. I don't care who you are, if you dare to disrespect my invincible sand sculpture face, I have decided not to kill you now, and bring it back to torture you slowly." Pissed. The man didn't say anything, but when he said that Luo Bing couldn't help it, he said out of breath, I said, "Brother, can we stop repeating this name, and then do this again? Go down, before the fight starts, I will be laughed to death by you." Damn. Damn. Marauders listen and fire. Shoo 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 shoo. Following the order of which sand sculpture face, all 5 spaceships launch laser attacks. Although the outside looks the same as before, there is not much difference. However, none of the 4 people on the miracle ship Luo Bing are fuel-efficient lamps, and they can clearly perceive that this wave of attacks is much more powerful than the previous greetings. Advertisement. Luo Bing shook his head and sighed. "Hey, sand sculpture face, you could have escaped by relying on this name that made me laugh, but you are so stubborn, that's why you don't eat or drink for a toast. Carol, catch that Beffa face alive. 99. Receive." Captain Marvel's eyes and fists were instantly shrouded in light, and even she herself seemed to be transformed into light, which was extremely gorgeous. "Mr. Luo, apart from the sand sculpture face, how do the other predators deal with it?" "That's it. Luo Bing said after thinking about it. All stunned and left there. If there is a very ruthless one, just kill them. I thought so too, got it? The corners of Captain Marvel's mouth twitched, and she jumped out with a thud, so fast that only a ray of light was left behind. Pity, for this strong fighting woman, this kind of situation is the coolest. Brush. Carol's speed was extremely fast, and she aimed directly at the 5 spaceships. At first glance, she seemed to be a splendid meteor, flying over unstoppably. Suddenly detecting such an imminent danger signal, the 5 spaceships quickly turned their attack directions, all pointing at Carol. Hila said in a deep voice. I went over to help her. Luo Bing shook his head relaxedly and calmly and said, no, these are small scenes for Carol. The strongest Avenger other than me said the roar did not come for nothing. Advertisement I saw there, Captain Marvel launched a very terrifying battle, punched hard, and punched out, directly disintegrating all the attacking means in front of him. Then, she penetrated into one of the spaceships, and after about 3 minutes, she flew out of the spaceship, and then went to the next spaceship. Looking at this situation, Luo Bing smiled and said, it seems that Carol is very handy, as expected. He used to be the ace candidate of the Kree Empire Army. This kind of task should have been performed many times. 35. For Carol, Hila also said sincerely, she is very strong, the strongest female superhero I have ever seen. It can be seen that Hila, who is arrogant, makes such a comment. It can be seen that Carol has indeed received her attention and affirmation. Yeah. Luo Bing nodded, but thought in his heart, if Hila and Wanda are compared, who is more powerful? One is more physical attack, the other is more magic attack, it's really difficult. Boom. Just when Luo Bing was distracted, there was an explosion from the main ship of the Marauder, and Carol flew over with a burly man. Looking at the time, except for the first spaceship Carol, which took 3 minutes, the rest of the battle was resolved in 1 minute. It can be seen that the reason for wasting time on the first spaceship is mainly because of familiarity with the internal structure. Reminder, crew Carol has successfully returned to the cabin. Luo Bing cheered up and said, Heimdall, you continue to observe the movement around here. Hila, go and see with me what kind of monster this invincible sand sculpture face is. Hila also snorted coldly. Exactly, I also want to know that even the Predator headed by Starka Ogda, Star Eagle, a member of the first generation of Guardians of Galaxy in the Marvel Universe, wants to give me face. What is he? Dare me to surrender. Chapter 386 My brother was killed by electric shock. The first floor of the ship. A burly man was tied with hands and feet, unable to move. The big man has a strong physique, like a small mountain, his skin is a little red, his face is ugly, and a little ferocious. This burly man is the invincible sand sculpture face who just made a rude speech, and he roared. Damn it, let me go. Carol glanced at him and said coldly, be calm, or I'll let you know what it's like to regret. Hearing this, even though the sand sculpture face was still very dissatisfied, he still closed his mouth obediently. After all, he had already seen the means of the red-clothed woman in front of him just now. She was resolute and ruthless, and her sand-sculpted face had only 2 words to describe Carol. Terrifying. At this time, Luo Bing and Hila also swaggered over, looking at the face in front of him. Luo Bing sighed. Brother, I suddenly understand you a little bit. You have a long face. Have you ever ruined your face? Did you accidentally hurt your brain when you were disfigured? Otherwise, why would you give yourself a name like an invincible sand sculpture face? After that, Luo Bing also said to himself with a look of regret. It's a pity, I was thinking about getting some news from you around, but I didn't expect to be a fool. The sand sculpture face said angrily. Damn guy, who do you call a fool? I am invincible. The sand sculpture face is suave, and the IQ is superb, so you can question it. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and said, yo, he's quite temperamental. Carol, please let him be more honest. Okay. 35 Advertisement. Carol moved her neck and gestured to go up and start. Don't say something. The sand sculpture face said quickly. He was really afraid of Carol, calmed down a little, and said nervously. You, who are you? Luo Bing smiled and said, it seems that we should ask you, who are you, why are you here, and what is your relationship with Guardians of Galaxy? Looking at the battle in front of him, Sha Diaolian knew that if he didn't say it, he might not be able to save his life, so he could only say truthfully. My name is Sha Diaolian, and my subordinates and I are a team of predators, wandering around all the year round. Have fun in the universe. Luo Bing said with a smirk. I didn't expect it, it turned out to be a fool. This name is really obtained by yourself, ha ha ha. In the face of Luo Bing's ridicule, the sand sculpture face dared not to speak, and said in a deep voice. We just happened to see you when we were passing by while jumping in space. We originally wanted to make a fortune, but we didn't expect. Hum. At this time, Luo Bing continued. But you didn't expect us to be so good. This is good. We didn't make money, and we might even take our own life. Yes, I really regret it. 99, haha. Continue to tell me about your relationship with the Guardians of Galaxy, why there is such a big hatred. Mentioning Guardians of Galaxy, the face of the sand sculptured face sank, and he said in a gloomy tone, Yondu Star-Lord Quill, Rocket Raccoon, these are the culprits who killed my brother. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Your brother? Who is your brother? Advertisement. Listen up. My brother is well known among predators, and his name is Shockkill. WTF? Luo Bing was stunned, digging his ears frantically, and after confirming that he heard correctly, he laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. Ahahaha. You two brothers are really good. This name get it, and you won't see the second team if you travel across the galaxy. The sand sculpture face gritted his teeth and said, Our brothers are extremely domineering. How can you laugh at us casually? Zero. Luo Bing sneered and said, Are you arrogant? According to what you said, your brother has already said goodbye. You're a prisoner now. I don't even know what you have to be arrogant. 35. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, looked at the sand sculpture's face and asked seriously, if I remember correctly, your brother who killed his face with an electric shock, is it the guy who rebelled against Yondu before? 5. Yes, my brother is omnipotent. Luo Bing shook his head and sighed. So that's the case, then I can't let you go. What did you say? What are you guys trying to do? I've already said all your questions, so what else do you want to ask? The invincible sand sculpture face reacted violently, staring at Luo Bing as if he was going to eat people. Now that he has seen it, the handsome, tall man in front of him seems to be the leader of the group. Whether I can leave this place alive or not depends on the attitude of the handsome man. Chapter 387. The Grandmaster and the Collector. Luo Bing chuckled. Do you want to know what we want to do? Sorry, there is no comment on this question. Luo Bing remembers that there was a rebellion in the Guardians of Galaxy, and directly arrested the then Guardians of Galaxy members Tree Groot and Rocket Raccoon. In addition to the two of them, there's Yondu, one of the Predator bosses at the time. If it wasn't for one of Yondu's subordinates, Grayling's Conscience, who helped him restore his ability, I'm afraid that half of the Guardians of Galaxy would have suffered. And the one who took the lead in that rebellion, if Luo Bing remembers it right, is called the 950 Face, which is the invincible sand sculpture face brother. I heard that your brother did a lot of harm to Groot that time. If I didn't express this bad anger for him, I would feel uneasy in my conscience. As soon as he heard this, the complexion of the sand sculpture face turned bad instantly. He knew that the group of people in front of him knew what his unsatisfactory brother had done. Looking at what they said about the Guardians of Galaxy, it was obvious that they were good friends, wouldn't they suffer? Luo Bing said without a smile. At the time, your brother killed the Rocket Raccoons and the others in exchange for money, but now I want to ask you, how much do you think you were worth? What about the money? The invincible sand sculpture face swallowed and said, You want to sell me? Gila chuckled and said, That's a good idea. I'm thinking, should I sell you to the Collector as a servant, or to the Grandmaster Gao Tianjin to participate in that championship battle? Advertisement. Hearing Hela's two choices, the sand sculpture's face trembled with fear, and said tremblingly, No, my God, please don't hand me over to these two people. That's worse than killing me. The former Collector is fine, but it will inevitably endure hardship. If the other party suddenly becomes interested and cuts him into pieces as a collection, then the class will be broken into 8 parts. The latter Gao Tianjin is even more terrifying. He has lived for hundreds of billions of years, and he likes to do things that torture others and make him happy. Especially the championship battle held by his subordinates. To put it bluntly, it is a slaughterhouse that eats people and does not spit bones. Entering like him will definitely have no return. Luo Bing also smiled when he saw the fearful face of the invincible sand sculpture. Indeed, it is difficult to find people in the universe who are not afraid of Collector and Gao Tianjin. According to legend, they are two brothers, immortal. These two guys, as cosmos veterans, have existed since the cosmos existed, and even if the planet that gave birth to them perished, they were still alive. After tens of billions of years, they did not know that they had reached that terrifying situation. Basically, no one has seen them make a move, and it is possible that the people who have seen them make a move are already dead. At least Luo Bing has no interest in challenging either of the brothers. Luo Bing smiled and walked in front of the invincible sand sculpture face, but when he came to the other side, Luo Bing's face turned gloomy. Brother, I can only blame you for your bad luck. I didn't intend to kill you, but you insisted on killing your brother with an electric shock. What's the problem? Luo Bing looked at the sand sculptured face, full of hostility. From Luo Bing's eyes, the sand sculpture face can feel the meaning of wanting to destroy himself. He asked shiveringly, What do you want me to do so that you can't kill me? Advertisement. Luo Bing turned his head with a smile and asked, Gila, what do you think should be done with him? Gila didn't answer Luo Bing's question, and there was a hint of indifference in her beautiful eyes. Hey, if I ask you something, please give me a good response. I'm embarrassed by you in front of outsiders. 35. Unexpectedly, after hearing Luo Bing's words, the sand sculpture face said in shock, What did you call her just now? Hi, Gila. Okay, what's the problem? Yes, which Asgard's goddess of death? Gila. Yo. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't expect your name to be quite loud. It seems that you were all famous when you fought with Odin in the 9 realms. The sand sculpture face's pupils shrank. It's really her. This demon is still alive. She didn't die in hell. 35. This kind of 5.0 son is not much worse than what I just said to sell him to the Grand Master and the Collector. Upon hearing this, Hela frowned in disgust and said softly, yes, I am indeed the goddess of death Hela who slaughtered thousands of lives. I will tell you another secret. When I fought in the 9 realms, not only Odin Vanguard General or his executioner, I will prove it like you. Luo Bing's eyes drooped, not knowing what he was thinking. He knew that Hela was ruthless, even with him. It didn't change him, definitely. Luo Bing didn't want to change her in the past. Chapter 388 Angry women are the most dangerous. Since he decided to love Hela, he naturally loved everything about her, including her ruthlessness. This was the unruly Hela who was in hell. Luo Bing could guess that the invincible sand sculpture face said these words, and definitely touched the inverse scale in Hela's heart. She seemed calm, and she was already boiling with waves of anger. Luo Bing didn't intend to stop Hela from using torture, because she knew that Hela was actually much more ruthless than Loki, and most of Loki just wanted to play pranks, even in the original New York battle. But Hela, the cruelty left over from countless wars in her body can't be hidden, and it won't work not to let her out of this viciousness. Luo Bing shook his head and sighed. It's not good to offend anyone, you have to offend her. Don't you know that angry women are the most dangerous? Therefore, Luo Bing took Carol out of here very simply, leaving only Hela, ready to torture the sand sculpture face, 14 to prove her ability as an executioner back then. Carol also cast a look of self-seeking happiness at the sand sculpture face, the meaning of which is very obvious. Your kid is going to be more fortunate than fortune. The sand sculpture face shouted in panic. No, what are you two going to do? Don't go, don't leave me and this demon together. Hela sneered. Devil? This king immediately asks you to survive and die, that's what you call a demon. Before leaving, Luo Bing also specially instructed. If possible, try to ask this guy if he knows the situation nearby. If he really doesn't know, then you can treat him as you like. Okay, I see. 35, no, you devil, 99 advertisement. I regret it, take me to Gao Tianjin or Collector, I don't want to suffer here. As a result, when Luo Bing and Carol were far away from the first floor of the spacecraft, they could vaguely hear the piercing screams coming from somewhere. Luo Bing sighed. Tisk tisk, women with violent tendencies are not easy to mess with. Carol, how can you hold them? Carol just rolled her eyes and said nothing. However, after saying these words, Luo Bing felt that what he said was a bit redundant. Speaking of violent women, among the people he knew, Hela was ranked first, and Carol was definitely ranked second. But fortunately, Hela, the tigress, becomes a small tabby cat as long as it comes to her. Back in the main control room, I found that Heimdall was still standing silently, with both eyes looking forward, as if he wanted to cast through the void to see something else. Luo Bing and Carol looked at each other, and they both tacitly did not bother Heimdall. They knew that at this time, the other party was using Heimdall's eyes to search for any cobweb horse tracks in the universe. If this man who claims to see everything, if he is very stubborn in looking for something, it is very incredible. On the first floor of the spaceship at the moment, a terrible punishment is taking place. Hela waved gently, and dozens of sharp thorns were inserted into the various important acupoints of the sand sculpture face, stimulating his nerves, and feeling pain all the time. The sand sculpture face said weakly, the great goddess of death Hela, please let me go, I swear by my humble soul, I will swear allegiance to you to the death. Advertisement, haha. Hela sneered and said contemptuously, just because of your stubbornness, how dare you swear allegiance to the death? You still want to follow this king, are you worthy, tell you the truth, and cut you into pieces. Give my wolf Fenrir its dirty. Hearing Hela's undisguised contempt, the sand sculpture's face turned into anger, and said angrily, you? Don't deceive people too much. Do you really think that you are invincible in the universe? I tell you, you are still far behind, including the one just now. Little whiteface, he is not worthy of being invincible, you are all far behind. Yes, we are indeed not invincible, but it is enough to clean up you. Maybe one day we will be beaten down, but I regret to tell you that you will not see that day. What 950? You have already tortured me so much, what else do you want to do? Snapped. Hela snapped her fingers, and a green flame jumped on the tip of her finger, green, like a ghost fire. This is one of the killer weapons she brought out from hell. Although it is not on the table compared to the eternal fire of Asgard's treasure trove, it is undeniably powerful. The corners of Hela's mouth twitched slightly, you'll find out soon. Looking at the burning flame, the sand-sculptured face's pupils shrank, and he thought to himself, could this crazy woman want to cremate herself on the spot? It seemed that he could see what the other party was thinking. Hela laughed and said, I didn't expect you to die, but you are smart, yes, this king is going to burn you and relieve you of the punishment in advance. Bitter, don't you hurry up and thank this king? 35. Boom. The words fell, and Hela threw the nether fire in her hand directly, and the flame enveloped the invincible sand sculpture face in just a short moment. Chapter 389 Song detected. What? The sand sculpture face wrapped in the fire of the nether screamed. It was hysterical, almost crazy. Amidst the flames, his resentful voice came out. Crazy, you are a mad woman, a demon crawling out of hell. 35. After that, the voice gradually weakened, until it finally disappeared, and the invincible sand sculpture face was completely removed from the universe, and the ashes did not stay. In response, Hela just smiled coldly and said softly, "Fortunate for you, if this king hadn't cared about the people of Asgard and Bifrost, I would definitely have played with you for a while." After all, she snapped her fingers lightly, and the still-beating netherfire disappeared instantly. After doing all this, she calmly left the first floor of the spacecraft and went to the main control room as if nothing had happened. When I came to the main controller, it was surprisingly quiet. Heimdall was still exploring the trail of the colorful rays of light, Carol was reading a book, and Luo Bing was lying on a chair with his legs crossed and started to sleep. Hela shook his head and kicked him in the past. "You dare to let Heimdall be the captain just to make yourself sleep, roar roar." Luo Bing said helplessly, "What you said, I can't help you much in this matter." At this time, Heimdall closed his eyes and opened them again. His eyes had returned to the same as before. Seeing this, several people hurriedly asked, "How is it? Are there any clues this time?" "Yes." Heimdall nodded and said, "Perhaps the reason for the group of predators just now disturbed the geomagnetic field of the colorful glow, so I couldn't feel it for the time being, but now that the predators have been cleaned up by us, it's natural." Advertisement, that's good. The four of them are overjoyed. As long as the clues are not broken, then this line has not reached the point of giving up halfway. At this time, the miracle system prompt sound suddenly sounded. The miracle has detected singing in the 60th direction, and the target is approaching like us. The current distance is 30,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 6 kilometers, 7 kilometers. Luo Bing asked suspiciously, "Could this be another predator blocking it?" Heimdall shook his head and said, "No way, although the looters have a horrible name, but what they do is reasonable. Why do they trouble us again and again?" Carol said, "People die for wealth, birds die for food. Did they get the wind and know what we are here, so they were stunned by the interests and came to sing opposites with us?" Luo Bing said, "I can't rule out this possibility, but I'm just wondering why the singing is detected." Everyone looked at each other, obviously not knowing why. Could it be that they just came back from the robbery and I ran into them? This also makes sense, but whether it's an enemy or a friend, let's wait until they get closer. At this time, a spaceship finally appeared in their sight. "Hey, we're the Guardians of Galaxy and I'm Captain Quill. Report what's going on here." "Queer, you ruffian, how many times have you said that I'm the captain? At least there was a battle on the opposite side, so why don't you hurry up and loot at this time?" Advertisement, "Hey you two, what we should do is go see if anyone needs help." Luo Bing was overjoyed and said, "You guessed right, the opposite is Guardians of Galaxy. Let me just say, how can there be other forces besides them playing such a loud song?" The three voices on the opposite side were not difficult to guess who was talking. The first one to speak must be that Star-Lord did not run away, and the second one to compete with him for the captain's position was Rocket Raccoon. As for the last interception of the two of them, it must be Thor. Hela said, "It's my brother's voice, and it really is their hostage." At this time, Luo Bing and Heimdall said in unison, "We have seen it. One of the two of them has a three-hooked jade riding wheel eye, and the other has the eye of Heimdall. Send the signal and tell them who we are. Let me." Hela volunteered and said through the ultrasonic voice, "Hello, brother, long time no see, did you hear your sister's roar call? Come quickly." Sure enough, Hela's voice was very useful. The Guardians of Galaxy group, who had just activated the battle state, immediately disengaged the spaceship's ground attack mode after hearing these words. However, in order to make sure nothing goes wrong, they still turned on the defensive state. Thor's voice resounded. "Who are you? Why are you imitating Asgard's Queen of Death, Hela?" Chapter 390 I can't have this brother-in-law. What? In the miracle, the four Luo Bing looked at each other, feeling that they were suspected of their identity by the Guardians of Galaxy. Hela gritted his teeth and said, "This Thor, who has left Asgard for so many years and hasn't returned, now even dares to doubt his old sister's voice." But thinking about it carefully, it's no wonder Thor and the others are too cautious. After all, the universe is full of wonders, and they didn't expect Hela to leave Asgard and run to such a remote place, and they happened to bump into it. All kinds of coincidences, let alone the Guardians of Galaxy, even Luo Bing and the others feel incredible. Luo Bing took the gamble and said, "Hey, since they suspect us, then play with them. Hela, you also pretend to doubt their identities and try to see if you can ask some cool news." Although the title of Thor's Breaking Point male protagonist was obtained by Stark, Luo Bing also wanted to know what this straight steel man could say. At this time, Heim 950 Doll said, "Thor, you were quite a Valkyrie when you were a child, and later found out that Valkyrie was all women. When you were 8 years old, you were tricked by Loki into a snake and got a knife." Hela definitely didn't know about these embarrassing things about Thor's childhood. She was still trapped in hell at that time, but Heimdall knew it very well. As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of dead silence over the Guardians of Galaxy. Luo Bing also held back his laughter. If he hadn't heard it from Heimdall's mouth, he would never have imagined that Thor could have such a bizarre thing. It is estimated that some 1.9 meters tall man is doubting his life right now. But if you think about it, it's not for nothing that the male protagonist called Roar. At the moment, Thor's goddamn voice came. "Wartfark, is that you, Heimdall? Is my old sister really over there?" Advertisement, HMPH, I'm Hela, the goddess of death, I'm just a fake. "My god, I can meet my relatives here, old lady, it's me." Luo Bing threatened. "You say you are Thor, what evidence is there to prove that? If you dare to approach, you will immediately blast your spaceship to slag." At the moment, Guardians of Galaxy over there. Thor was stunned and said, "Wait, is this brother-in-law's voice?" Boss Luo Bing. The Guardians of Galaxy also looked at each other in dismay, staring at each other. Because they have been drifting in the galaxy and even the entire universe, they do not know that Luo Bing, who has been missing for 80 years, has returned. At the moment, hearing this voice is somewhat dreamy. Quill said, "Hey, what are we waiting for? Since your elder sister and Boss Luo Bing are all there, let's hurry over and meet them." Thor reluctantly said, "But you have seen this situation now, and they don't seem to believe me." As the only person with a brain in the Guardians of Galaxy, Rocket Raccoon suggested, "You also say a few things about them." This. Thor scratched his head and said after a long time, "Brother-in-law, I know your first time was taken by my, Beffa, elder sister in hell." As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt, and the Guardians of Galaxy were instantly stunned. They never expected that Thor could say such a shocking melon. Advertisement. The Guardians of Galaxy are all like this, Luo Bing and the others are even more conceivable. Heimdall and Carol hold back their smiles, but Gila is okay, not only does not feel shy, but has a somewhat complacent expression. The client, Luo Bing, closed his mouth, blinked his eyes, and didn't say a word for a long time. "What is this? I originally wanted to prank Thor, but in the end Thor didn't get it done, but instead was blown up by the other side with a huge melon of his own? Does this count as shooting yourself in the foot?" Gila said triumphantly. "This is what you said to trick Thor. Why don't you talk now? Could it be that what he said is not true? You had it before me. Which SHIELD agent or who?" No, Luo Bing twitched the corners of his mouth awkwardly. But now those melon-eating spectators are all waiting for him to speak, so he can't just be dumb like that. After some time, he shook his head and sighed, "This little brother-in-law can't want it anymore." Heimdall said, "There's an uninhabited planet a hop from us, where can we meet?" Luo Bing nodded and said, "Okay, let them know and meet up there." He had already secretly decided that he would have to hammer Thor when he arrived on the uninhabited planet, and see if he could keep his mouth shut in the future. "Thor, there is an uninhabited planet beyond a jumping point here, where do we meet? I have sent you the coordinates." Rocket Raccoon responded, "Hey, I'm the captain, you should have told me not Thor, we'll be over there." The morale of the Guardians of Galaxy is high, not only in a foreign country, but more importantly, Luo Bing, the backbone of the Avengers, is back. Chapter 391. Luo Bing beats Thor. This is an uninhabited planet about 14 light-years away from the Milky Way. From the outside, this planet is gray. After entering, it is indeed a very traditional desert, with the word barren everywhere. Roar, roar, the wind was surging, and the sky and flying sand were swept up in this uninhabited place, blurring the sight and hindering the sight and hearing. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of a sonic boom sounded, and two spaceships came from outside the sky and landed in this barren land. A group of people came down from the two spaceships, naturally the Asgard side represented by Luo Bing Gila, as well as the Galaxy Guardians such as Star-Lord and Thor. Gamora said in surprise, "Boss Luo Bing, it's really you, you're not dead yet, 35. Star-Lord coughed and said, "Gamora, what are you talking about? Luo Bing is so powerful, how could he die?" Groot, who has evolved into an adult, also nodded and said, "I am Groot, I am Groot." Compared with their joy, Thor's expression is not much more natural. He also knows that he accidentally said something he shouldn't say when he was in outer space, so at this time, looking at the expressions of Luo Bing and Gila, he felt a little guilty. Thor smiled dryly. Brother-in-law, how are you and my old sister doing recently?" As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling face, Luo Bing also said with a smile, "It's okay, it's just that my brother-in-law wants to ask you, are the words you just said serious?" Although Luo Bing was laughing, even though this was a large desert with a hot climate, for no reason, Thor felt a biting chill, like a on his back. Advertisement. This is simply a proposition. For a while, the members of the Guardians of Galaxy looked at Thor with sympathy, and Drax was even looking for him nearby. It would be better to bury Thor there later. Goo. Thor swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and with the purpose of protecting himself, he subconsciously said, No, that's all my nonsense, my old sister Hida Neng. It's the first time that I can ask my brother-in-law. What did you say? Hella's eyes narrowed after hearing this, and she wondered if she had heard it wrong. This kid dared to speak ill of himself in front of him. Did he think he could beat him after he got the Stormbreaker? Sorry, in her dictionary, there is no such sentence as hitting her brother as soon as possible. For her, she can hit her sooner or later. Seeing that Hela was angry, Thor also realized that he had said the wrong thing again, and changed his mind again. No, I mean, brother-in-law Hida Neng is not worthy of old sister you. It's not right. Luo Bing is also staring. Good guy. The more he talks, the more chaotic it seems that he won't be able to beat his brother-in-law today. But why he didn't see a trace of fear on that kid's face? It seemed that Thor didn't realize how serious he was about to face. He didn't realize it, but the others did. They all consciously pushed back a long distance, leaving a venue for Luo Bing, Hela, and Thor to deal with housework. Luo Bing said softly, Hela, you also back up and let me come. Advertisement katakana middle dot 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 0. Okay. Hela nodded. As a sister, she couldn't wait to see her brother get beaten. It's a pity that Loki guy isn't there. I believe Thor gets beaten up. He must like to watch it more than anyone else. If it wasn't clear that something was wrong at this time, Thor would have wasted so many battles, and he asked nervously, "Brother-in-law, what are they doing? Why have they retreated so far?" 35. Luo Bing answered the question and smiled. "Hey, Thor, give me a face, let me see how powerful the Stormbreaker is, who almost killed Thanos with an axe." Point 0 inches what? What do you mean? Thor took 2 steps back, a bad feeling in his heart. It doesn't mean much, even if it's a simple exercise. When Thor heard this, he hurriedly said, "I don't need brother-in-law, I am a level sub-godfather, and I can't compare to you, I will admit defeat." Luo Bing shook his head, stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Sorry, no, you only have 2 choices, 1, fight with me, and 2, just stand there and be beaten." 35. Thor groaned inwardly. "Ah, brother-in-law, take the liberty to ask, is there any difference between the 2? Yes, the first one is more glorious, the second one is miserable." Thor looked helpless, thinking that these 2 options are not exactly the same. After a while, Thor gritted his teeth. No matter what, since he was beaten up and down, he might as well take this opportunity to hone himself. Chapter 392 Wusho immortal body carrying thunder immediately. Thor also figured it out. He has followed Guardians of Galaxy over the years. Although he has participated in many battles of large and small file size, to put it bluntly, the enemies he faces in those battles are still too weak for him to fight at all. Sharpening effect. As a man like the god of war in Asgard, he was nurtured by Odin since childhood, which made him understand that there is only one way to become stronger, and that is to fight. For him, Luo Bing's strength is very strong, and he can't see the edge at all. Logically, he is not qualified to play against such an existence, but today is an excellent opportunity. Luo Bing waved his hand and said impatiently, 950, I said what do you think, if you don't do it, I will do it. In his heart, Carol, Thor, Strange, Wanda. These people are the top fighting forces in Avengers. In the name of teaching Thor to learn from him, Luo Bing did it deliberately, wanting to improve Thor's combat effectiveness. After all, as Thor is stronger, so are the Avengers. Since getting a quarter of the heart of the universe, Luo Bing has always had a feeling that one day in the future, he may leave the 616 main universe and go to another multi-universe. He had a strong feeling that the hearts of the other 3/4 of the universe were not at all in the 616 main universe, but in other multi-universes. But he wasn't sure what that guy Frieza was planning. Since he came out of Naruto world, he has been lurking in the dark, eyeing him. Only his Cosmos Legion came out from time to time. This state of me being in the open and the enemy in the dark is very bad, so before leaving, he still wants to do his best to make Avengers a piece of iron and not be threatened by other forces. Luo Bing smiled and said, Thor, come, let brother-in-law see how your strength is now. It is good. Advertisement Thor also shouted, reached out and shook it, the Stormbreaker flew into his hands, and both eyes were filled with electric light. Click, click. At that moment, a vision was triggered, lightning and thunder, the sky was gray, and the rain was pouring down, as if the world was destroyed. Seeing this scene, Luo Bing's eyes were also sharp. The moment he closed his eyes and opened them again, with him as the center, the surrounding space was split inch by inch. The unsullied immortal body erupted. At the moment, Luo Bing is located in the center of the circle, and a special potential is condensing. He seems to have become the center of this world, unique and unmatched. Brother-in-law, offended, Thor, like a great enemy, shouted and took the lead, jumped into the sky, and crashed down with thunder. This axe is powerful, and the void vibrates wherever it passes. It can be seen that Thor does not hold back at all. This was of course his intention. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't hurt Luo Bing. It would be bad if he deliberately closed his hand. He might as well take advantage of this opportunity to have a hearty fight. He raised his head slightly and looked at the thunder that was falling straight down above his head. It was so powerful and mighty that Luo Bing's clothes rattled. Luo Bing smiled, didn't back down at all, laughed loudly. Good job, this is the Thor in my mind. 33. Coming and not being indecent, Luo Bing was also shaken, punched out into the sky, and instantly disintegrated the thunder in the sky. I'm going. Thor's pupils shrank, and he quickly stepped back. Advertisement he knew that Luo Bing was very strong, but he never thought it would be so strong. Brother-in-law, without this, you are too bullying, and I can't achieve the feeling of sharpening myself. 39. Luo Bing snorted coldly. Who said I'm going to sharpen you? I just want to beat you. Although he said that, he also found the problem. He was too strong, and his real strength had reached the level of multi-universe. Even if Thanos was a full stone gem, he had the power to fight, and the gap with Thor was like the moat is insurmountable. This kind of one-sided battle really doesn't work. So, Luo Bing deliberately suppressed his strength to level Godfather, stepped on the ground again, and disappeared in place the next moment. Huh? Where is my sister? Where did you go? Thor's eyes widened, realizing that the situation was not good, and just as he was about to change his position, he saw a shadow appear in front of him. That Shadow 5.0 child came so fast that he didn't find the time to leave at all. The shadow was naturally Luo Bing. He chuckled lightly. Hey, what are you looking for? I'm here, watching the fist. Wait a minute, I beg for a moment. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, before Thor's words were finished, Luo Bing had already punching like a dragon, punched to the flesh, and each punch hit Thor's chest firmly. Although Luo Bing deliberately suppressed his own strength, the strength of level Godfather is not a vegetarian, and it is still uncomfortable to hit him. Chapter 393 Thor Who Doubts Life. Bang, bang bang. Following a few dull shocks, Thor's figure was violently shaken and flew away, slid far away on the ground before it stopped. Thor staggered up, patted the dust on his body and said, "Brother-in-law, I'm not convinced." Although he was knocked flying, Thor also felt that Luo Bing had adjusted his strength. This discovery made Thor very excited, waving the Stormbreaker in his hand and rushing up. Thor has always believed that he is the most powerful Avenger besides Luo Bing. Now that Luo Bing has deliberately lowered his strength and gave him a fair chance to fight, Thor must cherish it. If he can defeat the boss Luo Bing in the same realm, wouldn't he be arrogant in Avengers? If that's the case, let alone Hulk, who has been disobedient to himself, even Captain Marvel might be obedient. As for the terrifying Scarlet Witch with infinite potential, Thor was automatically ignored by Thor. That girl is a freak, she can't see it with normal eyes at all. Although Thor knows that defeating Luo Bing, who is at the same level, is just an extravagant hope and cannot become a reality, but it is always good to try. What if it can be achieved? Seeing Thor's thoughts, Luo Bing snorted and said, "Yo, yes, you are quite ambitious, and since that's the case, I have to be serious." 35. In the same realm, facing Thor, who was already awakening with the Stormbreaker, even Luo Bing had to admit his strength. Even the original All-Jewel Thanos was almost killed by him with an axe, although there were the ingredients of sneak attack, but also proved Thor's power from the side. It has to be said that Thor will be a tough opponent. Advertisement, but Luo Bing didn't think that he would lose. Toughness is one thing. On the issue of whether or not to win, Luo Bing's idea is from the beginning to the end. If you want to share the same situation with yourself, it is estimated that it is only possible to call that weird white-clothed Luo Zhan over. "I am Thor, for the glory of the northern gods." 35. Thor shouted loudly, his whole body was covered with electric light, holding a handle of huge amounts of Stormbreaker, which was like an overwhelming force. Everyone in the audience was shocked, and Captain Marvel was eager to try and compete with Thor. Gamora exclaimed, "My mother, Thor is such a powerful guy. As expected of the existence who almost killed Dad back then." Nebula muttered, "It's a pity that the old B************ D was not killed." After hearing this, Hela, who had been fighting all the time, glanced at Nebula in amazement, thinking that she was not the only one who wanted to kill her father. Star-Lord said unconvincingly, "What is this? If it weren't for the death of my monster father, Egg, I have the strength of the gods, and are more powerful than them." Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes and said, "Come on you Quill, if your monster dad hadn't died, he would have killed you long ago. How would you still be alive?" That's true." Quill scratched his head awkwardly. On the other side, facing the Thor's attack from Ling Tian, Luo Bing was also full of fighting spirit, and laughed longly. "Not bad, brother-in-law. I have to exercise my muscles and bones seriously, be careful." 35. Boom. The words fell. Luo Bing stepped on the ground heavily, and in an instant, the wind and sand drifted in the sky, and he was like a dragon, straight up to the sky. Advertisement in the wind and sand that swept the world. Luo Bing unfolded the three-hooked jade riding wheel eye, and could clearly identify Thor's direction, and Thor was not to be outdone. His body was entangled in thunder, like a god descending to the earth, majestic. Boom. In this way, in the wind and sand with extremely low visibility, both of them accurately captured each other's position, and they punched so fiercely and domineeringly. This fist, without any fancy at all, is so real and powerful. Boom. When this fist went down, a terrifying aftermath erupted in an instant. All kinds of energy substances in this area were exploding, and they were swaying around with gunfire. HMPH 950. As if struck by lightning, Thor groaned and staggered back a long way, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, and now he looked at Luo Bing with an incredible look on his face. I saw Luo Bing still standing quietly, as if nothing happened just now. The clouds were light and the wind was light. How is this possible? Thor opened his mouth wide, with a look of disbelief on his face, and now he has some doubts about life. Although he didn't use Stormbreaker, that fist irrigated his purest Thor power, and even the missing dad mode couldn't trigger that kind of power. But Thor still doesn't want to believe what happened just now. He knows that he can't beat Luo Bing, but the opponent is unscathed. This face is a bit exaggerated. It's not just an exaggeration, it's just nonsense. In fact, Luo Bing's eyes were also weird. Things were not as easy as Thor imagined, and he also suffered a lot of shock aftermath from the collision of the fist just now. Chapter 394 rattled. To put it bluntly, the reason why Luo Bing didn't retreat as far as Thor did, was all due to his immortal body and his precise control of his own strength. Although the realm was forcibly suppressed by himself, the manipulation of those details and the ability to perceive the realm were by no means comparable to Thor. Simply put, Thor doesn't lose money. Although Luo Bing seemed to be nothing on the surface, it was actually not the case. The entire arm he had just fought against Thor was faintly tingling, and it felt obvious. The layman is watching the excitement, the expert is watching the doorway, and the crowd in the outfield is relatively close to the explosive strength of Luo Bing and Thor just now, and only Hela and Carol are the two. At the moment, the two of them were secretly shocked, surprised that they had not seen each other for many days, and Thor's strength was so strong again. Hela thought silently in his heart, Thor deserves to be the heir of which dead ghost father most resembles. Roar. Luo Bing let out a sigh of relief and laughed loudly. Not bad, brother-in-law, do you want to do some more tricks? Thor immediately said with a sad face. Forget it, brother-in-law, you are too powerful, I am not your opponent. He is aware of his current state, he has no doubt that if he comes again like just now, and this arm is scrapped. Luo Bing became interested and said quickly, don't, this time you use Stormbreaker, I still don't need anything. Advertisement oh, don't, my beloved Mjolnir has been crushed by the old lady, and I don't want to be crushed by you with an axe that I just got and it's not 1,000 years old. Thor immediately shook his head and rattled, yes, he wouldn't say anything, continue to fight. Brother-in-law, I was wrong, head office. Luo Bing shrugged helplessly, okay, but it can be seen that you have not slackened in all these years. Given time, you will definitely be one of the superpowers in the universe. Thor smiled and said, hey, thank you brother-in-law for your compliment, I also believe that I can reach that point. At this time, Hela and the others stepped forward and said, you two have it, you have forgotten your important things. Quill patted Thor's shoulder and smiled. Okay, you punched the boss, and you still haven't died, you really give us Guardians of Galaxy a long face. Thor looked tired, thinking that the more he heard these words, the less they were good words. What does it mean that he is not dead yet? Is it normal that he is dead? Heimdall said lightly, sir, please pay attention to your words, Thor is a member of Asgard. As the Avengers 5 mouth cannon, Quill said, this gentleman with gold rims in his eyes, I also ask you to find out, this guy has joined the Guardians of Galaxy, or you can take him away and save him day by day. Compete with me for the captain's seat. Hela frowned and said, okay, you two stop arguing, listen to Luo Bing. Yes, Her Majesty. Heimdall returned respectfully. And Star-Lord is not a fool. He has long heard that Thor has an old sister who is not only violent, but also more powerful than Thor. Facing such a role, he is very knowledgeable and silent. Advertisement Thor also asked. By the way, brother-in-law, I haven't asked you, why are you here? Luo Bing said. This matter is a long story, so let me tell you a long story, we're tracking Bifrost. Thor nodded and said, that's right, Bifrost hasn't been found for so many years, and the status of Acer's realm is indeed damaged. Rocket Raccoon exclaimed. Bifrost? Are you talking about the Bifrost that can reach any place in the 9 realms? Luo Bing asked. Yes, this is it. Have you met? Rocket Raccoon sneered. Hey, that's not true, I just heard about it. In fact, he has not only heard of it, he has been thinking about Bifrost for a long time, and has always thought of having the opportunity to receive it in his own treasure house. Quill pouted, with a confused look on his face. Wait, if I heard correctly, you're looking for a bridge? Wait, why can't you find something so big? No, I think what I should ask is, how could something so big be lost? Gamora rolled his eyes and said, you are still not convinced that you are Noli's blind. According to legend, Bifrost kaleidoscopic shapeshift can become anything. It is not so much a bridge as it is a rainbow. Luo Bing added, rather than saying that he is a rainbow, I think it is best to describe it as a light. Hela nodded and said, yes, it is said that when the old Odin found it, he called Roar the light of hope. 5. Quill said in surprise. Wow, you are tracking rainbows, this is so cool, can we participate? I'm Groot. Groot nodded again and again, very interested in the legendary Bifrost. Chapter 395, Old Sister, Brother-in-law, is there anything I can do for you? Thor's expression became serious with matters concerning his family in the 9 realms. Luo Bing shook his head and said, that's not necessary, we have already discovered the traces of Bifrost, but after we came here, we encountered a group of predators first, and then we met you, so we were delayed. Tracking Bifrost is not to go to war, and it is impossible to bring so many people, too many people, but it is easy to attract the attention of other forces. Once a treasure in the universe like Bifrost is known to outsiders, it will definitely bring unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the number of rainbow chasers is not large, but the essence. Star-Lord interjected. Wait, you just said that you encountered a predator, which team is it? As a predator who has followed Yondu around the swords of the planets since he was a child, he is still very familiar with that circle. Luo Bing said mysteriously, speaking of this, you may also thank us, Heimdall. Clear. Heimdall nodded, and 950 turned around and dragged out the invincible sand sculpture face corpse on the first floor of the Miracle. Guess who this guy is? He? Star-Lord stepped forward to check, but his face was full of doubts. Boss Luo Bing, are you mistaken? I grew up in the circle of predators, and I have never seen such a character. Advertisement at this time, Rocket Raccoon suddenly said, wait a minute, why do I look familiar to this guy? Groot, do you look familiar? Hearing this, Groot also came over, and after watching it for a few minutes, he suddenly beat the sand sculpture face with branches very excitedly. I am Groot. Even if Luo Bing doesn't understand Groot's language, he can tell from his tone that Groot at the moment is very angry. Rocket Raccoon exclaimed. Beffa, sure enough, it's this kid, but the question is, isn't he already dead? At the time of the Electric Shock and Rebellion, they captured Rocket Raccoon, Groot and Yondu, among which Groot was teased like a toy by them, so that they were very familiar with this face. So far, Xingju and others have guessed who the corpse is in front of them, and said angrily, is this guy who rebelled against my father? Luo Bing smiled and said, you are all mistaken. This person is called Invincible Sand Sculpture Face, and he is twin brother with Deng Xiaomian. When we were in outer space, we met us and knew that there was a grudge between you, so we just did it. Rocket Raccoon said with disgust. No wonder he looks so similar to that guy, and he is so ugly. Gamora said. Since you say this raider has 5 spaceships, should it still be there now? I'm going to ask Carol about this. She did it. Carol nodded and said, yes, those who died and the wounded, even if they woke up, they couldn't run too far. Advertisement. Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon, who was still very angry just now, suddenly raised his head and said excitedly. So, a light year away from us, there are a lot of prey waiting for us to rob? I'm Groot. Groot, who was nurtured by Rocket Raccoon since childhood, also raised his arms high. Rocket Raccoon said very excitedly. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up, this guy can find a place to bury it so as not to pollute the air. Groot, Drax, let's go to the big ticket. After all, this brother didn't bring back the 3 heads, so he galloped onto the spaceship and went straight to the road where he came, for fear that the group of predators would run away. In this regard, Luo Bing also smiled helplessly. Guardians of Galaxy have protected the Milky Way several times, and they usually do looting, but they rob the most vicious people. For these predators who have bullied them, they will naturally not have any psychological burden. Heimdall, Bifrost's lead isn't over yet. 35. Not yet, but Mr. Luo, let's get up as soon as possible. I'm afraid things will change later. Heimdall was a little worried. After so many years, he finally had such a definite clue about Bifrost, and he didn't want to miss it. Luo Bing nodded and said, yes, I think so too. Thor, why don't you just wait here for Groot and the others to come back? We are going to continue to find Bifrost. Hearing that Luo Bing and the others were leaving, Gamora asked, is this going, or wait for Rocket Raccoon and the others to come back? Thor also said, yes, brother-in-law, or I will go with you. Bifrost is lost, and as the Prince of Asgard, I should be able to do it in the first place. Luo Bing smiled and said, pretending to be mysterious, no need, there is no word waiting in the dictionary of people who are chasing the light. Advertisement. Chapter 396. Discovering Bifrost. After hearing this, Hela rolled her eyes, thinking about what kind of literary youth you were pretending to be. Thor still asked unwillingly, then brother-in-law, old sister, do you two really not think about me? When speaking, he also deliberately showed his strong muscles. However, Luo Bing eventually rejected Thor's proposal, and before Rocket and the others came back, the miracle set off again. It was 20 light years away from the uninhabited planet. During this period, Heimdall had been controlling the miracle, closely following the trail of colorful rays of light. Miracle's flight speed is extremely fast, and it has reached super light flight. Outside the spacecraft, the stars are bright and radiant, and they are all left behind by them. Your Majesty, Mr. Luo, I saw it. Suddenly, Heimdall, who had been calm all the time, screamed and pointed to a location in the distance. When Luo Bing and the others heard this, they also looked over there. Among the bright and flickering stars, there was a special light that flickered on and off. Don't be careful, you really can't find it. But this definitely can't escape Heimdall, the man who claims to see everything. At the moment he was looking at the light, and Roar's breathing became rapid. If you look closely at the light, you will find that it is made up of 7 different colors, and it has a unique beauty and mystery in the background of the stars around you. This is Bifrost. Luo Bing felt very strange, and the 3-go jade riding wheel eye moved, and when he looked intently, he was deeply attracted. Advertisement. Bifrost is between visible and invisible, mysterious and extraordinary. In Asgard, it became a bridge to the sky, between Midgard and Asgard Hall. After leaving Asgard, it became a beam of light, a beam of visible light, untouchable light. Heimdall nodded firmly and said, yes, that is indeed Bifrost, I can't be wrong. Hela also said, Bifrost has always been in Asgard, and has long been in contact with the Asgard Hall, and I seem to be able to draw its power. That's great. Luo Bing smiled and said immediately, go and have a look. However, Heimdall stopped him and said, no, Bifrost at the moment is like a bird frightened. If we lose the spaceship and rush past it, I'm afraid it will be alarmed to escape again. Luo Bing frowned and said, is it so troublesome? He knew the seriousness of what Heimdall said. Bifrost was not afraid to escape, but he was afraid that there would be many jumping points in this place, intertwined by many black holes. If the beam of light was submerged in that black hole, he would not know where it was sent. It's not that easy to find it. Luo Bing asked. Then what should we do? Do we have to work hard to find Bifrost, but we can only stare here? What is the difference between this feeling and a peerless beauty who is naked and standing in front of her but can only watch and can't do anything? It's just so frustrating. We can go close to it, but it must not be so loud. 2 people at most can go there, and we can't control the spaceship. 2 people? Heimdall nodded and said, yes, among the few of us, Bifrost and I are the most compatible, and only the Guardian Sword Bolt Steel can control Bifrost. I definitely want to go. Advertisement. Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 0. Naturally, everyone had no opinion on this proposal. After all, it was said from the beginning that Heimdall was the main force to find Bifrost, and a few of them said that it was just a support. As for the second choice, Luo Bing suggested, Hela, you are the queen of Acer God's realm. Why don't you and Heimdall take care of it? If there is any emergency, your strength is enough. No, before Hela could speak, Heimdall took the lead and said, Mr. Luo, you and Miss Carol can be anyone, but the second person cannot be your majesty. Point 0. Hela said with a bad look. Heimdall, what do you mean? Don't you believe in the strength of this king? Luo Bing was also puzzled and asked, why is this? You must know that Hela is so powerful that even Odin is afraid. Thanos, who was normal at the time, is not her current Carol. Although she is not her opponent, it stands to reason that this is not to participate in any battle of death and death, but to catch a beam of light. There should be no mistakes. Why is Heimdall acting so strongly? Heimdall laughed and laughed. I definitely don't question your strength. Even if you leave Asgard, your strength is on the table, but if you approach Bifrost, it may backfire and scare him away. Luo Bing paused for a while, then shook his head helplessly and said with a smile. What am I supposed to be? But when you say this, it makes some sense to think about it carefully. Hela and Carol also looked at each other and smiled, their expressions inexplicable. Advertisement Chapter 397 The Heavenly Master Heim Who Caught the Light. Several people are not stupid. When Heimdall said this, they immediately understood the meaning of it, and for a while, they were dumbfounded. Hela, on the other hand, twitched the corners of her mouth, looking a little embarrassed. The reason is simple, but it is complicated. Because Hela's source of strength is Asgard, when she returns to Asgard, she will constantly absorb the power of Asgard's hull to strengthen herself. Likewise, when Bifrost was in charge of connecting the Midgard and Asgard hulls, they were constantly in constant contact with the Asgard hulls. In a sense, 950s said that Hela not only absorbed the power of Asgard, but also deprived the power of Bifrost. If she rushes over now and is caught by Bifrost's perception, she will definitely activate the passive escape mode and get away. This is like a person who has been bullying you all the time, and finally one day you finally escaped, but that person actually came to arrest you again, and he will definitely startle the snake and make it go as far as possible. Hela has been eliminated, and Carol also said, Mr. Luo, otherwise you should go. Your strength is stronger than me, and if you encounter a situation, you will be better than me. Okay. Luo Bing nodded and said, since that's the case, then I'll be more respectful than obedient. Heimdall, let's go. 35. Okay, Mr. Luo. Heimdall nodded solemnly. In fact, according to his thoughts, he also hoped that Luo Bing would go with him. After all, Luo Bing was the strongest among the four of them. After all, the group of them drove the spaceship Kong Acer and set off from the realm of the gods, and they went all the way, about dozens of light years, and tracked Bifrost from such a long distance. Advertisement now that Bifrost is looming not far in front of them. Heimdall doesn't want to lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Naturally, the safer the better. Heimdall, go. Call out. After saying this, Luo Bing took the lead in transforming into a blue beam of light, lacing towards the sea of stars, and Heimdall followed closely behind, holding the guardian sword bolt steel, transforming into a red beam, followed by him, behind Luo Bing. The two of them surpassed the speed of light in an instant, and the millions of stars beside them were left far behind by the two of them. Luo Bing asked, Heimdall, what do you need me to do later? Mr. Luo, you don't have to do anything. I can take back Bifrost with a giant sword in my hand, but I'm worried that there will be other obstacles, so I'd like to ask Mr. Luo to observe the surroundings. Okay, you can do it with confidence, no one will interrupt you when I am here. 35. Luo Bing nodded and asked him to catch a light. He had no choice, but if he wanted to act as a protector, there would be no problem. Suddenly, the two of them were less than a kilometer away from Bifrost. After arriving here, Luo Bing can't continue to move forward, which may cause unnecessary trouble. Luo Bing's eyes are too bright, that's because his immortal body broke out, and the three-hooked jade riding wheel eye was assisted, so he was bright and dazzling, like the most dazzling stars in the dark universe, dazzling. He said, Heimdall, you go, I'm here to help you watch. Advertisement, okay Mr. Luo. Heimdall nodded, and also understood that the current situation did not allow the two of them to waste too much time, and immediately began to prepare for the recovery of Bifrost. I saw that he first shook his shoulders solemnly, and then raised the bolt steel in his hand high, and two rays of light shot out from the two golden pupils, which went straight into the bolt steel sword. Luo Bing watched the whole process in a dazzling manner. This posture was just like the zombie movie he watched in Washa Kingdom when he was a child. It was like an old Taoist priest casting magic on his peachwood sword. Luo Bing joked. Heimdall, you know, your current set of procedures is like a celestial master. 33. Heavenly master? Sorry Mr. Luo, I don't quite understand this term. What does that look like, magician or illusionist? 35. Heimdall replied to Luo Bing's words, but the movements of his hands did not stop for a second. Luo Bing thought for a while and said, it's not the same, but after thinking about it, you and the celestial master are different. People catch ghosts, but you catch light. 5.0. Heimdall repeated this sentence in a daze. The latter can still be understood, it is what he is doing now, the former. It's not that easy. After all, the people of Asgard are very long-lived. Ordinary people are hundreds of years old, and even people like him have lived for thousands of years. The idea of becoming a ghost after death is indeed somewhat new. Luo Bing urged. Go quickly, recover Bifrost, we can go back sooner. Heimdall explained. Mr. Luo, don't be in a hurry, this errand is not something that can be done in a hurry. Chapter 398 Recovering the Rainbow. 1. Although Luo Bing was a little impatient, but since Heimdall had spoken, he knew little about this, so it was naturally inconvenient for him to speak up. I've now imbued Boltsteel with what's written in the spaceship, including the Milky Way. Just like that, after another 10 minutes or so, Heimdall suddenly shook. His whole body seemed to be full of strength, and he flew over with the guardian sword bolt steel. Heimdall exclaimed, Bifrost, come back soon after so many years. Clang. He lifted the bolt steel in his hand to a height of half a man, and the entire blade of the sword was full of light, shining near Bifrost. Using one beam of light to capture another beam of light originally sounded so dreamy that it was unbelievable. But unfortunately, it is such an impossible thing to succeed, but it becomes possible under Heimdall's hands. When the guardian sword bolt steel appeared, Bifrost, who was just around the corner, became a lot more honest. This discovery made Luo Bing realize that, sure enough, as long as people have concerns, they have weaknesses, which will run counter to the invincibility of people. But there is a problem at present. Although Heimdall relied on bolt steel to temporarily control Bifrost, it is much more difficult than they imagined to recover it simply. Heimdall held the bolt steel, controlled Bifrost's movements, gritted his teeth and insisted on thanking. Advertisement. Luo Bing cheered. Continue to work harder, Heimdall. If you don't even find out about the recovery of Bifrost in the entire universe, then absolutely no one can do it. Mr. Luo, I will do my best to live up to everyone's expectations. Heimdall took a deep breath, and the golden pupil runes flashed, forming a formation that solidified everything within 100 miles, even the stars that were still flowing slowly before. In fact, he himself has already made a general discovery, and he is also thinking about the success rate by taking advantage of the opportunity of control. Heimdall is in charge of the control of the planet not far in front of him. Luo Bing is not a dry eater. He directly blocks the entire space of tens of thousands of meters outside, let alone a spaceship. Even a fly can't fly. But definitely, in this new situation, there will be no such creatures as flies. Heimdall, look at your disheveled clothes, let me help you. Snapped. Luo Bing snapped his fingers and used that power that he hadn't used for a long time. Mr. Luo, what does this mean? Heimdall, who was busy, asked without looking back. Luo Bing joked. It's okay, I just think it's like your situation, it's like watching your long-lost girlfriend, it's better to dress up cleanly. In terms of real hard work, it can be said that no one in the entire Avengers is his opponent except the guy from Deadpool. Advertisement. Heimdall was already somewhat familiar with Luo Bing's jokes. He was not flustered, his face was normal, and he was quite calm. Mr. Luo, bolt steel can only achieve the effect of imprisoning Bifrost, and there is no way to recover it, but I have another way. What can I do? Tell me quickly. That is to use my own power to forcibly control the rainbow. Luo Bing pondered for a while and said, but you will definitely cause Bifrost's fierce resistance. If you don't succeed in recovering, it will be counterproductive. Heimdall nodded and said, yes, this is exactly what I want to say. With my personal strength, I absolutely cannot control Bifrost and recover it at the same time, which requires the help of Mr. Luo. Luo Bing smiled and said, you are so bold, I don't think there is any reason to back down. Say 950, how can I help you? 35. It's very simple. After I catch a light later, my strength is limited. I hope Mr. Luo can take action to stabilize all the surrounding situations. 39. Luo Bing shook his head and smiled and said, sorry, I thought you were talking about something very important. That's all, don't worry, even if you don't speak up, I will take the initiative to do it. Heimdall said in surprise. That's great, it's not too late, let's tear it apart. It's not a way to keep a rainbow locked with bolt steel like this. 35. At the moment, the bolt steel in his hand, because of the huge amounts of force oppression, the blade has become red all over. Heimdall shouted, we have not only recovered the rainbow, but also the hope of the Acer Protoss. Immediately, he stretched out the other hand that was not holding a sword. His 5 fingers were like hooks, making the appearance of taking things from the air, grasping the colorful light in the air, and his expression was extremely serious. Chapter 399. Recovering the Rainbow. 2. Heimdall's expression was serious, and he looked like he was going to die. Luo Bing was naturally unwilling to be left behind. With a wave of his big hand, whoosho immortal body urge, a stream of energy spread out from his body, slowly but not stopping, surrounding tens of thousands of miles around. Area. Luo Bing said solemnly, Heimdall, what I can do about this matter is limited, and it is mainly up to you. Don't worry, I have been preparing for this every day and every night over the years, and now I have finally come to the end, seeing the dawn of victory. I will never let any mistakes happen. In Heimdall's deep pupils, there seemed to be the sun, moon, and stars circulating, all of which were golden, noble and rare, and there were armored knights from the heavens raising their spears and riding their horses and whips. That mirror image was terrifying. These are some of the pictures Heimdall has seen in his life, definitely not comprehensive, compared with what he has experienced. These are just a drop in the ocean. Bifrost, I am Heimdall, the guardian god, the true god of Acer. Now in my name, I call upon your return, and I hope you will not refuse. 35. Acer God's domain is the center of the 9 realms, the dawn of dawn, the backside of darkness, and your best destination. Heimdall looked serious, muttered words in his mouth, and kept rubbing the top of the guardian sword bolt steel with his palms. At this point, the entire body of the giant sword has become extremely smooth and splendid, and it is even more eye-catching than the countless stars around it. Luo Bing, on the other hand, slowly closed his eyes, felt it with his heart, and monitored all the movements around him, as if his whole person had been integrated with the starry sky. He has always had a careful plan, and he has been taking every step according to what he thinks in his heart. If he wants to recreate the Earth, or even reshape the universe, he must not make mistakes in every step. Advertisement otherwise, Luo Bing didn't even dare to think about it, and it would cause an irreversible situation. After all, according to his idea, the things, people and things involved in each step are too amazing. Dragon Ball, Heart of the Universe, Bifrost, Infinity Stone. Every single one of these things is enough to destroy the world. If you make a wrong step, you will be wrong, and you will lose the whole game. Now that Bifrost finally has hope, Luo Bing will definitely spare no effort to do what he should do. Beside Luo Bing, the magnetic field has become chaotic, the void is distorted, and everything has become unreal and dreamlike. Heimdall said in a deep voice, Mr. Luo, don't worry, the current situation is within my expectations, just stick with it for a while. In this regard, Luo Bing said dumbfoundedly, you don't need to worry about me, just do your own thing, and there will never be any mistakes on my side. Just kidding, if he can't even control the starry sky in this mere 10,000 miles, wouldn't his barren realm be a joke? Heimdall also twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling that what he said was indeed a bit redundant. The entire Avengers, including the Queen of Asgard, trusted Luo Bing so much, so what reason did he have to doubt? With that in mind, he summoned Bifrost with even more heart. In fact, their statement has always been wrong, that is, they didn't come to catch Bifrost, to be precise, they came to invite Bifrost back. Advertisement and what he is doing now, strictly speaking, is more like a negotiation between him and Light. As for the outcome of this negotiation, the impact is far-reaching. As a result, Heimdall stepped up his efforts and devoted himself to negotiating with Bifrost. At first, Bifrost did have signs of leaving, but it was stabilized by a ray of light emitted by the bolt steel. Besides, if it really got to that point, Luo Bing would also be guarding on the outside and would not let Bifrost leave easily. But even if Bifrost stayed, it felt like it would be more resistant to returning to Asgard. In fact, Luo Bing also understands this. In all fairness, if he were Bifrost, it would be better to wander carefree outside than to be a bridge in Asgard. Nolly-s. But this is not the best destination. Secretly, Frieza has been planning a conspiracy that can subvert the entire universe. If that conspiracy is really realized, then the entire universe will be reshuffled by him. As the saying goes, when the time comes, Frieza will definitely find Bifrost, and treat it no better than Acer God's domain. Heimdall has also been persuading Bifrost with love and reason. I don't know how long it took, the colorful rays of light that had been silent for a long time finally gave a reaction, and the originally splendid light gradually became dim. To be more precise, it has become softer, chapter 400 The Executioner in the Shadow. The colorful glow suddenly softened. Does this mean that their efforts were not in vain, and they are one step closer to successfully persuading Bifrost to return? Discovering this situation, Luo Bing cast an inquiring look at Heimdall. Heimdall nodded, confirming Luo Bing's guess. In this regard, Luo Bing smiled with relief. As expected, the colorful Xiaoguang may be brought back. This is definitely a good news. Feeling that the resistance force of the colorful rays of light was getting weaker and weaker, Heimdall showed a smile. He knew that it was basically a success now. The reason is that now Bifrost's power is weakened, and it is not enough to escape again. As long as he is willing, he can use the power of the Guardian Sword Bolt Steel to recover the colorful rays of light. But he didn't do that, since he had already reached the 950th step with Bifrost's thinking. He didn't want to break the trust that had just been established unless it was a last resort. Luo Bing naturally agreed with Heimdall's decision. He was really anxious to recover all kinds of treasures in the universe, and it was definitely not bad at this time. Besides, the results of the two methods were completely different. Bifrost volunteered to go back with them, and everything would be fine. But if they were caught back, the ending might be that one day in the future, colorful Xiaoguang left Asgard again, and it would not be easy to get it back. Finally, after about 10 minutes, Heimdall turned the bolt steel gently, and the colorful rays of light from the distance flew over, directly submerging into the giant sword. At the moment of entering, the bolt steel vibrated, as if it had a unique texture. Advertisement Heimdall nodded to Luo Bing and said, Mr. Luo, we finally succeeded. Bifrost returned to bolt steel voluntarily. Luo Bing also smiled with relief. Yeah, in the past, bolt steel was just a body. Now, it finally has a soul. This is inseparable from our long-term efforts, and more importantly, you, Heimdall, it would never have been so easy without you. Mr. Luo has won the prize. This is inseparable from the efforts of each of us. Let's go. Let's tell Hela the good news. I think so too. Her Majesty will be very happy to. 35. Suddenly, Luo Bing paused as he was about to leave, and looked at a black hole farther away with a puzzled look on his face. Heimdall asked suspiciously, Mr. Luo, what are you looking at? It's nothing. Luo Bing smiled and said, Heimdall, go and tell Hela and the others the good news first. What about you, won't you come with me? No, I want to stay and take a look. Bifrost was discovered in this place, maybe there is some mystery. Beffa. Heimdall smiled and said, Mr. Luo, you must have thought about this too much. The colorful rays have been changing directions, and this time we just happened to catch up with him. Whether it's him or not, it's always okay to see. Don't worry, it's such a long distance, I'll find you right away. Maybe you'll arrive before me. Advertisement Heimdall thought about it, and that's true. Luo Bing's speed has already surpassed the speed of light. It's not difficult to break the boundaries of space and time, so why should he worry about it? That being the case, Mr. Luo, I will go to meet with Her Majesty the Queen and the others first. Okay, you go. After Heimdall left, Luo Bing once again looked at the black hole just now, and said in a deep voice, I'm here. Why are you hiding there? Come out. Gia Gia Gia, as expected of the guy who gave our master a headache, he has already discovered us. A sinister voice came from the black hole, as if it was a ghost that escaped from under the Nine Nether. The Liao people were terrifying. As the sound fell, the black hole was distorted, and a large crowd appeared outside the black hole in an orderly array, all facing Luo Bing. Seeing this, Luo Bing smiled and said contemptuously, "What an amazing person I am. It turned out to be a group of dogs raised by that guy Frieza. No wonder, only you can do such a hidden act." The group of people in black robes on the opposite side were none other than the Alien Universe Legion under Frieza's own hands, the group of executioners walking in the shadows. Luo Bing said with a sneer, "I will take care of you if I don't go to your troubles. It's fine for you, but it's fine if you don't appreciate it. Why do you take the initiative to trouble me? I'm really impatient. These guys have always killed people without blinking an eye, and I don't know how many filthy and bloody things they have done for Frieza. For these worms hidden in the darkness, they did countless bad things to the earth and the creatures in the universe." Chapter 401 The Lion King's roaring prestige. Luo Bing has absolutely no sympathy for this group of cold-blooded killers walking in the shadows, and can't wait to kill them one by one. Your master still has some foresight. He knows that I'm giving him a headache, so what are you doing now? Help Frieza to buy headache medicine, ha ha ha. 35. Luo Bing laughed heartily, but he didn't put those frightening alien legions in his eyes. Being so humiliated by Luo Bing, the Alien Universe Legion couldn't stand it, and the leading man in black robe shouted, "Luo Bing, don't be too proud, we have 500 people, today, let you die here." 35. Luo Bing pretended to be frightened and said, "Oh, I'm so scared, I wonder if that guy Frieza is stupid. Let you guys, come and kill me." The man in black robe said again, You're afraid, give us that sword, and we can spare you from dying." 66.99 Luo Bing was a little speechless. Well, he could understand why Frieza arranged for this group of people to come here. He had already discovered these guys hiding in the black hole, but he didn't take the lead in order to cover Heimdall. But he guessed right, these people really came to Bifrost, and they didn't intervene when they saw Heimdall recover the rainbow before, because they wanted to take advantage of the fishermen. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly and smiled. "Can't you hear that I'm joking? Don't you really think that only 500 people can keep me? HMPH, kill you first, then snatch that sword and give it to me." The leader of the black-robed man waved his hand, and in an instant, the 500-strong alien cosmos army shouted to kill Genshin and rushed towards Luo Bing. Advertisement. Seeing this, Luo Bing didn't take a step back, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Since the last time he got a new ability, the voice of the Golden Lion King, he has not found a suitable opportunity to use it. However, it didn't take much effort to get here today, and this group of people actually took the initiative to send it to the door. There's a reason for him not to accept it. Luo Bing smiled maliciously and said, "Since you are determined to be my whetstone, then I'm welcome." Seeing Luo Bing's expression, the alien soldier who rushed forward was a little puzzled, and a bad feeling occurred in his heart. "Take care of you guys, my move is called an ability," the voice of the golden-haired Lion King, roar. When the last word was uttered, Luo Bing let out a deafening roar, which directly penetrated the barrier of the vacuum and reached the ears of each black-robed man. All of a sudden, it was like a thunderous explosion in the ear, deafening. What? Immediately, a large number of soldiers from different universes were directly blasted out, forming a beautiful arc in the air, making a scream, and falling on the meteorite behind them. Life and death do not know. Seeing this, Luo Bing was also taken aback by his own means, and muttered to himself, "I'll go. What kind of voice is this golden-haired Lion King? These two seem to mean the same thing. Ah, what kind of wicked tactic is this? You can kill people without shadows just by relying on the sound?" Advertisement. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. 0 The soldiers of the alien universe who survived by the first round of Lion Roar were not much better, staggering, and directly retreating thousands of steps. Puff. The black-robed man at the head spit out a mouthful of blood. His breath was sluggish, his face was extremely pale, and his eyebrows were slowly dignified and fearful. In fact, the reason why they are so bold is entirely because they don't know much about Luo Bing. After they came out of Naruto world, they were sent out by Frieza for the first time and didn't say anything. Point 0 Including the fact that Luo Bing gave Frieza a headache, it was also told to them by the previous veterans of the different universe, so that they thought Luo Bing was not that powerful, and they suffered a big loss. Luo Bing sneered twice, only to see his footsteps moving. His figure became illusory, leaving an afterimage in place, and the whole person instantly arrived in front of the leading man in black robe. "I heard you wanted to kill me." While speaking, Luo Bing's hand was already slamming around the neck of the man in black robe, lifted him up, and looked up at him. Although it is looking up, it can be seen who has the upper hand and who is embarrassed. "Luo Bing, what are you trying to do? Let me go." The black-robed man who was lifted off the ground was very frightened, his legs constantly swayed, and panic filled his eyes. At the moment, in the eyes of this little leader of the alien army, Luo Bing is no different from a man-eating beast. Luo Bing said contemptuously, "What do I want to do? Shouldn't I be asking you? What's the matter? Only you bastards are allowed to ambush me, and I'm not allowed to kill me? And?" Chapter 402 Frieza's Death Squad. Luo Bing shook his head and sighed. "Tell me you guys are just doing your job well. Why do you have to provoke me?" The black-robed man who was held high by him couldn't tell how bitter he was. He wanted to say that our mission is to send the colorful rays back to the master, but Bifrost was taken first by you. What else can we do? HMPH, what a bunch of idiots. How did Frieza raise a bunch of idiots like you? By now, Luo Bing had already guessed 7 or 8 out of 10 things. It is very likely that this group of alien corps did not come for him, but only for the 950s, Hongqiao, and it was only right to meet them by chance. It is expected that Frieza will not be so stupid. Shooting such a group of trash to kill himself is no different from giving away people's heads. But there is one thing Luo Bing can't figure out a bit, that is, they found Bifrost's trace based on the heart of the universe in Heimdall and Bolt Steel. But Frieza, why is he? According to Heimdall, if you want to find Bifrost, you can only rely on him and the support of the Guardian Sword Bolt Steel, which has nothing to do with the realm of strength. Luo Bing also felt this. He was as powerful as he was, and he couldn't notice the slightest trace of Bifrost. Shaking his head, temporarily putting aside these questions that he couldn't think of even if he broke his head, Luo Bing once again turned his attention to the army of alien universes in front of him. The ability, Voice of the Golden Lion King, just now was very successful. The original army of 500 people has changed to more than 200 people in one voice, and it is less than half of the original. Advertisement. Even those who survived by standing in the back suffered from injuries of small file size, and their faces were pale. Luo Bing said with embarrassment, "It stands to reason that you are all just a gun in Frieza's hand, and it was your unfortunate encounter with me today. Now the question is, should I kill you or let it go? What about you?" HMPH, kill or cut as you please, the great master Frieza is immortal. The man in black robe, who was already pinched by Luo Bing, said with difficulty, staring at Luo Bing's eyes full of resentment, viciousness, and murderous intent. But unfortunately, there is no word called fear in those emotions. This made Luo Bing a little surprised. He was very curious about what method Frieza had used to make these people give their lives for him, even if they didn't want to. Luo Bing sneered. "Yeah, after a long time, you are still a death squad, so I underestimate you." The man in black robe slowly closed his eyes, as if he was dying. Luo Bing squinted his eyes, released his hand after a moment, threw the black-robed man into the distance, and said coldly, "I can stop killing you today, but listen to me, and tell that guy Frieza when you go back. Avengers is not easy to mess with, and I, Luo Bing, are not easy to mess with. Also, let me add a word, I didn't kill you today purely because I have other things to do. I don't want to waste time with you, and next time, I will never show mercy." Frieza's mind is clear to him. It is nothing more than wanting to control the 616 main universe, but with him, he will never allow such a thing to happen. Advertisement. Hearing Luo Bing's words, the remnants of the alien universe corps were stunned and looked at each other, wondering if they had heard it wrong. They couldn't figure out why Luo Bing, who was the enemy, didn't kill them, but chose to let them go back. For fear of wasting time? Come on, this is definitely not a reason. They all saw the horror of this guy just now, and nearly 300 of them were killed in one voice. They have no doubts that if the other party wants to destroy their own people, it is nothing more than another voice. Luo Bing said coldly, "What's the matter? You are not happy to let you go." The leading black-robed man's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about what Luo Bing's real purpose was. After a while, after experiencing a complicated trade-off in his heart, he finally gritted his teeth and said savagely, "Luo Bing, don't do it. Thinking that if you let us go this time, we will be grateful to you and kill nearly 300 of our warriors, and we will never forget it." Luo Bing sneered and said, Just relying on your group of stinky fish and rotten shrimps. You dare to speak up in front of 5.0 me? I advise you to save your time. Go back and tell Frieza that if you want to deal with me, let him come in person. Now you all get out of here before I change my mind." HMPH, don't be arrogant. The Master is the most powerful emperor in the universe, and one day you will crawl under his feet. Let's just say this. The rest of the soldiers in the different universe fled into the black hole in embarrassment, without knowing it, for fear that Luo Bing would go back on it. They may not be afraid of death when death comes, but if they are given hope of living, everyone will instinctively cherish their life. Chapter 403. The Man Who Dares to Touch the Old Lady. Looking at the backs of those alien legions fleeing in a hurry, Luo Bing sneered. "Humph. I don't care what kind of emperor in the universe you are. You offended me, Luo Bing. You'd better never appear in front of me again." Frieza is powerful, Luo Bing cannot deny it, but he is not easy to mess with, even with Avengers behind him. If Frieza wants to fight the 616 main universe, he must pass him first. But Luo Bing also knows that there are too many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this universe, just like Crucian Carp crossing the river, even if he is not invincible. Just like the two brothers Collector and Gao Tianjun, they are very mysterious and powerful, as well as the Tianjin group, the Eternal Family, and so on. But these are things to come later. At least for now Luo Bing has no plans to make enemies with them. Luo 14 Bingsua thought. "Hey, the Emperor of the Universe, when I got caught, I have to let you know that this universe is different from your Naruto world. It's not so easy to bully." Just as he was thinking, the Miracle from afar came galloping and descended beside him. The three of Gila got off the Miracle, looking at the mess around them and the shards of corpses. They couldn't help frowning and said, "What's the matter? Is this someone ambushing us?" "Yes, it's that guy Frieza. He has an army of alien universes hidden in a black hole not far away. He finally couldn't help but take action just now." Luo Bing was very relaxed, as if nothing had happened just now. "Same." Gila said in a deep voice, "Another Cosmos Legion? How did Frieza know we were here?" Luo Bing shrugged and said helplessly, "You have asked me this question, and then I'm also very curious, where did this lingering guy have such great ability?" Advertisement Heimdall also said, "Mr. Luo, did you know it just now, why didn't you let me stay and help you?" Luo Bing cried and laughed, "You are stupid, these guys are obviously coming for your guardian sword bolt steel. You stay, isn't it in their arms?" He added, "Besides, with my strength, isn't it as simple as a warm-up exercise to clean up these guys?" Hela gritted his teeth and said, "Men who dare to touch the old lady, sooner or later I will lead Asgard's army to conquer your nest." Heimdall reminded in a low voice, "Your Majesty, you forgot that the original god King Odin once said that a wise monarch never initiates a war." "But what bad old man is called in the second half of the sentence, but he must always be ready to fight." Hela rolled his eyes and said, "Now that everyone is riding on my head and shitting, I am not allowed to fight back." Hela said impatiently, "It's all right, don't do it, you really deserve to be Odin's most trusted capable man, and his words are quite accurate." Cough cough. Luo Bing coughed dryly and said righteously, "What is a man who touches you, doesn't it mean that I am a soft eater? I am the goddess of death, and the current queen of Asgard. I don't know how many people in the universe want to eat my soft rice but can't eat it. What's the matter, you still feel wronged?" Hela looked arrogant, and gently supported Luo Bing's chin with her fingers and said, "I told you, you should stop resisting, I will get it, we will go back to Asgard for the wedding." Advertisement Carol said unnaturally, "I said you too, can you pay attention?" Luo Bing also threatened, "If you do this again, I will use the power identification technique." Unexpectedly, this time Hela bit the bullet and said, "You will also use this trick to deal with me. Do you have the ability to let me feel the real feeling?" Luo Bing was choked and didn't know what to say for a while. Just kidding, Sky, Lorna are still waiting for him in SK Wangxing, and there is an inexplicable relationship between Wanda and him. If they go back with a child in a confused way, even if the three of them don't say anything, they will probably feel uncomfortable. Luo Bing changed the subject and said sternly, "Okay, I won't joke with you here, since Bifrost has been obtained, then you can go back to Asgard." Carol found a loophole in his words, "What do you mean by going back the same way, won't you go back with us?" Luo Bing shook his head and smiled and said, "No, my purpose in coming to Asgard has been achieved. Next, we will split our troops. I will continue to search for the trace of the heart of the universe." Hela said immediately, "I'll go with you, what are you kidding, you are the queen of Aesir, what if you leave the people of Asgard?" Luo Bing waved his hand and said, "Don't be a jerk, listen to me, it's definitely not wrong, you return to Asgard to grow well, that's the most important thing." Chapter 404 Next stop. Guardians of Galaxy Carol said, "Since Bifrost has been found, then I will not go back to Asgard. Nick Fury contacted me before and said that there is something to discuss. As a result, I may have to go back to SK King." Luo Bing nodded and said, "That's fine, you are a veteran of Avengers, it's time to meet the team." "Well, since that's the case, let's meet at SK Wangxing when we come back." Hela asked, "I understand your desire to find the other 3/4 of the heart of the universe, but what are you looking for right now, you don't know where to start." After thinking about it, Luo Bing said, "I already have a general solution, Guardians of Galaxy, they have traveled south and north, and their footprints are all over the universe in many galaxies with large file size and small size, I plan to find them." Heimdall asked weakly, "Mr. Luo, why didn't you just let Thor and the others stay and wait for you?" Luo Bing rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "How did I know that we would find Bifrost so quickly, and the recovery was so smooth, aren't you an afterthought?" "What? Canon. The meaning of hindsight is to infer the overall situation when something happens." "Okay, Huxia culture is broad and profound." Hela still said unwillingly, "Since I'm going to find Thor, then I, the elder sister, should go there. Since the dead ghost father is gone, this kid Thor has been running around like crazy, I saved up and cleaned up, he is." Advertisement Luo Bing said speechlessly, "I said if you can change the reason, forget it, don't change it, anyway, no matter what you say today, you have to go back to Asgard obediently, that is the most suitable place for you." Then, Luo Bing secretly told Hela, "Secretly tell you, Wanda has been retreating to the position of the only chaos god in this universe in SK Wangxing. If you don't work hard, she will be surpassed by her." Hela looked at Hela with strange eyes, "Wanda you said is the little sister-in-law who has been secretly escorting you." 9. What you said?" Luo Bing scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He said yes, but he and Wanda haven't confirmed their relationship yet, so let's say no, those things are indeed true, and they can't be denied. Seeing Luo Bing's embarrassment, Hela laughed angrily. "Okay, I won't make fun of you, as you say, I'm going to return to Asgard to improve my strength." 35. Luo Bing laughed. "This is the first lady in my heart." After hearing this, Hela, who was about to leave, immediately stopped in place. "Wait, what did you call me just now?" First lady, is it possible that I want to call you Lady Queen?" Luo Bing twitched the corners of his mouth, thinking that he had said the wrong thing again. Hela, who had a serious face just now, suddenly smiled like a flower bone in full bloom, bright and bright. "Luo Bing, this king is now serious and solemn to tell you that this king likes the first lady's name Roar very much, and will call me that in the future." Advertisement Hela thought proudly. "This king is the first lady, and the shield agents and the 2 super ability human women will all be lined up behind this king." Luo Bing shuddered. "I'll call it that in the future? Forget it, it's not enough to give me goosebumps." Therefore, Luo Bing watched the miracle's bag get farther and farther away from him until at the end, he couldn't see anything and disappeared from sight. Looking at the galaxy with only wolf smoke left in front of him, Luo Bing sighed and said to himself, "Where should I go next and find the Guardians of Galaxy? Or should I do it alone?" Because of the incident with the alien universe core, Luo Bing naturally became very alert and looked around on alert to prevent any further forces from interfering with it. He still hadn't figured out how Frieza knew about Bifrost's whereabouts. Their line of work was absolutely confidential, and the four of them were all their own, so it was impossible for inside information to leak. That being said, there is only one possibility, and that is that Frieza himself has some kind of treasure, and can comprehend the message of the rainbow, Nori's bridge. At least Luo Bing can only think of this reason for now. As for the truth, we can only find out when he is more powerful than now. Luo Bing said to himself, "Oh, don't think about these annoying things for the time being, let me think about my whereabouts." Finally, after about 15 minutes, Luo Bing finally made up his mind. He looked at the quietly ups and downs, the slowly flowing stars in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and said, "It's really boring to find things in the vast and boundless universe by myself. I have decided, the next stop. Just go to Guardians of Galaxy, quality." Chapter 405 You need a captain. Luo Bing has always believed that if Deadpool is a joke, then Guardians of Galaxy is a group of jokers. You must know that another nickname of Guardians of Galaxy is called Galaxy God Dance Troupe, which is well known far and wide. Luo Bing thought, at least staying with this group of Galaxy God Dance Troupe shouldn't be so boring. And with the addition of Thor, a straight and silly big man, Guardians of Galaxy must have a different kind of vitality. Thinking about it, Luo Bing can't wait. In fact, he didn't want to go to Guardians of Galaxy just to understand boredom. You must know that the whereabouts of the heart of the universe are more difficult to find than Bifrost. Believe that there can be more other channels to use to get any bells and whistles. Galaxy Dance Troupe, Thor, wait, I'm here. Thinking of this, Luo Bing had nothing to hesitation anymore, and directly turned into a long rainbow, galloping away into the universe. When he split 950 with Guardians of Galaxy, Rocket Raccoon specially left him their coordinates and navigation, which could save Luo Bing a lot of unnecessary trouble and find them easily. And inside the Guardians of Galaxy ship at the moment, Gamora looked through the window at the extremely gorgeous cosmic galaxy and said lightly, "Where should we go next?" Quill, next to him, put his arms around her shoulders and said, "I don't think we should discuss this. How about a song and a dance? 99. Gamora put her elbow on Quill's chest and scolded, "Besides the awkward dance, can you have any other suggestions?" "Hey, don't underestimate the good dance. Didn't Ronan just fall under my dynamic dance?" At this time, Rocket Raccoon said, "Hey old guys, I heard that Conte, Beffa, Laxia Star has a carnival feast. Are you interested?" Advertisement, I am Groot. I am Groot. Speaking of the carnival feast, Groot immediately danced with excitement. Thor stretched his waist and said, "Okay, what the little rabbit said makes sense. Let's go to Contraxia and hear that it's a wine paradise." Thor, how many times have I told you, if I have to say what species, I'm a raccoon on Earth, not a rabbit. Okay, I got to know the bunny. 66. Star-Lord said incredulously. What is it? Do you two think I am the heir? I am the captain of the Guardians of Galaxy, and also the captain of this spaceship? Thor and Rocket Raccoon both looked at Star-Lord and shrugged their shoulders. Obviously, they didn't take Star-Lord's words seriously. Seeing this situation, Star-Lord became even more unhappy, rolled up his sleeves and said, "Silly big Thor, don't think I can't beat you, you just want." "Don't talk yet." But before Quill could finish his words, Thor stopped him with a serious look on his face, a look of alertness, and the Stormbreaker was firmly held in his hands, as if he was facing a great enemy. Quill glared at him and said, "Do you know that it's very rude to interrupt someone like this, and—" Drip, drip, drip. Before he could finish saying this sentence, the spacecraft sounded the alarm again. Advertisement at this time, Rocket Raccoon said again. "Something is wrong." The spaceship made an alarm sound, as if something that the fat spaceship fears is approaching here. Clang clang. All of a sudden, even if a few people are stupid, they know that things are not that simple. Suddenly, all kinds of weapons are already in place, and the whole scene becomes tense. Thor, who first noticed something was wrong, said, "I can't perceive the exact direction of that person or thing, but I can feel that he's strong, very powerful." Gamora asked, "How powerful is it that you're not even an opponent?" "Yes." Thor nodded and said, "This kind of dangerous feeling, even my old sister and Thanos can't compare." Quill exclaimed, "This is so powerful, so what do we need to do now, escape or surrender?" "Can't run, he's here." Thor took a deep breath and looked at a dark corner of the spacecraft, where a slender figure slowly walked out. "Ahem, I think you might need a captain." 35 Luo Bing put his hands on his back, with a smile on his face, quietly looked at the Guardians of Galaxy players in front of him. Everyone said in unison, "Boss Luo Bing." Luo Bing shrugged and said, "If it's fake, it's not me saying, what kind of look you are, this is how you treat guests." No, we thought it was the enemy, but we didn't expect it to be you." For a time, the entire Guardians of Galaxy was shocked, and the Stormbreaker in Thor's hands, as well as the weapons in the hands of the others, were also put down. Chapter 406 The arrival of Luo Bing has undoubtedly made the already lively Guardians of Galaxy even more lively. The group played the best songs and shuttled through the boundless universe. Inside the spaceship, Thor asked suspiciously, "Brother-in-law, Why are you here, my old sister and the others? Luo Bing said with a smile. They're definitely going back to Asgard, so they can't follow me around in the universe. So, Bifrost's problem solved. That's natural, otherwise how could I come to you? Hela and Heimdall wouldn't be willing to go back like this. That's great. Thor is overjoyed and heartfelt to hear that Bifrost has returned to Asgard. Since he was born in Asgard, Bifrost has been an integral part of the Aesir domain, and now it has taken many years for Bifrost to return, which is definitely a great news. I believe that the father and mother have spirits outside the day after tomorrow, and they should be relieved. Quill chuckled. Then boss, come here, if I guess right, to dance with us, to celebrate? I am Groot. I am Groot. As soon as he talked about dancing, Groot waved his arms excitedly again and danced. Advertisement in this regard, Luo Bing shook his head helplessly. He couldn't tell whether Groot's original character was like this, or he was led away by Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon and the others. In this regard, Luo Bing can only comment reluctantly, as expected of the Galaxy Dance Troupe. After a few simple greetings, Luo Bing said sternly, seriously, I have obtained a quarter of the heart of the universe, but if I want to reshape this fragmented universe and restore the Earth, you can only find the remaining 3/4. You are squatting in the place where you are going, and you have a wide network of people. Is there any way to find out about this? Speaking of business, everyone in Guardians of Galaxy also became serious. After a while, Gamora said, Boss, the heart of the universe is the treasure in the universe. I have heard Thanos mention it before. Luo Bing became interested. Oh, let's talk about it. 39. Although Thanos is an old B****************, one thing he has to admit is that this guy has lived in the universe for so long, and has been working on finding treasures like the Infinity Stone. Maybe that guy knows something. Since then, Gamora began to eloquently said, Boss, you know that the power of the heart of the universe is even more powerful than the Infinity Stone. At the beginning, Thanos' goal was to find the heart of the universe, but he didn't succeed. After a lot of thinking, I couldn't find any cobweb horse traces of the heart of the universe, so I finally settled down and started looking for the Infinity Stone. Luo Bing laughed and laughed. We all know what happened later. He finally collected the Infinity Stones and launched the Infinity War, destroying half of the life in the universe. The collapse of the Earth has a lot to do with the Infinity War. Not bad. Gamora sighed. No matter what, Thanos was her adoptive father, even though this adoptive father once perished half of the life on her home planet. But no matter what, Thanos has brought up her kindness, and the ending of Thanos is also a little emotional to her. Quill pouted and said, after talking for a long time, you haven't said a single useful word. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. 0 advertisement. Gamora rolled her eyes and said, how about you? Quill scratched his head and said, well, although my adoptive father is Yondu, he has found many treasures as a predator, but the highest level is also a gem of strength, and there is no more. Destroyer Drax said, don't you still have a biological father, Egg, who lives in billions of years, so he should know something. 0.0 inches. You can pull it down. He wants to kill me wholeheartedly, even if he knows, maybe he will tell me. Several people looked at Mantis Girl, Egg's former maid, who hurriedly shook his head and said, I'm only responsible for his sleep problems, and he won't tell me these things. 9. Luo Bing shook his head. As an old antique, Egg may know something, but this guy has long since ceased to exist, so it is useless. Quill looked at Thor and said, hey big fool, haven't you always wanted to be a captain? Say something. I don't have an adoptive father, but my own father Odin, although he is a god king, once fought in the 9 realms, but it's limited to the 9 realms. Thor pursed his lips, showing that there was nothing he could do about it. Well, I know that your 3 fathers are all powerful and have their own backgrounds, but after talking for a long time, there is no useful information. 35. Luo Bing sat in the main driver's seat, looked at the interstellar navigation map in front of him, and asked, instead of trying to break your head here, why don't you go to a place where there are more messages? How about you? What do you have? Do you recommend? And Chapter 407 Contra Summer Star. Thor suggested. The master guy is in Sakaar, and this guy, like the collector, has been around since the universe was born, and maybe knows where the heart of the universe is. After that, he also whispered, I was forced to participate in the championship battle in Sakaar by him, and I also had a fight with Hulk. I must find a place this time. Luo Bing said solemnly. Thor, I advise you not to provoke that Grandmaster if you have nothing to do. He is not a character to be provoked. Thor waved his hand and said, sorry, brother-in-law, you've been worrying too much. In fact, that guy is not as powerful as the 950 rumored in the outside world. Back then, Valkyrie, me and Hulk escaped. If he didn't catch it and Loki left with a spaceship, the Grandmaster still couldn't do anything. That's just his appearance. Do you really think he can't keep you guys if he wants to? Don't take a guy who has existed for hundreds of millions of years too simple. 39. Luo Bing looked at the starry river outside the window with dignified eyes. Gao Tianjun is an unfathomable character, but he only likes to create various games. When Thor and the others left, it may have been intentional. Forget about Sakaar. Even if Gao Tianjun really knows something, it's not that easy to tell us. Luo Bing directly rejected the idea of going to Sakaar. Don't Gao Tianjun play a big game, and assign them a game level that can't be broken for hundreds of years, and let them break it, it will be too much time consuming. Apart from Sakaar, are there any other good places to go, such as if I didn't come, where were you going? Rocket Raccoon said, "Boss, we are going to Contraxia at first. If you are interested, we can go there." Advertisement. Luo Bing nodded and said, "Contra Shawxing, this is a good place, not bad, we'll go wherever we go," and set off. "Follow your orders, Contraxia Star. This is a planet that doesn't care. It is also one of the largest information transfer stations in the universe, and it is one of the planets most frequently inhabited by predators. Here, there are all kinds of characters of the 3 religions and 9 classes, and they are mixed with each other. Here, it often represents black market transactions, bars and casinos, information transmission, and various venues. It can be said that Contraxia is a paradise to enjoy, a place full of alcohol and blood." Today, Luo Bing and his party walked in this area, this piece of land. Came to one of the central cities of Contra Summer Star, watching all kinds of neon lights flashing around, smoky, full of cyberpunk style. Looking at the surrounding skyscrapers, bars and casinos, Luo Bing praised, "It's not bad here, it has a San Andreas feeling." Shing Lord echoed, "Which legendary Sin City is it? Although I left the Earth when I was a child, I still heard of its famous name, 35. "It's right there." Luo Bing nodded, still quite satisfied with this place. Advertisement. Since ancient times, the places with the fastest transmission of news and the most news from all walks of life are often in this dark and gray area, and it may be possible to get some unexpected gains here. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Hey, isn't this the son of Yandu, Quill, the man who can dance the most among the plunderers, has come to Contraxia Star, long time no see." Hearing this voice, Quill smiled knowingly, already knowing who was coming. Everyone followed the sound and found that it was a team of interstellar predators, and the leader of them was swaggering towards them. "Hi Grayling, long time no see." Seeing the man, Quill came up affectionately and gave him a hug, and the other Guardians of Galaxy members nodded to him. Only Luo Bing and Thor, 2 outsiders, do not know why. Quill said quickly, "Boss, I forgot to introduce you. This is Grayling, who used to be my father Yondu's deputy, and later Yondu's whistle and arrows were also inherited by him. This time we come to Conte La Shawxing. He is also mainly responsible for arranging food, drink and entertainment. Ah no, it's business. Luo Bing said with a smile. "So that's the case, I've heard Quill and the others have told you for a long time. Back then, when the Predator 5.0 was killed by electric shock, it was very difficult for them to escape without your help." Grayling took 3 steps and took 2 steps, took Luo Bing's hand and said, "You are Mr. Luo Bing from Avengers. Your name is like thunder, and I have admired it for a long time." Luo Bing said politely, Haha, no matter what, it's all due to the promotion of heroes from all walks of life in the universe, and it's just a fake name. Having said that, this time we have to trouble you for all the file size matters in Contra Shawxing. What a lot of trouble." Chapter 408. Wanderer Bar. Grayling said, "That's for sure, Quill's friend is my Grayling's friend, don't worry." I saw him patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Luo, I have a very good relationship with Quill. He should tell you that Contraxia is the territory of our predators, and I can do whatever you want here. Help." Grayling's reassurance was loud and clear, and it was clearly full of great self-confidence. Although Contra Shawxing is a mixed bag, most of the right to speak is in the hands of predators. It can be said that Contra Shawxing is a gathering place for predators, and here they are equivalent to the Emperor of Time and Earth. As the appointed successor of Yongdu, Grayling naturally has a very high status here. With his guarantee, Luo Bing and the others can avoid many detours and achieve more with less effort. Luo Bing nodded and smiled. Except for Quill 14 who came here with Yongdu occasionally before, we are all unfamiliar with this place, and we were worried that there would be no way to hit the wall, but I am relieved with your words. Star-Lord smiled and said, "Yes, although I was brought up by Yondu, he rarely brought me to this kind of place, so I am not familiar with this place. Fortunately, Grayling has been in Contra Shaw recently. Rest, boss, don't worry if you leave this matter to Grayling." 5. At this time, Thor said mysteriously, "I heard news about Contraxia when I was in Asgard before. I heard that there is a very famous robot made in the universe. Is it true?" Haha, yes, definitely yes. Grayling gave Thor a look that a man could understand. Looking at the two people's emotions, Luo Bing asked puzzledly, "Maid machine, what is that?" Quill whispered in Luo Bing's ear, The robot maid, it's actually." Listening and listening, Luo Bing's expression changed from surprise at the beginning to exciting later. So it turns out, Contraxia is a sinful planet, and it is normal to have this kind of industry, so it's strange not to. 99. Advertisement. Thor smiled wickedly. "Hey, brother-in-law, if you are interested, I can take you to see. Don't worry, I won't tell my old sister. While going, don't forget what we're here for." "Hey, I'm just joking." Luo Bing asked, "Grayling, do you know where the most active gossip news about Contra Shawxing is?" 35. Grayling nodded and said, "I know, there is a bar not far from here, called the Wanderer's Bar, where there is a lot of people, and there are many small and large gossips that are gathered there and flow out." After thinking about it, Luo Bing said, "Yes, just go here, you lead the way." "Okay, come with me." "Wait, 35, what's the matter, Mr. Luo?" Luo Bing looked at the large group of people around him, and always felt that it was a bit too ostentatious to bring these people, and it was easy to attract attention. More importantly, like Star-Lord and the others, they are all wanted criminals on some planets. Seeing Luo Bing's concern, Xingju smiled and said, "Boss, why don't we split up and go to a dance hall to find out the news?" 99. Drax said lightly. Kiere, are you sure you don't want to dance? Advertisement Quill said helplessly. You can continue to be your invisible man. That's a good idea. In that case, Thor, you and I go to the Wanderer's bar. Quill, you go somewhere else. Keep in touch. In this way, they can be decomposed, reducing attention, and secondly, more comprehensive information can be obtained. The proposal was appreciated, and Quill said triumphantly, see, I'm smart enough to be captain of the Guardians of Galaxy. Mr. Luo, Thor, this is the homeless bar. Grayling pointed to a large building in front of him and said 950. Luo Bing and Thor followed the direction of their fingers, and were a little shocked when they saw the size of the Wanderer's bar. The bar is oval in shape as a whole, with neon lights flickering constantly and shining brightly. From far away, you can vaguely hear the voices on the other side, and the singing is loud. At the entrance of the bar, there are many beauties walking around, all of them are exquisite and well proportioned. Obviously, this famous homeless bar is not only in the business of selling alcohol. Watching the swaying waists of those gripped waists, Thor quietly swallowed. Luo Bing teased. What's the matter, brother-in-law, is this hard touching? Thor hurriedly said. No, what's the matter, I am the son of Odin, the prince of Asgard, how can I be so filthy? In order to hide his embarrassment, Thor coughed dryly and said righteously. So, the colorful quail eggs in front of you are the homeless bar? Chapter 409 Strange Master and Servant Colorful Quail Eggs? Hearing Thor's description, Luo Bing and Grayling couldn't help laughing, thinking that Thor is indeed a master of cold jokes. Luo Bing said softly. I hope this colorful quail egg can bring me some unexpected surprises. Grayling said. Mr. Luo, I will send you here, the rest is up to you, and don't forget your current identities. Luo Bing nodded and said. Okay, there are a lot of people here, you can leave first, and then contact me if you have anything. It was naturally Luo Bing's idea to let Grayling leave. If he wanted to quietly inquire about the news in Contraxia, it was impossible to take Grayling by his side. As the successor of Yongdu, this identity was in Contraxia. The star is so conspicuous that it's hard not to attract the attention of others. Furthermore, even he and Thor have used hidden identities. In name, they are a pair of interstellar thieves who have been exiled to Contraxia, a master-servant relationship. And wait a while, they will also use this identity. Mix with the 3 religions and 9 streams in the bar, so as to obtain information. After Grayling left, with a snap, Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and he and Thor's outfits immediately changed, even with masks on their faces, which made them completely different from before. This is one of the abilities Luo Bing acquired in the early days. It has always been used to help Luo Bing organize his clothes before going on a date. Unexpectedly, in Contraxia Star today, it has its use. After the disguise, Luo Bing and Thor looked at each other and both smiled. Advertisement Luo Bing chuckled lightly. Let's go, we will meet the biggest bar in Contra Summer Star. Okay, brother-in-law. Oh, no, it's the boss. Thor's Stormbreaker was turned into a mace by Luo Bing's illusion, and being carried by Thor on his shoulders, he really looked a bit vicious. As a result, the two of them swaggered towards the homeless bar. At this time, a young girl smiled and said, 2 gentlemen, are you interested in our signature features? Thor sighed inwardly, thinking that Luo Bing was going to refuse again boringly, but he saw a scene that made him feel incredible. I saw that Luo Bing after Yi Rong was not only in appearance, but also seemed to have completely changed in personality. He smiled and said, it's beautiful, why don't you accompany me in and have a couple of drinks before that? After that, he couldn't help but say it, and went into the bar with his arms around the girl's shoulders, leaving Thor, who hadn't reacted yet, with his mouth wide open, staring at the backs of the 2 people in a daze. Luo Bing turned his head and cursed angrily, Banner, why are you in a daze, follow me. Thor then reacted, and said quickly, okay boss. In order to hide their identities, the 2 of them also used pseudonyms. Thor used Banner's name, and Luo Bing, the veteran playboy Tony Stark's name. Luo Bing definitely didn't really want to open meet. The purpose of his contact with girls was purely because he wanted the 2 of them to better integrate the atmosphere here. So, this method that doesn't seem normal, here will make them look normal. Advertisement entering the interior of the bar. Luo Bing was not too surprised by the environment here, except for some more high-tech cyberpunk styles. The overall atmosphere was similar to that of a nightclub on Earth. Definitely, the scale is absolutely unprecedented. Under the guidance of the girl, Luo Bing and Thor quickly came to a booth and sat down, constantly looking around, trying to find any useful clues. The girl looked at them inexplicably. From her point of view, Luo Bing and Thor behaved strangely, as if they were deliberately pretending to be. However, she didn't care too much, thinking that it was just 2 foreigners who had just arrived, and they were just filling their heads here. The girl secretly sneered, she likes to accept this kind of guests, and it is convenient for her to kill them. She lay on Luo Bing's shoulder and said softly, Mister, didn't you mean to invite me to drink? Not finding and hearing the information he wanted, Luo Bing felt a little irritable in his heart, but on the surface, Nuo Lees pretended to be calm and said, that's definitely, Banner, go and buy the best wine here. 5. When speaking, he winked at Thor. Another layer of meaning is to let him observe the pattern here and various forces. Thor nodded after understanding Luo Bing's meaning, I understand boss, I'll go right away. Seeing Luo Bing's big money, the girl was even happier, and quietly made a gesture in a direction 20 meters away from them. That gesture means, there are 2 foreign fat cows here, and you can eat a big meal with your hands. In fact, the girl didn't know that Luo Bing had already seen all of his little actions. Chapter 410. After a while, Thor swaggered over, followed by two waiters, each holding a large case of wine. After sitting down, the two exchanged glances. Luo Bing shook his head in disappointment. It is true that, as the outside world has said, all kinds of news of large and small file sizes are flying all over the sky, but most of them involve some lace news that can't be put on the table, as well as worthless, broken metal. At least for Luo Bing, who is currently rich and powerful, those things are indeed rubbish. Although he discovered the girl's small movements, Luo Bing did not stop it, especially Thor's failure to act, which made Luo Bing more certain of this idea. If you want to get any valuable news, it is useless to shrink your head like this now, you must find a way to contact some of the core people here. But it's not that simple to get in touch with the core characters, and he didn't want to let this matter have anything to do with Grayling, so they would pat their butts and leave, leaving a lot of mess for Grayling. 950. Luo Bing doesn't want this kind of thing to happen, and won't let it happen. Therefore, if they want to be famous here and protect their true identities, they can only rely on themselves to make the two identities they use now famous. Sure enough, after the girl informed, after a while, another 5 or 6 girls came to persuade Luo Bing and the others to drink. Luo Bing and Thor also lived up to their expectations. They would not refuse anyone who came. As long as the wine was delivered to their mouths, they would drink it all down, but after drinking it, they immediately and secretly used energy to dissolve the alcohol. Boss, you drink too much. Advertisement, fart. How can I drink too much? Obviously you are drinking too much. The two pretended to be drunk and hugged each other and began to whisper. Brother-in-law, what do you think they want to do? Keep drinking us. 99. Don't worry, remember, no matter what they do, we just need to be rascals and not let them get what they want. Okay. Seeing the two of them getting drunk, the girl at the beginning sneered and gave a look, and immediately someone from the vagrant bar stepped forward and said, You two, you have spent a total of 30 million universe coins this time, please settle as soon as possible. Ha ha. Luo Bing sneered secretly. They were indeed drunk a lot, but they definitely couldn't reach the amount of 30 million universe coins. The other party was typically trying to extort them. But this was right in Luo Bing's arms. He was worrying about what to start with. The other party just gave him a step. However, others borrowed a donkey to go down the hill. Luo Bing decided to do the opposite today, borrowing a tiger to go down the hill. I saw Luo Bing push the bar staff aside, pointed at their noses and scolded. Furious. You be asterisk 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 D. Don't ask me Tony Stark, I am eating, drinking and having fun in the universe. The one who doesn't have eyes dares to ask me for money? 39. Thor is also, Beffa, very cooperative, moving the mace in his hand. A bunch of scumbags dared to disrespect my boss. Advertisement, okay, two ignorant things. Dare to come to the homeless bar to make trouble. I think you don't want to live. Up to now, even a blind man can see that Luo Bing and the others are here to eat Ba Wang's meal, and the murderous aura fills everyone's eyes directly. Especially the girl at the beginning, her eyes were like she wanted to shave Luo Bing and the others. It turned out to be two poor ghosts. It's really a waste of my mother's spirit to pretend to be an uncle without money. Come on, kill them both, throw their bodies out to feed the dogs, and let out the bad breath. Clap. Just after the girl finished speaking, a clear and loud voice sounded. It turned out that Luo Bing slapped her directly in the face. This time, he directly shocked everyone present, and looked at the two people blankly. Even Thor blinked. He didn't expect Luo Bing to shoot so bluntly, but in his heart he had quietly raised a thumbs up for Luo Bing. You despicable thing, you dare to hit me? The girl covered her flushed cheeks, her face full of disbelief, obviously unable to believe that Luo Bing dared to preempt them before they started. Isn't this guy afraid of death? But no matter what the reason is, this is unbearable for the girl. She pointed at Luo Bing with trembling fingers and said, B asterisk 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 D. You will never get out of the door of the homeless bar today. Encircle this B asterisk 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 D. You must not let them go so easily. With an order, a large group of strong men and powerful thugs from other races rushed over from all directions, looking at Luo Bing and Thor with all eyes on them. Chapter 411. Luo Bing laughed and said, What do you guys want to do? More people bully less people. Do you think I'm scared of Tony Stark? Thor was also standing beside Luo Bing, holding the changed Stormbreaker with a look of alertness. It's just a pity that Stark, who was impersonated by him, was sneezing constantly and couldn't stop. The girl snorted coldly. HMPH, two poor ghosts. What if they bullied you less today? Give them all to me. In her opinion, these are two ignorant guys, who have already been surrounded by them, and they dare to speak hard. This is purely seeking death. In this case, she doesn't mind letting these two guys know that this is Contraxia, and they are in the vagrant bar, where fists are the only law. Yes. The girl seemed to have some strength in the homeless bar, and when the girl gave an order, all the thugs who had been waiting for the opportunity to move all rushed forward in an instant. Luo Bing squinted his eyes. HMPH, I don't eat and drink for a toast, and I disturb Lao Su's enjoyment. Damn it. I saw him kick the majestic man who came in front of him with a roundabout kick, and the speed was dazzling. Even aside from his energy, he is originally a trainer. His fighting skills have surpassed the top level 7, and even Captain America and Black Panther can't compare to him. Not at your fingertips? Boom. This leg is unbiased on the face of the majestic man. What? With a scream, The majestic man who was still murderous just now was directly knocked to the ground by Luo Bing's leg. The movement was so fast that many people didn't have time to see it clearly. A loud bang. Advertisement. The sturdy body of the majestic man swayed dust on the ground, and even the ground felt a little cracked. Sigh. This time, Thor, who was thick-skinned and resistant to beatings, also gasped, as if he had been hit. The pupil of the girl who gave the order shrank, and she had to re-examine the emaciated man in front of her again. Looks like they've hit a hard stubble. However, the arrow is on the string, and it has to be sent. Since it has already started, there is no room for it to stop. Otherwise, wouldn't the deterrent force of their homeless bar plummet? The girl hunted and said, "Continue to give it to me, but I want to see how good he is." "Boss, let me come." Thor waved the Stormbreaker in his hands, and was already eager to try. If Hela didn't show up, he was the top superhero even in Asgard's first combat power, even among the powerful Avengers. This kind of scene was easy for him. But this time Luo Bing rejected Thor's proposal, shook his head and said, "This time you don't need to take action, just watch it, I'll do it myself." After all, he not only wanted to beat the group of guys, but more importantly, he wanted to draw out their big shots behind the scenes. Now only if he is strong enough, he can have more chips in the negotiation. But Thor didn't think of this, thought it was Luo Bing's hand itching and wanting to move. He nodded immediately, took 2 steps back, and looked at the thugs rushing towards him with sympathy. He thought in his heart, "Oh, being targeted by my brother-in-law is unlucky for you." For flowers. 0 ADVERTISEMENT, kill. The first person to approach Luo Bing was a bird orc who let out an angry roar, followed by a slender paw grabbing towards Luo Bing. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the paw in disgust. Luo Bing kicked it directly. Bang. There is no suspense in the ending. The bird orc was kicked far away, the table behind him fell over a large piece, and he lay on the ground without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Luckily the homeless bar was cleared when they were just about to start, otherwise it would have been another riot. Point 0 This only happened between the lightning and Flint. The bird orc just fell to the ground, and a large group of people rushed up. It's good to come, but then again, I haven't had such a refreshing close-quarters fight for a long time. I saw Luo Bing moving his muscles and bones and getting ready. Boom. Luo Bing punched like a dragon, bursting out with a strong light, directly knocking several people close to him, and another group of people rushed over. Among these thugs, there are people from many planets, and all of them are fierce, and most of them are wanted criminals who have caused troubles from various planets. It can be seen that this homeless bar does not refuse to come, and on the other hand, it shows that the strength of the bar is strong, otherwise it would not have the courage to take in these wanted criminals. However, this is even more good news for Luo Bing. These people are not good people in the first place, and some of them don't even want to die. Naturally, he has no psychological burden when he starts, but has a sense of accomplishment. The girl shouted, "Go, go, go to me, kill him," and Chapter 412 I'm just here to smash the game. Pung, tong, dong. Anyone who approached Luo Bing was shot flying without any suspense. The originally luxurious bar was full of traces of battle, with electric sparks flickering on the fluorescent screen, and the tables, chairs and benches were even more shattered. There are bottomless pits everywhere, and there are bar thugs lying all over the place. The scene is completely one-sided. Luo Bing has always been crushing. Gradually, the girl who was frantic at the beginning also realized that she had provoked a ruthless, 950, color, and fear slowly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Pointless, this time I mentioned the iron plate. In the end, no one dared to go on, and to be precise, no one was able to go on. All of them were seriously injured and could not take care of themselves. Luo Bing twisted his neck, the corners of his mouth twitched, and said disdainfully, "That's it? It's useless to give you a chance." The old god Thor was standing on the ground with his hands behind his back, and the Stormbreaker was standing beside him, watching the excitement while taking a sip of wine from time to time, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Anyway, in his opinion, from the moment he started, the ending was already doomed, and he had 100% confidence in Luo Bing. Finding that there were no more thugs, Luo Bing turned his eyes to the girl at the beginning. He smiled and said, "How about a beauty? I, Tony Stark, are not vain. You guys are not very useful, why don't you come?" Looking at Luo Bing's bright smile like a flower, it was undoubtedly the most terrifying smile in the world for the girl, and it scared her like a flood of beasts. Advertisement. For a time, she was stunned in place, as if petrified. Luo Bing said lazily, "Hey, big girl, I'm asking you something. It's rude of you not to talk like this, okay?" "Oh. What? What?" The girl stammered and was at a loss, cold sweat dripping from her body layer by layer. And many more. What did the devil just say? He wants to go up and fight him himself? Isn't this a joke? Although the girl has the power to command those thugs, it is definitely not because of how powerful she is. On the contrary, she is just an ordinary person who is powerless. The reason why she has such a position in the Vagrant Bar is only because of her and her relationship. It's just a well-known relationship on the level of the bar owner. What's the difference between letting him fight someone who easily smashed the bar and killing her directly? Big brother Tony Stark, I was wrong, it's all my fault, I offended you, please forgive me. With a plop, the girl fell to her knees directly on the ground, and the one crying was a pear blossom with rain. She was scared, she was really scared. She thought that the two Luo Bing were no different from the fish they usually caught, But what she never expected was that this time the fishing was not successful, and a wild beast was caught. Luo Bing squatted down, raised the girl's chin with his fingers, and said with a smile, "Now I know I'm afraid. But the problem is, you've lost all interest in Lao Su, what should I do?" Advertisement. The girl rolled her throat and said in a dry voice, Big brother, if you don't dislike it, there are many luxurious rooms behind the bar, I am willing to make compensation for you." Hearing this, Luo Bing twitched the corners of his mouth and was speechless. Come on, after a long time, people still think that they are robbery, but does their mask look so wretched? It must be because of the name Tony Stark, which sounds like a dude. Luo Bing smiled and threw the pot directly to the name Tony Stark. But the girl definitely didn't know what he was thinking, and mistakenly thought that she had guessed correctly, so she followed her own thoughts and continued, "Bad man, it turns out that you just like people's bodies for so long, so don't say it sooner. Woolen cloth." At this time, not far behind the two, Thor couldn't help shivering, but it was no wonder that this delicate voice sounded, but the sound made many people feel numb and unable to control themselves. Luo Bing also got goosebumps, looked at the girl who felt good about herself in front of her eyes strangely, and said with disgust, "I said, this 5.0 eldest sister, do you feel too good about yourself? Okay, I don't either, I'll hide it from you, I'm here to smash the game today, banner." Coming. Thor came directly to the two of them, put a mace against the girl's neck, and said fiercely, "The smasher, either give 1 billion cosmos coins, or call your boss over." The girl felt a chill on her neck, and the calmness she had just returned had vanished. What should I do? What should I do? The girl's lips were white, and she was trembling with fright. Chapter 413. The Mysterious Bar Owner. I count 3 seconds, and if you don't speak, I'll smash your head to pieces. 3, 2, wait. 35. Before Thor uttered a word, the girl could no longer resist the threat of death. The trace of luck in her heart was completely gone, and she cried and said, 2 eldest brothers, no, 2 uncles, 10 100 million universe coins, it's not enough for you to smash me into pieces. Luo Bing and Thor looked at each other and smiled. Luo Bing said lightly again, "Since you can't come up with it, then ask your boss to come out. I believe he should have the strength." This, as soon as she heard that she was going to call the boss, the girl's expression was a little embarrassed. Behind the embarrassment, there was some 14 hard to perceive fear. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes and said softly, "It seems that you don't intend to make compensation, so don't blame us for not saving face." Luo Bing gave Thor a look, the latter understood, raised his mace high, and slammed it down on the top of the girl's head. Don't, the girl shouted loudly. Her face was as pale as a piece of white paper, and her whole body was shaking. "Master, please forgive me. I really dare not ask our boss to come over. The vagabond bar has already been smashed by you two. If he finds out, he will definitely kill me." Luo Bing snorted coldly and said, "HMPH, if you don't call him out, I can kill you right now." Advertisement. This. You still kill me. The girl gritted her teeth and slowly closed her eyes, looking like she was about to die. This time, Luo Bing was a little surprised, thinking who the big shot behind the homeless bar was, who actually made this girl would rather die than call him out. Luo Bing asked puzzledly, "You are not afraid of death, why are you afraid that your boss will know about it, and besides, this bar has become like this, doesn't he have to know it sooner or later?" The girl shook her head and said, "No, if you can let me go today, I will restore the bar to its original state as soon as possible, but if he finds out, he will make my life worse than death." She couldn't forget that man's ruthless appearance did not look like a devil, because in her opinion, that man was originally a devil. The girl would rather die, but this time, it made Luo Bing difficult. He didn't really want to kill the girl, he just wanted to lead out the people behind the scenes, but according to the current form, it was very difficult, hard to do. Killing is also not enough. This is equivalent to having a complete bad relationship with the people behind the scenes, and it will be very difficult to inquire about the news. But if you don't kill it, you won't be able to achieve what you want. For a time, Luo Bing's eyes flickered, staring at the girl, wondering what he was thinking. Pointlessly, he entered a dilemma. Suddenly, Luo Bing realized a problem, and he asked in a condensed voice. "You just said that you can restore the bar's appearance before your boss comes back. It should take time, right?" The girl nodded and said, "Well, it is necessary." Advertisement. So, your boss isn't in Contraxia? He is often absent, and the homeless bar is not the owner's only property. As for where he goes, no one knows. The girl did not dare to hide anything, and wanted to exchange her honesty for a chance to live. Waldfick. Luo Bing slapped the table next to him, turning the table into powder. They were busy performing such a play, and the main character was not there for a long time. Does this mean that they are busy working in vain? Thor also said angrily. Then try to get in touch with that guy now and tell him that if I don't see him today, I'll set his bar on fire. 99. Perhaps because she heard too many harsh words, the girl Kong's initial fear has weakened a lot, and after thinking about it, she said, "Why did you meet our boss like this, or did you originally come for him?" When 950 thought of this possibility, the girl roar sucked and closed her mouth suddenly. At that moment, she met in horror, and she might be right. The purpose of these two people was the boss from the beginning. Touch her, mess with her, threaten her, blackmail her. In this series of things, the final spear points to the boss behind the scenes, only the boss is their real purpose. But if that's the case, what the two guys want to do, the purpose is really unimaginable. But the only thing that can be known is that, as a pawn used in this matter, it will definitely not end well. You will be thrown away mercilessly. Thinking of this unacceptable consequence, the girl was really afraid, and said tremblingly. You. Who are you? Why do you want to enter the homeless bar, and what is the purpose of looking for our boss? 9. Chapter 414. Is this a waste? Luo Bing and Thor looked at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Luo Bing said in surprise, Yo, can't you see, you little girl is a little smart. The girl widened her eyes and said incredulously, So, you are really here for the boss? Luo Bing smiled, nodded slowly and said, If that's the case, I won't lie to you. Yes, the reason why we came to your homeless bar is to meet your behind-the-scenes boss. Hurry up and come out. You must tell me first, who the two of you are. The girl's voice was trembling to the point of incomprehensible. Suspicion is just suspicion in the final analysis. Although it is amazing, it didn't really happen, but when this suspicion is really confirmed, the girl's little heart really can't stand this kind of stimulation. In her opinion, although the behind-the-scenes boss only missed a few times, the shock that each time brought them was extraordinary. He was like a devil, and his whole body was full of gloomy aura. It was unimaginable why there would be someone running after him. Luo Bing said lightly, You don't need to know who the two of us are. Besides, didn't I tell you my name is Tony Stark from the beginning? HMPH, this is definitely not your real name. If you don't say it, then kill me. Seeing the girl's resolute expression, Luo Bing frowned. It seemed impossible to expect her to contact the boss behind the scenes. Luo Bing glanced at the already very messy vagabond bar and said softly, Banner, raise this place to the ground. Since we can't find him, let him come to us. 55. Advertisement, okay. The corners of Thor's mouth twitched, and since he used Banner's name, he would unleash the destructive power of the Hulk, fully confident that he could raise this place to the ground within a few minutes. Hearing Luo Bing's words, the girl hurriedly stopped her and said, No, you can't do this. If the homeless bar disappears, he will definitely let me in the bar be buried with you. Luo Bing shrugged and said helplessly, You don't help us match up, and you don't pay us 1 billion universe coins, so we can only do this. 35. The girl took a deep breath from roar and said solemnly, If I pay you 1 billion universe coins, can this matter just go away? Luo Bing squinted his eyes and said, Just now you said you didn't have it, but now you have it again? Are you really fooling Lao Su? No, I really don't have that many Cosmos coins, and it's not enough to sell me, but as long as you give me enough time, I can find a way to get them together. The girl is ready to break the jar. As long as this matter is not leaked out, she will eat the loss of 1 billion universe coins. It's really not good. Even if she sacrifices her body and soul, she can't let that kind of tragedy happen. And what Luo Bing thought was, what kind of existence is the boss behind this homeless bar, so that this girl can be so fearful? The sky-high price of 1 billion universe coins is completely just casually said, just to scare the girl, and so on. However, Luo Bing would definitely not agree to the girl's request, and he didn't really come for the 1 billion universe coins. Luo Bing said angrily, You didn't want to ask you to spend money to eliminate disasters just now, but now I'm already angry, and you want to spend some money to settle this matter. You have the final say in everything, so I don't care. Face. Advertisement, the girl said weakly. Then what do you mean? I have to see your boss today. This money doesn't matter anymore. I just want to see. But I really have no way to help you, let alone I dare not. Even if I dare, I have no way to contact our boss. There was a cry in the girl's voice, and it was already a little broken. Why, you can't even get in touch with you, the world power figure in the homeless bar. Luo Bing frowned. If that's the case, things would be a little tricky. According to the girl, the owner of this bar is often not here, not even in Contraxia, and does not know what he is doing, and he always comes back once a long time. If no one can get in touch with him and don't know when he'll be back next time, I can't just wait here. Thinking of this, Luo Bing scolded. Fake. I've been busy for a long time. Is this a waste? Thor whispered, Boss, what should we do now? What should I do? Luo Bing glanced at the girl with disgust. I thought you were useful, but after working for a long time, it didn't work at all. What a waste of my time. The girl didn't dare to say a word. She listened to Luo Bing's implication. She was useless. Didn't she want to burp? Luo Bing waved his hand and said, Since we can't find him, let's use the plan just now and let him come to us.